Chapter 29. 715 FNM, 23 BBY. Month 9. Coruscant, Mandalore Tower. X4. My processor gave a nearly imperceptible whine. A convolution of processes that could be described as annoyances developing in response to my most recent issue that had cropped up with Mandal Logistics. Well, technically, not a Mandal Logistics issue per se. It's with the Mandalore to Realith Express Freight Company, Shir Shoi Express. Nominally run by Vi, her sole contribution to the cause had been the corporate logo and her ownership under the alias Visha. The alternate identities and shell companies served as the first line of defense to obscure what organizations and movements Mistress has influence over. Separation, segregation, and creating helpful misassumptions are the primary tactics so far in my private little info war. If I succeeded, then the Mistress would never need to know the details herself, giving her true deniability. But I digress. Running a shipping company through the stars, I expected my share of problems with corruption, piracy, and petty thievery. So far I've lost a few ships to one pirate in particular, a pirate named Hondo. The lost ships were captured on an empty return run from Realith, so thankfully the financial losses are light. I've already rerouted future ships to use an alternate route to avoid the previous pirate sightings. So all Hondo had acquired were a couple of empty cargo ships. Still, Hondo has the gall to offer to sell them back to me at an annoyingly reasonable price. While I hated the concept of buying back my own stolen ships, the loss of profits those missing ships could have brought from future shipments are more valuable than my personal distaste for the outlaws. Successful ransoms will set a precedent, making all my future ships an enticing target, as even if the vessels were empty, they could still make a profit by reselling it back to me. As pirates go, Hondo is not the worst. He at least didn't destroy a perfectly good freighter like some of the alternatives. One pirate attack destroyed an entire shipment of armor still in transit when it tried to escape. This attack is what precipitated the new route through Hondo's territory in the first place. It is very tempting to pay Hondo's fees and bribes to transit their territory and avoid all this trouble, and if this latest route did not work out I might be forced to. However, paying off pirate scum is a last resort, as it is very likely that they would use their income to target more shipments and expand their territory. Pirates destroy wealth and labor in profitless conflict over resources they did not own in the first place. Recently, I have had problems that make Hondo look preferable in comparison. A different set of pirates had attempted to seize a shipment of armor intended for Realith. The droid pilot of Shir Shoi 7 reported that the ship had been able to evade capture, but took some minor damage. Shir Shoi 7 was forced to drop out of hyperspace near a system with only one useful planet, Tatooine. This outer rim world had never been a part of the Republic, it is a Hutt-infested desert, and slavery is commonplace. Repair costs ended up costing the contents of the shipment in barter, and the bribes required to escape that world had killed any potential profits on that run. Frankly, I was lucky that I would be getting the ship back at all at this point. Problems never seem to cease either. The outer rim is becoming more troublesome by the day. The Hutt seem to have increased their activity as piracy is picking up in the area and the number of corrupt patrol shakedowns intercepting legal commerce is rising. The inevitable civil war seems to have encouraged local ships to take up regular shakedowns, demanding legal shipping, pay imaginary fees for pilots, and other such nonsense. The shakedowns were growing commonplace, if how the Trade Federation were acting in separatist space were any indication. This is an opportunity for Mandalore and any other observant neutral powers. If the Trade Federation as a brand becomes tainted by their association with the separatist cause, then we can step in and fill the void left behind by the sharp decline of the Trade Federation presence in the core. Mandal Logistics and her sister companies are now preparing for the eventual absence of the Trade Federation from Republic or neutral space by expanding our fleet of cargo vessels with a recruitment drive and procuring more ships from Mandal Hypernautics. We would probably have enough ships by then to fill the demand, at least that's what I hope we would. I invested quite a bit of money into Mandal Hypernautics, ordering construction of several dozen new cargo freighters of varying sizes. Thanks to Mistress's foresight and instructions for Mandal Hypernautics to construct a new series of cargo vessels that could be converted into combat vessels, Mandal Logistics are poised to take advantage of the trade vacuum left behind by the Trade Federation with our new line of Mandalorian freighters. Normally I would not usually buy something sight unseen, but I knew Mandal Hypernautics is my mistress's company. Investing the money from Mandal Logistics into a local market within the Mandalorian sector is one her orders. These new ships would require crews, outfitting, weapons, and all of which would come from the Mandalorian sector with enough time. When the defense of the sector becomes necessary, the new vessels can be converted into effective capital ships for the burgeoning self-defense navy, as they were designed as combat vessels first and freighters second. While this would result in a reduction in efficiency than a pure freighter, the ability to be converted into an effective and hardy combat vessel is worth the cost. From the production of armor to artwork, the main goal of Mandal Logistics still is to ship artisanal works from the Mandalorian sector and sell it to the core. Then reinvest the profits into profitable projects that would improve both our holdings and the sector's wealth overall. With the coming conflict, as Mistress would put it, there would be quite a bit of profit to be made in the shipbuilding industry. I am already looking into acquiring a stake in or at the very least a large number of shares into Mandal Motors. Mandal Motors' catalog contains several already well-designed military vehicles that could be easily mass-produced once the market heated up. Additionally, I am interested in acquiring an arms manufacturer for the soldiers of the future SDF. There are several options throughout the Mandalorian sector that are interesting to me. Concordian Crescent and Mandal Technologies are the more popular and well-known firearm manufacturers, but Vesti Engineering has caught my interest. A newer engineering startup whose designs I had inspected and liked the quality of, but the company's growth is currently stifled by poor investment choices and debt. The designs by Vesti were made by reverse engineering their competitors' prototypes, a tricky business yet impressive given anti-copying measures inherent in most weapons design. Getting in on the ground floor of arms manufacturing could prove incredibly profitable in the future. There will be a large amount of competition to figure out what would be the best weapon for each military. The existing firm's lineup of weapons are less useful than the engineering skills themselves, as each military would have specific requirements that slightly differ from those designed for individual users. Any company that is able to supply and manufacture the winning design, no matter for which side, would have an incredibly lucrative sales contract. Lighter models could even drive sales in the civilian and merchant markets as self-defense weapons. Of course, for that plan to work we would need to produce a weapon that is worth its development costs. However, between Vesti Engineering's particular skills and experience in reverse engineering and the design I have in mind, success is assured. In partnership with Clan Ordo, I had been recommended several older model weaponry designs and schematics, weapons from the Neo-Crusader era known for their reliability and ease of maintenance. These weapons and their counterparts do not exist in any real quantity today, but the designs I had analyzed featured circuitry and architecture that had no explicable counterpart in modern firearm design. The working prototypes I have access to are superior to modern blasters, and while I am no weapons expert, I had some personal theories on the lost improvements in the ancient designs. Even better, I had access to a number of these authentic weapon designs from various contacts, access to mass production facilities, and influence in planetary and sectoral politics. If Vesti Engineering could unlock the mystery of the Neo-Crusader weapons with their unique reverse engineering skills, especially given the schematics and a hint on where to start, it would give Mandalore a truly valuable bargaining chip in the coming war. So my plan is to buy Vesti outright, introduce these ancient designs to them, and start mass-producing modern versions of these designs once the mechanisms could be reproduced. The real question is whether I had enough time to pull all this off before the redesign is ready for mass production. The schematics I had analyzed of the Neo-Crusader weapons were impressive. Calling the designs ancient is a bit of a misnomer as well. My own analysis showed some of the designs weren't that different from modern-day equipment, designed by some lost perspective. If anything, I think a few of them, the Shukar line in particular, are actually better designed than some of the weapons I have seen going through local markets. Vesti Engineering is currently wasting their skills producing Western knockoffs. Their counterfeits were based on their reverse-engineered design, so giving them a project with full access to the authentic schematics seemed a generous offering. The mysterious designs and the extra components described in the ancient schematics would be practically catnip for the engineers. I knew they wouldn't fail, it's too interesting of a project for an engineer to resist. Cornering the weapons market would be important in maintaining control over the capital flows in the Mandalorian sector. The Armor Consortium already has significant influence over the Mandalorian economy. Their influence only grew each passing week, with more and more armorers signing up. And each week, the steady demand for work is attracting more skilled artisans to Mandalore. Already, a growing population of the middle class are benefiting from the demand. I heard that some armorers had accumulated enough personal wealth to set up smaller factories, moving out of their quiet forges in the older inner cities to larger greenfield industrial sites, coincidentally located further away from any real royal oversight. I suspect there would be a boom in armorers trained in more of the ancient traditions and customs over the next few years. The reports had indicated that there is a healthy and growing population of younger protégés and apprentices working to obtain mastery training. Another major industry I invested in heavily is the arts. Many armorers have side gigs as artists of various forms as Mandalorian society encouraged art creation as a commonly accepted form of expression, especially prevalent under the new Mandalorian government. Mandalorian art can take many shapes, from metalworking to jewelry and even spiritual totems. And Mandal Logistics had taken advantage of these cultural exports. By capturing the market locally, the individual goods could be purchased cheaply directly from artists. From there, Mandal Logistics acted as a middleman. We transported, warehoused, and secured the artistic endeavors in sophisticated droid-monitored storage facilities. Then, Mandal Logistics would organize and market similar artworks together in fancy showings and focus on reselling the art to higher-paying foreign cultural hubs. From iron heart necklaces to gold panel reliefs depicting battles, many strange and unique artifacts from the Mandalorian sector had made their way to our Coruscant showrooms and private museum art collections. Currently these items were sold alongside the rest of the Mandal Logistics inventory, but I have been considering opening up another sister company to specialize in categorizing these items individually. However, the quantity of the artwork export had been sporadic, and the production was not consistently meeting demand. So I would need to set up an organization similar to the Armorers Consortium to similarly manage investment into the arts in order for an independent business to be viable and make a profit. I would have to ensure the project is profitable to be worth my attention. Maybe I could entertain the notion once this war business is concluded, due to it being a diverting project. I could always use more profits to invest, but I first need to prioritize my focus on the missions entrusted to me by my mistress. The first project I am currently awaiting a response by the end of the day. I would be having a long conversation with a potential business partner. The second project is more traditional, spreading the Idol's brand and influence across the galaxy. So far none of the other major Gargan families had successfully launched a competing Idol brand, but that is only as expected. I had hoped that competition in the Idol scene would drive sales for the music overall, but for now the market is too new. One way I am interested in growing the Idol market is expanding the costumes and armor wardrobes available for the Idols. I hired several stylists and armorers from Coruscant at great expense. The goal is to create objective styles for each of the girls and market mass-produced copies of the Idol armors and costumes to the masses. It would be interesting to see what new designs the competition would come up with, when they cropped up. The project resulted in what I am now calling the Dressmaker Blacksmiths Division. Several of the designs submitted had issues and I ended up rejecting them, either for being too fluffy or too revealing. Then, the revealing designs ended up leaked anyway. I later traced the leak back to one of the Coruscanti women and turned the offenders over to human resources. At the time, this didn't seem like a concerning amount of insubordination. I simply had rejected the revealing designs as I did not want the Idol brands associated with more age-restricted enterprises. Unexpectedly these risque designs had somehow leaked into the hands of several prominent Mandalorian women across the sector and they had proven surprisingly interested and insistent that this is going to be on my catalog of designs for the armor company. My programming had initially been very confused when one of my armorers had contacted me about an order for an armor set from the leak. Although the order was actually in the style of the leaked designs, but only with some added modifications. The ordered dress basically had functionality that allowed either the garment to be torn off or a second phase clearly designed to allow the wearer to engage in more acrobatic maneuvers. I may not have approved of some of the designs showing as much flesh as they did, thanks to several sets of parental programming implemented to help me keep mistress from getting in trouble, but I could see a market when I came across one. I immediately expanded the Dressmaker Blacksmith Division. I purchased a factory created for textiles on Gargan and it is currently in the process of setting up the production of the dress and armor costume pairs and selling pre-orders. As a result of all the press from the leaks and pre-orders, I gave the new Dressmaker Blacksmith Division a bit of a bonus and encouraged them to have fun with their designs as well as pardoning the Coruscanti leaker for breaching her NDA. I am also looking into propagating a magazine catalog from the various designs and research and development the division produced. However, much of the newer output would never end up in a public magazine catalog, but I had set up a private label rejected designs catalog for the more thrill-seeking Gargan clientele. No doubt I would be able to make additional returns on bootleg copies stowed in Mondal logistics shipments out of the sector. I am also looking into other ways to push both the Idols and Mondal Hypernautics to grow their audience. Having the girls show up in magazines about Mondal Hypernautics ships is effective in spreading their name around. I know that the Idols would also act as models for some of the dresses when the magazine is in production, so this project is on track. The third project is the casino project. The project had been officially assigned to Vi, but my mistress had asked me to assist her, no doubt knowing in advance that Vi needed the oversight. The casino building is well under construction some distance outside of Gargan proper. It would have not only a casino floor, but several stories of rooms overlooking a glorious afternoon skyline. The casino complex site is distant enough to require basic infrastructure brought out to the remote location. However, I was building a closed sphere of economic influence that would guarantee that money would go towards my mistress's interests. The more money that came in, the more I could expand out from the simple hotel and casino complex into something bigger and grander. Perhaps someday, it would become a truly lavish resort, though I would need to hire some Zeldron's expertise to pull that off. While I worked on the accounting and project management of the casino, Vi administered the amenities and oversaw operations. I was exploring other entertainment venues for the hotel complex, in addition to the large amphitheater I had designed on site. I believed we could reuse the theater for various kinds of side shows when the Idols were not performing. I didn't know much of what was going through Vi's mind though when I became aware that she is in contact with the Dressmaker Blacksmith Division, posing as White Silver. She is talking with their stylists about some design that she is interested in but only seems vaguely familiar with, something called a bunny suit. Surprisingly, though, Mistress is familiar with the outfit's design. Normally I would be concerned, given Vi's track record, but if it was my mistress's idea, then it can only be a good one. I worked with the dressmakers to fill in some of Vi's guesses with some creative inspiration from Mandalorian culture. The responses from the dressmakers looked excited, so I assumed they had some good ideas on where to take the final design. It is one of many projects I am looking forward to for a demonstration on my return visit to Gargan. My thoughts were interrupted as a beeping alerted me to the incoming audio stream I was expecting, the aforementioned first project. I pressed the button and that communication came up showing a basilisk of indeterminate age smoking a cigar. I didn't recognize the make of the cigar, which told me a lot, as he sat at his desk on a view screen in front of me. Good, you're not going to keep me waiting. The unintroduced basilisk said, taking the cigar out of his mouth before saying, listen, I don't know who you are or how you got this number. But leaving messages like that implies this is going to be some sort of legal problem. So, I want to know why you want to cause me legal problems. The conversation is off to a rough start. No matter, I will clear this up post-haste. I think you've misunderstood my initial message. Really? I doubt that. I don't get calls about information about some betrayals of my character's portrayals and how they might look similar to a certain other person unless someone's trying to get leverage on me. So spit it out, and how much money do I need to pay you to go away? Extra if you tell me who gave you my number. Strange. I guess many do not see the investment quality of your work, Mr. Kip. I said, revealing his name and getting a confused reaction from the alien. Okay, if you're not here to wind me up or suing me, then what are you here for? Well, Mr. Kip, I said with confidence, you can call me S4, and I represent, as you may have already guessed, White Silver here on Gargan. I had set up the call to route through several proxy networks and transmitters to spoof the visible origin. A superficial analysis would show the call as coming from off-world. In reality we're probably only about a hemisphere away from each other, not that he needed to know that. White Silver was somewhat pleased at the portrayal of her character in your most recent movie. Very much so that. As I said to the press, I am not producing a White Silver biopic because the Silver Mandalorian is not the same person. Inspired by her, certainly, her portrayal is one of many possible options available. Kip spoke up, interrupting me again, which is rather irritating. Are you quite finished? If so, are you going to interrupt me again before I can answer? The both of us merely stared silently before I cut to the chase. I want to do business with you. That finally seemed to shut the alien up as he sat back down in his chair. Business? That is unexpected. What business does White Silver have for me then? As I was saying, though White Silver was a bit taken aback by the certain displays of affection during the holo, she found that the message that your actress portrayed was in line with the one she is trying to convey to the public. White Silver is willing to negotiate a fee to have you create a television series based on her life story, with several conditions. First would be filmed within the Mandalorian sector, second is that its acting staff and support staff must consist mostly of Mandalorian citizens. Finally, we also have some stipulations on referencing local Mandalorian companies' products in the story's lore. Mr. Kip leaned forward before saying, isn't White Silver's story kind of unknown to anyone right now? From my own research into this, there is barely anything definite outside of the 2 silver codices. I've seen a few bootleg copies floating around that have footage of White Silver on Gargan. I've watched all that, but you are gonna have to give me some proof that your White Silver is the original. The basilisk relit his cigar. I transmitted original high-quality copies of White Silver's confrontation with Gare, plus an additional video from one of the Royal Guard's perspectives that I am sure is not available anywhere else. You should have the evidence. Now. I can wait, I offered. The basilisk didn't respond except to puff distractedly on his cigar while he was watching the videos. All right. So. Kip nodded again before saying, so what? You want me to produce a television show on White Silver, the real-life legend herself, a historical figure in the making? This would be quite the scandal in the press, a pirate holostar. I see that you understand now how important this undertaking is. How much creative control can we expect? I know White Silver might not agree with all our decisions so far, but I'm not interested in becoming a shill for your PR campaign. We don't want to produce a documentary. We have certain real events that need to be conveyed to the public, from a fictional perspective. A television series format would be the appropriate medium for our narrative. But, it's your narrative, storytelling, and perspective we need. You can claim whatever creative rights in the story outside of whatever is needed to work. We would like to see the scripts first to okay in advance, of course, but otherwise you could have as much creative freedom as you want. Leaning on the table, the alien's 4 hands came together and he seemed to gather his thoughts for a moment before he continued, and you're going to be paying for some or most of the production costs on this. Yes, White Silver has acquired quite a bit of wealth, thanks to the fall of the former owner of Mondal Hypernautics. However, we would only pay the production costs for the content covering or relating to our interests. We won't finance some high-concept nonsense completely unrelated. Do you understand? The alien nodded before finally saying, sounds good enough. You sir have got a deal. Goddamn, this is the biggest possible windfall I think I've had in 10 years. Kip banged 2 fists on the table and yelled to someone out of view. Get Taylor on the phone, tell her she gets to play hero again and this time as the lead. A muffled affirmative response is intelligible in the background. Turning back to me, the alien said, how do I get the contract sent to you so we can get this all filled out and legal? I will acquire the information necessary from Gargan and forward you the resulting paperwork you need to fill out. It will all be taken care of. Perfect, perfect, he said with a smile, before finally saying, a pleasure doing business with you. I did have one final question. Will White Silver show up on the sets in person? Something tells me she would have the most amazing energy on camera. Even if the footage is only used for bonus content or commentary, we have to have the real White Silver meet her hollow equivalents. Avarice seemed to light up his eyes as he explained. I can contact her and likely we can work something out. White Silver would not be adverse to some minor appearances, providing that your work is satisfactory enough for her to make the effort. Kip picked up his cigar and bit down on it in unspoken acknowledgement. Mandalore, Northern Wastes. Duchess Satin cries. I ignore the thundering in my eardrums as I block and parry Bo's assault. Long dormant muscle memory slowly makes itself known as my limbs intercept punches and kicks from multiple angles. I have no time to think, only react and move as all of my focus has been spent on defense. My armored forearms are my shields while my legs and hips let me retreat or lean out of the way of a blow. An incoming right hook is parried with my left arm, it returns as a backhand which forces me to block with the same arm. A left uppercut is dodged with a sidestep to my right. My instincts scream at me to launch a low knee at my opponent's stomach while she is recovering from the uppercut. I ignored it as I'll win this fight without striking a single blow to prove a point. Instead I grabbed her right hand so I could put her in a wrist lock. Before I could pull her arm behind her back, she counters with a side kick that hits my abdomen. The blow pushed me away and forced me to let go of my opponent. With a running start, she leaped into a flying side kick to continue attacking before I could recover. Seeing the attack coming, I jumped to the left so that the kick missed as well as positioning myself to be facing her back. As my attacker landed, I lunged behind her to close into grappling range. Before I could close in, she sent an elbow to my face to force me to evade and give her time to recover. Undeterred, I pushed forward whilst blocking her elbow with my forearm before proceeding to put her in a double shoulder lock. The two of us struggled against each other as I applied pressure to her shoulder while she did her best to break my hold. I only had a second to react as she grabbed my helmet and raised both of her legs. This severely unbalanced me as she quickly straightened her legs and flipped me over her head and my back impacted the ground. I rolled out of the way of a stomp and retaliated by sending a sweeping kick on the stomping leg. She jumped over my leg and fell onto me. As we became a tangle of limbs, the two of us struggled for a bit before it ended as I was put in a submission hold. Laughing, the Red Warrior said, "Yeah, you're definitely too rusty for this." After which, she released her hold on me and removed her helmet, revealing the face of my sister. The two of us sat there on the ground to catch our breaths. A few seconds of rest later, Bo stood up and offered her hand to me. I didn't exactly have time to stay in shape while keeping the entire Mandalore sector running smoothly right after the Civil War. I admitted, as I was pulled off the ground. Brushing the dirt off, I glanced down at the unpainted armor I had borrowed from Zoom. It is a featureless and bland grey and silver-colored armor, in Super Commando style. The armor is neither the ugliest nor the fanciest armor I'd ever worn, it fell somewhere near the middle, but it would do fine as training armor. Oh please, there's out of shape and then there is a new Mandalorian. Even Tanya would have lasted longer, and she would have actually hit me. Bo groused lightly, good thing you have that cushy Duchess title to fall back on, eh? I gave her an amused look, that is why I'm not doing that. While I see the benefits of Tanya's philosophy, especially with war clearly on the horizon, I am still a new Mandalorian. I will defend myself, but I will not attack first. I am still quite proud of Tanya in the arena of politics too. Her latest work was quite interesting to read. I approved it, you know. Looking back across at the red armored figure, I watched as she pulled off her helmet. Bo-Katan's smiling face is radiant in a way I hadn't seen since Adonai's lifetime. Laughing, she said. Didn't read it. Well, you were always a bit of a dreamer, probably why Dad sent you to Coruscant. He always knew to put family ahead of his personal expectations. I think he knew what would happen if I went to Coruscant, and even knowing the outcome in advance, he also knew it was the best possible outcome. So he did it anyway, no matter how much he might disagree with the end. Does that make sense? I said, brushing the dust off of myself as Bo walked past me and nodded her head in grudging agreement as she headed to the shuttle she's using for transport. We'd actually set up a bit of a camp around it as she'd been here for the last week. Apparently things were going rather well on Gargan that Bo has time to visit and train me for a bit, so she is camping out here in the wastes. I didn't have as much free time, so I had to use my own shuttle to make jumps from Sundari to the wastelands. Bo is already training at the campsite. It was nice to see that there is a camp ready when I got here. As I walked over to Bo, she said, "Let's take a break. We've been at this for an hour. You died a couple decent counters, but I think I'm getting a little bit tired of bruising my knuckles on that armor. What about you?" "Of course, my forearms are getting numb after blocking your hits for half an hour," I said, gingerly moving across the sand to take the seat across from her. The fireplace smoldering just in front of us making up the third point in a little triangle. So how are things going here in Mandalore? I haven't been here in what feels like a year to really find out what the whole political situation is. Thought we agreed you were going to stay out of politics. I did, I agreed I would stay out of politics. I did not agree to not hear about politics. So come on, spill the beans. I sighed before obliging. Things are going rather well, if we ignore the imminent galactic war getting closer by the day. The Mandalorian Guard is coming along nicely. I've been building up some resources for the SDF, and Mondal Motors has offered us some new ships. The new designs did disturb the council and myself a bit, but otherwise things have been calm around the sector, or as calm as can be expected. Oh come on. There has to be something a bit more juicier going on. Bo asked, and then she reached over and popped open a cooler, pulling out some sort of canned beverage and a candy bar. I sighed before reaching over to my personal cooler and grabbing a drink of my own. Before I could open it, Bo offered hers. Want to try a caffeinated soft drink from Gargan? It's my latest vice. I've gotten absolutely hooked on these. I raised an eyebrow before accepting the can. Just to be safe, I read the list of ingredients. Once I see that there isn't anything dangerous in it, other than the fairly high sugar content. I watched as Bo took a sip from her drink as well as a bite from her candy bar before I cracked the seal and took a sip. A moment to gather my thoughts and enjoy the drink. The taste is rather nice, if a bit too sweet, with an unrecognizable fruity taste. Letting out a breath, I finally said, theoretically, everything is as good as it could ever be. Our sector feels united in a purpose that I don't think it has had in a long time. But there are reports from Almec's Mandalorian secret security indicating that there are factions out there trying to gather support for a renewed Death Watch movement. We've found pamphlets in a wide enough distribution to hint at a sophisticated production effort. They cherry-picked the events of the Civil War and the Mandalorian clan wars quite a bit from what I've read of them. And then there's the Silver Mandalorians, those who claim to follow White Silver. They are less of a problem and they seem more willing to cooperate with the new Mandalorians, but with a bit more gusto and armor. It's the fact that they have pledged allegiance to the White Silver in particular that annoys Almec to no end. No real surprise Almec would disapprove, he hates any movement he's not already a member of by default. There was also a bit of a kerfuffle a while ago on Voria, the planet that had that pirate invasion a few years back. Bo asked before she finished her snack and took a sip of her drink to wash it down. Yes. I said matter-of-factly. It seems during the negotiations, our little Tanya offered land from that planet for the Jedi to set up a small temple so they would have a place for their environmental workers to help improve the planet and spread out from the system. Oof, let me guess, someone didn't like that and tried to blow it up. No, that would actually make sense. I rubbed my head before continuing. Apparently, a Mandalorian war orphan who has no family and no contacts happened to have been discovered to be Force-sensitive while talking to members of the Jedi conclave there. And from what little of the story I was able to find out, she willingly joined the Jedi. Bo sat up at that and said, "A Mandalorian joined the Jedi? What? That's something I don't hear every day." "You can say that again," I said, taking another sip of my drink before I continued. "From what I can gather there, she is not an official Jedi recruit. She joined the Agri-Corp directly as she is too old to go under the training for Jedi knighthood. The difference will be academic though. The only difference between the Agri-Corp recruits and Jedi Knights on the farm is whether they would wield lightsabers or not." "Hey, so how did this end up being your problem?" Bo leaned back sipping her drink. I shook my head before saying, "Because the governor of Concord Dawn, Patin, instituted a conscription to increase the numbers of his journeyman protectors recently. No surprise that the orphan girl in question was chosen to be a member of the journeyman protectors. The recruiters showed up at the temple to, well, take her to her new job. I'm starting to see how this became a problem. Oh, the best is yet to come. The girl defeated the 4 journeyman protectors with her bare fists." "Respectable," Bo said, "though not all that impressive. Most journeymen are just thugs with blasters. If you close distance with them they tend to not do very well." "That may be so, but that still didn't solve the problem. Patin and Concord Dawn are up in arms over this whole situation and demand that the girl be handed over. The governor of the Vorpia, Hkrung, who I think was elected 20 minutes after the incident happened, immediately declared their new government's first action would be to defy Concord Dawn. Next, Hkrung declares Vorpia's independence and that they no longer need the protection of the governor and his corrupt goon squad. Yep, those are fighting words. Okay, I can see how that reached your notice. How is that being handled?" I cited the law on the matter. Since Vorpia has declared itself an independent planet but still part of the Mandalore sector and is willing to contribute to the Mandalorian Guard, then as a matter of course, the new Mandalorian government must side with its independence. Immediately after they declared themselves independent of Concord Dawn, the new government offered to directly support Mandalore and withdraw the tariffs that Concord Dawn was putting on their products. They now sell their products here in Sundari and elsewhere across Mandalore, as well as supply troops for the new Mandalorian Guard. Oh, well, I suppose that's good and bad at the same time, no. As Tanya would say, I love capitalism. Food prices fell quite a bit overnight when word got out that we would no longer be going through Concord Dawn for our meat products, which helped a lot in lowering prices elsewhere. But back to the matter of officially recognizing their independence. With Vorpia's independence as a planet in the Mandalore sector and not some colony of Concord Dawn, it stripped Concord Dawn of a valuable resource, and they are not happy. And Concord Dawn has raised prices a bit. Do you think he might try something? Bo asked, causing me to raise an eyebrow. Do I think that Yendri might try and use that army that he's building to invade Vorpia and declare it a colony again? It's possible, yes. Thankfully I'm not alone on this, as Ordo has also recognized the independence of Vorpia. The threat of 2-on-1 does tend to put things in perspective. Any other planets officially recognizing their independence? There's been some talk from Draon and Hking, but they haven't moved on anything. Jacalaya has also put forward monetary support as they claim to pursue the mission of peace. Bo rolled her eyes at this, and basically offered to train up Vorpia's own Mandalorian self-defense force. A lot of planets are a bit hesitant though, since a lot of their food still comes from Concord Dawn. Bo nodded before saying, I can discuss this with the Gargan Council if you want. They're very transactional and more than happy to support any effort, such as additional food imports, for the right incentives. I might even be able to spin it as a favor to the sector government. They'll definitely trust you more if they think you owe them one. And most of their food is either grown on the planet or imported off the Hydian way, so no ties to Concord Dawn. I smiled at that before saying, one more planet would probably tip the balance enough. Concord Dawn would be forced to back down from this matter, and hopefully, that would stop the situation from escalating. Will do, and yeah, hopefully. And with Jedi presence on that planet, interaction and recruitment is going to become more common. Wherever the Jedi go, they tend to find Force users for their order. I nodded my head at that, thinking about what the Mandalore sector might have been. What would an alternate galaxy look like if they had been around to take more Mandalorians as Jedi? Maybe that galaxy would be a lot more peaceful than ours. The Jedi were not known for provoking conflicts or starting wars. Perhaps in time there would have been some Jedi who could have returned and tried to improve things here at home. That's a thought for another time, though. Ending the silence, I drank the rest of my beverage before I said, well, that's what's been going on around here. How about what's been going on with Gargan? You don't really talk about your work. I know you're involved in some sort of effort to make a police force for the planet. Bo nodded her head before saying, yep, I'm working on what we're calling the Gargan Rangers. It's the police/security force that's there to keep an eye on things on the planet. Kind of like the JPS, but we actually train them to be competent to mostly keep the people from getting too rowdy, clean up the streets, and assist travelers and residents living on the far edges of the wilderness. Part of Tanya's efforts to try and turn that crime world into a legitimate economic powerhouse. And how is Tanya doing? I've never gotten around to getting all the details exactly clear. She simply said that she is working on trying to get the gangsters to step away from their criminal nature. She gave a little shrug before saying, casinos, I guess. She's trying to turn the planet into some sort of resort world. It's positioned, as she said, in the right place for a stopover between those going to the corporate sector and those going to the core. Tanya is trying to create a place where people traveling on that Hydian way will want to visit. A diversion or a vacation in the middle of their trip before their destination. Would that actually work? Gambling and sightseeing? I mean, I guess anything could work, but it seems a little low on entertainment value. There's nothing really culturally important about Gargan when you think about it. She's working on that too. Bo paused. It's one of the strangest things she's ever come up with. She gave a rather exaggerated shrug. Well, don't leave me in suspense. What is it? Bo is acting too awkward. Now I kind of want to hear about it. Bo took a sip of her drink, paused again, and then said, idols and music as the cornerstones of this project. The idea seems to be to create a famous person, or small group of them, who spreads aspects of our culture in ways that are entertaining for outsiders. Right now we have 3 girls employed. They are all professionals who can sing, dance, and use their armor for percussion equipment. These girls perform songs about Mandalorian history with rather catchy tunes and instruments, plus a few other backup musicians. There has been some success on this front and people do seem to enjoy it, but I don't think Gargan is the best place for it right now. We have a whole amphitheater building set aside, but there's not a lot of outside money flowing into Gargan right now, excluding the existing export contracts for fighters and other shuttlecraft for the Hutts. A way to display culture. I said, leaning back on the bench thinking about the matter before saying, you know, I've been working on something like that as well. You have? Bo said with a raised eyebrow. You know how I'm having my armor being worked on by Zoom? There's also a film crew involved in the effort as they're filming the entire process and some additional seamstresses working to further decorate it. We're also filming some of the garments that'll be displayed. I'm thinking about publishing this documentary after I reveal this new ceremonial armor set, although perhaps we could collaborate on this. Okay, I'll bite. How would we help each other? I could contact the film crew and tell them about your girls, these idols, and I could sponsor another documentary about them. We plan to film some of the more famous armor makers, at least those who are willing to have their practices filmed. Once we filmed the armorers, then we'll go on to filming the girls. After we film the documentaries, we'll follow up with an invite for the idols to come to Mandalore and put on a show. We schedule the release of the film a day or two before their show. Mandalore is the center of the Mandalorian sector. Anything that catches here will spread to the other planets. Now that sounds like a good idea. Bo leaned back as she thought about it. They are very short on funds at the moment. I'm certain any safe, well-paying work would be appreciated. I'll probably tell them to work up something a little less old Mandalorian to show that they have depth outside of just war songs. Yes, that would be for the best, I think. I said whilst nodding my head. I'm sure a few people wouldn't mind as long as they're done in an intelligent way, but having some variety would be helpful with a lot of the new Mandalorians. Bo nodded before saying, I'll talk to them tonight and see if we can't work something up. I think this is going to help Gargan quite a bit. After all, if they get popular while on Mandalore, people are going to want to come see them again, and the only official place you can see them is Gargan. I said, nodding my head in approval. I imagine if they get successful enough you could arrange a tour across some of the Mandalorian worlds. Ha, that's not a bad idea, Bo said, nodding her approval before adding, but that's really the only thing Tanya really, has accomplished to improve Gargan's cultural standing. We don't have much else that could be added to make Gargan more relevant to start bringing in people. I nodded at that before saying, doesn't Gargan have natural spice resources? I recall reports about a pirate spice mine. I thought most of the pirates' funding came from spice. Bo nodded saying, yeah, that's true, technically. The spice mines are in poor condition overall. Tanya as Silver has been working with the current mine owners to establish a legal corporation to take over the mines. Her idea is to expand into medical spice refinement, but the industrial refining equipment required for it needs to come from the core and being real expensive to boot to provide both the money and the flimsy work to send one over, hence the requirement for a legal entity. Tanya is hoping to find some investors outside of Gargan to help expand and take on as partners. X4S has been handling the paperwork, but it's going to take a while to find investors. I leaned forward at that. This is an opportunity. One that I think Mandalore could benefit from. Next time you're on Gargan, mention that because Mandalore is building up a self-defense force that we are looking for medical supplies and may be interested in becoming an investment partner in this medical refinery corporation, if they reach out to us. Bo smiled and nodded before saying, will do, sis. I'm sure they'll jump on the chance to have someone else's money do the job. Even if they have to give over a good portion of the starter product, it's a long-term investment and having an actual refinery on the planet might actually make it worth it, since most of the spice they have been getting was shipped off to Findian refineries. And they make no attempt to hide the love lost between Findar and Gargan. Absolutely hate us. I said, shaking my head, every time I have a meeting, someone has to mention how they put out another demand from the Senate to be moved out of the Mandalore sector. Lately it's the Thrasybule sector that Findar wants to be moved to. Because it's not bordering any Mandalorian space, I'm given to understand. Why don't we just let them leave if they have such a problem with being part of the Mandalore sector? You'd think it would be alright to have their piece of land redistributed to the Thrasybule. Bo is asking a question many had asked over the years, which I unfortunately had an answer. Getting a sector redrawn is such a complex process, the Senate won't bother picking it up as a thing to consider unless there's multiple other sectors that need to be drawn as well. And I'd be the first to admit I would gladly let them go. In fact, I don't even have the Mandalorian Guard pay them a visit anymore. Findar have embargoed all Mandalorian worlds, so they're not exactly trading with us. They have basically de facto autonomy. You'd think if they've been given that much independence they'd be satisfied, no. I shook my head before saying, it's not just that they have autonomy. They're worried that somehow Mandalore will start a war and they'll be held accountable with the rest of the Mandalorian sector. And those in the Republic won't be interested in identifying which planet is the antagonist, they would punish the entire sector to be sure none escape. They just don't want to be close to us in case someone starts throwing Delta Zeros around. Got it. Yes, that's pretty much it. I said, rubbing my temple. So do you think Findians will join the Separatists then? Bo asked, causing me to look up. I haven't even considered that possibility. But if they do, I think we'll have to be forced to step in and prevent it to maintain neutrality. The Findarian problem works both ways, we could be punished for their affairs. Step in? Bo asked and I shook my head. I really don't want to talk about politics, but if you really must know, there's a couple competing views in our council on how to deal with the various potential situations that would develop with the Republic. The majority of the council are of the mind that we must stay neutral and stay out of things. I share that opinion as well, but Almec and Tanya have suggested the government took that neutrality a step further. The main idea being that we must enforce neutrality within our sector to try and prevent either side from using any planet in our sector for their gains. Tanya pointed out that Findar could easily become a major separatist resupply and fleet staging platform, given their mature medical spice industries and their independent local food supplies. She also worries it might compete with Gargan for the black market trade too. Bo nodded her head. Findar cannot be allowed to become a military base for the separatists. It would practically invite a Republic fleet to the Mandalorian sector. A big risk, which is why I'm hoping that some better idea will come forward or that they won't align with the separatists. Personally, I think they are more interested in competing with their cartels to upend the entire sector. Letting out a sigh, I leaned back. Anyway, let's stop talking about politics. Bo, could you stop by the palace someday soon? I need you to do something for me. Bo made a face. Okay, why do you need me to stop by the palace? Smiling as if I wasn't pulling something. Oh, nothing much. Remember how I said that my armor will have a ceremonial piece in order to make it look less, well, like a Mandalorian warrior? Bo nodded as if she was waiting for a punchline. Smiling, I continued, I'm also having one made for Tanya as well so her armor doesn't look as intimidating when we have to use it for ceremonial purposes. And I thought, why not get my sister an upgrade on her armor as well? After all, it couldn't hurt to protect my younger sister and niece both, and to show off the United Cries clan at ceremonial events. Bo was looking at me skeptically before saying, your niece, huh? I might be willing to go and get whatever this upgrade you're thinking about, but I do have a question. How's Corky taking that new stance? I sighed. I actually haven't talked to him on that matter. But I will eventually, and I think it's best to let him decide where he stands. If Corky wants to take up the armor and wear it as a defensive measure then he will be free to do so. At the very least I think he might understand and use some aspects of the armor. Did you know he was involved in a bit of a fight against a wild animal on Breshik? No shit. Bo said whilst cleaning up. Saying, Corky? The little pipsqueak was in a fight? How come I'm just hearing about this? Is he okay? I smiled and nodded. He's fine. Corky's fine. I got a full report from Captain Ra on the matter. The expedition were attacked by some sort of giant lizard native to the planet. On one such occasion Corky fought off one with a weapon he found on the ship. I was surprised too. I actually had to give Ra a call to make sure that there had been some sort of mistake in the report. Bo blinked before saying, hold up, did you say he fended off a giant lizard on Breshik? You know those things are like twice the size of people, right? Damn, good for him. I blinked at that point and said, I was not aware of that. Oh yeah, I've heard sometimes they can grow to enormous sizes as big as a speeder actually. Then there's like the kind of the stuff that legends are made of. I'll have to tell Zoom about this later. I'm sure the story will inspire some ideas for Corky's armor. Bo nodded her head before saying, all right. Well, if all the girls in the family are getting this ceremonial armor piece, I can't exactly miss out now, can I? So I guess I'll come with. Zoom's a good armorer, so I'm sure whatever he's working on will be a massive upgrade over my current kit. Wonderful. By the way, do you mind if they filmed the process as well? I asked, pushing a bit more on the subject. After all, every little bit I could do to help improve the appearance of Mandalorian culture helped, right? Thank you for asking, I do mind greatly. Bo's head shot back up. You may have no problem letting people know what's on your armor, but I do. Nothing like obfuscating the depth and quality of weapons hidden in your armor for a good surprise late in a fight. Alright, I said, but if you're not going to let them film it, I want you to at least make one public appearance with the full set of armor, okay? Bo sighs before shaking her head and saying, fine. I'll do it for you. Then she stood up and brushed herself off and said, now I believe we were training. Why don't we get back to that? There's still plenty of lumps I can give you to get yourself back into fighting shape. I chuckled at that and got back up saying, I think I'll do better this time since I have you training me. I'll catch up sooner or later. Ha, sure you will, sis. Sure you will. She stopped mid-step like she remembered something and asked, hey sis, have you seen the new Silver Rider movie? Odd question, I said before shaking my head in the negative. No, I'm not one to watch action holos. I know Tanya is a fan of that franchise, but I have just never had an interest in it. Why do you ask? Bo let out a laugh before saying, ha. Well, I think you need to see the most recent one. I think you need to see it a lot. Why? I asked out of confusion. Bo simply shook her head and said, I can't spoil it. After we're done sparring, it's movie night for some sisterly bonding. You, me, and Silver Rider 4, Silver Spark. Alright. I said, still very confused, but I'm sure it would be explained once we watched the movie. I have time for a little rest and relaxation. There's no reason not to take full advantage of my training. Why not see the Silver Rider movie? Maybe I'd find out what Tanya saw in that show. Breshik Museum of Space Maritime Designs. Corky cries. Wow, the technology stored in this place is amazing. There's designs for everything, from old fighters to cargo ships and ships of the line. Sonyi said as she looked through the files on the computer screen in front of her. Thad hooked up to the facility network to try and get as much data off of the facility as possible. The place still stinks though. Lagos responded as she held her nose, while kicking a bit of mud off her boots. Most likely the remains of long-dead animals and plant life that had managed to sneak in over the years. You'll get used to it. Zol said, though that is easy for him to say since he is still wearing his helmet. He knew it smelled and was just going to breathe his own recycled air than the air that has been trapped in the building for several hundred years. After returning from the expedition to Gargan for a bit of political whining and dining with the people there, to hopefully integrate them into the Mandalorian sector proper, I received an urgent message from Breshik. The excavation team finally cleared the facility out, enough for us to actually re-enter the facility ahead of schedule. Apparently, the accelerated schedule was due to something I just had to see. So instead of going home, it was back to the Bog planet. Frankly, I would rather go back to Gargan and see the idols. Not a fan of armor because of its significance in our history. But by the ancient Manda did that idol stuff turn that on the head. Sure, they used props of military weapons as musical items and sang about the ancient wars of the past, but not all the songs were about glorification of the war itself but of the heroes that were made by the wars. The Ballad of Ordo and the Peace of Awad being a good example of that. Brought about by a common goal of beating up pirates, but as songs go it was rather catchy even if the oldest singer wore that armor rather provocatively. I think someone amongst White Silver's entourage had noticed me enjoying the idols, because as I was leaving I received a poster of the trio of singing idols, which I naturally accepted gracefully. I was also given a copy of the complete Silver Codices, both volumes I and II, which interested me less, but I accepted anyway. I really ought to read through both and I know I've been procrastinating, but eventually I need to know what new nonsense and warmongering was being spread in order to counter it. When I finished reading through both during the journey back to Breshik, I had many objections and concerns. First and foremost being that, the warlord had convinced herself that there is going to be a war between the Republic and the Separatists. I wasn't convinced of this assumption, and if events did lead to conflict, a military build-up did not seem like much of a solution. It sounded like a way for half of the galaxy to gang up on the other half, and in the end most would end up with less than what they started. Mandalore was the perfect example of this. Most of our sector is still damaged in some way from war. We should be focusing on finding common ground, peace talks, and getting neutral parties to help facilitate this process. Something tells me Aunt Satin would agree with me on that. Back on Breshik, the excavation team had discovered a broken grate somewhere in the facility. Of course, it is now sealed. I never found out exactly where it was, but the important part is that Snapjaws had been using this place as a nest for some time. As you might imagine, that meant when the initial team had to break into this place the first thing they ran into were angry massive reptiles trying to bite their heads off. Thankfully after the incident with the boat, we brought in a lot more powerful weapons this time. I've been worried about getting those considering we're supposed to be past using these barbaric weapons, but Aunt Satin had spared no expense and sent over some good equipment. I am now carrying a rather powerful slug thrower with explosive ammunition, and I don't like myself but it would keep me safe as we were inspecting this place. I wasn't exactly comfortable carrying it, but after the last Snapjaw, I am not really interested in having another one-sided fight with them. Also, Aunt Satin apparently still had contact with the old family armorer that can, apparently, get her the more powerful stuff. There is even a rocket launcher in the crate that I have no idea what we are going to do with. We couldn't use that down here, for obvious reasons, but I guess it is good to have and not need it, if what Krika said of larger Snapjaws out there that could bite a boat in half is true. So having something that might be able to blow them up from some distance is probably a good safety precaution. I just wasn't as fascinated with the weapons as the others, so I merely had a stunner holstered at my belt. We eventually finished downloading all of the data from the terminal and then we moved on to explore more rooms. We eventually reached the primary storeroom for the records and what digital archives still remained. I went ahead and explored the room. Sonyi and Zol entered the room after I walked in. I fake coughed to attract Sonyi's attention, looking over a half-desiccated memo about record transfers that were not being done on time. I asked, well, the place may stink but it sure does have a lot of records. Have we found anything worth the trouble we've had getting in here? Zol nodded at his head firmly as he turned in my direction saying, oh, we have found some great finds in my opinion. Sonyi, why don't you show off what you found? I think that one is going to be the biggest boon in this entire operation. Sonyi nodded and pressed a few buttons on her tablet. The little device sitting in front of her sprang to life and showed a projection of a ship design I'd never seen before and the scale was hard to make out. It is somewhat similar to a hammerhead really, though something seemed off about its scale and it had a weird engine nacelles in the back. It seems too big for the body and again the whole thing seemed just disproportionately large. The entire hologram is hazy, indistinct, with the top of the ship being far more detailed than the bottom. May I present to you a Kandas class battleship? I blinked and said, we have designs for a battleship. Sonny shook her head before saying, well yes, but no. No, that's not what I mean. This is a mass shadow that we can detect inside a dry dock on Breshik, supposedly. Okay, start from the beginning. What do you mean mass shadow? This is an actual ship? And what do you mean by supposedly? Sonny spoke up, to be as clear as possible, according to legends, about 4,000 years ago one of those Kandas-class ships crashed on this planet. It was lost for a good long time and then rediscovered about 1,000 years ago. Records on exactly how they discovered it were a bit lacking, but from what I can tell they found it and they built a dry dock around it and tried to raise it. I blinked and turned saying, so there is a battleship that crashed on the planet. It was underwater for a good long time and then they raised it from the water. What happened then? The ice caps melted, Mr. Bresh said from where he stood, and the dockyard they were trying to empty was refilled with water. The ship was flooded and covered over in 30 to 40 feet of water. We sent out a ping to all of the terminals on the local network and by some miracle this particular dry dock is reading is still functional and its scanners are still somewhat operational. As far as we can tell, this is a live sensor feed. That's right, Sonny said before continuing, so the ship exists. We think it's spent a couple thousand years underwater and who knows what has happened to it in that time. I nodded before saying, you'd think if it's been underwater for that long that it wouldn't really be salvageable at all. Mr. Zoll spoke up saying, this is a Crusade-era ship my good man. That means most of its internal hull is made from Beskar to keep it as strong as possible. They made them differently back in the day. Though time can destroy the iron and corrode the plasteel and durasteel all around it, the Beskar is still as strong as it ever would be. If these dry dock scanners are still working right, then it's right there just waiting for us. Worst case is the scanner is detecting a very well-preserved Beskar chunk with petrified plasteel in the shape of a Kandasi. All depends on the Beskar content. I nodded before saying, so the best case scenario is that we have a hull of Beskar that could be used for other purposes. Pretty much, Sonny said, I mean I doubt any of its weapons are still functional or its engines. But the hull's probably intact and if the hull is intact and you can raise it out of the water, you could do a lot of things with old bones like that. Such as handing it over to the new Mandalorian self-defense force. Lagos pointed out. Why should we do that? I asked whilst raising an eyebrow. Think about it, Corky. Currently the most powerful ship the self-defense force has access to are heavy fighters and patrol ships. Most self-defense forces in the Corps have dreadnoughts and old-style battleships that have had their hyperdrive engines removed. If we hand this over to the self-defense force, we would have a vessel that could serve as a tender for our lighter fighter crafts but also be something impressive that might entice the Mandalorian patrol to work with us more. If she is still intact we could have one of the most valuable hulls in the known galaxy on our hands. I nodded my head, not liking the military implications but I understood what they were saying. So having a ship that massive is somewhat prestigious and could convince the Mandalorian patrol that we are actually the government they're going to have to start dealing with instead of just acknowledging we exist. Exactly, Amos said as he entered the room we've been working out of whilst shaking off a couple wires off his shoulder. Brought some wires to connect us to the station's power grid. I'm going to be trying to start it back up in an hour or two. Not a bad turnaround on getting the power back on. Mr. Zoll said, whilst nodding his head in approval. We could have it be melted down to be used to make a new dome city or two. I spoke out as the room suddenly developed a rather pregnant pause. Developing the infrastructure and civil capacity of Mandalore. I don't see many clans going for that. Amos muttered. If she is still intact then this is a relic. Alright, I said, so how do we go about recovering this ship? I mean it's under 40 feet of water. Like sure we can probably go find it, do we even know where this dry dock is? Sonny nodded, saying, it's actually not too far away from here. A lot of old dry docks aren't that far from here. If the ship is still there, it's possible that someone may have tried to pull it out when the whole world is coming to an end thing was going on. But if it is still there it's under 40 feet of water, degraded but whole. Hopefully the dry dock prevented any damage from the sheer stress of so much water and geological shifting. If there was a lot of stress damage then the choice to scrap the ship would be made for us. I nodded, I guess we'll need to put together another expedition to go investigate that. More diving expeditions, wonderful. I deadpanned, shaking my head at the idea of having to go underwater again. Technically I am underwater right now but I rode the transport shuttle that we had rigged up for diving so it only felt like an elevator trip. There's also one other thing. Sonny said from where she's sitting, a bit odd but there's records of another ship called the Seeker's Vigil and I think you are going to be interested in this one. Raising an eyebrow I said, why would I be interested in this particular ship? She shrugged before saying, other than the fact that it may or may not exist. According to these records though it was in a dry dock in one of the off-world asteroid fields so it might already be gone. But the interesting thing is it's marked as a vault ship. The exact quote is it's a repository for the cultural heritage of all Mandalore. Okay, I'm interested. As Sonny brought up the schematics of the ship. It was an old design, one I had never seen before, 3 engines in the back, 1 cylinder for the main body and head. How old is this anyway? I said looking at it. 3,600 years give or take, it's hard to say. The records aren't exactly clear as to whoever commissioned its construction. They took a common Mandalorian cargo ship at the time. Actually we found several designs for this type of ship. Apparently it was designed with an idea that it could be rebuilt easily by its crew into a warship in times of war. But for most of the time, it would serve as pleasure craft or transport ships, or in this case a mobile repository of cultural heritage. So a clan ship? I asked. That wasn't an unfamiliar concept. Some Mandalorians practiced ancient beliefs. I had seen references to some Mandalorian clans not settling down on planets for a long time and instead using ships that have been built by the Mandalorian Empire. Still some continued to this day though. It's a very rare thing and it's theorized that the only clans that officially did it is part of the Mandalorian Patrol. Pretty much, and according to these records it still exists. It's located in some sort of asteroid belt in a nearby system. One where they were used to hide and repair some of their vessels during the whole conflict with the Republic 700 years ago. What are the chances it's still there? I asked, looking at the craft wondering what secrets it could have for Mandalore. This recovery expedition's raison d'etre is rediscovering information about Mandalorian history from this old museum, and all we had to show so far is a lot of trivia on ships and when they were constructed, as well as the Beskar that's going to be salvaged when we disassemble the entire museum. Not so much on Mandalorian history as a whole. But if this ship existed and had a vault of information, it would be interesting to open that one and see what we found. I'd say the chances are pretty good. Mr. Zoll said, most of those old repair facilities were lost since they're, secret. Most of the staff that knew where they were either died in the war or died here. So like a treasure hunt across the stars, those types of ships are hidden out there, just waiting for anyone to stumble across them. I'm sure there's a chance that it's already been stumbled on, there's also a chance there hasn't been. And what are they going to do about this? This whole trip was only meant to be a bit of a summer excursion. Do a little bit of an adventure before I figured out what I was going to do with my life, and it was an opportunity to extend this little trip to go adventuring some more. This facility had given its secrets and now they had a whole bunch more to investigate. Rubbing my chin, I said, Sony, copy down all that information before you send it to the Royal Mandalore Museum. I think we'll check out this ship and see what we can find out. Will do. She said. Lagos spoke up though, asking, we don't exactly have a ship of our own. How are we going to get there? I could give Aunt Satin a call. She would probably be able to figure out a way to get us a ship to get us over there. This is what our mandate is. Find relics of the past and bring them to Mandalore to help build our history out so we understand where we came from. Mr. Zoll actually spoke up, saying, you've helped me find out a lot about my world and I have a ship available in a couple months if you don't mind me tagging along. I thought about it before nodding, yeah sure, why not? Thank you very much. Mr. Zoll asked, since we're going to be doing this, maybe we should see if there's any other ships like this relic ship. We're already going out there to see if there's one ship full of history and such. Maybe we should see if there's any other in the records or anything else that may have information that could be used in the capacity of history or whatever. Looking over to Sony as she called from her seat. Already, working on it. As she looked through the records in front of her. Shaking my head I said, I don't know how long we can actually do this, but finding out the selection of ships that probably could be found for Mandalore would be a good idea. We can turn over the list to Aunt Satin and she can form an expedition to look into the others. Sounds like a plan, it's all coming together, wonderful. Zoll said before a brick flew through the air and nearly hit him in the back. Oh, so that's how it is. You finished robbing one historical vault, Tom, now you're off to rob another while leaving your friends behind for bullshit. Miss Krika said as she came around the corner looking a bit angry. Her head is cocked at an angle with her foot tapping impatiently on the floor that signaled that she's about ready to start a fight. I and the other members of my friend group who are nearby immediately stepped away as she let out a huff and walked towards Mr. Tom. Grabbing him by the front of his armor, we're going to have a long talk about how many times you can just run off and leave me to clean up the messes you make. Tom didn't make a noise though it took him a while to speak. I wondered if he cut the comms from his helmet to take a moment to get himself centered, because as he came back he sort of clipped in like you would say something before. Sorry Terry, I won't be gone that long. In fact if you want you can come along. This is a wonderful time for us to go adventuring and see other worlds as well as get off Breshik before, the terraforming starts. Her eyes narrowed before she said, I'll consider it. Letting go of his armor before walking away in such a way that said she is fuming. Zoll shook his head, but again apparently he'd shut off his mic as I had no idea what he said before he turned and said, I think we've got ourselves an adventure to plan. Chapter 30. 716 FNM, 22 BBY. Month 1. Mandalorian Sector, Ratio. Tanya cries. Happy birthday to me, I guess. I thought, as I read over the recent news. It is my 18th birthday and theoretically I should be heading off to a party or some sort. After all, once I hit 18 that would mean that I am officially considered an adult in most cultures. Granted, I had been considered an adult since I was 13, but that was according to Mandalorian culture and some sort of celebration is expected due to my station nonetheless. I am a politician and a politician's life sometimes takes precedence over your own wants. Precedence like having an all-expenses-paid trip around the Mandalorian sector to meet various diplomats and civilizations across it, it is almost like a vacation. Officially, I am to make a quick trip across the sector to gather status reports, perform in-person checks to keep the various governments honest on the progress for building their respective Mandalorian self-defense forces. Unofficially, I am to inquire about anyone meeting with Count Dooku or having any run-ins with the separatists, things of that nature. Even more unofficially, I am going to enjoy my break from the Senate as well as take the time to get my new handmaiden up to speed. There aren't a lot of things I expected to happen, but getting a handmaiden thrown at me by my brother was not on the list of possible things to happen. Let alone having the handmaiden be the same person as the Morsan princess I saved on Gargan that Keldabi kissed me, while I was disguised as White Silver. I have been looking for any opportunity to try and back out of the whole arrangement, but when I finally officially met Ki Morsan as Tanya, I realized that it is kind of hard to deny my brother's request. For one, she has the right hair color and eyes to pass off as me without needing to constantly don a disguise, which meant she could easily switch out for me as a body double in an emergency. For another, she is very competent in a fight. In fact, I met her officially in the Royal Guard gym as Morsan made the gym her primary residence. She is getting training from the veterans, even as I watch she is holding her own, even against Captain Stroke. According to Bo, the reason Morsan got caught by Gar's goons in the first place was because her opponent is just a better fighter. The victor of that battle now works as Bo's assistant and bodyguard in Gargan. She got Aunt Bo's attention by being the best fighter out of those that signed up to be Gargan Rangers. Apparently she was an independent mercenary that joined Black Iron for the very generous pay, when Gar needed more bodies for his rebellion. Once Gar was dethroned, she was very willing to seek employment as a ranger instead, before catching Aunt Bo's attention and becoming her assistant. Anyway, back to Morsan. Given that I was present at the fateful events on Gargan that set Morsan and my paths intersecting, I have enough context to piece things together rather quickly. She is a Mandalorian after all, possibly a true Mandalorian based on demographics, and most likely felt rather insulted that her father had sent her away to somewhere safe. Thus she is trying to get as much training as possible to show up to her father. Mandalorian teen confidence, if you could bottle it up, you could probably conquer the galaxy. It's possible that had been attempted before, considering the amount of times that Mandalore had gone on with the warpath to try and conquer the galaxy. I wouldn't be surprised if there were quite a few Mandalores of the ancient past who had started out as teenagers on a warpath. I kept these thoughts to myself and focused on keeping our current relationship professional. I made sure to keep an eye on where Morsan was and only discuss matters of silver importance when I was sure she would not be around. It's a bit of a hassle, but what could you do? Having an extra handmaiden with the ability to fight also meant I had a little bit more security, so it is not all bad. I would have to try and avoid any moment where she might realize who I am, and hopefully that would never happen. Morsan even admitted that she and the White Silver touched helmets, which could imply she was interested in that kind of relationship. I had plenty of rumors about my personal life already, and I did not need another rumor possibly coming apparent. My personal life would be doomed if Morsan were to confirm my suspicions, worse, if she tried to advance a relationship with my public persona like a certain someone. Hopefully, that was just overthinking it though. Either way, I'll be doing my best to keep her out of the whole silver business I occasionally got drawn into. On the plus side, if I ever needed to make appearances while pretending to be White Silver and I needed Vi's aid, I would have someone to count on to pretend to be me. But the best part of having an extra handmaiden is that I can now prevent any more of Tabi and Vi's romantic nonsense when Vi is impersonating me by pairing Tabi with Morsan. As I already stated, I knew what way she swung, or at least had a guess of it, so his efforts to flirt with Morsan would probably fail. Nevertheless, if he did try that, may the gods of Mandalore have mercy on his soul, because I don't think Vi will. So far, I've been back to Ordo again and observed their armories that they got back up and running, producing weapons for the self-defense force mainly in the form of the Sugar Blaster rifle designed by Vesti Engineering. The Patriarch of Clan Ordo was so overjoyed by the recent rule change resulting in a drop in unemployment due to the massive contract for the new blasters for the various MSDFs that Vesti sold the license to produce it to vetted factories on Ordo that he'd even offered to give me a recently created weapon, one based on an old design. That particular design is apparently from the Mandalorian Wars if his statements are to be believed. The weapon, a Gatling blaster, is ridiculous. I will admit I was sorely tempted to accept the gift, simply to own something that ridiculous. It wasn't even designed to be shouldered, instead it required 2 hands to carry while it is fired from the hip. It was made to be sprayed and prayed. The temptation to take it had been quashed by the realization that something of that design did not have a stun mode. This weapon is meant for killing, and I simply said it would be improper for me to take such a weapon of war. I hoped I hadn't insulted the man, but apparently I had not, as he simply nodded sagely before saying that he'd find something in the archives that is more fitting. I agreed that if he could find a weapon that is more oriented towards stunning an enemy than killing it, I would not mind taking it up and hanging it up above a fireplace somewhere to be a decoration for most times and sometimes in an emergency. Once I had left Ordo, I moved on to the next planet, Hars. It's technically my first visit to Hars, though since Vi previously performed my official introduction ceremony on the planet while disguised as me. A few months back I had heard reports that there was a bit of a kerfuffle between the city clan that Tabi was from and the more rural clans that followed more ancient customs to this world. At first, I had assumed the conflict had abated, as I didn't see mass explosions and gunfire during my visit. Instead, when I had shown up to the installation where the MSSDF were being housed, I quickly discovered that the forces present exceeded the 4,000 quota that we had set on Mandalore. In fact, it looks like there was double that number and they seemed to be in two separate groups. Instead of open conflict, it looked like there was a bit of competition between the two groups. Each group was trying to look more impressive than the other as they stood at attention. With one side having a myriad of colors possibly representing different clans they were from with unifying yet intricate red markings, while the other side had only blue and gold markings on their armor and looked like they had more standardized equipment. In fact, I think I saw myself reflected in a few of the helmet's sides to the point that it was almost a perfect mirror sheen, which implies that they were being rather tip-top in their cleaning efforts. It was quite apparent that though the conflict was over and the two had moved on to a new phase of the conflict, where they were just trying to be better than each other at being the better Mandalorian self-defense force for this planet. That being said, I simply told the Duke of Harswi that he had quite an impressive self-defense force and left it at that. Hoping that by feigning ignorance to the growing rivalry between both factions it wouldn't be my job to fix it, I have enough on my plate as it is. Untangling this mess is going to take a lot more effort than I could afford with the upcoming galactic civil war down the line. The rest of the trip to that planet had basically been Vi dragging me and Morrison to various shopping areas and the acquiring of a couple new dresses for myself and a bunch of new dresses for Morrison, who I pity and sympathize with each dressing room we visit. It is rather obvious she is not a fan of dresses. At one point I took her aside and gently explained to her that in private she could wear casual attire, but in other contexts, dresses were often a part of the social expectations. After we left Ordo, we visited Draon. It is a tropical world with lush jungles and plenty of pests that Draon's populace mostly live in higher elevations away from the forests which are infested with venom mites which have been known to kill people. Their culture is somewhat similar to Gargan as there are two distinct demographics on the planet. A city group that lived in the hills and mountains away from the forests and a rural population that lived in the river deltas. The hill dwellers provide wool from sheep, gemstones, and regular stone from the mines, and steel from the steel mill, while the river dwellers provide wood from their lumber yards and fish from their fisheries that they bring upstream on river barges. Chief Chaka Bose is a savvy and diplomatic ruler who supports Satin's pacifist and neutral stance. In fact, Prince Kala, Chief Chaka's son, is a friend of Aunt Satin who had saved her and Jedi Kenobi from mercenaries during the clan war. Once Satin entered into power, the two stayed in contact and Satin provided economic investment to Draon in the form of schools and modern mining equipment to mine lapis safely as opposed to mining it by hand. I greeted the local rulership and we talked for a bit about the future of Mandalore. I listened to Chief Chaka's concerns, which is basically a worry about trade being cut off from the Republic due to Mandalore's somewhat militarized state. I put him at ease by pointing out that there is a current ongoing crisis in the form of the separatists that's distracting them from such things. The visit culminated with a showcase of the Draon SDF. The ranks consisted mostly of those from a hunter's background. They are clad in a colored vest appropriate for their environment that can be inserted with a Beskar plate reminiscent of modern military armor in my first life, while the arms and legs were left bare. I am guessing that this is to improve their mobility as they won't get tired as quickly as those wearing full Beskar armor. For armaments they are armed with a carbine variant of the Shukar blaster, a blaster pistol sidearm, and a melee weapon of the hunter's choice, signifying them to be a close quarters type of unit that can act as scouts with their camouflage uniform. Lastly, they are provided with grappling hook gauntlets for increased maneuverability where jetpacks are ill-advised, like in the forests or in a stealth/reconnaissance mission. If attached to a larger formation, I can see them act as a screening force to protect the larger formation, sent out ahead to recon an enemy position, or have them infiltrate a position and sabotage it from within before a major attack. After Draon we visited Hking, the total opposite of Draon and the farthest planet from Mandalore. Hking is a fairly cold tundra planet with plenty of glaciers and mountain ranges. Their culture does remind me a bit of stereotypical Vikings with fur coats, wooden homes, and a strong fishing culture where they get the majority of their food from wild greenhouses and hunting filled the rest. Their main exports are metals and fire gems from the various mountains, with a minor export of crude oil from offshore drilling platforms that survived the excision and were previously abandoned. Jarl Himan is a jolly fellow and an ardent supporter of the new Mandalorians, mostly because they actually helped improve the standard of living on Hking. After the clan war ended, the new Mandalorians under Satin's rule launched an initiative to repair and improve the various planets that swore fealty to her. From constructing schools and workshops, investments to get the aforementioned oil rigs operational with an oil refinery to process it, and many more. All this is thanks to the new Mandalorian reconstruction effort to turn a rural backwater of a planet into a thriving economy with a fairly high standard of living. Hking's self-defense force is the only SDFs to train marksmen to augment their light infantry. The regulars are clad in full armor, armed with standard-issue blasters, and skis for traversing over deep snow, something she are familiar with from your second life facing Legadonia during the winter months before your troops finally defeat them. The marksmen wear similar gear except they use a long rifle variant of the Shukar. If attached to a larger formation, they could be attached to squads as designated marksmen to deal with long-range threats or have sniper teams provide support by overwatch and spotting for artillery. I've managed to get off both planets rather easily though. The leadership of Draon had given me a box full of lapis because apparently Aunt Satin had ordered it for something. The same thing happened on Hking as I've been given a crate full of fire gems, also apparently ordered by Aunt Satin. I wonder why she's spending a bit of Mandalore's budget on something like this. Both materials are rather expensive with the fire gems being particularly dangerous if put next to a hyperdrive, but it is not my place to look too deep into it. I ensured both crates were stowed away inside the ratio and scheduled them to be delivered to Mandalore at some point after our trip to Jacen. Maybe I should buy some fire gems, both as white silver and as Tanya cries. White silver could use this to destroy any ship she boarded by sticking a firegem to the hyperdrive, set the hyperdrive to go somewhere else on a timer, and then evacuate. Several boarding teams could destroy entire capital ships, even the Trade Federation's Lucre hulks without the need for nuclear weapons of a fleet of our own. Of course, getting the boarding team in there, past the fleet of escorts, fight their way to the hyperdrive and bridge, and then escaping are their own set of problems, but it is an option if we don't have a fleet and an enemy fleet does. For Tanya cries, in the event that I am kidnapped, I could drop this next to my kidnapper's hyperdrive just as I was making an escape to make sure that they won't be a problem anymore. Many people don't know about fire gems properties, even I had to look it up because it isn't something I am familiar with. I could pass it off as mundane jewelry from my own sector, something I choose to wear because I like the look of it. It is also very likely that I would never have the opportunity to actually use it the way I intended, but as the old adage goes, better to have and not need it. I considered visiting Gargan and Concord Dawn, but I ultimately decided against both. Gargan's political future is still uncertain and most people would agree the planet is controlled by a dangerous and criminal underworld. No, a visit to Gargan would create an unnecessary opportunity for kidnappers, opportunities to target valuable diplomatic representatives. Corky had finished negotiations and it was up to the planetary leaders to take the next steps. I didn't need to get involved and cause a potential mess. Not to mention there is the whole probability that if I did show up on Gargan, the other leaders of the Triumvirate would probably call upon White Silver to meet the Princess of Mandalore. Yet, I would need to arrange things a lot better and have Vi already posing on me on the planet if I ever did that trip. As for Concord Dawn, well, the governor of the planet is known to be not exactly the most ethical leader elected to his position. In fact, they had a series of belligerent governors like this, and the recent refusal to create a Mandalorian self-defense force is more of the same. Instead of participating in self-defense, Concord Dawn is openly investing more money in their own journeyman protectors. This is setting off many red flags in my mind. They might be preparing to expand their bellicosity into open conflict or piracy. I would keep an eye on the situation and I'm sure every other Mandalorian in the sector would too. I have had several other invites. Vorpia's leadership had also invited me, but their proximity to a minor hyperlane with Concord Dawn is a bit of a concern, so I had informed their leadership I would take that under advisory and perhaps would visit another time once their current situation had calmed down. The Frontier Council of Cherave and Zanbar had both offered invites as well, but there is a reality as to how much time I could actually spend traveling around. There is a vote for the Military Creation Act coming up and I wanted to be there to at least offer my support to those voting against it. Sure, I didn't actually need to be present, but it's the symbolism of the act that mattered. Interestingly enough, Crownist had heard that all these planets were competing to have me come by just to pay a visit and preemptively declined a visit. They sent me a message saying they weren't open to visitors right now. I hadn't even thought about going there, nor had I even considered it. Crownist is under the ownership of the Wrens after all, and the Wrens had been involved in the whole mess on Gargan 2 years ago. Why they'd gotten involved is still a mystery to me, but I hadn't had any opportunities to try and find out. The fact that they said that they weren't interested in having me visit as Tanya could be a hint to their intentions. Crownist had always been a planet that stayed out of the current Mandalorian rule under the new Mandalorians, and it would seem that that tradition is still going strong. Considering the planet is for all intents and purposes a fortress, many of its mountains were hollowed out to host large armories and barracks for armies larger than the current population of the planet. It would be very likely that they had built up over the years and had their own larger force that could support open rebellion if they wanted to. They probably just didn't want me visiting and finding that out, because, well, that would draw a lot of notice to them. Right now, the Crownist have the flexibility to declare independence if needed, while still enjoying the representation of Mandalore in the Republic, for now. Crownist is on my list of potential separatist hotspots. The planet is prime real estate for a troublemaker like Count Dooku. Unfortunately, like lots of other places, Crownest is merely one major planet amongst the many major planets of the sector, and that there were even more minor planets I didn't even mention. Besides that, there is Findar, who I didn't even consider arranging a visit. If Gargan is a trouble to visit because of its criminal ties, Findar is a nightmare considering it is literally run by criminals on every level. Also, they just didn't want to even be involved in the Mandalore sector. Enough that if a representative shows up, it is very likely that they would kidnap them and hold them hostage to make demands of the Republic. I could easily imagine the situation turning into a major international incident that would be so bad that it could start a war. Granted, I think the entire sector would be better off if Findar did leave the sector. Unfortunately, the Republic is the one that made the borders, so that is what the borders of sectors are as far as I'm concerned. They should really be complaining to the Republic. Which really only left Jacen, which is an interesting planet to say the least. Right now, the ratio is en route to Jacen, the last place on my list before I headed back to Coruscant. Most Mandalorian planets had a Mandalorian population of humans. In Jacen there are mixes of other species, but the majority are humans. This could be because of ancient genocides, or it could just be humans were a rather common species. I did hear theories that a lot of species were actually variants of humans, so it's possible that over time just as many species mixed together. You didn't get new hybrids, you just got humans either way. Jacen are not human, or at least have enough deviation from humans that their entire population is still Jacen. Back when Mandalore was out conquesting, Jacen had surrendered as soon as the Mandalore showed up, and it declared themselves a vassal to the Mandalorian Empire, and they'd been there basically this entire time. One of the prime examples for why Mandalore was not always out there genociding, they did actually just conquer planets and leave local populations alone if they stayed loyal. In fact, while the Tongs were still the majority, the Jacen had joined the Mandalorian Crusades themselves at some points. As a result, the local culture and Mandalorian culture had intermixed into their own distinct subculture of Jacen Mandalorian. Jacen is not a major economy compared to Kalevala and their shipyards, as their primary export is forestry. Their most productive resource are their monolithic trees, the most valuable of which is Jacen tuft oak. Their population lived in a rather feudal state, granted there weren't actual serfs, but the aristocracy remained powerful. So I suppose they are better off than I expected, but there were plenty of lords and ladies and lots of decorum between the classes. Privately, I suspected my warm welcome and generous reception is due more to my royal status and the status of the clan Kryes more than anything else. As for the Jacen themselves, they looked nearly human, so they probably were related to humans, either as an offshoot, or some kind of precursor. The only major external differences in Jacens I'd noticed besides surface pigmentation were these distinctive dark green and pointed ears. The shape reminded me of Tolkien's elves. However, I noticed a pattern amongst the hair and eye colors. While black and red hair seemed more common and eye colors varied, this pattern is broken by the aristocracy. Instead, there is a separate profile much more prevalent amongst members of the Jacen aristocracy: blonde hair and yellow eyes. Is there something deeper to that? I don't know. There is no official research on their customs marked anywhere in Mandalore's records. It's not something that was really kept track of by any administration. One explanation might be that the nobility acquired this level of genetic closeness the same way that it occurred in Europe's aristocracy, inbreeding. Or worse, a secret eugenics program. However, that is leaping to conclusions. There are many benign explanations which might rationally explain things. I am not an authority figure in Jacen biology, and I didn't really have any understanding of Jacen physiology. Lacking evidence, just suspicions really, and with no visible harm in sight, I decided I didn't need to know. In order to maintain my sanity and pursue a happier life, well, some mysteries were better left unsolved. Anyways, I arrived yesterday and went to visit a few places of importance across the planet's ancient castles, large prehistoric monuments, standing stones, and other culturally relevant items before I was allowed to relax and rest. Today's adventure had taken me to where they were training up their self-defense force. Jacen had eagerly instituted a self-defense force, and I am somewhat impressed with their progress. They had stepped close to the mark on 4,000 soldiers exactly, but where they went a little bit overboard is the armor. Instead of jetpack soldiers every other SDF fielded, they went with the older style, heavy armor soldiers. Full plate with what looked like chainmail underneath it. Their T-visors were altered slightly, having two more vertical lines going down at the ends of the T, giving it a look like they had a claw mark down their face. Their armor looked like it had been painted solid bronze, indicating based on how much their society had seen that these people were related to the nobility. Their weapon is a bit interesting as well, as it looked to be a combination staff weapon like the Royal Guard but with a blaster at the bottom, sort of a blaster pike really. Looks long and unwieldy, but with the blade at one end they could definitely take on a cavalry charge. Normally, I would question why would someone want to build something to fight against the cavalry charge, but I am much more familiar recently with the exploits of the Sun Guard mercenary company that would use the formation not too dissimilar to this. Apparently the Sun Guard had used their pike and shot formations to prevent Mandalorian mercenary companies from winning several important battles over the last couple hundred years. Perhaps one of those mercenary companies had come back to this planet and come up with an idea to counter that by taking the pike and shot formation and simply turn it into rifle bayonet formation with a heavy armor. If so, then good on him. Personally, I would have called in an artillery barrage or an airstrike on such a target-rich environment. Now I wondered how they afforded the Beskar in those armor, though I guess it could be slightly diluted Beskar. I believe I'd heard Zoom once say that up to about 50% Beskar could still be a functional armor. And really you only needed around 80% for the armor around your chest and vital regions. I am somewhat entranced in the thought of figuring out how they were able to afford this when King Birka array of the Jacelians nodded and said, "Impressive, are they not? 4,000 of our best trained soldiers I think we've ever produced." I nodded my head in agreement, saying, "Most impressive. I've seen several formations on my trip across the Mandalore sector, but no one has gone full heavy armor like you have." He nodded his yellow eyes, seeming to gleam with superiority as he said, "The ancient ways have almost been forgotten, but the people of Jaclia have not forgotten the Neo-Crusaders or the heavy armor that nearly won the war against the Republic." I nodded my head before saying, "Although it is true that it almost won against the Republic 4,000 years ago. However, wasn't it their mobility that prevented us from winning, which is why we ended up adopting their jetpacks?" King Birka Array nodded his head before saying, "Of course, but just because I put together a heavy armor formation doesn't mean I don't understand the purpose of these self-defense forces. In times of emergency, we will each pledge these forces to fight on a planet against enemies of Mandalore. If every SDF is composed of light and fast units, there'll be no heavier forces to hold the enemy in position for those fast-moving troops, thus why I contribute this." I gave an expression of understanding, seeing the logic but knowing it wasn't exactly the optimal decision. The monolithic and predictable unit compositions of other SDFs is mainly to take advantage of their home planet's terrain. The MSDF is not large enough to be a conventional military and use a combined arms doctrine that can cover every weakness, so specializing the troops so that they make the most of their home planet's advantages lets them win against much larger invaders who might have a harder time operating at ground level. It might be a liability down the road, but the extra mobility provided by light infantry is one of the most important aspects of warfare. The best army in the galaxy is useless if it can't get to where they are most needed. If you could get around the enemy, you could flank them and strike where they are at their most vulnerable. Sure, being able to take shots is useful, that's why Gare had designed a literal floating bunker, but a light force could work just as well as a holding force as a heavy force if provided with the right equipment. The king seemed to not share my concern and is already talking about something else. That being said, I cannot wait for this self-defense force to be expanded. I have other ideas for formations that could be contributed and plenty of lower nobility who would love the chance to take up arms for the sector. There's several cavalry-based formations already on the planet for various self-defense forces to keep the occasional bandits in line. You know that type? I nodded, wondering what these cavalry forces were about. Were they ancient Justers or are they actually dragoons? I had a feeling it would be even worse, and it would be knights. He seems rather stuck in the past, though I guess if you update the weapons to work in the future it could still technically work. That being said, Birka Are had already moved on to the next subject, seeming to not care whether I responded or not. I'm so excited for the possibilities of this new era in Mandalorian defense. While I wholeheartedly support pacifism, as I don't want my subjects to die, it does get rather dull after the first 10 years. I blinked as he started to walk away from the castle turret where we've been overwatching the 4,000 self-defense force soldiers. I guess I am supposed to follow, and looking at my handmaidens I simply shrugged in confusion. They did the same and followed. So many ancient traditions around warfare will be lost if we go fully pacifist. This new method brought in by Satin will be a better through line for our history. Yes, I said, I guess it will be. Although where exactly are we going? My apologies. Let me give some context. King Birka Are slapped the top of his head as if he just realized he'd forgotten to say what the hell is going on. You've seen the 4,000 members of the self-defense force, and I thought you would like to see an example of our Jacelian cavalry force. I keep a royal unit of this type of cavalry on hand just in case we are ever invaded by pirates or some other group trying to overthrow the rightful government. I nodded my head. I follow so far. I said, still trying to understand where we were going, but we quickly passed through a bit of a structural turret before coming out at the other corner of the castle, revealing another training area as well. On the other side of the wall, it became obvious what he wanted to show me. It was 2,000 soldiers, and I'd estimate that 1,000 men were currently practicing with lances while riding speeder bikes. The impressive part isn't apparent until one of the men actually drove by a metal target and hit it with a lance. The lance appears to have a vibro tip as it easily shears through the thick metal in a flash of sparks. Absolute insanity, but it's apparently successful as the rider continued cruising past. I noted the armor they were wearing is a bit lighter than the heavy armor formation from before, though there is definitely a heavier chain mesh underneath it, probably to catch any sparks or shrapnel from anything they hit with their lance. That looks fairly dangerous. I am reminded of my first life's World War II, where there was propaganda of Polish cavalry charging at German tanks. Thankfully that never actually happened, and it was more like both sides simply ran into each other in the fog of war by accident. If a similar situation were to happen, where the Germans are separatists and the Polish cavalry are Jacen instead, I can see the Jacens doing considerable damage to the Trade Federation army instead of merely passing them by. Oh, quite dangerous indeed. To be a Jacen Lancer, recruits must come from some of the top nobles and trained since their 13th year to even nearly be considered to join. There are pride and joy, to be able to produce soldiers of such fine quality. I pretended not to notice that it would imply that these men were in training well before the self-defense force was even considered. Mainly because this planet is a supporter of Satin, I am not going to rock the boat over how truthful that support had been. The other formation is wearing the lightest of armor I'd seen on this planet. Colored bronze like everyone else, and their helmets bore similar visor markings that probably represented this planet in some way, for once they seemed to be actually reasonable. They had jetpacks, blasters on their side, and they almost passed for something you see on any other planets. Except they were riding what looks like Komodo dragons the size of horses. Well, Komodo dragons might be a little bit too nice, as there is a little bit of crocodile in their facial structure, so I would simply settle for a reptilian. May I present to you, the Mythosaur riders? My eyebrow raised at that as I immediately got what the implication was. Back during the conquest of Mandalore by the Tong, there had been a species known as the Mythosaur, and its skull was often featured on many Mandalorian objects as it was something that the first species had to conquer to make Mandalore livable. They were harkening back to these creatures, with the animals calling them Mythosaurs. I know how much of a harken back it was, a bit of a curiosity to me. I had recently read the report on the Mandalorian gator or crocodile that lived on Breshik. Thus it's not impossible to me that this might be another creature that had been imported off of Mandalore, perhaps the distinct cousin of the Mythosaur? I don't know. Quite impressive, I said out loud before asking, however, wouldn't these Mythosaur riders have a limited range compared to the Lancers? King Birka shook his head before saying, on the contrary, if anything they have a longer strategic range than the Lancers. They're not as fast as the Lancers, but they can range much further in front of our formations. Both, riders and their beasts, can be fed in the wild simply by hunting local prey animals, thus don't require plasma as fuel like the speeder bike would. I nodded before asking, what about in worlds like Mandalore where there are very few prey animals? In that scenario, the more conventional Lancers would be at the forefront, while the Mythosaurs would patrol near the base so that they can be properly fed. Came the immediate reply. How about transporting them? They seem to be rather dangerous creatures to be moving about on a ship, don't you think? Birka shook his head before saying, that is very unlikely to happen, as each mount is absolutely loyal to their riders. Years of bonding have grown between the riders and the creatures, resulting in well-trained mounts. We start pairing the riders at age 13 and a rider is given an egg that they hatch on their own. The creature will immediately pair with the first thing it sees as its parent. I nodded as King Birka started to walk again, heading towards what looked like a doorway down to the training area. Shaking my head, I just followed along, as it is obvious that he just is used to people following along as he talked. Perhaps a conceit of royalty that I did not have to deal with Satin. Have to keep that in mind in the future if I run into any other official royalties. As we walked down a set of stairs, he continued talking. The creatures will take about 3 years to grow to full maturity, and then they will live often close to 100 to 200 years old. The last king claimed that his personal Mythosaur mount had been used by his grandfather, so there is a potential for these creatures to live up to 400 years if well cared for. Wait a moment, if they could live up to 200 years, that meant they definitely were outliving their riders in some cases. So I spoke up, about that. It would seem that there would be a surplus of these creatures when their rider mustered out. Well, of course we need to train the kids on something. Mythosaurs can be a little bit finicky at first with new riders, they get used to humans over time. As we took the final steps out into the courtyard, we skirted into what appeared to be a stable. Several of the creatures were in their rather large quarters, as well as what I guess are their partners, were tending to them using scrubbing brushes to clean and groom them. As we walked by one stall, one of the Mythosaurs had its eyes closed and its mouth open as its partner used a brush to scrub behind his ear, looking to be content. If it wasn't for the rows of sharp man-eating teeth pointing in my direction as it did that, I'd say it almost looks cute. The king stopped and signaled the rider to come over as he spoke. I see you have some doubts about the use of these steeds. Thus, I think I can convince you otherwise if you are willing to entertain my attempts. Smiling, I said, while I do admit I'm a bit concerned about such a creature, I am willing to hear what your majesty has to say. Excellent. Birka gestured to the rider. Dismounting and pulling off a helmet, the rider revealed a hair color similar to my own and, more importantly, to the king's. A detail which made sense considering their next statement. Hello, father. He said, giving a bow. Prince Ruasarka this is Tanya Cries of Mandalore and our representative in the Republic. I would like you to take her on a hunting expedition tomorrow to show her how to ride our Mythosaurs and demonstrate to her just how effective of a hunting animal they are. I had not expected that and immediately headed off the possibility by saying, I'm afraid I don't have a set of armor on this trip. I don't think I could ride such a mount in one of my dresses. My concern is immediately cut short as Prince Ruasarka Ar shook their head and said, my twin sister loves to ride her Mythosaur all the time. Kyr Vetka Eris is rather innovative, she created a style or riding that is compatible with a dress and can ride with them. She's even quite skilled in shooting whilst riding. I'm sure you can handle yourself. He winked at this last statement. I'm certain I can convince Princess Kyr Vetka Ar to come along, introduce you to some Mythosaurs and teach you. Great, I thought. I don't know about that, these seem a little dangerous. Be not concerned, we will pull out old Henry. He's an older beast and quite lovable to any human who comes around. In fact, he is actually the one I trained on. Oh, I thought, this is going to happen. A hunting trip, at least if I go out there, I wouldn't be going alone. How much of a party is allowed? If I'm going to make sure that Vi and maybe even more than her were along for the ride. If I could, I'd bring the entire royal guard. I doubted they'd allow so many, but I would bring the maximum I could. You can bring 2 other people. I'll be bringing 2 as well. Maybe my sister would like to join us. I will take you across the plains and we'll hunt some beasts together. Prince Ruasarka Ar said with a rather assured smile. Sounds wonderful. I said, internally screaming about the possibility of being eaten by a Komodo dragon on steroids. At least I would have a blaster rifle in case it tried that. Unfortunately that would prove useless as well, as the prince asked, are you familiar with the use of an energy bow? I blinked before answering in the negative. Taking this in stride, he responded, well, I'll have to teach you. It's always good to have those ancient skills remembered and passed down. It's at this point I am certainly suspicious, this is some sort of plot. Perhaps a sneaky method to build closer relations between the current ruling house of Mandalore and the house of Jacen. Send your prince off with a princess to go hunting, arrange for them to stay in close physical proximity to each other in order to learn how to use a bow. Very suspicious in my opinion. Perhaps it's nothing, but I should keep my guard up. Perhaps I would bring Ordo along instead of Vi just to be safe. Concordia, Governor's Castle, Underground. Bo-Katan cries. Of all the planets I thought I'd have to go to for a meeting, Concordia had been on the bottom of my list. Sure, I had a residence on the planet for several years off and on again, but currently my life is on Mandalore or Gargan. Coming back to Concordia is sort of a downgrade, though I will admit to missing the fresh forest air. Of course, I wasn't here for a vacation to enjoy the fresh air. I was summoned by Pre Vizsla, or should I refer to him by his title, Secret Mandalore. This summons is about Death Watch affairs, which I found somewhat surprising. I thought Pre would have written me off, considering it's obvious that I am growing closer to Satin's camp in the last few years. I know if the roles were reversed, I would have made sure to forget to send summons to a disloyal member, especially to whatever speech he planned on giving tonight. Then again, considering that my stakes amongst the Death Watch had risen to around 45% and I was possibly a contender for taking his rank of Secret Mandalore, perhaps he didn't want to risk insulting my supporters by not inviting me. I guess it's possible, I'm not one for politics. I'm a woman of action and I only really got into Death Watch's clan politics to keep an eye on them in case they ever tried to pull a rebellion against my sister. Getting a 30% margin had been due to luck, the fact people correctly assume I'm not a conniving person, and that some people trusted my family name a bit more than the Vizsla name. My membership in Death Watch served 2 simple goals. Keep my family alive and watch out for unexpected consequences. Though I don't think I needed to check in as much as I once did, I might as well keep an eye on Death Watch if they were going to let me keep an eye on them. I was in the system anyways, one of my monthly trips to Mandalore in the middle of nowhere to beat Satin into shape. As much as Satin thought she was rusty, she really wasn't. Oh sure, Satin is not as quick now as she used to be when we were younger, but just like riding a speeder bike, her muscle memory is still there. Even with the new training armor that Satin had bought from Zoom, she was still able to keep up with me in my old red armor. Of course, I'd rather be fighting her in her new armor, but she was still being a bit cagey about that. From what I understood, it existed, some of the base was done, but it was still being worked on by Zoom, who was keeping his lips tight about it as well. The secrecy was kind of annoying, but also kind of made me want to see it even more. I was half expecting it to be some gaudy showpiece when it's finally revealed, hopefully it would be at least somewhat practical. It's not like I didn't know what colors it would be, probably green and blue with a little splash of purple here and there. Those were her general favored attributes of the color theory, even if Satin claimed she never used it. Peace, reliability, and luck have been hallmarks of her rule. Overall, her training was going well. When she'll finally get her armor, I pity anyone who'll try to dethrone her. Not only because she would be able to defend herself, but they'd have to go through her royal guard and the new Mandalore self-defense force. I was not involved in training the SDF, but I was proud to see them excel and was looking forward to their introduction ceremony. Speaking of the SDF, their current size on each planet is around 4,000 strong from what I had observed. There is a bill in the government slowly working its way up to expand the size to twice that number. Although Tanya had sent a note about this, attached for the royal family's eyes only, to cancel the standard notification memo for Hars in particular. Odd, but not really my problem. Personally, I thought that Mandalore, the planet's SDF, had some of the finest Mandalorian armor outside the Royal Guard. The armor had a coloration that generally matched Satin's outfit and dress. Which is a good way to say they were a peaceful force and not a military force. I would say the new blasters they are carrying were pretty militarized, however there is a big switch on them that allows the blaster to switch from stun mode to kill mode. They were designed to function in stun mode first, but it's an impressive weapon nonetheless. Vesti Engineering is a company that hadn't had any government contracts before. It's most likely why they won the contract. Satin is still rather hesitant in dealing with the old families that had helped run Mandalore's military industry before the rise of the new Mandalorians. Working with a bunch of fresh-faced engineers seemed rather more her style. The fact that the weapon blew the competition out of the water certainly silenced any criticisms of favoritism. When Satin sent out specifications for the MSDF blaster trials for a standard-issue blaster, the main points are that it has a stun setting, be able to work in every environment, and still be reliable after a decent amount of abuse. Since Vesti only ever made Western knockoffs, X4 asked me to be a consultant and subject matter expert. Their initial prototype performed like garbage. It could shoot a powerful bolt that can drop someone in Beskar armor, have a rather long range, and is fairly reliable. It's also really long, which makes it feel front heavy. It can't interface with modern helmets, and has a very heavy recoil, which are major problems. When used in full auto it makes the gun jump all over the place, making it a big detriment in the field and something Satin would have issue with if a civilian died due to a stray shot. It's basically a Mandalorian war-era repeating blaster with a stunner tacked on under the barrel. After going back to the drawing board and going through multiple prototypes later, Vesti managed to iron out all of the kinks and added a few quality-of-life features I recommended to them. Now it has a modern barrel which integrates the stunner and blaster components into a single package, as well as making it shorter, being only about slightly longer than a Galar. It uses modern lightweight alloys to make it lighter while still being able to take a beating. And can still shoot after it's dunked in water, sand, and mud, or frozen solid and dropped from a 2-story building. Thanks to their experience with making Western blasters that already have this feature, they just had to convert the technology to be used on their blaster rifle. Those are the noticeable changes, but there are also some minor additions that I had to add in. It's now ambidextrous with switches on both sides, a mag strip on the top and butt to attach all types of scopes and stocks, and an innovative selective fire system that I claim partial credit for its creation. The really interesting part of the selective fire also adjusts the Debana pressure of the blaster, allowing the blaster to output more Debana into a shot to reach the high power and range of the initial prototype in single fire for long-range engagements. While in semi-auto mode, the blaster lowers the pressure to around a similar output to a Galar carbine, reducing its power and range but makes its recoil much more manageable, useful in close quarters like in cities. They got the idea for an adjustable select fire when I asked if it was possible to keep the high damage of the prototype blaster but the recoil of a Galar. They dismissed the idea as impossible before one of them stopped moving for a minute and then he bolted to the lab. A few hours later he came back with a plan for the new dual-mode select fire system. Overall it handles like most good quality blasters on the market, at least the ones I've been able to get my hands on. It is not as sleek and precise as the Galar, but it does have a rugged charm more reminiscent of Mandalorian war-era blasters or those made by Blastech that is more common in the wider galaxy. It is a workhorse weapon, meant to do its job and do it well. An alternative to a Galar at a much lower cost while being easy to maintain, can withstand a few knocks, and work in any environment while still being an excellent weapon. I don't know how X4 managed to price the sugar so low that plenty of middle-class Mandalorians are able to afford it. Since all of the economic stuff flew over my head, I'll leave that to people like Tanya or Satin. The fact that the gun's body is stamped and welded probably helped with that. I remember how quickly the celebration turned to panic when eggheads realized that they now had to produce 4,000 blasters per Mandalorian planet in the sector, as well as that Satin would send a few royal guards to inspect their operation. The fact that they were just 8 nerds in a warehouse when X4 found them was reason enough for them to worry that the guards would report to Satin that Vesti couldn't fulfill the contract and disqualify them. Luckily for them, X4 had bought a large arms factory that was on sale under Vesti's name on Ordo, and they just put their entire inventory of blasters they have in stock at that point in various states of completion all over the place, as well as have several dozen droids act as hired labor for the Shrade. When the guard arrived and inspected the factory, they asked where the rest of the workers were at. One of them said that they are out for lunch, and I had to struggle to keep a straight face. After the guards were happy with the inspection, everyone went out for lunch too, and I'll never forget how the guard straight up told us that, "This is merely a formality, we just want to make sure you aren't just 3 guys in a warehouse." The nervous laughter amongst the eggheads is funny enough for me to join in. By the time orders start coming in, X4 has everything ready to fulfill the orders. He already hired a bunch of engineers and droids to work in the Ordo factory, as well as license out extra production of the Shukar blaster to Mondal Hypernautics, where their larger factories were already tooled to manufacture the new blasters, and have Mondal Logistics deliver them to their respective SDFs. It's honestly a little impressive and uncanny how competent he is. Anyway, one of Satin's mandatory requirements for the new blasters to have a stunner was an interesting addition. A most notable feature of the Shooker is a stronger than normal stun mode, to the point that even someone in Mandalorian armor might be knocked down to the ground. Which would be useful if my Death Watch comrades around me ever decided to go full rebellion. Almost every major party in Death Watch is here, from Clan Saxon and Clan Cast to Clan Ren and Clan Priest. A group of hardline militarists that came from across the sector to unseat my sister, or at least see the return of the ancient ways in some form. The last few years had not been good for Death Watch, though when it came to that large portions had either switched to my side. My newfound support was mostly based on the popular misconception that I had been successful at influencing Satin's policies and credited me with Satin's recent reforms. This led to my following to grow even bigger amongst the Death Watch supporters. In addition, there also has been large portions of clans abandoning the whole notion of rebellion after Satin's reforms gave them what they wanted. Many clans only wanted to keep militarism alive, their armor still being produced, and to keep their culture somewhat intact. Now that Satin has given them what they want, they don't have a reason to rebel. Of the other clan leaders, there were several dozen who were of importance that were called to meetings like this. Either the more influential of the groups representing the planets under their control or those clans with large and ancient families that they would have some sort of hold over other clans. There also seems to be a general trend in the armor coloration recently. Last time we met everyone had their own clan colors. I wondered how tight a hold some of the smaller clan families put on their family's armor. It seemed everyone was slowly switching to blues and dark blues. I probably would have refreshed my armor as well if I had been paying attention, but I've been off doing other things. Like dealing with Gargan and the Rangers there, as well as helping with the creation of Tanya's newest project, a mercenary company. They would help Mandalorians blow off their need to get some fighting now and again, as well as being an additional source of income and experience. Maybe I should also start up my own little band of warriors that would fight along with me, that way Satin and Tanya wouldn't raise that big of a fuss when I go out and get some action. My group would need a pretty good name though, something to think about after the meeting. Hopefully no one would make a fuss about my armor when the meeting finally started. It wasn't like I was wearing Satin's colors. Bo-Katan. My thoughts were interrupted as a female Mandalorian stepped up to me. Yes. I said, wondering why she's wearing her helmet indoors. The answer came quickly as a fist headed straight to my face. She was hiding who she was, to not let me know she was going to attack me. Unfortunately for her, I wasn't a new Mandalorian. I quickly caught the arm by the wrist and sent a straight kick into her gut to push her back a few steps. The bitch came at me again, trying to hit me with a left hook. I grabbed her arm and threw her over my shoulder into a nearby column. She bounced off of it and stood back up to have another go at me. Taking another swing only for it to end badly as I ducked under her swing while I delivered a palm strike to her gut to bend her forward before I grabbed her helmet and held it in place so I could slam my knee into it. She took a couple steps back away from me and I took a couple steps away from her while relaxing my fighting stance, as I don't consider her to be dangerous enough for me to go all out. While I could just end the fight now by showing no mercy and just stab my hidden blade in my gauntlet into her neck, it is not worth the effort of a blood feud later down the line, if she had any family to avenge her. Plus I wanted to try out a few more non-lethal moves Satin taught me when she inflicted them on me, see what it's like on the other side. I couldn't ask why she was doing this, since you don't ask why someone's fighting you in Death Watch. You just either win or you lose, and assume they had some good reason for their stupidity to start a fight in the first place. A crowd of people began to surround us to watch with passive interest. None of them were going to try and stop this. It was obvious that whoever started the fight needed to end the fight. That's just how things worked in Death Watch. My attacker stood back up, retook a fighting stance, and began moving forward towards me slowly and steadily. Only at the last moment, she rushed forward drawing a blade. I caught her arm and twisted her entire arm behind her back till the blade was dropped. A kick to her knees and pushing her arm forward, forced her to the ground. I noticed a lot of the same flaws that Vi had early in her training. This particular combatant didn't seem nearly as well trained, but none of that is my problem. I focused on pinning her down by putting my knee on her back and putting pressure on her shoulder, slowly hyperextending the shoulder joint further and further. Guess someone needs to be taught their place. I muttered as I heard her hiss in pain inside the helmet as I pushed her arm forward like a lever. I was not planning on dislocating her shoulder or anything, but I need to make it clear that I would not tolerate an assault. The woman finally screamed in pain before I heard Pre Vizsla say, "I think you've taught her a lesson, Bo-Katan, you can let her up now." Looking up, I saw him in his full armor. Apparently he had it pulled out of whatever hiding hole he kept it in. As I had suspected, the armor was painted in blacks, blues, and dark blues. Freeing the woman's arm, I stood up and said, "I hope so. I have no idea why she did that." "Well, it's quite clear to me why she did that. Her daughter, Vivictus, apparently has developed a deep friendship with your niece. You probably heard about the news a year ago." I blinked as I realized who I was beating up and then started laughing. "Abi Vizsla? Did you really just try and beat me up because you're upset your daughter chose Tanya over being a spy for you? I mean, what were you expecting? They practically grew up together and Tanya doesn't have her mother. Did you really think they wouldn't develop a friendship? Abi Vizsla got up, still nursing her arm, took off her helmet to reveal her ruined makeup and messy hair from the fight. Your niece is a Coruscanti reg, she didn't become friends with Vi. She brainwashed and seduced my daughter. Turned her into a slut. My husband was so embarrassed by what she did he divorced me. Frankly, I don't think Vi's the reason you got a divorce. I trained Tanya in fighting and Mandalorian ways, you know. Vi too, since she was there and Tanya's handmaiden. I've spent a lot of time with both of them, they're good kids. And whatever Tanya has passed on to Vi is an improvement, I think. I'll kill you. Abi came at me again. I easily stepped out of the way of her charge whilst tripping her as she charged past. The sidestep caused her to even go further than she expected, crashing into the crowd. You can try, but as you've obviously proven, you can't. Maybe you should take a long hard look at yourself and how much pressure you were putting on your family to be exactly what you wanted them to be. Abi got up and tried to come at me again, but Vizsla motioned his hand and two of the Death Watch guards around her grabbed her arms. Please take Abi Vizsla upstairs so she can have a moment to rest. The two guards nodded in the affirmative, holding Abi tight. They pulled her towards the near door, past me on the way out. Abi was practically frothing, spewing angry insults and other hateful things in my general direction while I merely smiled and waved at her. Last thing I could make out was her calling me a perverted slut like the rest of my family, before the door closed in her face. Vizsla shook his head, before saying, I'm sorry about that. A few years ago I thought Abi Vizsla was reliable. As it turns out it only took a little upset to push her over the edge. Her husband was never much of a supporter of Death Watch in the first place. Thus when her daughter rebuffed her attempts to spill Tanya's secrets, he took that as a sign that it was time to pursue other venues. Understandable, it's a miracle that Vi turned out so normal, considering what kind of mother she had. Old armor still suiting you. Vizsla commented. Turning back to look at I said, still works fine. On that topic, I'm noticing a lot of new colors around here, what's going on my Mandalore? Should I send my armor off to my armorer to get it painted too? War is on the horizon, but with war comes opportunity. We need to have a conversation about recent developments with the new Mandalorians as well, but feel free to paint your own armor however you like. Although, I would appreciate it if all of us wear the same color to signify a united cause. Right, I agreed, nodding my head, well I can't wait to hear this. I don't think Death Watch's doctrine was really put together to deal with new Mandalorians actually militarizing somewhat. He shook his head in the negative. No, it was not. But this is why we have a leader who can dictate what the new doctrine will be. We shall not be stagnant in times such as these. Best you find a seat, this is going to be a long speech. Thank you for coming, Bo-Katan. I know you have been rekindling your relationship with your sister recently. I'm glad to know that you still respect your vows to the Death Watch, even now. Even now. I said with an eyebrow firmly raised, and he simply smiled his more charming smile before stepping over to the stage and taking his place at a podium. Gather around, the sons and daughters of Mandalore, gather round, we must have a talk about the Death Watch and its future. Before us there are two paths, our current path, or one that will lead to a better, stronger Mandalore. The question is, which path do we choose? Do we stay the current path or do we try something new, something that will transform the current political landscape of the sector? What's the current path? Looking to the right, I saw Jacen as well as some of his relatives speak up. I know you kept everything as tight as possible for the last 10 years, but if we're going to make a decision we need to be informed, we have to know everything. Very true, Vizsla agreed. The current path is to stay with a plan put together by Prince Tal Merrick, Senator to the Republic. Prince Merrick contacted me several years ago about the possibility of an uprising in the coming years. The Republic's mistreatment of the Outer Rim territories cannot be tolerated forever. It is becoming apparent that the Outer Rim is going to separate from the Republic. What happens after that is unknown, but Prince Tal Merrick has worked out a deal, one that presents us another path from the current one. The deal is that we could join the Outer Rim planets in leaving the Republic and join the Separatists. If the Mandalore sector left the Republic, we will be aided by the Separatists in our efforts. There were several conversations talking at that point, and that was to be expected. I was a bit gobsmacked by this information. I was under the impression that Merrick was one of Satin's most loyal allies. Even if I didn't like the guy, because he had been a bit skeevy to me over the years. The failed attempts at courting me had given me a very bad impression. One of the reasons I've been so in favor of training Tanya was my slight concern that he might do the same to Tanya. I want her to be able to kick his ass if he pulled anything. Rook Cast standing near Jacen spoke up, so how would that have gone down if we went with this path? Most likely we will stage some sort of operation to remove Republic forces from this sector. The Republic will take that badly and send Republic forces here. Satin will try to delay and stall, likely using the excuse that it's an internal matter. With tensions the way they are in the Senate, we can be sure events will be cast in the most unfavorable light possible, with Mandalorians taking the blame. If this scenario does come to pass, then the separatists will come to our aid in the conflict, and afterwards we will have our independence. Rookcast was already shaking their head in open disagreement of this plan, plainly waiting to speak. Merchik's plan might have worked before, but now, with Satin's reforms and the self-defense forces, now it won't work. What's the alternative then? Ren asked from behind me, taking me a bit by surprise. I didn't expect her to question Pri, she has always been one of Vizsla's strongest supporters. We take into account the fact that the new Mandalorians, the first wave of total pacifism, is gone. The new Mandalorians that exist now are the second wave, they accept and tolerate armor, weapons, even look favorably on self-defense. The Silver Codices have completely upset what we understand as new Mandalorian. What came before and what exists today are completely distinct ideologies. He sighed before quoting, Satin is weak-minded like a child, with a child's faith in goodness and rationality. Tor Vizsla wrote those words after the fall of the Mandalorian government, just before his death at unknown hands. At the time, it made sense, after all Satin was a child. She was looking for a disarmament program that would see Mandalore left weak. Things have changed greatly as she is now rearming Mandalore and slowly building its strength back up. The reason we call her the anti-Mandalore is no longer relevant. Satin is no longer disarming the people, she is no longer attacking our culture, she is, even though she denies the title, the Mandalore of the Mandalore sector. And because she's the Mandalore of the Mandalore sector, we need to handle things differently. Oh yeah? How does this change anything? Saxon asked. I could call myself the secret Mandalore previously because we have no respect for the anti-Mandalore. I could plot to overthrow her because Satin was not the proper Mandalore. But the moment Satin became the proper Mandalore, then our ambitions to replace her are doomed. Our government will be seen as illegitimate and met with hostility, we will not look like returning heroes, but as foreign rebels unseating the rightful authority. I know. Ren had stepped forward and nodded her head in agreement at that, and several other clan heads across the room had also come to that understanding, it seemed. Someone from Clan Priest spoke up saying, if she is the Mandalore, then challenge her to a duel, as the ancient ones would. I doubt Satin would accept, and the people will not side with me if I go up there and slay our current ruler, even if I did win fairly. Pri sighed, the proper way to deal with this is the way we had been doing things amongst the clans for the last 1,000 years, by beating a person at their own game. What do you mean by that? I asked, rather interested in where this was going. Pri answered, the Mandalore's goal and the rule of the game is simple, protect the people of Mandalore from the conflict. To maintain neutrality, Satin will abandon those Mandue outside of the sector on their own, and ancient allies will be trampled by the Republic or Separatists factions in the conflict. We must step in to ensure that every Mandue is defended if necessary. If either side decides to violate Satin's neutrality, we need to be able to come to rescue or shore up defenses, as they will no doubt be lacking due to Satin's wishful thinking regarding void defense. If we prove we are more capable at protecting Mandue from the coming conflict, to the point the people ask for say my leadership to be put in place instead of Satin's, well, that would beat her at her own game, become the official Mandalore. No mention of the Silver Mandalorians. Saxon asked. These Silver Mandalorians are ultimately a distraction. The Silver Codices are ultimately a reactionary work, they proclaim no new or great Mandalorian society. It draws lines around the prettier and more useful parts of Mandalorian culture and calls it Mandalore. Except we aren't fools or children, we all know Mandalore is more than just the useful or pretty parts of history. It's all of it, and it includes the necessary things we do to protect Mandalore. Satin is doomed in the long run, both by her own actions and ideology. The new Mandalorian government has no answer for this war. These self-defense forces are children playing with toys. We focus on the task before us, prepare supplies for the conflict and advance our plans for rapid deployment when conflict begins. Unlike the new Mandalorians or Silver Mandalorians, Death Watch knows war and we will be ready. Conversations sprang up as Pri stepped back from the podium. I was a little isolated, so I eavesdropped instead. Clan Priest members were closest, but as usual, they were silent. Gargan? What are you doing there? Interesting. Clan Saxon was loudest, as usual, and apparently not all one mind about the Silver Mandalorians. Hydian Wei. Pri returned, apparently after getting a drink of water. I know this is going to be a hard decision and it'll probably take several months to get an official tally, we have time to make up our own minds on this subject. Perhaps we will simply come to discover a third option, play both sides of the coin perspective. What I can say is this. The Republic and Separatists will go to war. Mandalore will be drawn into the conflict. This is inevitable, what we need to focus on are preparations to take advantage of the situation. When the war comes, we need to have positioned ourselves such that the people choose us to protect them and guide them into the future instead of the new Mandalorians. Our goals are not to conquer or make new claims outside the sector, we seek a restoration of our old ways, defense of our people, and to restore Mandalore's honor. As a flurry of conversations resumed again, before Ren spoke up and asked, what about this white silver, isn't she another Mandalore in the making, should we be worried about her? Pri nodded in agreement, she has the possibility, yes. So far she's made it clear that she supports Satin's rule and has no interest in ruling herself, but beyond her interest in Gargan, she does not seem to be very active. Perhaps this will change when the war starts. I will be curious to see what she protects and identify her true values and motivations. If White Silver does act, it will change our calculations on what our plans will be possible. Ren nodded before taking a few steps back to talk to several other clans members. I saw many groups trying to form up as conversations went around. Pri paused for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, before he stepped down from the podium and nodded to me. Again, thank you for coming, Bo. Feel free to talk to the others. I think I know which direction you are going to vote in the coming decision. He said before walking on, leaving me there the blink for a moment as I realized that I was being played. He knew that I was here to make sure that my sister was safe from any attempted rebellions. I had conversations with him in the past about the matter, so most likely he'd had me brought into this particular conversation because he was favoring the path of fighting a Mandalore at their own game. After all, if he defeated my sister by protecting the Mandalore sector and getting himself elected as the new Mandalore, my sister wouldn't even need to be exiled from the government or the Mandalore sector. I was impressed, but then again Pri had always been rather good at it. With so many different clans gathered together when most of them still hated each other from the clan wars and the civil war for nearly 20 years. If things had kept going the way they had before the Codex, they probably would have ended up being at each other's throats in 20 years. Shaking my head, I thought the politics through before deciding which conversations to attempt to join. Although Pri appeared to be using me for his own needs, his needs still met my own goals for now, so I had no problem with that. Making sure my family is protected is the only reason I am here. So with that decided, I moved over towards Ren's group and their hushed conversation. I would need to see how the winds of politics were blowing and try to push things in a general direction that would support Pri's more moderate ambitions. Sure, some would be displeased by my political connection to the new Mandalorians and ignore me altogether. But a good percentage of clans do listen to me, especially now that I had been threatening Pri's leadership. If I threw my support behind his action, I'm sure I could probably support Pri for now, to keep his ambitions focused on peaceful elections rather than armed insurrection. Of course, there will probably be some clans that would never go for it, and I wondered if they would stay loyal. That's the problem with big tent politics. After all, if the radicals are in the party and then you invite everyone in and then it slowly gets more moderate, the radicals might leave to go do something else. Coruscant, Mandalorian Tower. Tanya cries. Alas, all good things come to an end, and my little trip around the Mandalore sector was no different. Though I will admit I was quite thankful to be off the Jacen. The prince never took advantage of an opening and wasn't as foolhardy as Baltan Carrad, the creep who proposed to me back in Sundari, but I could tell he was definitely trying to lay some moves on me, slowly and steadily. Perhaps it was nothing, perhaps it had just been the way of their people, but having someone with the outward appearance of an elf stand close to you to teach you how to shoot a bow while wearing obvious cologne told you that there probably was something going on. Thankfully, he never made any obvious move, and if he had, I was sure Ordo could have taken the guy on. Fight for my honor and all that. But the most important part is I had gotten off the world without another marriage proposal. The king offered me an egg of a mythosaur to raise on my own, and I managed to avoid that fate by pointing out that there was not enough room in the tower I lived at on Coruscant. Not that I was against having one of those creatures. After riding one, it was not as terrifying an experience as I imagined when I first saw them. But I really just did not have the capabilities to take care of such a creature, and sending it along to Mandalore to be raised there would not exactly fulfill the implicit contract between rider and beast of raising such a creature. Although, it seemed Morsen seemed to have enjoyed the hunt much more than I did. As her nomadic upbringing made her a competent rider, even if she never ridden a mythosaur before. Once she got the hang of it, Morsen and the princess went off ahead and competed against one another to see who can get the most kills whilst chasing down Jacen and Bison across the plains, which ended in a tie. The two became fast friends after that, judging by the smiles between the two of them. I also think the prince might be interested in Morsen too from the frequent looks he's sending her way, but that is none of my business. If he wants to pursue a relationship with my handmaiden, more power to him. It means I have less complications like romance to deal with. Besides that misadventure, I've been able to get back aboard Ratio and start my return to Coruscant. But first, a rather quick diversion to Mandalore to pick up a dispatch for Senator Merrick and drop off the gifts from the 2 mining worlds I'd stopped off at. I haven't even had time to speak to Aunt Satin, as she's been in some sort of meeting when I arrived. I had been able to keep up to date and read the dispatches on the way back to Coruscant. I had not missed out on any major events in the Senate, according to Padme. It is apparent that most of the Mandalorian system is in favor of staying out of the conflict, but is more than willing to help build up a self-defense force for the sector. Even the Mandalorian patrol is participating in talks with the official government of the sector about possibly integrating its services into a new Mandalorian self-defense fleet, which would be handy to say the least from what I was reading. Most of their fleet are made up of dreadnoughts and other ships of various makes and models. Nothing too massive, but a cruiser fleet is a cruiser fleet. It could use some smaller ships to screen it, but it would definitely do well in protecting the sector as long as none of those battleships the Trade Federation calls cargo ships pulled into the sector. Those things were so large that their size was a quality of its own. Even a cruiser fleet would have difficulty fighting them. Really rather impressive that we were managing to get all our ducks in order for the inevitable conflict that was going to happen at this rate. I had to return this week due to the first round of voting on the Military Creation Act. The legislation is probably going to fail, but it was happening this week and the representatives needed to be here to support the sides they preferred. Granted, I was no better than a coffee gopher, but what could you do? You needed to start at the lower ranks to work your way up anywhere. Stretching out my back, I got up from my seat where I'd been overlooking the latest dispatches and went over to a window to look out at the skyline. As I pondered, I played around with the desk ornament and looked out over the city. On the subject of coffee, that reminded me of the best damn coffee I think I've ever had. Since I finally turned 18, whatever nonsense had prevented me from partaking in caffeine was finally lifted. Before I left Mandalore, I had heard about a nice little coffee shop in Keldabi, the original capital of Mandalore. It had taken some work, but I had managed to get there without too many people noticing and tried a cup of this mythical coffee that was supposedly the best in the entire Mandalore sector. To be honest, it does live up to the legend, as it was the second best coffee I had ever drunk. Probably the best I've ever drank in this life, that's for sure, as I spent several minutes just soaking in the flavor that Vi had to poke me to check if I was still alive. Then again, I only had a few sneaking drinks here and there when I got the chance, and most of those have been rather bland coffees. Once I finished the coffee, I immediately got as much information as I could out of the staff of the coffee shop. I was able to get into contact with their supplier and requisitioned the ingredients they used in their coffee and had it stored on my ship. It had to have to be unloaded, but when it was, I enjoyed preparing some of the best coffee from Mandalore here in the tower. This is useful, not only for when my burgeoning caffeine addictions return, but more importantly serving that kind of coffee to visitors would definitely spark interest. Ideally, interest in Mandalorian trade and Mandalorian coffee goods. Interest could bring in investors, and investors could help the economy of Mandalore grow. It's a general hope at the very least, but any chance to help Mandalore grow its economy and become a peaceful, but willing to fight nation, is a step in the right direction as far as I was concerned. Tossing the box up into the air, its grey-colored glass and silver lining catching the light before catching it, I smile at the possibilities of increasing the economy of Mandalore. There will be plenty of opportunities to improve my sector in the coming years. The more I dug into the sector, the more it became apparent that not only are there plenty of assets that had never even been used because they were not military ventures by previous generations, but were not even being used by the current administration because they weren't really considering the possibility of them. Which made some degree of sense when you look into where the new Mandalorians came from. Their greatest asset is the production of wine from Kalevala. They knew how to make wine, but one type of luxury doesn't make a strong economy. Because they only knew about how to develop one luxury good, they weren't really looking into the other luxury goods in the sector that could be produced. Of course, there were plenty of military assets that could be used to help in the coming years. But we need to also work on our non-military assets, or we're doomed to repeat a cycle that would see people die for little gain. Mandalore had a history of being considered a military threat, and if we could soften our image, get people to overlook the bad things we had been involved in, and focus on the good things Mandalorians had done, that would be for the best in my opinion. Granted, there was no way we'd ever stop being somewhat connected to our martial tradition, that is just the realities of this culture. I was born into it, but I think I am on the way to reshaping it to be more a bit like Japan when it comes to its consideration of its military past. Ideally, Mandalore would look upon its military as an important tradition and less of something they need to return to. Well, that is my hope. Of course, this war could spin completely out of control, as wars rarely go the way the people in charge think they'll go. Then perhaps we would need to rely on our military heritage to defend ourselves from invasion from both sides, but that is something I hope didn't happen. No matter how thorough of a training you give a soldier, fighting the entire galaxy can only end badly. There were plenty of books about the history of this galaxy, citing that as well as many more examples I could name myself. Sure, the Empire versus the rest of the world was not exactly completely the same, but there's enough similarities that I'd like not to see that happen again. My thoughts were interrupted as there was someone pounding on my door. Drawing my attention towards it as a voice called, "Tanya. Tanya, you gotta come see this." Turning, I walked across my office room and pressed the button on my door to open it. Standing in the doorway is Vi, who looked absolutely in a rush as she grabbed my wrist and started pulling me towards the main area. "What's going on?" I asked, a bit annoyed that she is being this demanding. As she pulled me along, but as we entered the main area of the suite, I saw exactly what was going on. At the far end of the wall was a hollow view screen, and on the screen is a burning wreck of a ship as firefighter crafts attempted to put it out. Firefighters are spraying liberal use of fire retardant foam to save the wreck, though the wreck was obviously unsalvageable. It was quite obvious that something had hit it, not in the sense that another car had crashed into it, but as in someone had used an anti-aircraft missile to destroy it. Now all that is bad enough, but I recognized the craft. I recognized the fighters around it. That was the Naboo delegation's transport ship, and someone had just blown it up. Someone's killed Padme. Vi said, saying what I was thinking. The question is, who would want to do that? Padme is one of the politicians leading the pacifist faction. Thus the most likely candidate in my mind would be whoever benefited, in this case, some faction in favor of the military being created. Possibly the same person who assassinated Senator Jeremiah Greyshade. Immediately my suspicions returned to the senatorial guard. Would this be another moment like what had happened a few months ago? Someone is trying to push for war, and they are trying to prevent any and all attempts to get to a peaceful resolution. Killing the biggest anti-war politician not only guaranteed that the Military Creation Act would be passed, but would galvanize the Outer Rim systems. More Outer Rim systems would abandon negotiating the Military Creation Act in the Senate and be pushed towards the separatists as well. If I didn't know better, I'd say being X was back for round 2 and screwing with me. But no, while he'd been a bastard to me my second life, his actions had always had some kernel of sense to their insanity. He would often appear to me to have conversations before pushing a chess piece in the general direction of screw Tanya. If it's not being X, then it's more likely than not that there is another force in this galaxy, another schemer that had nothing to do with me, but led by someone who wanted a war. Why would someone want a war? That is a question to be figured out later. For now, I said, turn up the volume. And Vi immediately did so, and we were greeted by the greatest words I think I could ever hear. There's been an attempt on Padme Amidala's life, but it appears that it has failed, as she was not on board the vessel when it exploded. Investigations are ongoing into what has caused the destruction of said vessel. Rumors abound online, from bounty hunters to engine problems, but we will leave that to the experts to figure out. I tuned that out as I confirmed that information mentally by taking a deep breath and letting out a sigh with all my stress that had nearly been building up there. Turning to Vi, I said, get my guards up. I need to pay a visit to the tower for Naboo and see if Padme is all right. Are you sure it's safe to go see her right now? Someone just tried to kill her. I smiled and said, the safest place she probably could be is in a room with a Mandalorian. At this point, if explosions fail to kill her, then the next attempt will probably be more up close and personal. Besides that, we need more information about what's going on. She nodded and said, I'll get to work. As I turned back to the view screen, I scrutinized the images of the destroyed craft. Who could be responsible for this? How will this affect Mandalore? Chapter 31. 716 FNM, 22 BBY. Month 5. Coruscant, Naboo Tower. Tanya cries. Riding an elevator to the top of an immensely huge tower is nothing new, especially with the amount of high-rises on Coruscant. It's not often that I am visiting a friend, even less often that I am visiting a friend after a failed assassination attempt. Actually, have I ever visited anyone after a failed assassination attempt? Hard to recall. There might have been one or two with Aunt Satin, but if there was, she never told me, so I do not think those really count. Either way, someone just tried to assassinate one of the leaders of a major faction advocating for peace. As a representative of Mandalore and friend of said victim, I thought it would be best to visit her in person. I had gotten pretty far. I figured someone would have stopped me somewhere in the lobby. Either I am such a known quantity that I am not considered a threat, or the guards are terrible, which I highly doubt after their respectable performance on Naboo. I guess I would see when I got up to the top level. With me are Captain Strook, Skada, and Vi. I thought about bringing a couple more of my entourage, but I decided the best option is to bring quality instead of quantity. I did not want to fill the room with people even if I could trust all the people I brought. The more occupied the room is, the more likely it is for someone to sneak in. With an assassin on the loose, it would be best to not give them the opportunity. Straightening non-existent creases in my green dress, I did my absolute best to look the part of a new Mandalorian, even if my feelings leaned more to being old Mandalorian right now. The fact that someone had tried to assassinate a friend is more than just a little bit annoying, it is aggravating to the point I downright want to commit some good old Mandalorian style therapy. I do not like people trying to screw with things I am working on, and I am trying very hard to slow down the prospect of an upcoming war for as long as possible. Yet here is some assassin whose actions could have thrown all my efforts into the gutter. This is aggravating to some extent, I might even call it righteous indignation. I took a deep breath to calm myself down. I am a representative, not a Mandalorian warrior. My job is to discuss politics, not to hunt down this assassin wannabe and deliver some Mandalorian greetings that they will never forget before they are delivered to the proper authorities, no matter how tempting it is. Granted, I probably am doing some things that I really should not be doing. Someone had used a missile to blow up Padme's transport, and guided missiles are a known quantity. There were not that many people that could use them, so if I could figure out what kind of missile it was, I could get a general direction on who to release the hounds towards. I am a bit concerned that the aforementioned hounds would bite a Mandalorian. So many Mandalorian offensive technologies relied on missiles. It was not impossible that someone had sold the assassin the weapon, which could damage the reputation of Mandalore even more, and that is most certainly not something we need right that second. There were other possibilities, but for now I should only worry about the ones that could affect Mandalore. I assigned my slicer, one of my royal guardsmen, Kuthmok, to infiltrate the archives of the Coruscanti police and find out what had been discovered of the wreckage so far. Just to see if my theory held kernels of truth. Letting out a sigh, I heard the ding of the elevator and stepped out into the entryway. I was immediately greeted by a dark-skinned man with an eye patch. Captain Typho. Next to him is another member of Padme's security, one of her pilots. Captain Barbaros. I greeted her as well, having met both before. Representative Kryze, Captain Typho said with a smile. I had heard that there is a Mandalorian who pushed their way through the front line of security. I figured it was you. Ah. So that was why visitors were not instructed to stop when we passed through the line on the ground level. Down below, there were many well-wishers on the platform. Admirers of Padme herself and supporters of her faction had come out to leave flowers and other mementos on the platform to show their support. They had formed a bit of a crowd we had to get through, but the guards did not resist our group leaving the line. This obviously means that they had prepared for some high-level visitors. Senator Amidala had put together a short list of people that she had given us permission to let in, and you're on the top of the list. Come, she's in the central meeting area. He said, holding out his hand to direct me. Nodding, I started walking with Vi right beside me and my two royal guards behind us. We entered the main chambers of the tower and my two guards immediately moved to take positions near the front door, next to the already waiting royal guards of Naboo. No doubt the moment we had our backs turned they would have a nice long chat, which is to be expected. I wouldn't be surprised if every royal guards have backroom chats about their jobs. Talking about things that would not really be of interest to representatives but probably are interesting for themselves. Sitting on a large couch is Senator Padme Amidala, already in a conversation with a Gungan. Trying to console her, by the sounds of it. The moment she turned her head and saw me she stood up and the Gungan got up as well, as dictated by common etiquette. Padme spoke first, Representative Kryze, good to see you. I hoped you might make an appearance. One of my friends is in need, how could I stay away? I am glad to see that you are safe and sound, Senator Amidala. Pleasure to meet you as well, Representative Binks. I said, guessing at the identity of the Gungan. That's Mesa, he said with a smile before offering a hand. Mesa thinks it's the first time we meet. How did you know? I took the offered hand, answering, your heroics at the Naboo incident precede you, Representative. He smiled but before he could say anything else, Padme said, feel free to take a seat Tanya. I'm just trying to calm down after the trying day I had. I nodded and took a seat across from her sitting next to the Gungan who had returned to his own. I saw the news report on the explosion and knew I had to come over here. My condolences to all of the lives lost in this tragedy. Any ideas on who's behind it? Or would you rather talk about something else? It is always best to give a person an out of a conversation like this, if they did not want to deal with it. However, Padme shook her head, no, I'm just trying to get my head around all this myself. It could be the spice miners from some of the moons in the Naboo system, but I just can't see them doing this. It's far too big of an escalation for them to even consider in my opinion. Personally, I think it was probably Nute Gunray again. He's never really forgiven me for the defeat over the Naboo incident. Nute Gunray. I muttered, trying to pull up all of the information about him that I know of after the Naboo incident. The Trade Federation had kicked him from command of their operation, but besides the endless ongoing court cases that he had been stuck in for the last 10 years, I did not know much about what he had been up to. Seems foolish to try this. I mean, he has already lost his business, and he's always wrapped up in a lot of court cases. What good will assassinating you do for him, other than settling a grudge? Padme sighed before saying, I don't know for sure. I had a conversation with Vice Chair Ameta on my way up to Palpatine earlier today. He suggested that Nute Gunray is trying to join the Separatists and this is possibly some sort of deal with Count Dooku to seal the deal for his cooperation. Kill me and Nute Gunray would bring the Trade Federation into supporting the Separatists. That is an odd way of looking at things. I said, shaking my head. Yes, there is a motive, that much makes sense, but assassinating you goes against Count Dooku's own objectives for a peaceful separation of the Separatists from the Republic. You also want peaceful resolution. He would literally be killing his greatest ally. Padme nodded in agreement, I'm inclined to agree, but I brought it up with the Jedi and they aren't really sure what is going on either. As far as they're concerned, Count Dooku is a political idealist and nothing more. I don't know what's going on, all I know is someone wants me dead. It's either Nute Gunray or perhaps, and this is a bit of a stretch, some random spice miner. I nodded in agreement and said, yes, that is the problem with politics sometimes. The answer is not just one or the other, it is multiple choice that could be one or all three. Shaking my head I moved on to another important subject. In any case, have they arranged better security for you at least while you are here? Seems foolhardy to assume that the assassin will not try again. Padme nodded her head as she explained, Chancellor Palpatine asked the Jedi to have someone protect me for the time being and I've agreed, he'll be arriving soon I hope. She smiled at that before continuing, he's an old friend, in fact. Someone I haven't seen since the whole Naboo incident. Her smile faltered a bit there before she said, everything goes back to the Naboo incident doesn't it? Well, it was your first foray into galactic politics. And it was a pretty major one too. But I would not worry too deeply about the past in this situation. Keep focused on what is going on in the here and now, the past is something to look at for analysis, not something to look back on with regrets. More of White Silver's teachings? Padme asked with a raised eyebrow. I chuckled, finally got around to reading some of those documents I shared, I see. We may disagree on some aspects of politics but I do read stuff my friends give me. I smiled at that as that seemed the right thing to do before asking, so how many Jedi are coming? I assume only one, right? One Jedi and his Padawan. He's supposed to set up out here in the living room and watch over me to make sure there's no more attempts on my life. Well that's good but should they not be adding more security? I pointed to the windows. These windows may be rated as blaster-proof but this attacker has already demonstrated themselves to be more than willing to use explosives. That's what Mace have been saying. Representative Binks interjected. Naboo and Gungan are good friends. I speak with Rugar and Hessa talk about hydrosomthan bubble shield for lady's room. No bomba gonna get through a Gungan shield methinks. I raised an eyebrow as Jar Jar looked to me for support only for Padme to shake her head softly. I am unaware of any shielding that has the capabilities in the way Jar Jar was describing. Something to look into at another time. We talked about this, having something like that would require renovations that would take a lot of time and money. The threat would have long passed by the time it is in place. Representative Binks seemed to deflate at that and returned to his seat as Padme looked towards the windows and said, the Senate Guard will be stationed in a few places in the area to keep an eye on me to make sure nothing like that is attempted. I blinked, remembering the last time the Senate Guard had been stationed to keep an eye on a senator. That hadn't gone over well and I suspected this time would not go well either. Good thing a Jedi is on their way then, 2 of them, if I were to count that Padawan. There would definitely be another assassination attempt. Hopefully they had enough awareness to sense a missile coming in their direction. Shaking my head, I thought better of saying that out loud. Perhaps, though, I would have mock hack into the security system and keep an eye on things for good measure. Mondale Tower isn't actually that far away from Naboo Tower. I could actually see it from my western window so theoretically if there is an emergency I could have a couple of my guards flying over there in a few minutes, it is something to consider. My ruminations were interrupted when Captain Typho re-entered the room and said, my ladies, Jedi Master Kenobi and his Padawan are here. Thank you, Captain. Padme said, standing up and getting ready to meet her new protectors. I started to get up as well before what had been said registered in my mind. Wait, Kenobi? Obi-Wan Kenobi? Yes, you know him. Padme asked, turning to me as I finished standing up. For some reason Vi snickered, but I ignored her and said, yes, we have had quite a few run-ins before. He is actually an old friend of my aunt. As she tells it, he saved her life during the Mandalorian clan wars once or twice. Hey, it's amazing how large the galaxy is, yet how small it sometimes seems. Padme commented as the familiar figure of Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker stepped into the room. Anakin had a growth spurt since the last time I'd seen him, as he now towered over Kenobi by at least 3 inches, if not more. Senator Amidala, how wonderful to see you again. Kenobi said with a smile before his eyes moved across the room and picked up the others. Representative cries, what a nice surprise. Tanya. Anakin asked in surprise. I gave them a little wave. I see that I am not the only one interested in the fate of our dear senator here. Good to see you too as well Obi-Wan, Anakin. Wait, Anakin. I turned to see that Padme was doing a double take as she took a second look at Anakin. Her eyes had moved past him without recognition when he appeared but now she is looking at him in amazement. You've gotten so tall. And you haven't changed at all. He said looking at her and giving off the most obvious flag I think I'd ever seen in my life. A change in voice, a look, some anime specials would kill to have choreography that good. Have you two met before? I asked, already suspecting I knew the answer. Padme smiled before saying, yes, back during the Naboo incident we had been stranded on Tatooine. Anakin helped get us off the planet. He was just a short little 10-year-old back then. It was the least I could do, Senator. He said with a smile, a bit disjointedly. You helped me a lot when we left Tatooine. And bingo. I smiled as I did not say that out loud but I could put 2 and 2 together. Most likely Anakin had attached himself to Padme either as a surrogate big sister or maybe more. Either way, I could tell what was going on. The boy has a crush, probably with the ideal version he constructed over the last 8 to 10 years since they'd last seen each other. Hopefully that would work itself out now that they are actually interacting again. Mock coughing into my hand, I said, why don't you two take a seat and discuss this whole situation with us? You're here to protect Padme, correct? The two Jedi nodded and everyone reconfigured their seats. Jar Jar is now standing off in a corner, looking at a window in thought. I took a seat next to Padme and the two Jedi took a seat across from us. Obi-Wan began by saying, Senator, we plan to be as unobtrusive as the shadows. We will not interfere with your day-to-day life and will only intervene if your life is in danger. That's good to know, Master Kenobi, but I don't need more protection. What I really need are answers. I need to know who's after me so that they can be stopped. Kenobi immediately shook his head, unfortunately we're only here to protect you, my lady, we have no authority to investigate the perpetrator. That was a rather reasonable statement. I thought, and then Anakin decided to share his opinion. We will find out. Anakin said, before seeing Kenobi starting to give him a look that said you're overstepping, at which Anakin immediately hedged his statements by saying, if we are presented with an opportunity to. I shook my head as Kenobi immediately started saying, that's a bit more than our mandate, young Padawan. Of course it is, but having a Jedi here in the first place is a bit overkill for such a mandate. If they wanted more protection they would hire more security. So why would the Council send us here if not to have an opportunity to find out who's behind this assassination attempt? Anakin said, and I could see the logic in that, though I thought it was a bit misguided. So I spoke up, it is because you are old friends of Senator Amidala and someone she would trust is the reason you were chosen. In a time when people are under a lot of stress, it is good to have old friends you can trust around. Also, from my understanding, this was a request from Chancellor Palpatine, not the Council. Senator Amidala also mentioned that the surrounding area is also under watch of the Senatorial Guard. That seemed to derail Anakin's reasoning, thus he has no legs to stand on. Of course. Sorry, Master, I seem to have made an assumption. No worries, my young Padawan. We all jump to conclusions in our youth. Kenobi said with a placating smile before turning back to us, as I said, we will try to be as invisible as possible. Watching out for anything while we're here. Hopefully this extra security will not be needed. Amidala nodded her head, I hope you're right, but it is good to see you all again. Even if you are not needed, perhaps your presence will help put an end to the debate about who's trying to assassinate me in the first place. We will do our best on that, Padme. Anakin said as Kenobi gave him a glance that indicated he was still rather annoyed by his overstepping the bounds of the mandate they had been given. However, because he wasn't being openly defiant and just implying that if an opportunity arose they would see about it, he seemed to be giving Anakin a bit more leeway. Which was a step in the right direction for teamwork. Although, the look Anakin kept giving Padme concerned me. Kenobi seemed distracted, having to keep an eye on Anakin, and a distracted guardian is one that's going to get their charge killed. And if the two of them were having a bit of a debate about what was their mandate, someone might take that chance to try something. It is looking more and more like I was going to have to see about adding a bit of my own protection detail to this whole situation. At least to keep an eye on this situation. Before my thoughts could go any deeper, Anakin turned to me and asked, so, how do you know Padme? Oh, she was one of the first senators I met when I arrived here. She helped introduce me to a few groups in the political scene of Coruscant. Padme smiled and said, well, it seemed like the right thing to do at the time. I remember my early days as a senator. Someone came and helped me get myself used to the politics of this government. And so there I was, a guest with Mina's entourage, at one of those senatorial events, and I noticed this little blonde representative who seemed to be getting the cold shoulder from everyone else. Harsh but true. Though I wasn't that little, I had gone up a few inches since my first few days here. The wonders of an actually good and nutritious lifestyle, but that's besides the point. Smiling, I simply said, well, it's hard to be a representative of a people who have a bit of a bad reputation when it comes to the Republic. But it was nice to have someone actually try to help me understand the politics of this place. Padme smiled and nodded before saying, if we don't come together to work together, nothing will ever get done. Speaking of coming together, how did you and Anakin meet? I smiled. Anakin came with Kenobi to Mondale Tower about the second day I was here. Apparently Kenobi met Aunt Satin a long time ago, they knew each other from back during the clan wars and he wanted to get to know me, I guess. Hey. Small galaxy. Padme said, seeming confused, before glancing behind me towards Vi. Feels like it's getting smaller every year, I mused in response. Turning back to the Jedi, I noticed that Anakin was looking over my left shoulder, an unfamiliar expression on his face. Vi was behind my left shoulder. Why would they be sharing a look? Great, Vi was doing something embarrassing or distracting. I didn't need to know right now, I needed to focus on Padme's security. So you two are working together in the Senate, I assume? Are you also worried about your own possibility of being assassinated? Anakin asked bluntly. I scoffed at that and shook my head. No, I'm not as important as an actual senator, and I don't think the assassination plot for Senator Amidala is based off her current political standings. Oh, why is that? Anakin asked, as he leaned forward. Anakin. Kenobi said in a warning tone. I'm not investigating, Master, I'm just interested in politics, that's all. Kenobi gave an audible hum that said he didn't believe that, but he seemed to be willing to let it slide. Shrugging, I explained, it is quite simple, Senator Amidala here is part of a major peace faction, the one that is willing to see a peaceful resolution to the coming crisis and allow the separatists leave the Republic. Assassinating her is foolhardy, as you harm your greatest ally for a peaceful separation and the prevention of a military being created. So, what if they wanted a military created? Anakin asked curiously. Assassinating a person who's against the creation of a military is not going to improve the odds of the creation of a military. More assassinations demonstrates the Republic's weakness further, and it is going to improve the odds of separatists leaving the Republic. I stopped mid-thought. Could this be a false flag operation? The possibility only occurred to me after Anakin's prompting. Would someone in the Republic be interested in starting a war between the separatists and the loyalists? It could theoretically be possible, but there is no good outcome for either side in my opinion. Shaking my head, I finished up my thought by saying, personally I think Occam's razor leans towards this being personal. Newt Gunray has had a dozen or so court cases filed against him since the Naboo incident, and his career was thrown to the wolves by the Trade Federation afterwards. I would bet that he's not exactly happy with the Republic or with Senator Amidala. So in my opinion, he should be at the top of the suspect list. Newt Gunray, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Kenobi commented, shaking his head, interesting theory, but again we are not investigating this, we are simply guardians. Of course, I agreed, before being interrupted by a beep on my vambrace. Checking it, I got a call from Mach, indicating he had managed to slice in, so I said, oh looks, like my time is up. I stood up carefully, smoothing out my dress, best of luck with your not investigation. I glanced back one last time at Kenobi, before turning towards Padme and saying, farewell Senator, I hope to see you safe and sound when this is all over. Padme smiled and nodded, same to you, Representative Kryze. I turned to the others, nodding goodbyes to them before making my exit by walking out into the hallway with my entourage. Quickly, I pulled up the call and said, Mach, what did you find? It's not good, Princess. The missile that was used is a Z-6 anti-vehicle homing missile, which is an old and very popular model. It was used a lot during the Mandalorian Civil War. This one likely had an expanded warhead with a thermal charge. Not a good starting point. I thought. How old are we talking here? Old enough that it might have made its way to a public retail supplier, or old enough that only Mandalorians use it? Even if surplus missile kits do make it to a retailer, only Mandalorians ever bother with these missiles. You need the guidance systems in a Z-series jetpack to even use them, or another Mandalorian jetpack model like the JT series. If this is some frame job, we're screwed, as the evidence will point to a Mandalorian no matter what. You go to any weapons market in the Mandalorian sector, you will find thousands of Z-6 missile variations and knockoffs with hundreds of custom jetpack models that can use them. Mach explained. Damn, I said, shaking my head, tell Ordo, Tabai, and Morrison that we're going to have a long night and to prepare for a bit of a stakeout. Will do, Princess, the Slicer said, before the call went dead. Shaking my head, I turned to the others and said, tonight is going to be a long night. Why is that? Vi asked questioningly. To make it simple, I don't trust Anakin in there to not screw this up, so we are going to post up on a nearby high-rise and keep watch. Keep an eye on things. You want to add an extra layer of security yourself? Or is this one of your personal projects, like that white silver thing? No, this is a Tanya, representative of Mandalore, friend of Padme thing. One of the few times I'll pull my green armor out of the closet. Hopefully we won't need it, but we are going to be watching over just for good measure. If there's one thing that can defeat a Mandalorian, it's another Mandalorian. And if this is a Mandalorian trying to kill Padme, we need to be there. Hopefully we can stop this turning into some sort of real political incident that starts a war. There is every chance that if the assassin was Mandalorian and learned about Jedi protection, they might take that as a personal challenge. Stroke gave a nod and said, while I don't like the thought of having you be in harm's way, Princess, I doubt I can persuade you to let the Jedi and the Senatorial Guard handle it. A fun night on the town, only this time we're actually getting to fight people. I think I'm finally rubbing off on you. Vi said with an amused frown. Perish the thought. I said, shaking my head before turning to walk towards the elevator. Coruscant high-rise rooftop. Vi Victus Vizsla. Stars. It's so cold. Couldn't we have, I don't know, done the stakeout from inside the speeder? I asked, shivering a little in the cold of the high altitude of the high-rise. Tanya is next to me, with her helmet scope lowered so she can view through it, shook her head in disagreement. There is the off chance that the Senatorial Guard is doing their duty, so we can't put the speeder that close to Naboo Tower. Thus we have to be up here. Shivering some more, I said, next time we do a stakeout, I'm bringing a thermal blanket. I looked over at the Nebo Tower. We were only about a block or two away and had a good view of the tower's exterior, allowing us to keep an eye out for any assassination attempts. Of course, I am always the unfortunate one stuck with Tanya in situations like this. Tanya had decided that this is going to be her thing for the day. She must have gotten her ancient warrior blood pumping. Why else would she be so intent on dealing with this situation herself? As for the newest member of our group, Kee Morrison, I couldn't tell how she's feeling about this. Although, I noted that she is staying rather well away from the edges of the rooftop edge. I considered pointing out that if she did fall she would have plenty of time to do something about it, but thought better of the comment. Tanya stopped looking through her scope before turning to sit down in between the two of us, saying, well, everything looks fine Vi, I agree. Next time we have to pull something like this I shall put together a kit for each of us. Hopefully this won't happen often, but if it does, a blanket and some hot cocoa wouldn't make such a task as lengthy or as cold. You should also take the time to upgrade your armor to be vacuum rated like mine, as that also comes with a temperature control unit. I'll be sure to remember that, I said, rubbing my hands together. Sure, all three of us were wearing hard suits under our Biscargam, but the hard suits are mostly padded armor to protect us in case we get shot. More importantly, the hard suits also provided some heat and warmth, but the fact of the matter is that being this high up is cold. Right now, it is the end of the summer, and the autumn chill is strong even in one of Coruscant's better summer evenings, especially this high up. I am wearing my personal blue armor. I hadn't worn it for nearly 2 years, but I had taken the time to pack it when we'd gone on our little adventure during the whole Gargan incident. My armor had a few modifications and fittings added, so it looked pretty much perfect on me in my opinion. Barring the lack of an internal heater like what Tanya has. Tanya is wearing her green armor, which I hadn't seen in nearly 2 years. It looked a bit tight on her, but is otherwise fine. As far as I can tell, she's perfectly happy with it hugging her form. Even if it looked great, I would have to recommend that we visit Zoom soon and have it adjusted. As for the newest member of our team, Kee looked perfectly fine actually, in her personal armor. We had gotten her one of our modern hard suits as soon as Kee had been assigned to us by Tanya's older brother, Core Kee. Kee is also wearing a poncho on top of her armor, which helps retain her body heat and does a good job of hiding the armor for the most part. The only visible piece is her helmet. Nestled within the hard suit and poncho, Kee looked downright warm and comfy. When we visit Gargan, I would have to see about getting myself one. Who knew where Tanya would drag us next? I exaggerated a shudder and stuffed my gloved hands under my armpits. It's not going to be that much longer, we're on watch for another half an hour before we can switch out with the boys and take a break inside the Peacemaker, our shuttle parked a couple blocks away. The contract that Tanya meticulously made when we first met is put into effect again. I follow her orders and I get extra hazard pay. A quarter of my wardrobe is paid for thanks to the Gargan rebellion, so I don't really mind. I'm not sure what the others bought with their bonus pay, although Tabai did buy a few holos for the two of us to watch together. Everyone is deployed for this stakeout, although only the 3 of us are currently on overwatch duty. After our shift is done, another group of 3 would take our place and we'd get the chance to relax for a while in the shuttle. Captain Strook lent us the shuttle that the Royal Guards deployed with when Tanya and I were out to enjoy the Coruscanti nightlife. The captain had given us a brief, no-nonsense tour of the interior of the Peacemaker back when we first set up, but that was my first time inside. The vehicle was a retired transport for some defunct private education firm, but whatever its original purpose, it was lost in all the improvements Strook and X4 had bolted on. I had keyed on Strook's strategy with X4 during the tour. Apparently X4 had access to Tanya's money, and any improvement Strook could justify, no matter how small, was graciously supplied by X4. Next time my wardrobe needed some new outfits, I would have to invent some enhancements for my role as bodyguard and get X4 to bankroll the whole thing. However, I'm still jealous of the guards about the Peacemaker. Some of the cold walks back to the tower with Tanya could have been avoided if we had only asked for a lift. Morrison, you all right? You've been eyeing the ledge like it's a mythosaur about to take a bite out of you. Tanya said, interrupting my line of thought as I looked over at the newest member of our party. I don't like heights. She answered, still looking at the edge. Didn't you pass the jetpack exam Captain Strook put you through? She nodded her helmeted head. Oh, I passed. I like flying, actually. I still don't like heights. Tanya nodded back. You're good to be part of this, right? I can call a speeder to come get you if this isn't something you can do. I can do this. I may not like heights, but I like flying. I mean, I like being high, but I can fly. Worst comes to worst, I can land without dying with a jetpack. Tanya gave a bemused smile at her jumbled explanation, as long as you're sure. I quickly pressed a few buttons to signal to her to switch to a personal channel, asking, you sure she's okay to do this? What if we need to fly? Tanya, without moving her head, said on that personal channel, once we start flying and the adrenaline will start pumping, all that won't matter. If her mission and flying are not what's at the top of her head, I'll give her orders to find the others and tell them where we went. Besides, if she does fall and panic, we are so high up she might get bored of being scared long before she hits the ground. Unless she hits a roof, but let's not talk about that. I nodded my head, all right then. And we switched back to normal channels. Wasn't really sure why Tanya had accepted this whole situation of having someone be forced into her retinue the way she did. Then again, I'm not sure why she always seemed a bit odd around Key, more professional and distant. I wonder if it's because she is evaluating her. After all, everyone on her band knew about her white-silver expedition to Gargan, except for the girl from Gargan. This meant that we all had to be a bit careful not to accidentally leak any information until we're sure Key is cleared for it. Perhaps this is one of the tests that Tanya is putting Key through. Sooner or later she would determine if the girl is worth keeping around as another handmaiden who could pose for her at a distance. With my mind made up, I decided to actually do something to fill the time. Coughing, I asked, "So Key, we've known each other for, what? 4 months? Feels like we haven't had any real conversations, just girl talk, you know. So what's your thoughts on the Silver Rider?" "He's okay, I guess. Feels like a knockoff Mandalorian to me. More plasteel than Beskar, you know," she said with a matter-of-fact tone that immediately showed a lack of interest in that particular subject. I chuckled before saying, "Don't let the others hear that, it's kind of our favorite show around here." She shrugged before saying, "Never been a big fan of holos. I enjoy the outdoors more." I nodded before saying, "Country girl, got it. Tanya actually enjoys the outdoors quite a bit as well. Back when we were kids, we'd go to the moon of Concordia around Mandalore and just go hiking through the wilderness. Like we spent 2 weeks one time just surviving." I asked towards Tanya, who nodded while still observing the Nebo Tower. Record was 2.5. I thought about trying to go for 3 weeks, but by 2.5 I was already sure that we could survive out there indefinitely. "Why would you do that?" Key asked, looking at us a bit confused. "You're new Mandalorians, or at least most of the time you are," she said as she looked at our armor, I think, through her helmet visor. "You're not exactly what I imagined when I was told that I would be part of your protection detail." Tanya chuckled before replying, "Well, I am a new Mandalorian. I'm just a new Mandalorian who likes to be prepared for the worst." "So wait, are you a follower of White Silver?" she said, looking at Tanya with a bit of surprise. "That's something like that," Tanya said, waving it off, but that only seemed to encourage the girl. "That's cool. I didn't think anyone in the government really supported White Silver, considering how your brother was sort of standoffish to her when they met." I snorted and gave a small chuckle, but kept any commentary to myself. Tanya mumbled something to herself as well before saying, "My brother is a more traditional new Mandalorian than I am. He believes in the best in people while I simply look at a situation logically. And in my opinion White Silver's codices are rather logical in dealing with the situation the Mandalorian sector is in." "Don't toot your own horn too much, Tanya," I thought, knowing that White Silver and Tanya are one in the same. It was rather hilarious trying to see her navigate the situation. Hell, what I saw was made even more hilarious by the fact that her brother had obviously been checking her out. Usually, Tanya didn't notice that kind of attention in the first place. Though I think Tanya hadn't noticed this time because she was too busy with the shock of realizing that she was having to pretend to be some unknown philosophical warlord whilst dealing with crime lords and the official government of the Mandalore sector. Oh my gods, I was worried she had no friends above, amongst the government, Silver. Key said wistfully, "She saved my life, you know." I leaned forward at that to look past Tanya and said, "She what now?" "White Silver, she saved my life. I was kidnapped, and then when Clan Morrison tried to negotiate, Gare double-crossed us. They captured us and we were all going to be executed in the Colosseum until she turned up and beat all of Gare's goons. It was a really close one." Oh. All of a sudden I have an instance of realization. I think I understand why Tanya is a bit stiff around Key. However, my discovery didn't really answer the question completely. Tanya had saved plenty of people. Why is this particular rescue causing her to be formal and professional around Key? Rubbing the chin of my helmet, I dug deeper for details. "That's pretty amazing. Did you ever get a chance to say anything to her?" Key looked away from me all of a sudden before turning back to say, "I was really thankful, and sort of got caught up in the moment. We were working together to fight our way to the central tower and I sort of kind of gave her a Keldabi kiss." I didn't even get the chance to finish asking what. There is a hiss coming over a private line from Tanya. Not a word to the others. "I don't want to talk about it." She hadn't even moved her head a centimeter and had completely paused her sweep of the skyline through the scope. There is something about that voice that sounded a bit panicked. Of course, as much as I would love to respect that, that didn't stop Key from continuing to talk about it. "You know what a Keldabi kiss is, right?" I touched my helmet to hers. I just really wanted to thank her, and in the moment that was the best way I could do it. "Hey, wow," I said, trying to figure out how to best use this information. Finally I settled on, how did White Silver react to that? Seems like a rather surprising thing to do. I really don't know, Kee said with a shrug before continuing, it was a pretty hectic situation, in the midst of battle. She didn't push me away or anything, so I guess she was okay with it. Or do you think I should apologize? Well, if she didn't push you away, that must mean she must swing that way. I said matter-of-factly, watching the already stiff Tanya somehow become even stiffer. You think so? Kee said, leaning forward to look at me. I nodded my head before saying, I mean, if she didn't at least have some interest in girls, I think she would have pushed away the person who stole her first kiss. Oops, I kinda revealed White Silver's first kiss was with Kee. Not sure I was supposed to mention that kind of detail. Oh well, it was worth it, finding out the origin of Tanya's first kiss was way more hilarious. At least that was until I overheard Tanya still on that private line muttering something. This is ridiculous, she didn't steal my first kiss. With a tap of my vambrace I keyed myself into that private line and said in a low enough tone that only she'd hear, you forgot to shut off your mic. Oh, the satisfaction of watching Tanya's annoyance as she moved her hand to turn off her mic through a vambrace button. This does open up a rather interesting question on who was her first kiss if I wasn't the one to have grabbed that from her, and according to Tanya, Kee wasn't either? Is there a third girl out there, or had Ordo grown a spine at some point during that mission and actually done it? I am going to have to do some serious poking at Tanya for info to see if I couldn't figure out what she was hiding. But that could wait, as Kee spoke up, really? I wonder if she would like to. Whatever she was about to say stopped as she looked towards the Nebo Tower and said, hey, is that a droid by the window? My head and Tanya's both snapped in that direction. There is a droid basically right on top of the window. Tanya was already standing, lowering her helmet monocle to take a look. Then the window exploded. Someone came tumbling out and grabbed onto the droid for dear life by the looks of it, as the droid attempted to rush off in the direction of the north. It's heading towards the downtown entertainment districts of Uskru, near the political parts of Coruscant. What the hell? I said, getting up while pressing a button to pre-start the jets on my jetpack. Tanya was already doing the same. After clicking some buttons on her vambrace as she said, everyone set channel 1, we have an unknown droid retreating from the Nebo Tower. Looks like she stopped as she seemed to take in what she's seeing. The senatorial guard is securing the building. Padme's own security is escorting her to a guest suite at 500 Republica for the moment. I expect one of the Jedi, either Anakin or Obi-Wan Kenobi, is currently hanging off the droid. Turn on all locator beacons, we're giving chase. Like that, Tanya's already gone. She just jumped off the edge of the tower. A moment later I saw the flare and active burn of her jetpack. I sighed and followed Tanya with a leap. After firing up my jetpack, I looked over my shoulder for a second to check on Kee. I saw Kee still following me. Generally we were following behind the droid and were able to keep up, though it was a bit faster. Captain Stroke's voice cutting over our communications saying, Representative cries, are you sure it's wise that you are giving chase to an unknown threat? They could have snipers. Tanya's voice returned the call saying, they could, but we're behind the person who's more likely to be shot. Just bring the shuttle around and follow us in. I don't know what we're dealing with or how many enemies there are, but numbers are going to be on our side if we can work this out right. A sigh can be heard before the captain's voice continued, we'll do, princess, we're on our way. After the line went dead, I was about to ask Tanya what her plan was when I saw a yellow speeder starting to pull out of the Nebo Tower. And a familiar head of sandy brown hair. Tanya, Anakin's got himself a ride. Looks a lot faster than our jetpacks, should we link up with him? No Vi, right now the chase is rather slow going but we can keep up. However, get down there and put a tracker on their speeder in case we lose track of them. Sounds like a plan. I said, falling out of formation. Literally doing a bit of a twirl and diving down about a few feet before letting the jetpack catch me. I came to hover just a few inches above the rear seat of Anakin's speeder and grabbed onto it, causing him to look over his shoulder in confusion. He was already reaching for his lightsaber when I shouted, hey there Anakin. How are you doing? I had to shout so that I could be heard over the roaring high-speed wind. He blinked, then turned back towards the skyline and shouted back, hi Vi, what are you doing here? Oh, you know how it is, Tanya is always getting herself in one mess or another. She decided to help Padme with a little bit of security without letting her know. I said, as I pulled myself up a bit and got myself a secure hold on the backrest of the speeder. Ah, well that's nice. You guys could have just hung around, I don't think that Padme would have minded. By the way, nice armor. I don't think I've ever seen you wear it before. I chuckled at that, yet, Tanya only brings out her armor when she feels like doing something special and I'm not allowed to bring out mine unless she brings out hers. Carefully, I reached into a drawer on my vambrace and connected a tracking device to the back of the speeder's front seat, placing it solidly there and making sure it was active. Really? She has a set of armor as well? Learn something new every day. By the way, you might need to hold on for a moment, things are about to get steep. Steep? I asked before the car went into a dive nearly vertical, straight down, and my hold was basically removed from somewhat stably gripping the seats to my hand slamming into the back of the speeder. If I didn't have a low-power electromag clamp in my gloves, I'm pretty sure I would have lost my grip completely and gone flying. It's not actually a problem when I have a jetpack, but definitely not what I want to happen. I was so focused on holding on to the speeder that I basically kissed my helmet to the trunk as it leveled out again. A moment later Obi-Wan Kenobi landed next to me in the speeder, looking a bit confused at my presence. "Hello there," he said before turning to Anakin. "I thought you were supposed to catch up to me, not pick up a hitchhiker," he admonished before crawling forward into the seat. "Hey, you know how it is, Master. Just doing my duty as a Jedi and helping a person who needed a ride," Anakin said, apparently thinking that was a hilarious joke. I would have retorted, but I'm still too busy hanging on for dear life when Anakin started speeding up again. While that's a wonderful sentiment, I still don't know why she's here. After I made it to a slightly safer handhold and judged I wouldn't immediately fall off the speeder, I called out, "Tanya's helping out." She thought a little extra security couldn't hurt. "Wait a minute, I know that voice, Vi?" Obi-Wan asked, turning to look back in my direction. "Yeah, that's me. Good to see you too, Master Jedi." He nodded before asking, "That jetpack still full of fuel?" I nodded in agreement to indicate it was, but there was no response. "Oh, right, the speeder motion probably was obscuring me. Yes, my jetpack still has plenty of fuel." "Why?" I called out. "Well, you can hang on as long as you want then, though I will note this speeder is not meant for having 3 people and you're probably dragging down the speed. Do you mind? We didn't plan on giving any hitchhikers a ride, this could give us a better chance to catch the assassin." "Good point. I'd already been through enough on this ride so I let go." I tumbled in the air for a bit before I activated my jetpack and stabilized myself. Once that was done, I took a moment to take a breath and calm myself down. I also verified the tracker I put on the car was still working. Fortunately, it was. Unfortunately, the speeder is moving rather quickly further away. We had no hope of catching up with our jetpacks at those speeds. "Vi," a voice came from above me. Tanya descended to my level along with Ki. "You okay? Looks like you took a bit of a tumble there." I nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine. I've tagged their speeder so we can find it. Although, I'm not sure how we are going to catch up to them now." As I sent my tracker's data out to their vambrace. Tanya nodded and immediately pressed in the information. "Good work, Vi." She clapped my shoulder. "We'll use the peacemaker, let's catch up with them and lend our support." Tanya turned and started heading in that direction, typing the information of the tag into a communicator that would send the code back to Captain Strook and the shuttle. We had between 3 to 9 Mandalorians, plus 2 Jedi, seems like a bit of an overkill for an assassin. Better overkill than getting killed, I figured. Coruscant high-rise rooftop. Jango Fett. This operation is going tits up faster than a Zeltron on holiday. It's supposed to be a simple job, kill the senator and get paid. Instead the senator had been a bit more careful than I had expected and the rocket I had given Zam had not done the job. One setback isn't going to scuttle the mission. I had other ways of helping her get this mission done. When the big acts of assassination don't work, best to go something quieter. So I've given her bugs, 2 cower hunts from a planet in wild space, those would definitely kill the senator. My overwatch position gave me a perfect view and I would be too far to intervene. That was the point, this was Zam's job, I wasn't supposed to steal it back from her. I watched Zam from a distance and a lightsaber appeared in the window. Apparently the bugs hadn't succeeded either. Probably because of the Jedi then. Unfortunate, but there were ways around those, but it would make this much harder. Any more failures like this though, and it would be hard to recover the mission. And that's when the chaos had really started unfolding. I watched as a Jedi hijacked Zam's courier droid and then tricked it into returning to Zam. Suddenly, the Jedi had sprung their trap and were on her ass. As Zam is trying to escape, all I could do was watch. I was too far away to do anything. Things were moving too fast. Zam is an old friend but she'd obviously gotten fucked on a level I didn't even think was possible. When an operation goes this bad, well it's usually time to start cleaning up loose ends. I was secretly hoping Zam would still be able to pull this off though. She is a changeling and still had a few seconds of a head start. If anyone could pull a disappearance, she could. She is currently on foot and then I saw her hide inside a club. Right behind her, the Jedi followed her inside. If she's smart, which she usually was, she'd use the distraction to switch out her clothes and just walk out with a different face. One of the benefits of being a Claudite. Of course, I also knew that Zam had a tendency to get herself in situations where she thought she could win and would do something stupid. I was really hoping today would not be one of those days. If she could just swap her appearance and take advantage of her nature then I could fly down there, grab her, and pull her out. We still had enough leeway to sweep this mess under the rug. Meanwhile, I called the client and told them that the operation is screwed up. The Jedi were protecting the target, and unless he was going to give me a better offer, I wasn't going to risk any more attempts. I should have never taken this job. Boba's birthday was coming up, I should be getting ready for that or take him on another hunt, one that's a lot less dangerous than this one. Instead, I'm out here helping Zam Wesell make up some money so she wouldn't get carted off to whatever slave camp the Hutts have for debtors. Then again, this is kind of my fault. Zam needed to make money to pay off some debts, but I could have helped out and given her a little bit of cash in exchange for a few favors. I made more than enough with the Kamino contract. I only did bounty hunting for fun these days, but a bit of my Concord Dawn heritage probably showed through. Better to take a friend out bounty hunting, to do the work for themselves, than to give them a gift to fix their problems. And me being one of the best bounty hunters in the galaxy, I had a lot of access to contracts that Zam didn't. Contracts that can make her dead in an instant, such as this contract, apparently. Would have to choose a better one next time, one that wouldn't be too close to politics. Politics are going to be the death of me. It's why I never tried to put together the remnants of the true Mandalorians after everything fell apart. I was done with that life and I wanted to start a family and new life. Well, after I killed the leaders of the Death Watch for good measure, but if I am going to start a new life, I was going to make sure that the Mandalorian sector would have its own chance for a fresh start. Letting out a deep sigh, I shook my head, and focused down on the club. It's been almost 3 minutes since Zam had entered with the Jedi clothes on her heels. What's taking her so long? Yes, the Jedi probably could sense her general direction, but if she's calm and careful enough she should be able to escape. Then the answer revealed itself as the two Jedis exited the club while carrying along an obviously wounded Zam, before laying her against a nearby wall. Bantha spit, Zam. I said with annoyance. I now have to decide what I am going to do about this. As much as I would like to find some reason to go down there and save her ass, the fact of the matter was that Zam had become a liability. I gave her this job to help her out and now she's putting my life at risk with her stupidity. Let's say I go down there and save her, then I have the Republic and the Jedi coming after me for being involved in an assassination plot. Not a good outcome, considering the Republic had significant control over bounty hunter missions. I also did not need the extra scrutiny and damage to my reputation that this is going to bring. Let's say I manage to defeat the Jedi and escape in my ship with Zam, but then not only will I have the Republic after me, but since we didn't have the payment for completing the job, the Hutts would still be after Zam until she paid her debts. So if I rescued Zam, I would have both the Hutts and the Republic looking for me. When it came to the Hutts, I've been a slave once and I never want to be one again. As for the Republic, I didn't want to end up in jail, I wanted to be able to raise my son without such issues, but I could probably break out if given enough time and calling in a bunch of favors. So really the question was quite simple, me raising my son or my son growing up without a father. When it was narrowed down to that question, I'm going to pick my son over Zam every time. Letting out a deep sigh I said, sorry, Zam. It's either you or me. As I raised my wrist to fire off a dart. The targeting computer on my helmet went to work, plotting the course to make sure I would hit the major artery in the neck and inject the poison through her system quickly. If I'm going to have to kill her, I might as well make it as fast as possible. As I was about to squeeze off the shot, I heard the telltale sound of a jetpack closing in on me. Turning my head in time, I saw green-booted feet coming right at my head. I crouched under the incoming kick as my dart was launched in Zam's general direction, but I couldn't confirm that I hit her. Instead, a figure landed behind me. I'm surprised that there is a Mandalorian standing there, a female one as well. Female Mandalorians weren't exactly odd per se, they were usually unseen amongst the true Mandalorians. Women tended to be the guardians of the home, while the men went out and fought. A quick scan of her armor showed that besides a preference for shades of green, there were no active symbols on her armor. No indication of what clan or company she may represent. Her gear looks to be high quality and in good condition. The only major detail I noticed is that she had a Wester 35 pistol that looked to be set in stun mode on her side. Well, this is unexpected, but not something to worry about. One Mandalorian would not be much of an issue. As if to punish me for my hubris, I heard jetpacks land to my right and left. A glance showed me a blue armored Mandalorian and another brown armored Mandalorian. Their gear are all a little varied, but the quality and condition seemed to be on the higher end of equipment. They had their pistols drawn, though they seemed all to be the same model as the green one and similarly set to stun. Turning back towards the Mandalorian I designated as green, I relaxed my posture and held up my hands. Ladies, is there a problem here? I let my arms fall into a relaxed state just inches from my own blasters. From the looks of things these were not fresh-eyed and impoverished clanless mercs. The armor looked to have full Beskar reinforcement, so my blasters probably wouldn't do much. Maybe buy me some space. This would be a close quarters, personal fight. It's hard to say how experienced they would be in fighting up close and personal, I had been out of the game too long to guess at who exactly they were. The galaxy is a big place though, and there could be those skilled enough to give me pause that flew under my sensors. That depends, Green said. Were you trying to kill the only lead for the ongoing investigation into the recent assassination attempts on Senator Amidala? I have no idea what you are talking about. I offered her an unseen smile and waited a moment for her to speak again, and before the trio could react I had my blasters at my hip and sent half a dozen blasts into Green's midsection. In a battle with Mandalorians in full armor, blasters became merely a tool for maneuvering your opponent. No single shot could ever be guaranteed to kill, but they were dangerous enough to demand a response. Green is fast. Fast enough to dart backwards and present as few gaps in her armor as possible. I did not have the time to place more accurate fire between her armor plates as Brown and Blue began shooting and closing the gap between us. The trio is scrappy, more than I had anticipated. It reduced my options significantly. I darted into Brown as energy bolts splashed over my armor without so much as a tingle reaching my skin. I slapped my blasters back into the magnetized holsters at my thigh as my helmet was grazed by an overly telegraphed right hook. I pushed deeper into her guard and pushed her over my outstretched leg, sending her sprawling to the ground. I lifted a leg to stomp the fight out of Brown, only for Blue hit me with a stun blast before throwing herself into the fight with a flying kick that pushed me back enough for Brown to roll back to her feet. Blue kept up the pressure with quick jabs that had a predictable rhythm to them and favored her right arm. I waited for the timing to be just right, and the moment it was. I pushed into her guard and grabbed her weaker left arm. I pulled her arm towards me, planting my knee into her groin and getting a squeal of agony for my trouble before I delivered an elbow to the back of her head which dropped her to the ground. Again I was unable to capitalize further as Brown got back into the fight with a punch to my helmet that had far more weight to them than Blue's. Brown's attacks were measured and cautious as the young woman clearly attempted to avoid me pushing into her guard again. I reminded myself of the time constraint. I gave ground to Brown, clearly upsetting her measure of me before casting out a monowire from my vambrace that wrapped around her armored arm before she could blink. Then, I pointed to the wall of a high-rise across a narrow alley and shot the anchor into the solid permacrete whilst setting the anchor to reel in the wire. Brown tried to untangle herself as she was dragged over the edge and onto the wall on the other side and away from me by the intense mechanical strength of the anchor. Unfortunately, that was my only anchor. I drew my blaster for a follow-up shot for Brown when Green jabbed my arm with an active vibroblade. The blade almost caught the gap in my elbow as I moved back, offering the initiative to Green. She took the opportunity to fire her blaster at my midsection in a reversal of fate. I felt the numbing electrical frequency deep in my gut, but it was thankfully mitigated by my armor's insulating underlay. I kicked her knee to prevent her from getting another shot off as I felt the effects of a stim injection, as my armor's medical suite is trying to keep me in the fight. Green is bringing her blaster back up and I did not have a way to knock her out of the fight quickly enough, so I used my jetpack to get some distance. Bringing my own guns back into play, I fired off a few shots to force her to move. Reacting faster than I expected, Green used her own jetpack to dodge out of the way. Before I could really get a sense of where she's going, Blue opened up with her pistols. Blue had apparently staggered over to an atmospheric regulator unit for cover. A shot splashed off my shoulder, it left nothing worse to wear except my attention. I shot at Blue to force her to duck down while I turned my head to take a look around and assess the situation on the alleyway below. I saw that Zam and the Jedi were both long gone and the few remaining civilians were fleeing the combat zone. This whole operation was going even worse than I had planned. Great. I didn't know if the dart had hit, so I needed to either decide to cut ties with Zam or hunker down and go into hiding. Rescuing Zam is off the table for the moment. I really did not want to sneak into a Jedi prison and fight tons of them along the way, as I no doubt would have to in order to rescue Zam. So cutting ties is probably the best option now. I needed to get out of here and get out of the spotlight for a bit. That being said, besides finishing these 3 girls, there's nothing stopping me from leaving. Brown is still out of the action, Blue is hiding behind cover and moving real slowly, rather predictably. The third one, Green, where did the third girl go? I felt weight on my back as Green apparently had managed to get around me and landed there. The girl brought her blade to my neck, so I immediately cut the jetpack and we both tumbled to the ground, smashing onto a roof. Thankfully, she landed first, which gave me a bit of cushion as I rolled off of her and brought up my vambrace, switching ready another dart to fire it off in her direction. But Green is quick on the draw as her pistol was up and fired directly into my vambrace and overloaded it. The vambrace smoked rather profusely as internal gears froze up, must have been a combination deactivator stun weapon. Unfortunate, but when one weapon gets taken out, you move on to the next. Switching to the other hand, I fired off a lasso and grabbed her gun out of her hand. I whipped the gun into the air and off the side of the building. Girl didn't stop though, not even at the loss of her firearm, she still had her blade and she closed the distance immediately. Running across the few feet between us, her blade ready to slice into me. Unfortunately for Green, my flamethrower is still good. So as soon as she's in range, I brought it up and unleashed hell in her general direction. It would give me a good judge of what kind of character she's even if it didn't work. To extend the battlefield usefulness of the Mandalorian flamethrowers, the barks are worse than their bite. The fuel burns too efficiently and quickly to stick to its target. Most Mandalorian armors could take the heat, but they did a lot to scare off lesser warriors. Even the Jedi would take a step back under a nozzle of a flamethrower, however that was likely due to using highly flammable robes in battle. Of course, true Mandalorians wouldn't, they would know the strength and weakness of the weapon and trust in their armor to do its job, and this girl apparently is a true Mandalorian through and through. She burst through the flames and attempted to slash me with her blade. I caught her blade with my now deactivated vambrace and was about to aim my flamethrower directly at her when her hand caught my other arm. Inside my helmet I was smiling. I haven't had a fight like this in a while. Oh, I fought other Mandalorians, plenty over the years, but this one is persistent enough to take a hit and keep on going. I might have built up some respect for the girl in her efforts to try and stop me. Not bad, Green, I said. She struggled and started to try and draw back her blade, but the fact that I am stronger than her prevented her from moving as I locked her in place. Eventually she paused when she realized I was speaking to her. Are you willing to talk now, Mr. Assassin, or are you going to just try and punch me in the gut for a surprise? That's a thought, I agreed, rather amused with her stoicism, before continuing. How about we call this little play date over, Green? My objective is gone, your objective, it seems, is complete. There is no reason for us to keep this going. My objective is to bring you in so you can answer who has hired you to assassinate Senator Amidala. Until that objective is met, I think our fight will continue. She spoke with some fire in her voice and all the determination of a Mandalorian. The voice is definitely that of someone on the younger side, I would think not even 20 summers. You got fire, kid. I'm afraid I have no interest in telling who hired me for this operation. Kind of bad for business to betray your contract. Murdering a senator is a pretty bad business in itself. Especially one that could start a civil war. Going to give any thoughts on that matter? She spat back at me. I don't get involved in politics, and ultimately it's not my problem, I said, before headbutting the girl as hard as possible. The blow stunned her enough for me to deliver a front kick to her stomach. Before I could continue my attack and get control of the situation, Blue started firing shots at me again. She forced me to dodge with my jetpack off the rooftop for a few feet, but I think I had a win on my hands now. All I needed to do was kill these three and this whole mess could be buried. Reaching for my pistol, I found that it's gone. Confused, I looked down and saw that Green had my pistol in her hand. She must have swiped it from my holster during the headbutt. The green thief is good with her hands. Shaking my head in annoyance, I started to move in her direction, but she'd already brought it up and fired a shot at me, which I was forced to dodge out of the way of. Again. This is taking too long, maybe it was about time to just cut my losses. I could win this, but fighting trained and well-equipped Mandalorians is more a challenge of endurance and preparation. It would require an inordinate amount of time to eke out a victory that is guaranteed to bring spectators and intervention from the other mercs Amidala had on her payroll. I had not forgotten how suspiciously well-equipped Amidala and her protectors seemed to be. Looking over to Blue, I noticed that Blue is still hiding behind the atmospheric regulator unit, obviously injured, possibly immobile. Brown is still sawing through my cable with her vibro knife while hanging off the building I had anchored her to. Green seemed to be a bit dazed from my last attack. I still had this under control. Then a medium-sized shuttle came into view over Green. The doors opened and a Mandalorian royal guard jumped down from the open doors. This took me by surprise. I'd seen them once or twice but never actually had to fight them. Looks like this operation is not mercenary, or at least had Sundari backing. They were tough customers and you didn't want to get involved with their type. Holding that fancy spear of theirs, the royal guard immediately took a defensive stance ready to deflect any blaster fire. Another one jumped down and started checking over Blue. Looking up, I observed a couple guards opening windows and bringing guns to bear down. At this point, it was apparent that I'd stepped into something I really shouldn't have. Using the giant atmospheric regulator unit for cover, I jumped off the side of the building and flew off. Staying low and near to the building to avoid their fire if they decided that they were going to try and shoot me down. The target is clearly too hot for a follow-up attack, and unless the client was willing to up the pay significantly, it was not worth my time. I would need a full crew to handle the job, and there is every chance that I would have the entire Mandalorian sector gunning for me. It was unfortunate, but I'm going to have to pay the client back out of pocket. Tanya forgot to check if Occam's razor existed as a logical theorem in the universe. This is not a mistake in the story. Chapter 32. 716 FNM, 22 BBY. Month 5. Coruscant, Mandalorian Tower. Tanya cries. With a grunt of pain, I carefully sat down on the lounge's sofa, then straightened up again. Despite appearances, there is some general chaos inside the Mandalorian Tower. Vi is strewn all over on a couch muttering Mandue expletives while waiting for the painkillers to kick in. This Ishskida, my royal guard and also a certified surgeon, looked over Vi's injured body to make sure she is treated and resting correctly. I assumed Tabi would be inseparable from Vi at a time like this, but it looks like he'd been ordered to stand guard in front of the door. I am certain any intruders would only enter over his dead body. Morrison is over in the corner, cradling her recently dislocated shoulder as Royal Guard Castle did some routine first aid to make sure it was nothing permanent. My slicer, Mock, is over in one corner already at his terminal. He has the Wester 34 pistol I had recovered off on one side, while he analyzed the blaster. Ordo is by the kitchen area, making drinks for everybody. The light fare is in sharp contrast to his earlier leap from the Peacemaker, the shuttle repurposed by my Royal Guards and X4 for escort duty. I would have to thank Njais for the coffee when I get the chance. Captain Stroke is standing next to me, frowning and looking rather annoyed, and I could imagine why easily enough. I sought out and participated in a fight with a fellow warrior of Mandalore and got hurt doing it. Even if the whole event was an act of kindness, in the defense of another senator, the incident is still quite serious. If I was seriously injured or had been permanently harmed, I'm sure the consequences would be similarly permanent for his career, once Aunt Satin is informed. Captain Stroke is looking at me with the stoic expression of a superior officer about to reprimand their subordinates on exactly how much they screwed up. I would know, I have done this to my own subordinates before. Care to explain to me why you didn't wait for backup? As well as why did you refuse to break contact when the primary objective was completed? After all, I must not fail to record every detail of the incident, especially of your decision-making. Duchess Satin would not accept anything less from me this time. As usual, the best way out is always through. The target was in jeopardy, they were about to be eliminated by another assassin. We interfered with the objective of countering the second assassin from eliminating the first assassin. We continued so as to apprehend the adversary for further questioning. We partially succeeded in identifying the motive. We can rule out the Naboo spice miners or any smaller organizations, given the scale and resources of the operation. So we have a general idea of why someone is trying to kill Senator Amidala now. He noted that down in a day top hat. Were you successful in protecting the targets? I shrugged and was reminded of the bit of pain from some of the bruises I have after that close quarters fight. We could not confirm the outcome, but I think so. The Jedi should have more details. If they successfully apprehended her, then the Jedi took her away. Nothing was left behind. Captain Stroke nodded his head in acceptance. We should try and contact them, though if they're smart they'll probably have her in some sort of witness protection program. Likely hidden somewhere near the Jedi Temple, and we will never find out if she survived or not. Give me the details on the Mandalorian assassin you all fought. What did you manage to get out of him? Ah, the debrief. This is somewhat nostalgic, but I couldn't let myself get distracted. So I leaned forward, rested my arm on my knees, and focused on recollecting what had happened. The assassin wore metallic silver armor, as in bare silvery metal with blue highlights, likely Beskar. A navy blue Mandalorian super commando style pilot suit, however its primary color is silver. Silver is not exactly the most useful identifying detail. Thanks to a certain someone, silver is probably one of the most popular colors in the Mandalorian sector. I don't think he's wearing Beskar armor. Morrison spoke up from where she took a seat so that Castle could provide first aid to her. Oh. Captain Stroke looked over, focusing his attention on her. The armor he was wearing, it wasn't Beskar. Durasteel, I think. Morrison explained. How do you know that? Vi asked from her prone position on the couch. A lot of the clans on Gargan can't afford Beskar. Even my own. She paused for a moment, but I made a gesture for her to get on with it. Beskar mixed with Durasteel and other forms of cheaper materials over the years have been a substitute. When I punched him in his helmet, it's definitely the high-pitched ring of Durasteel on Durasteel. My armor is made of Durasteel and Tanya's armor is made of Beskar, right? We could test to hear if they sound the same. Morrison finished her statement in a rush of words. You ID'd the assassin's armor by punching? Vi asked in disbelief. It's a very distinctive sound. Morrison said as if it was the most obvious thing in the galaxy. Which does make a degree of sense, as Beskar armor has a much more noticeable lower-pitched ring that I had grown familiar with from my frequent armor sparring with Vi all those years ago. We can verify it later, but I believe you. I inclined my head at Morrison, then I turned back to Captain Stroke to finish the report. The assassin must have been wearing Durasteel armor. Morrison nodded in agreement. She may have been taken out of the fight rather quickly, but she is definitely proving to be useful. That little detail probably would help in figuring out something more about our wayward Mandalorian. Captain Stroke looked down at his day top hat again. That does narrow some things down. Either he's not really a Mandalorian and copied a Mandalorian style, or they don't really have the funding to afford Beskar armor. If it's the latter, it means they are likely from one of the many clans on the outer edges of Mandalorian space. Planets like Zanbar, Gargan, or any number of other places that are not as famous and aren't as well off enough for the general populace to afford Beskar. I don't think they are from a clan either. Morrison spoke up again. Like I said, my armor is an alloy, but the important bits, like the chest, she emphasized that area on her body by knocking on it with her knuckles, and I suppressed a sigh. have higher amounts of Beskar compared to the rest. Everyone in the clans knows the alloyed pieces are weaker and would focus on the periphery like the arms or legs due to weaker armor, and that any injury would make the fight easier in the long term. Except, well, our mystery assassin didn't do that. I guess he must have been fooled when his shots hit Tanya's Beskar armor and assumed all of us had it. So he can't be from a clan, as we would have recognized a difference immediately from our frequent armor sparring. Captain Strook looked rather dubious at this explanation. Mock stood up and joined the conversation. I agree with Ms. Morrison. He twirled the blaster around his finger, which I am sure the safety is on. This guy could afford a Wester 34, and going by the amount of modifications on it, he's got the money. This weapon is practically custom, upgraded to the hilt. He definitely has credits. Strange, he has the credits for weapons, but does not have the credits for armor. Captain Strook said, scratching his chin. Perhaps it's a personal issue. I said as Ordo appeared at my side with a saucer and a cup of coffee. Thank you, Ordo. I said, taking it and sipping the coffee. It was good. The bit of caffeine would help keep my senses sharp through this conversation. You're welcome, Princess. Personal issue, what kind of personal issue though? Morrison asked, looking directly at me curiously. Looking past Ordo to Morrison, I said, from my study of the Silver Codices, there is no cultural reason that would require someone to abstain from Beskar armor. If anything, the opposite is true. The Silver Codices encourage wearing Beskar armor over other practical uses of the material if they could afford it. The assassin is wealthy enough to afford Beskar armor, so they had no reason to avoid it. It's his deliberate choice to use Durasteel armor instead. Perhaps we are looking at this backwards. The Durasteel armor the assassin used must have some greater value we still don't understand then, even if it's something as simple as sentimental value. So our mystery assassin is also mysterious. Vi joked. That leaves us with very little to work with then. Captain Strook stated. X4 entered the room carrying several soft cold packs for everyone who had been involved in the fight. We do have this though. Vi's words were a bit muffled by the couch pillows, as she didn't bother to lift her head far, just enough to scoop up her helmet and execute a slow underhand throw. Supposing she was aiming for Mach, her aim was a bit off then. I snapped my arms out and grabbed the helmet before it could smack me in the head. What is it, exactly? More slowly, I extended an arm and handed Ordo the helmet, which he delivered to Mach. Visual and audio recorder inside the helmet. I turned it on before the fight started. Vi called out in a muffled voice, face first in the couch pillows again. Heh, nice. Mach said, immediately turning the helmet on its side and looking for a port to connect the audio. How is it you girls are smart enough to keep track of how you're having your asses handed to you but not smart enough to not get your asses beat? Captain Strook asked, shaking his head at the three of us. Learning from our mistakes, obviously. It got a laugh from the other two, though Vi coughing put a damper on it. I turned to our medic, Thisish, how is she doing? She'll be fine, Thisish said, smacking Vi's armor that was lying on the ground strewn next to the couch. She just needs to take it easy for a few days and avoid any more strenuous activity, no permanent damage otherwise. I let out a sigh of relief and nodded my head in acknowledgement. Thank you, Thisish. Mach made a noise of excitement and I glanced over. Here we go. Mach pressed a button and the familiar voice of the man who had just fought all three of us without breaking a sweat joined the room. Ladies, is there a problem here? That depends. My voice called out, on the speaker. Last life I had gotten used to hearing recordings of it after action briefings. Back then my voice was always harsh from the demands of constant command, but here it sounded young. Everyone listened, caught up in the whole conversation and the fight from where they were sitting. On the view screen of the computer, I could just barely make out Vi's perspective of the fight. I had to admire that she'd managed to pull herself back up after the beatdown the assassin had thrown our way. It's obvious from the video and our own experience that the man is well trained and a combat veteran. If I had to guess, he probably had a preference for gunslinging judging by the setup of the pistols on his hips, but he was no slouch in a fisticuff fight either. The video ended and I said, and there is your clear footage of our assassin problem. Good, Captain Strook commented, I'll have to see about getting this sent to the Senate Guard. At the very least we could probably do something to prevent him from trying again. Which means our purpose in this whole affair is done. He said, looking directly at me. I sensed he wanted confirmation that I am not going to do anything else on this matter. Perhaps so. I hedged. Unless something else draws my interest into the situation, I don't think we have any other reason to interfere in this matter. Thus I can leave this to the local authorities. I relaxed into the chair, fully intending to follow through on that statement. I closed my eyes to demonstrate my resolve, even though I didn't need to rest yet. After a few moments passed, Castle fake coughed. I know who he is and he's not an assassin by trade. However, he might actually be a problem for the sector. Still resting, I asked, how would he be a problem for the Mandalorian sector? I heard Castle stand up and move away, towards where the view screen was. X4, could you bring up any information on Jango Fett? Of course, Royal Guardsman Castle. X4 said. I heard sounds of X4 moving and accessing a computer port. Curious, I opened an eye and looked. A moment later a picture of a familiar armored Mandalorian appeared on screen, alongside his bounty hunting license. This is Jango Fett, the last Mandalore of the true Mandalorians. Castle trailed off. I was on my feet in an instant. What? The last true Mandalore was killed along with his men. Captain Strook said with furrowed brows as he posed the question I would have asked. No, he survived, as you can see. Jango Fett survived the fight and then he hunted down the leadership of Death Watch. The rest is history. From there he went on to become a bounty hunter, which is why he doesn't wear Beskar armor. Supposedly he still has a set of Beskar armor from serving as the Mandalore for the true Mandalorians, but he doesn't wear it because he has given up on Mandalore. The man is a legend. Castle seemed to be in awe of our adversary. He continued, Jango Fett has made a name for himself as a bounty hunter across the galaxy for the last 20 years or so. A lot of survivors of the true Mandalorians ended up on Voria, my home world, after the Civil War. A lot of us have an interest in keeping up with his career. Sitting back down slowly, I said, and that immediately becomes a problem to Mandalore, one we may need to deal with. Captain Strook turned to me. Hold it, you are a representative, not an assassin. We are not going to go track down a bounty hunter to prevent him from assassinating a member of the Senate. Of course, I said with a smile, it would be foolish for me to attempt to assassinate an assassin, but as we've already made clear they are a bounty hunter, a mercenary, and a true Mandalorian. All these things have one thing in common, money speaks to them. We need to find some way to pay them off so they don't get involved in this situation any further. Why do we need to do that? Morrison asked from her chair, sounding confused. I continued my thought, that is quite simple, if a Mandalorian is involved in a murder of a senator this will look bad for the sector. It already looks bad when it is merely attempted murder, just imagine the consequences if Fett succeeds. Even worse, Fett is the former Mandalore of the true Mandalorians, he has political clout within the Mandalorian sector. If I was an enterprising adversary who wanted to bring as many factions under my control as possible against a coming conflict with the Republic, I would certainly not fail to recruit the battle maniacs, the Mandalorians. What better way to secure the Mandalorians to my side than to help put their former Mandalore back on his throne? Captain Strook nodded his head in agreement at that. Candidate Mandalores don't usually survive long. I can see what you're saying here, when the war between the Republic and Separatists begins, what better way to make sure that Mandalore takes part in the war than to have a conflict spring forth within the sector? The question then becomes how do we prevent Jango Fett from taking part in the conflict? An option is that we pay him off perhaps. I speculated aloud. Unlikely to work, Castle shook his head in disagreement. Jango Fett has built up a reputation of being reliable and won't break a job unless it is beyond his ability to complete. We would need something big to get him to break his personal code of honor. X4, I looked over at the droid, perform a search on anything related to Fett. I need to have more information on our potential adversary in this situation. Of course, Mistress. The droid said as it began doing its research. Okay then, I said leaning back in the chair. Anything else we need to know about while we let X4 explore the Coruscant holonet? Whatever I was expecting, it wasn't Tabi knocking against the door, before stepping inside. Princess Tanya, Senator Tal Merrick is here to see you. My eyebrow rose in confusion. Senator Merrick usually never came down from his office, but I nodded and said, let him come in. Tabi nodded and walked out of the room. A few minutes later he came back with the senator. Senator Merrick took one glance around and showed surprise at seeing our state of half-dressed armor, half-treated physical injuries, and clearly recent medical waste littering the floor. Representative Cries, he said, what exactly did you get up to tonight? Am I going to have to tell your aunt that you were involved in another bar fight? I chuckled at that image. I was not involved in a bar fight. We were simply providing a little extra security for Senator Amidala when we ran afoul of an assassin. Senator Merrick looked rather stunned at that pronouncement. Well, considering you're still here, I assume that the assassin has been turned over to the police. I shook my head. Unfortunately no, he escaped. But we are working on the situation and trying to figure out what to do about it. Do about it? Why do you need to do anything about it? If some assassin is trying to kill another senator you should keep yourself far away from the trouble and not get involved. A fair point. I granted, as I sat back smiling at just how much of a new Mandalorian Prince Merrick was. Always good to have someone to pull back on your reins when you are about to run off into a firefight. Though I would prefer not to end up in a firefight at all. Vi spoke up, the assassin is Jango Fett, a Mandalorian. A former Mandalore to be exact, the true Mandalorian's Mandalore. We were just discussing what to do about him considering the possibility that he might be in the employ of the Separatists. Jango Fett might be used as a pretext to start a civil war in the sector. Senator Merrick stood, taking in the scene and seemingly calculating everything he had just heard for several long moments. How many people know that you are involved in this attempt to prevent an assassination? I looked around and said everyone in this room and a couple Jedi. Why? Was there any video footage? Mok spoke up. I scanned the holonet, no one appears to have uploaded footage of the fight. So we are clear on that front. Senator Merrick nodded at that. Well then, I greatly appreciated our dinner date discussing politics tonight. I'm sure I will recall our conversations for some time. What about you, Ms. Kryze? This subterfuge was unexpected, but I sat up in response, raising an eyebrow. Was he telling me to cover this up, to prevent a repeat of the last time my fight got spread around the holonet? I am frankly intrigued. Yes. Good dinner, the date was a little rough, but the food was fine. Exactly, and as far as I'm concerned you were not involved in any other incidents tonight. Also I wanted to let you know I am approving your request for time off. Enjoy the rest of the month off, forget the troubles here for a bit. Maybe visit your friend Amidala. Oh, that is a good suggestion. I smiled at this, realizing that not only had Senator Merrick understood the threat, but went down the list of things to do and decided he trusted me enough to handle it. Now why would Senator Merrick trust me, a young and inexperienced representative, is a bit up in the air. It was no secret that I had trained with Bo-Katan. The fact I was still alive is proof enough that I could hold my own against the true Mandalorian. This is an impressive level of trust and I am not going to throw it away. Of course, Senator. I said, bowing my head. I was looking into starting on vacation in a couple days, thank you for clearing that request. In understanding we both shared a smile. Do your best out there, Tanya, for Mandalore. Always will. I said. Senator Merrick turned and left the room, leaving me with the royal guards, my handmaidens, and X4. It would appear that this operation has been sanctioned by the senator without being sanctioned. X4 said, stating the obvious for those still looking confused. Morrison and Tabi both were looking perplexed. I'm sure some others probably were not getting the full picture but were keeping it to themselves. Senator Merrick might not report this, but I will. Captain Stroke said, matter-of-factly. Oh, Senator Merrick is going to report it. I clarified, however, he is going to wait a few days, give me a head start on trying to get this situation under control. And Satin would not approve of me running off for this. I will have to send her a message as well to explain myself, so she doesn't think I'm being too aggressive. Captain Stroke took a deep breath whilst pinching the bridge of his nose. It seemed he was not amused by my creative interpretations. However, he didn't go as far as to speak up and contradict me, either. Instead he turned to all three of us. In any case, all of your performances show room for improvement, even if you were against the most dangerous Mandu in the galaxy. When we have time, you all are going to be undergoing additional training until I feel you are up to snuff. Got it? Aye, sir. Morrison said, giving a lazy salute with her uninjured arm. I nodded while Vi merely made a noise. Then Captain Stroke turned back to me. So the plan is to find some way to make contact with this Jango Fett. Tell him don't take a side in the coming civil war, here's some money and that's it. I nodded, ideally we could find something that would change his mind. I suspect Jango Fett's reputation for honor is a reflection of the true Mandalorian's creeds, as described by a foreigner. If he's already been bought off by the separatists, it might be impossible to pay him off to stay uninvolved. So if Jango Fett is as entangled as I suspect he is, then we cut a deal to not involve the Mandalorian sector. Maybe he will recruit a few Mandalorians and export some mercenaries from our sector, but that can be swept under the rug easily enough. How would that be swept under the rug? Morrison asked, as Ordo walked next to her and handed her a cup of coffee. He had been moving about the room doing that for the last 5 minutes or so. Ordo answered, if you supply mercenaries to one side you're an accessory to their side's crimes. If you supply mercenaries to both sides, then you are neutral. All we need to do is run through the legislation that's already on the table for allowing mercenary work to be allowed outside the sector. After that, we use our neutrality to deny responsibility for anyone who is involved in mercenary work outside the sector. Exactly. I'm sure there will be plenty of mercenaries on both sides of this conflict from Mandalore, which will not be good for the opinion of our sector. But as long as we can keep our sector out of the war, that's a step in the right direction. X4 made a beep before turning away from the screen, saying, I may have found a way to prevent Jango Fett from taking part in this conflict, though it is very tenuous. Tenuous? I asked as I sat up, sipping my coffee. Very, X4 said as he pulled up the screen and selected a report picture of a blonde woman, highlighting the accompanying information. The name at the top of it was of most interest, Arla Fett. Prisoner 327, Arla Fett, name given through interrogation. Former member of Death Watch, attempted assassination of a senator on Coruscant 20 years ago. Held in a Coruscant maximum security prison on a life sentence. I blinked and then blinked again. Could the name be a coincidence? Possible. However, Fett is a rare clan with few members. According to my records, the only known living members of the Fets are Arla Fett and Jango Fett. There is a possibility that they are unrelated, but there seems to be a greater possibility they are related. Captain Stroke spoke up then. If they're related, don't you think Jango Fett would have broken his sister out? Arla Fett was a member of Death Watch. Castell pointed out. Maybe there was no love lost between Jango Fett of the True Mandalorians and Arla Fett of the Death Watch. You don't rescue your enemies. That's just speculation for now. Ordo said, refilling my cup with the last of the coffee. What other facts do we know? X4. Arla Fett is considered by all who knew her to be dead. Her record and her name are censored. I obtained access through your position as a senatorial representative. I won't speculate on Arla Fett's state of mind or ideological allegiances before her confinement, but I can state her medical records that indicate a history of severe trauma. Enough so it would have to have begun in her youth, and there were signs of drug use, physical abuse, amongst other issues. Additionally, Arla Fett's medical records are flagged by the doctors in the Valorum Center. She has no treatment plan. She's a prisoner there. Interesting. There's a possibility that Arla Fett is a member of Clan Fett. But assuming something will get us nothing, can you arrange a meeting between me and Arla Fett? X4 turned its head for a moment to look at the screen before turning back. The only people who are marked as able to visit Arla Fett are senators and representatives of the Mandalore Tower, so yes. Rather specific. Captain Stroke noted. X4 centered its head and gave a nod, at the request of the attempted assassination victim, the last senator of Mandalore. Before Senator Merrick took control, he requested Arla Fett to be put in the deepest hole possible, to be denied visitors, and for her to be marked as dead as far as the public would be concerned. The judge granted his request. Obliteration, I sighed, the ancient practice of basically sealing someone up in their own room, feeding them until they died. A terrible thing to do. I was not very familiar with the predecessor of Prince Tal Merrick, but my opinions of them had gone down greatly. On the off chance she really is a relative of his, she could be useful for us. After all, nothing like springing a relative out of a hellhole to get someone on your side and abandon your status as reliable for one thing. With that last thought, I was hopeful, but truly exhausted. I think this meeting is over, I announced, getting up and downing the last of the coffee. We'll leave Arla Fett's situation for the morning, as well as finding out what's going on with the Jedi and Senator Padme Amidala. Everyone else agree. There was a collection of nods, though Captain Stroke raised his hand saying, what about the fact that Arla Fett was involved with an attempted assassination of a senator? I don't think the Republic is going to take kindly to us creating future problems. I nodded looking back at the screen. Perhaps you can help us with that. I can convince Duchess Satin to assert royal privilege and pardon Jango and Arla of any past crimes. If they stay and settle in Mandalore, they won't be extradited. Additionally, Senator Amidala would not have any reason to pursue Jango if he cooperated and revealed his contract's source, and without Amidala's cooperation, the Jedi have no ability to extract or punish Jango Fett any further. Of course, all of this depends on whether we can convince Jango Fett to switch sides and turn over his sources. So sector arrest? Jango Fett can't leave the sector and he can't take part in any bounty hunting, if he turns over evidence on who hired him for the bounty? Not a bad plan, though. I guess we'll have to wait and see if he actually is willing to take it. Captain Stroke said. Yes, Jango Fett only really matters if he's willing to take the deal. Coruscant, Mandalorian Tower. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Please wait here, Master Jedi. I need to alert Representative Kryze, said one of the Mandalorian royal guards as she tapped her helmet, obviously sending a message to the rest of the tower. All right. I said, standing back, as I glanced over at the morning skyline. Last night I spent several frustrating hours in our archives, chasing down leads that went nowhere. So far, the information we had on the situation with the assassin at the moment was absolutely nothing. The mysterious assassin had been effectively silenced, the one witness who could have talked. Well, almost nothing. We do have a dart and I would be visiting an old friend who might have some information on it. But before I chased down unlikely contacts, the Mandalorian assassin who silenced our claw-eyed assassin, was engaged in combat with 3 other Mandalorians. While the Mandalorian assassin escaped via their jetpack, I had a few ideas on who he might have been escaping from. I hoped the only known Mandalorians on Coruscant could share some information on his identity. My thoughts were interrupted when the next guard finally announced our entrance. Representative Kryze will see you now. The royal guard stepped out of the way to allow me to step into the main seating area of the apartment. Inside, the young Ms. Kryze is already seated and expecting me, as well as Vi, and a third girl I am unfamiliar with. All 3 seemed injured and tired, although Ms. Kryze looked less so. Vi isn't moving much at all, using stillness to hide the extent of her injury and keep up appearances. Ms. Kryze is wearing a green dress like I'd seen her wear on many occasions with her hair done in its normal fashion, despite the obvious hidden injuries and generally exhausted state of the rest of the apartment's occupants. Smiling, Ms. Kryze stood up and said, "Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi, to what do I owe the honor for your visit?" "Oh, nothing much, Ms. Kryze. I was informed last night that you were taking part in a rather interesting chase. Were you attempting to help your friend from a distance, as it were?" Ms. Kryze nodded and said, "Friends are hard to find, it would be a shame to not to do the utmost to help them." The council was putting pressure on the investigation. So much for the slim mandate we had begun with. Instead of training, I had to chase down every lead along the way. Although, I was pretty sure I could skip the paperwork with Ms. Kryze if I negotiated aggressively enough. Of course, of course. However, I think I saw you even engaging in a little bit of combat across the way. Any details you are able to share about last night's events? The Jedi Council is investigating the matter of the bounty on Senator Amidala. It is a violation of the Bounty Hunters Guild Charter. Bounties on government officials are a serious breach. The Council will be putting together a full diplomatic request for information through to Mandalore about your involvement last night, but perhaps we don't need to do all that paperwork. Ms. Kryze nodded before saying, "I have some good news for you as we do have a name. The Mandalorian assassin is Jango Fett, a former true Mandalorian warlord turned bounty hunter." "Really now, how did you come by this information?" I asked, taken aback by this development. Ms. Kryze simply shrugged. Her droid stepped over, offering a tray of drinks. "This might take a while to explain, but I am certain I can recall more details right now than a diplomatic dispatch would provide. So help yourselves to a drink and a seat with me, Master Jedi." I considered her offer for a moment. I had asked for more information after all. I suppose this was better than paperwork, a little bit of CAF won't hurt. I agreed, taking the drink and moving over to an offered seat. We both sat down across from each other, a small table separating us. We were acting as a secondary security force to keep an eye on the situation. Ms. Kryze began. "After the chase, a Mandalorian assassin appeared and targeted the assassin while we attempted to detain him. I managed to hold a brief conversation, and based on analysis of the recording we believe the Mandalorian is the bounty hunter, Jango Fett. However, we lack his current whereabouts or a means to contact him. Why are you interested in getting in contact with him?" I leaned forward a bit. She smiled. "Politically, it would be better if Mandalore is in no way involved in these assassination attempts. So convincing him to drop the contract and maybe give us a hint on who is behind the bounty would be the ideal outcome for the sector. Likely so, there is some sound logic to it. Perhaps you can get in contact with him through the Bounty Hunters Guild," I offered. Ms. Kryze shrugged. "It is possible and I might try that as well. However, I have another lead I will be pursuing first. Anything that will help us out in our own investigation into the matter." I received another smile, although it didn't reach her eyes this time. "I am afraid not. Your investigation is solely about who is behind the bounty and assassination attempt. Mine is slightly different. I will give you any information we manage to get out of Jango Fett. However, when it comes to helping in finding him, I am afraid you are on your own, just as we are." I nodded my head as this was a reasonable boundary. This was, after all, a political matter by the sounds of it. "If you do have another conversation with Jango Fett, tell him the Jedi wish to speak to him as well." Ms. Kryze chuckled at my suggestion. "I highly doubt he will agree, but I will ask anyway." I nodded. Unfortunately it was understandable to not want a Jedi involved in a Mandalorian affair. Even with the many steps taken over the last few years to improve relations with Mandalorians. I finally said, "No harm in asking. If you do find any information on the one who posted the bounty, please contact me at any time." I reached into a pocket and pulled out an information chip, handing it to the droid as it walked over. "That is my contact information, it will route you directly to my communicator." Ms. Kryze nodded. "X4 please give him our own contact information. Perhaps you will find some information that will help us in our own objectives." She restated the question as a comment. "Perhaps." I agreed, nodding as I took the offered chip before stashing it in my pocket. "So then Ms. Kryze, I imagine that Duchess Satin is not going to be pleased with your personal involvement in this situation, don't you think?" Ms. Kryze nodded stiffly. "I agree she will be displeased, but it was for the right cause. Preserving peace is always something that you can bend the rules for a bit, I believe." Of course, I agreed easily, "but becoming involved yourself in this matter is a bit of a stretch, no? After all, according to Duchess Satin, I'm one of the experts on New Mandalorian doctrine and pacifism. The old New Mandalorian pacifism, I would think. Last time Satin and I had a conversation on these matters, we failed to settle our debate around whether violence is justified in self-protection, not just self-defense. I am concerned such violent solutions could contribute to a cycle of violence." "Really now?" Ms. Kryze asked, failing to hide her interest in the topic. "Well, that makes some sense. Aunt Satin did used to be a bit more evangelical about the matters of pacifism and the evils of the military-industrial complex. Now, I believe she sees the necessities of such things. The last few years of instability with the Republic has put matters in perspective for both of us. Is that so? I said, scratching inside my beard, to give myself a moment to consider. We did have several conversations about the matters of protection of society and we always found agreement in the past. I think if we had continued to discuss matters, we might have come to some sort of mutual understanding. Ms. Kryes held my gaze. I'm sure if you two stayed together long enough, you two would have had your own discussions on the topic. Both of you seem able to understand the other's perspective intuitively. I have always been impressed with Satin's command of rhetoric and as a Jedi, I am sure you are just as skilled. What with the both of you having been seasoned by years of experience by this point? Is that a diplomatic way of calling us old? I joked, which got the appropriate response I was looking for. Ms. Kryes giggled a bit. No, Master Jedi, I'm not calling the two of you old, but experience does come with age. From my own brief experience I believe that in our youth we tend to be stupid and do stupid things. Age put matters in perspective. When things are in perspective, you have a better chance of meeting your goals. I chuckled at that before saying, how very wise of you, Ms. Kryes. However, should you not take your own advice? Should you not put this whole current situation in perspective? After all, you are just a young representative. She chuckled at that before saying, while it may seem like I am not putting things in perspective, from my point of view, with details you are unaware of, everything is quite in its perspective. Interesting, would you share those details I am not aware of? I said whilst poking at her defenses. I will share what needs to be known when it needs to be known. Ms. Kryes said matter-of-factly. And not a moment sooner. Make no mistake, I will tell you in the Jedi Council, but only if it pertains to the safety of the Republic. On matters of the Mandalore sector, I will see to the sector first and once that is safe I will worry about its repercussions for the Republic. It's moments like these that reminds me that Tanya is related to Satin. The subtle stubbornness that both of them share, a quiet command of what would be best for their sector, is on full display. Of course, Tanya might be covering up her lack of knowledge or she could even be fishing for more information from me. I wasn't exactly thrilled about the political stakes of this conversation. Mandalorian politics were a quagmire at the best of times, and it sounded like they had their hands full. There were few Mandalorian situations improved by the addition of the Jedi. The Council preferred we stay out if at all possible. However, perhaps I could press and get some more information from Ms. Kryes for our investigation right now, rather than through the slow diplomatic channels. Sipping my CAF, I thought for a moment before deciding, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Reaching into my coat pocket, I pulled out the dart inside a small container and said, I have another meeting later today to ask around about this, but might as well confirm what I think. I already know this weapon was used to silence the assassin who attempted to murder Senator Amidala last night. It is not Mandalorian, correct? Ms. Kryes reached out onto the table and picked it up carefully and gingerly looking at it before nodding her head. It is not Mandalorian. Ms. Kryes confirmed. The design philosophy is not blocky enough to be modern Mandalorian or ancient Mandalorian, these smooth curves are foreign. Though that would track with our own investigation into this matter. Jango Fett left the Mandalorian sector many years ago. Most likely he has already found some new home and if he is as honorable a true Mandalorian as he says he is probably adopting weapons and equipment from his new home. I nodded before saying, so my current hypothesis, that if I track down this dart to its origin, I might find where this Jango Fett's current home is located, is correct. You are half correct, Ms. Kryes stated before continuing, there is always the possibility that this person simply is nomadic and is always on the move. He may not have a fixed home, but will still have regular places where they get supplies from. At the very least it should put you on the right trail. I nodded my head at that as Ms. Kryes set the dart back down carefully. I picked it up, stashing it back in my pocket. Ms. Kryes seemed to think for a moment before saying, a member of the Fett clan is here on Coruscant in prison for crimes committed several decades ago. No guarantee that it will lead anywhere, but that is the current lead I am investigating. After that I will try to contact him through the Bounty Hunters Guild, see if we can persuade him to talk through money instead of violence. That seems unlikely, bounty hunters usually have a code and they do not usually break that code. Usually, Ms. Kryes commented, but we have to try, worse comes to worse, I find nothing. If I do find something, I will contact you and let you know. Excellent, playing with the nearly finished CAF cup I said, to hopefully figuring out who is behind this and solving this assassination plot peacefully. Ms. Kryes mimicked me and did the same, holding up around and saying, yes, let's hope for a peaceful resolution of this whole situation so that we can get back to arguing about the military and the current separatist issue. I finished the last of my CAF, it was a fairly pleasant blend and it is a vast improvement from when I first tried brewing it myself. Oh, I hope not. I frankly would prefer that the Senate did not implement the military. I said matter-of-factly and she raised an eyebrow at my comment. Really now? I've actually not heard the opinion of the Jedi Council on the whole situation. You seem to be keeping out of it as an organization. I believe the current opinion of the Council is that it is outside the Jedi's mandate. It's not a matter for the Jedi whether the Republic has a military or not. There are some concerns about the Separatists, but when there is a political disagreement between two factions, the Jedi usually decide to fulfill our role as mediators and mediate between the two factions. Ms. Kryze nodded her head saying, a reasonable move. The Jedi are meant to be elements to keep peace and order. Taking a side in this conflict will make the Jedi seem less like an independent faction promoting peace and order and more of a weapon of the Republic to keep those who disagree in line. What makes you so certain there will be conflict? The Jedi Council is preparing to mediate between the Separatists' Parliament and Senate. I shook my head before saying, hopefully the Senate will come to its senses and get this situation resolved in a more sensible way. It is not like there is a Sith Lord controlling the Separatists. That is an interesting qualifier. Ms. Kryze said, what if there is one? Would that change the Jedi's opinion on the matter? Oh, very much so. I acknowledged, the Sith are an enemy to peace and everything good in the galaxy. If they were to return, we would be forced to take action and if necessary fight for the Republic. I remembered some details about a conversation yesterday with Senator Amidala. She mentioned how Count Dooku was mentioned by Vice Chair Amidala as possibly being the one behind the assassination attempt. I also remember that Count Dooku is a former Jedi. So I have a question that seems a little bit odd, but I want your honest answer. Who declares a person a Sith Lord? That is an interesting question, but the answer is rather simple. As I said, a Sith Lord always declares themselves as such, usually as a source of pride. The Sith were more numerous thousands of years ago, they rarely make an appearance today. There have been fallen Jedi in the last 1,000 years. But nothing as major as the last great Sith Lord. What if the Republic declares Count Dooku as a Sith? Based on the fact that he is a former Jedi and leading a fight against the Republic? What would be the stance of the Jedi Council then? That, I sat back in my seat a bit perplexed at that scenario, as it's not something I'd ever considered happening. After a moment of thought I finally said, well, there's two possibilities. The Council will investigate this claim and determine if it's true. If it is, we will most likely join the Republic in its war against the Separatists. However, if it's not, I'm not sure. It would harm relations between the Council and the Senate. Though if the Council declared every rogue Jedi that was not part of the Coruscant Temple a Sith, that would also be a major crisis. The Green Jedi of Corellia, which are not technically part of our temple, do talk with us and share many of their teachings. There are other smaller and more diverse orders throughout the galaxy that could easily look at that situation with a loss of trust. Good, it sounds like there are checks and balances amongst the various orders. That will definitely be helpful in the future when we're forced to negotiate with them. Forced to negotiate with them? I asked, concerned at the implication. In my opinion, it is not a matter of if the Separatists will initiate the crisis, it is when. The upcoming crisis is a certainty. How we will deal with the situation is still up in the air. I'm of the opinion that beyond expanding the local garrisons, increasing the power of local naval fleets to watch on the border is necessary to increase preparedness. We should attempt some sort of negotiated trade agreements as time goes on to ease tensions as well as preserve the galactic economy. After all, the majority of the reasons the Separatists are interested in leaving are because they feel like they are getting little for the taxes they pay the Republic. If they can invest the money themselves, they would prefer to invest to help secure the safety of their people from pirates, raiders, and slaving operations. Even a war cannot fully distract from the fact that the core needs the raw materials the Outer Rim worlds have, and the Outer Rim will want to spend their wealth on refined goods from the mid and core worlds, as they did before this crisis. Ah, so you're already preparing for a future where the Republic and the Separatists are two separate political entities. Ms. Kryze nodded before saying, I'm preparing for a future where the Mandalorian sector is in between two separate political entities that hate each other. It's not going to be a safe position for our sector. Despite an initial peace, there will be war down the line. History doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. And usually, it will always be the Republic that stands in the end. A bleak prophecy. I noted. Ms. Kryze shrugged and said, prepare for the worst, yet hope for the best. It's better to be prepared than to be left out in the middle of an interstellar war with nothing. Shaking my head, here's hoping that remains just a bleak prophecy that does not come to pass. Putting the empty cup down, I stood up. Time to wrap this up. I had already been here longer than expected. Thank you for your time, Representative Kryze. Unfortunately, I must go meet my contact. It has been a pleasant conversation, Ms. Kryze. Good luck, Master Obi-Wan Kenobi. I hope you find some information that will lead to this situation being resolved without more bloodshed. I smiled at that. Same to you, Ms. Kryze. Be careful with your own efforts to stop this assassination. If they give up with Senator Amidala, they might target her supporters and allies next. Perhaps I should pay her a visit then and make sure that Padme is aware she still has friends by her side. A lovely thought, Ms. Kryze. Unfortunately, Senator Amidala has gone into protective custody and cannot receive any visitors for the foreseeable future. Ms. Kryze nodded in approval, before pausing. A moment later, she frowned in thought. I take it that is where your Padawan is. Yes, it is. Anakin is capable of protecting Senator Amidala, I think. There was a flash of annoyance across Ms. Kry's face. Yes, I think he'll do a fine job of protecting her. I'm just a little jealous. I wish I could wish them luck, but time is of the essence. My own meeting is going to be taking place soon as well. Thank you for your visit, Master Kenobi. I gave a small bow before sweeping past the 2 royal guards at the door, heading towards the elevator, moving on to my next meeting with Dexter Jetster, an old friend who I hoped might have some more information on this dart. Coruscant, Valorum Center. Tanya cries. Of all these stupid idiotic things I would have expected, putting Anakin in charge of Padme's protection detail was up there on the list of things that went a little too far. Yes, he's a Jedi. Yes, I'm sure he would be doing a perfectly fine job, but he has definitely shown some sort of emotional weakness around her. How that would play out, I don't know, but it could be rather disastrous if Anakin didn't play his cards exactly right. I half expected the next time I heard about him it would be in the context of a disciplinary action by the Jedi Order. No doubt for breaking the rules of attachment, because it was obvious that he had an attachment to the senator from Naboo. But Anakin is not my problem. My problem is deep within one of the lower levels of a Coruscant prison's prison system is not exactly top-notch. No, it has more in common with the worst aspects of some of the worst prison systems of all time. Well, almost the worst, the fact that there were countries that had systems that allowed prisoners to leave their prison, to commit more crimes before returning back to sleep in the same prison. A complete lack of enforcement of law and order said everything. You could be a bit too nice to your criminals. That being said, this particular prison is for the criminally insane, so perhaps it was a bit better at keeping its prisoners from causing more mayhem. The fact that they had basically put someone to obliteration said a lot about the mental health institutions of Coruscant and the Republic. My thoughts on this subject were stopped as the prison doors opened in front of me and the 2 security guards stepped out, while keeping an eye on the doors. They walked forward a bit before motioning me and Morrison forward. The lead guard said, "Keep your hands to yourself and watch your possessions. Some prisoners are a little bit unstable, so we try to keep them sedated, but there's only so much drugs can do." Sedated? I asked, getting a rather bad feeling about that. Yeah, can't trust most of these prisoners not to do something stupid. Policy is to just keep them on a safe long-term sedative as much as possible. Keeps them compliant and calm. Some prisoners are okay with this, some aren't. And what about Arla Fett? Is she complying with this? I asked as they led the way further into the facility. Well, she's one of those special cases. There's concern she might harm herself since she was held captive by Death Watch for long enough that the Mandu slave syndrome went into effect. She apparently cared for them even though they were responsible for the death of her family. Now that she's had time to get her head clear, well, let's just say we keep her drugged up so she doesn't harm herself. The guards were rather informative. So Arla is suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Wonderful, well, it could be worse. Hopefully it would not hamper my efforts to get information out of her. Although it is a bit concerning that apparently Stockholm Syndrome is called Mandu Slave Syndrome. It didn't sound very scientific. I have a feeling that term might date back to the Mandalorian Wars, when slaves were allowed to move their way up the ranks. More than a few Republic prisoners of war ended up donning Mandalorian arms and armor and fighting against the Republic during the conflict. I'll have to do a bit of research to confirm the origin later. I didn't have the time at the moment. However, this did raise an interesting question, so I poked at it. How did you come to know this information? I was under the impression that she did not speak Galactic Basic from the files I was given. The first guard shrugged before saying, "The last chief of the guards talked to the last Mandalorian senator and that's where he got that information from. I think it was passed on to the doctors and they marked it down somewhere. I don't know if it was ever really marked down in the security personnel records, and no one reads those anyway. At the time, the senator didn't want her to ever recover and no one else really gave a damn. That's rather callous of him," I mentioned, hoping to get some more details. It got the response I was hoping for from the guard. "Guy was a twisted bastard from what I heard. You didn't hear this from me, but the assassination attempt may have been warranted as there's a reason that the guy is no longer a senator." A few years after the attempted assassination, it came out that he was involved in an arms smuggling operation. Was gun running for several companies in the Mandalore sector, helping move weapons out of the sector into the hands of mercenaries. Big scandal at the time from what I remember, as he was profiteering off war, while you guys were going pacifist. Rumor has it that some of those weapons were rather defective and made their way into the hands of the Death Watch or their remnants, which is likely why Arla was dispatched to assassinate him. That is a short and concise explanation of how this all came together. Shaking my head, I said, "Well, whatever the proclivities of the last senator, I guess it is up to me to figure out what to do with this wayward child of Mandalore." The guard chuckled before saying, "If you can figure out how to get her onto a ship and take her back to Mandalore, go right ahead. As far as the legal system is concerned, she's paid for her crime and she's only being held here at the request of the last senator who is not in office anymore. We sent a note to the current senator about this and he just washed his hands of it. Convicted Death Watch can rot in prison as far as he is concerned. A bit of new Mandalorian showing in Senator Merrick. In the early days of the new Mandalorian government, much effort was put into purifying Mandalore of its militaristic past and former self. It was the time period that saw the deportation of anyone with Death Watch or old Mandalorian connections to Concordia. Unsurprising then, that an unjust sentence for a convicted member of the Death Watch would receive no attention. I couldn't hold it against him but had to wonder what would have happened if he had taken a more proactive stance on the matter. Oh well, no telling who she would have to deal with to resolve Arla's situation. Most likely, I would have to see about having her moved to Mandalore even if it turned out she was not related to Jango Fett. After all, being left to rot in this prison is not healthy for a person's state of mind. It's not hard to see why someone might wish to commit suicide in here, such that would need to be put on drugs. This was no better than solitary confinement and that had a way on people's minds that led to some insanity. I looked up as the guards came to a stop in front of a door saying, "And here she is. We'll be right here in case she gets a little violent. It doesn't happen often, she's more angry at herself and we have her restrained enough that she won't do anything too serious," the guard said, before taking out his keys. The other guard muttered, "She's chanting again." I picked up the sound of someone speaking Mandue though it was not standard Mandue. There is a definite accent to it, but it is an unfamiliar accent, unlike either the Concordian or Gargan Mandue speech I was familiar with. It is closer to Castel's accent, so I had to assume this is Concord Dawn's accent. The door opened to reveal a woman in her mid-40s, sitting in a corner of a padded cell. Her arms are in a straitjacket as she mutters a tune that sounded awfully familiar. It took me a while to realize that it is one of the old war songs that Aunt Bo had taught me all those years ago when she first started training Vi and me. The woman's eyes were glazed over. She seemed to look at something in the distance as she muttered her tune, which is not a good sign. She's not very lucid, so I had to assume this conversation may not go anywhere. Sighing, I stepped in the room with Morrison following behind me before the door closed behind us, leaving us in a padded cell with a crazy woman. Well, not the worst place I've been in one of my lives. "Good morning, Ms. Fett," I said first in Galactic Basic, but that got no response. Either proving she couldn't speak it or wouldn't respond to it, so I tried the greeting again, this time in Mandue. It got a bit of a response, but she only looked at me for a moment before continuing the tune. I went for the next best thing based on what I was seeing. I joined her in singing the next verse of the song in Mandue, seeing if that would break through the wall she seems to have built from reality. As ruthless as death itself. The pitiless face of the Jedi's wrath. Let us look down on all who are before us. Brothers all, one heart of justice. Glory. I stopped to wait to see what happened and she definitely stopped this time, blinking once or twice before saying, "Nice voice, terrible pronunciation." "Thank you, I'll work on it," I said while taking a knee across from her as Morrison waited by the door. "Are you willing to talk to me now, Ms. Fett? You can speak. I'll decide if you get a reply." I nodded as that is as good of an indication as any that I was at least moving in the right direction. "Well then, Ms. Fett, I've recently come across your case and was rather horrified at the story I've seen there. To be obliterated and left in a hole, that is no way for a Mandalorian to live." "It's no way for a Mandalorian to die," Ms. Fett responded before saying, "but that would be preferable than living like this." While I can see the logic in that, I did note that during my investigation I found that it is possible to have you transferred to a facility in Mandalore. One that's more adept at dealing with your kind of situations, if you're willing to give up all connections with Death Watch, of course. She looked up at me and said, "I've been in this room for, I don't know how long. If Death Watch cared about me they would have gotten me out already. I was nothing but a tool for them, so I might be willing to give up that connection easily enough. But I would like to know what you, whoever you are going to use me for next. What tool are you going to turn me into? Why have you come down into this hell to pull me out of it?" I smiled and said, "You're a lot sharper than I was led to believe." Which got a smile in return from her. "They pumped me full of drugs in the evening, I'm rather lucid in the afternoons. Those are the worst times, as that's when I get to think about what I've done and what has been done to me, what's been taken from me." I nodded my head before getting to the meat of this meeting. "I'm looking for a bounty hunter by the name of Jango Fett. He has been involved in a rather, well, the same thing you were involved in, an attempted assassination of a senator. I am trying to salvage the political situation for Mandalore, and it would be best that he doesn't end up in a jail cell like you. However, to do that I need to find a way to get in contact with him. I was hoping that as a member of the same clan, even if extended, you might have some sort of knowledge on that matter." Ms. Fett paused in surprise. "Jango's still alive? Gods, I should have tracked him down back when I had the chance." She shook her head before continuing. "Near the midpoint of the Civil War, I was a child living on a farmstead in Concord Dawn. Just me, my mother, my father, and my brother. True Mandalorians had gotten their asses kicked by Death Watch more than usual and sought shelter on my father's farm. My father was a sucker for the True Mandu cause and it cost us everything. Death Watch managed to track them to his farm and killed him. My brother ran into the cornfields while my mother opened fire. They killed her while I hid and hoped I could escape, but they eventually found me. That is the beginning of my career as an assassin for Death Watch. They tattooed their symbol on my back and forcibly trained me to fight for them. After a while I thought they were right, that my family was weak, that the true Mandalorians were weak, all of the Mandalorians were weak, and that Death Watch would fix everything wrong with Mandalore. What a joke. She shook her head before saying, my brother on the other hand, he found his way to the true Mandalorians. They took him in, I don't know what they did to him but considering he became their leader eventually I think he probably had an easier time of it. Leaning forward I said, are you saying that Jango Fett is your brother? She smiled before saying, yes I am, I found out near the end of the Civil War that he was still alive and I thought he was weak. I was actually happy when I heard he might have been killed by the Jedi. There is a look of disgust on her face that said everything that I needed to know. She is wrestling with the training that screws with her head, quite a bit by the looks of it, with the realization that she had wanted her own flesh and blood to die because of that indoctrination. She sighed before saying, as I said, I haven't talked to my brother in decades, even before getting locked up in here, so I don't have any way to contact him for you. Oh, I am not so sure about that. I said, already coming up with a plan in my mind as I asked, does your brother know that you are alive? She shook her head, doubtful, I don't think he'd be so cruel as to leave me in here. Then I think I have a way of getting in contact with him through the Bounty Hunters Guild. Getting up I said, but none of what has been said here will affect my efforts to get you back to Mandalore. This is not healthy for your mind and I will do everything in my power to get you out. Ms. Fett chuckled before saying, good luck with that. I wouldn't mind seeing the sky again. Giving her a bow I said, luck isn't necessary, I have the ear of the Duchess of Mandalore to call upon, it will happen. Ms. Fett laughed before saying, wait, the new Mandalorians are still in control? I thought you guys would have been kicked out by Death Watch by now. I smiled as I said, Death Watch, as far as I'm aware, have been destroyed or have had their power so greatly reduced it might as well be a new organization pretending to be the last one. Which, in my opinion, is a good thing, don't you think? Ms. Fett smiled before saying, yeah, hope the bastards rot. Good luck miss. Cries. Tanya cries. I said before turning to Morrison and nodding. She tapped on the door, signaling to the guards waiting outside that we were done. A moment later we are escorted out of the room by the guards. As we walked back out Morrison asked, are you really going to try and have her transferred to Mandalore? Of course. As far as I can tell Ms. Fett is stable enough to be moved. Look at this place, looking around at the metal walls and how little care they have for the design. This is not a healthy place for someone's mind. The fact that she returned, undid Death Watch's brainwashing through years of self-reflection and was somewhat sane is a testament to her willpower. Morrison nodded, one more question. So, you sing pretty well, did you ever consider making a career out of it? No, why? I lied as naturally as I breathed. Morrison coughed and said, well I was just kind of reminded about this whole idol thing that was taking off on Gargan. There's some sort of contest going on every 6 months that is kind of like a battle between the idols. There'll be another one in 2 months and I had this hilarious idea of the 3 of us entering, doing a bit of cross-planetary cultural exchange. I blinked and said, I will consider that. There was something there, but I would need to not be dealing with the current situation at the moment. Participating as the Princess of Mandalore to take part in a battle of idols would be a general way to spread the culture from Gargan to Mandalore, which would increase profit revenues quite a bit. The event would also improve people's idea of what Gargan is, not an insignificant boon towards encouraging more legal commerce on the planet. Once the concept of interstellar idol tours really takes off, idol contests would inevitably one day take place here on Coruscant too. However, all of this would require a significant amount of my limited personal time investment since I would be personally involved. So I could worry about these long-term dreams only after the danger of the inevitable civil war had passed and Mandalore was safe. Chapter 33. 716 FNM, 22 BBY. Month 5. Coruscant, Mandalorian Tower. Tal Merrick. Victory had never tasted so sweet as it did at this moment, and the wine brought in from Kalevala sharpened the taste oh so delightfully. Despite the plan not entirely going as planned, the overall project is still on the path to success and bearing fruit. Although the plan for the Mandalore sector to be involved in the coming war is a bit fractious right now and my relations with Pre Vizsla are on the rocks due to our differing opinion on how things should proceed. Pre Vizsla wanted to establish himself as the new Mandalore and persuade the rest of the sector to join his cause, while I'm more focused on our diplomatic relations with the rising Confederacy. The separatists were still in their infancy, so any impact there would ripple out far into the future. As an additional boon, I had Count Dooku's backing. Both Count Dooku and I share the same goal, to replace the new Mandalorian government. My original plan involved Death Watch capitalizing on a predictable Republic overreaction when we act to remove their outposts within the sector. When the Republic's inevitable ham-fisted response results in yet another harsh Mandalorian occupation, Death Watch would then coordinate with the Separatists to restore independence and bring honorable Mandalorian rule to the sector. Implicit in the arrangement was that Pre-Vizsla would become Mandalore after the Separatist campaign. Once, it seemed that this plan might have succeeded. Now, Pre-Vizsla believes Satin has grown more moderate and less pacifistic, as evidenced by her latest reforms. No, she has not reformed one bit, nor has she begun to see the necessity of a strong military. Her reforms were more of a result of Satin's niece, Princess Tanya, who has been given far too much latitude and power. She is the invisible influence behind Satin's reforms, not any true change of heart or belief. She's a crafty one. Her scheme with the Ithorian terraformers required many steps, brandishing my name and title to promote her vanity project and ruffling the feathers of many traditionalist clans, then dodging the scrutiny and letting Satin's wrath all fall unjustly on me. Remove her sway, and Mandalore would fall back to Satin's old vision. And the latest reports from Pre-Vizsla contained a worrying amount of respect for Satin as an opponent rather than as an obstacle. As it was, Pre-Vizsla is many things, but he does practice what he preaches, thus he isn't as reliable as I thought he would be in the coming storm. A shame. I've known for some time that Pre-Vizsla would eventually cause some problem, but now I am concerned that he wasn't as reliable as I had originally portrayed him to be to Count Dooku. Fortunately, there is always a chance that this whole situation could be turned around, which is why I hadn't informed Count Dooku about my worries nor prevented him from continuing to send small hidden shipment of arms and armored vehicles to Concordia. More worryingly however, is that Pre-Vizsla no longer condemned Satin as the anti-Mandalore in his usual gathering, all hush-hush of course. In fact, he had abandoned his plan of an uprising in favor of a more passive, populism-centric approach. The chance of a conflict is, of course, still there. We are still Mandalorian after all. But, if there isn't one, well, I haven't yet shared the hidden supplies generously provided by Dooku, and Death Watch isn't a monolithic organization, and my own forces within it can act on their own, with or without Vizsla. All it would take is for the Republic to invade the sector and everything would be settled in one general direction, and that would only be in my favor. Just like this whole situation with the princess would inevitably be settled in my favor. I was initially surprised by how deeply intertwined she had become with Senator Amidala's personal affairs, but it unexpectedly became a boon. The more involved the princess is with this plot, the more likely she would be cleaned up with the rest of Count Dooku's loose ends. She had unwittingly chosen the rope for her own hanging. I didn't know the particulars of Count Dooku's plan, but it was quite clear that he must be behind the assassination attempt. Sure, if he was actually being honest about his opinions on peaceful separation from the Republic, this would not make much sense. However, Count Dooku seemed to expect and want a war to happen, so why would he go out of his way to make sure that the Republic had an army to make them more of a threat? It was quite the clever little plot, really. By assassinating Senator Amidala, Count Dooku threatened and silenced the loudest opposition to the Republic's military. If he succeeded, nothing would hold the Republic back from creating an army and then using it to start a war. The Jedi would show their true colors and the Outer Rim systems would flock to the Separatist cause from undue aggression. Any war between the two would eventually favor the Separatist over time. The industrial might and military tradition of the Rim systems would outweigh whatever the core could send their way. Additionally, they can mass-produce their armies while the Republic has to do things the old-fashioned way, with flesh and blood soldiers. And that's why, in my opinion, this is a situation that would go my way no matter what. If the princess is getting herself involved in this chaos, there is a good chance that she would end up dead. A dead royal Mandalorian would secure my position within the Republic Senate, if things didn't go well for the Separatists. On the flip side, with how close she is to the Duchess, a war would most likely see a resurgence of the new Mandalorian's ideology and crackdowns to enforce Satin's version of pacifism. In that case, the resurgent pacifism would bring Pre-Vizsla back into the fold. No matter which faction prevailed, my position would be more secure, so long as she's dead. I may not know what kind of training she had from her aunt, but no matter how good she is, training alone would not be enough to survive the coming war. There is simply no conceivable possibility that she would survive a battle against a veteran Mandalorian warlord, and I have no doubt that the former Mandalore to be an experienced and skilled warrior to survive this long. Whatever plan she was working on to convince this former warlord to turn himself in would eventually fail and resulted in a dead princess. Reaching forward, I grabbed my glass of wine and sipped it again, enjoying the rich Calivalian flavor in the taste. Soon I would be rid of that meddling royal, and once I do, I could turn that lower section back into a private nightclub and lounge and have a bit of fun before I had to board a ship to the Separatist Parliament. That said, I should continue to stack the deck in my favor so that things flowed the way they would. There is never any harm in having, hopefully unneeded, redundancies. I put in a request for a call to Count Dooku earlier on this day using our hidden network, one that he had arranged, to inform him of the situation. With any luck, he would step into action and intervene if necessary. The good princess must die. Count Dooku hadn't taken the opportunity to do the deed last time, but she appeared to be a smaller threat back then, before it became apparent how large a problem she could become. I had tried to impress upon Count Dooku how problematic it would be for the Separatists if Mandalore managed to spearhead a coalition of neutral systems, and she is key to that outcome. If Count Dooku is as keen on this war as I thought he is, I simply only had to wait. One fact that was a common thread across all of my plans was that any threat to Count Dooku's plans would draw his eye, and, inevitably, his ire. I am curious what he would do with that information, and as an added bonus, the more brutal the death, the more likely Duchess Satin to withdraw from her somewhat militaristic ways. Happily, I grab my holo-communicator and make a few calls for some guard to accompany me, as well as summoning additional company to be brought up later tonight. This is a night to celebrate, and I might as well get the most out of it. I would probably break into my hidden spice stash. Some of the more exciting elements of spice I had hidden in a locker under a floor tile in the apartment below mine. Unfortunately, I'd not been able to break into it as often since Princess Tanya had taken up residence in that room. Only when she left, like she had now, and the apartment was relatively empty. I really should have relocated my stash into my apartment as soon as I realized Princess Tanya was going to be here longer than a few months. But I had, perhaps foolishly, held on to a vain hope that she would eventually grow bored of core politics and go back to the Mandalorian sector. Those thoughts that were suddenly interrupted by a beep indicating a call was coming through. Curiously, I pressed the button, wondering who would be holo-calling at this late hour. I was answered as the figure of Count Dooku appearing in holographic form. Senator Tall Merrick, good evening. I just received your information and wanted something to confirmed. Smiling, I nodded and gave a bow before saying, of course my Count, what information would you like to know? According to yourself, Representative Kryze has recently left Coruscant on a mission to try and discover the whereabouts of the bounty hunter by the name of Jango Fett. I want to know what information you have on their current location. This seems to be evidence that I am going to be getting what I desired. Unfortunately, my information on her general direction is minimal. I believe that she's probably heading to Concord Dawn. They were a major supporter of the true Mandalorians during the clan wars. If this warlord turned mercenary has any friends, they would be there. Count Dooku nodded, good. She is looking in the wrong direction. He shook his head before continuing, if you receive any more reports on her general directions, be sure to let me know. Having a young representative poking around where she should not be is not in the Separatists' best interests. I nodded my agreement, showing no outward reaction of my disappointment to Count Dooku, but it sounds like my hopes of her removal were premature. Why is Count Dooku hesitant to remove a threat to the plan unless she is useful or she is part of his plan in some way already? I didn't let that conclusion show though, but I knew that I had a problem. Something in my plans must have gone wrong, and it probably had something to do with that royal brat. Fortunately, there were options other than Count Dooku. Perhaps it is time I engage a few of them with a bit of a mutually beneficial conversation as well. I made sure to not let my smile slip, so instead I said, you will have all the information the moment I have anything about her location, Count Dooku. Wonderful. Keep up the good work, Senator, you will be rewarded in the Separatist Parliament. The troubling COMM ended as abruptly as it had begun. Sitting back in my chair, I placed down my wine glass so that I could slowly tap my fingers on the beautiful wooden desk I had in front of me. I had been generally against making moves outwardly since I started to maintain control of my seat in the Senate. But things were quickly spinning out of control and in a direction I didn't expect. The murder of a senator last year had pushed many in the Senate to include personal guards. I even brought in my own personal guards, members of the Death Watch that were loyal to me. As much as Pre Vizsla liked to pretend that all Death Watch members were eternally loyal to him, there were many factions and independent command structures across the vast space of the Mandalorian sector. Bringing in my own guard was a wise decision since it was increasingly obvious that the senatorial guard were either inept or corrupt. So, perhaps I should trust my gut instinct and start making my own moves. Like contacting a certain mining world that had an extreme hatred for royalty and wanted to have its own way with Mandalore. Of course, I did not want anything to do with the Workers' Council of NTV, nor having them running the sector, but using them to get rid of my political enemies, well, that's just good politics. There is no direct line to them, though, so it would take time to arrange contact with them. And I still needed to find out where that blasted princess was at the moment. Not to mention, I had to contact them in such a way that would not draw notice or reveal that I was the one who had leaked her location. After all, she did have the royal guard with her, so there was a good chance that one of them would survive. And they would easily deduce who would have knowledge of her location. I needed to be careful about how I went about this and ensure there is no evidence of my connection to any assassination attempts. Lancer Pursuit Craft, Ultima. Key Morrison. I'm almost completely certain that combat was not what my dad had in mind when he sent me to Coruscant. Something about keeping me safe from the war. Instead, here I am, aboard a light freighter, apparently owned by the esteemed representative and on our way to the Outer Rim. The exact planet which was our destination had been kept somewhat of a secret between the representative and the captain of her royal guard. Why were they keeping so many secrets? I wasn't sure, but that's where we're heading. But I don't mind this one bit. Running off to have an adventure sounded more fun than posing as some lady and pretending to pay attention to various conferences and meetings in the Senate. Right now, all I'm doing is going over our armor, cleaning it and making sure everything is fully stocked and well maintained. Tanya was being very cagey about what this whole operation would lead to, but she'd made it quite clear that we needed to have all our equipment on the table and ready to defend ourselves. So I'm in the back of the ship sitting at a pull-down table that came out of the bulkheads, cleaning and shining my brown and orange-colored armor. A pair of blaster pistols sitting at one end of the table that I would need to go through and make sure we're fully cleaned as well. The rest of the crew were off doing similar projects from what I understood. The captain and Glasses are currently piloting the ship. Tattoos and Slicer are at the other table across from me, working on their own armor. The Royal Guard armor is not as impressive as a full Mandalorian armor, but they still get the job done. And the princess is in her room, I would guess cleaning her own armor. Party Girl, Muscles, and Doc are not with us as they were taking another transport back to Mandalore sector. Apparently, Party Girl's injuries were serious enough that Tanya had ordered her to take care of herself over this operation. Frankly, I think she's being a little bit too overprotective, but apparently it's her universe, and I just live in it. When you get down to it though, she has a rather forceful personality. Wherever she went, she seemed to have complete control of the situation, or at least gave a very good impression of one. And the way she awakened the near catatonic Arla Fett was rather impressive. I wasn't joking when I said that she could probably be a good singer. I am one of the early fans of the Mondal Hypernautics warrior girls, the spokespeople they used to get people interested in their products. And not just because of the designs for some of their armors, their songs are pretty good too, and I could easily hear Tanya singing some of them after hearing her voice. I have to admit, over the last half a year I haven't put in the effort to get to know the girl who I was spending a lot of time with. Yeah, sure, I've learned to style my hair in a similar way to hers, made sure to wear dresses to look as formal as possible, and even learned how to do makeup so I could pose as her when required. But otherwise, I had generally never thought more about her other than that she was a prissy high-nosed princess of Mandalore. I'm frankly more interested in looking for news about what's happening on Gargan and the Silver Mandalorians. But Princess's willingness to put her life on the line for her friends is something I can respect. Yes, she's a pacifistic noble and she can look pretty in a dress. But she could also throw hands with the best of them and apparently have some interest in the Silvers as well, judging by our past conversations. Since we started talking more often, our conversations have improved from the awkward place that they had initially started. Perhaps we had gotten off on the wrong foot. Maybe I should do my best to try and get to know her instead of being sort of just a third wheel along for the ride. I mean, she trusted me to come along with her while Party Girl was recovering. I should do my best to try and live up to that, especially since we do share interest in white silver. That seems like it would be enough to start a friendship over, and who knows, maybe having connections with this representative would eventually allow me to meet white silver again. She is famous. They probably have to communicate sooner or later. And when they do, I'll be there to have a chance to talk to her. Who knows what else would happen? Maybe I could help those two become friends and secure the Silver Mandalorian's ideal as part of the sector government policy. It was, admittedly, a fantasy, but it's one I quite enjoyed, up there with some of the other ones I've had over the years involving white silver since I've met her. Remembering that day left me wanting to learn more about her, and wanting to help her see her dreams come true. Especially of a peaceful but armed Mandalorian society, able to protect itself by necessity. My thoughts were interrupted as I heard a familiar voice. "Evening Princess Morrison, mind if I take this spot?" "Of course not," I said with a smile, turning my face to look in the general direction of her voice. She had apparently come down carrying her armor and a couple of weapons. All other details sort of faded away though as I saw the first glimpse of her, my face warming unnecessarily as I saw how the princess was dressed. As I said, I didn't know Princess very well. I knew that she could handle herself in a fight and that she looked good in a dress. Amongst the things I apparently didn't know was that she's quite religious in working out. Something I was getting a good eyeful of at the moment. She is wearing her flight suit without the armor, well, sort of. The suit was on, of course, however instead of pulling it all the way up it was currently tied up around her hips with the arms of the suit as a makeshift belt. This left me able to see the upper portion of her body rather easily. Which is made even more noticeable by the fact that she's wearing a rather light tank top. Allowing me to see a lot more skin than I think I'd ever seen of her before, and revealing that her clothing did a masterful job of hiding just how much muscle she really hid. Her arms were well toned and looked like they could dual-wield blaster rifles. And the tank top did not go all the way down, exposing enough of her that I'm going to say that you could cut spice bars on her abs. I had never seen her so open before, though I quickly figured out why, as her hair is obviously wet and recently dyed. It's hanging straight down her back, probably going to about mid-back length at this moment, and she probably didn't want to get any of the dye on her flight suits, which was a grayish-green color of the light variant. That being said, by Manda she's hot. Sure, she wasn't as large as the film version of White Silver, but with muscles and hips like that, she didn't need that much on the chest. It would get in the way of shooting a rifle properly. Wonderful. Tanya said before taking a seat across from me. She pulled up some of her green armor plates and started to clean it. How's your preparation for the mission going? She asked matter-of-factly, seemingly not noticing my stunned expression or where my eyes were wandering. Slightly shaking my head to get my eyes off of her, I said, it's going well. I've almost got all my armor completely cleaned and recolored a few areas where the paint was chipping. Good, Tanya said matter-of-factly before continuing, I have to do the same. I haven't worn this thing since I came to Coruscant and realized how chipped it got before we went on our little adventure a few days ago. She shook her head at that before saying, by the way, your armor, how good is its cooling system? I stopped as I scrubbed a bit of dirt off one of the plates before saying, not exactly great. Back home, it doesn't get as warm as in Gargan City. I paused for a moment, realizing Tanya had never even visited Gargan. Awkward. Gargan is a rather cool planet, even in the middle of summer. That can be a problem. After you're done here, go over to that locker over there. I kept several extra cooling systems that you can install on your armor. She pointed to a locker at the front left corner of the cargo bay. Why? In case the one I have breaks down. Tanya said with a shrug. No, I mean, why would I need a cooling system? Tanya said with a nod before saying, the planet we're going to is a hot desert world with 2 suns. Not exactly the best place to pass out from heat stroke. The cooling system should handle that. I believe there's a water recycler on it as well to keep you hydrated. Also, be sure to also coat your armor with protective as a dry desert world with frequent storms, so its sand will be electrostatically charged and stick on your armor. It will also damage any external electronics as well as vulnerable equipment, especially in the joints. According to an old Cherka Corporation circular, a substantial amount of the sand are ferrous metals that also interfere with scanning on any meaningful scale. It gave them some false positives on expeditions to the planet, as the shards pick up a charge as they are blown across the dune sea and turn magnetic. Of course, very fine and sharp metal fragments can often jam and scratch smaller servos. Make sure to triple check all your seals when you are done packing your armor together. We don't want to have to make a run for it and find out that our jetpacks are not working because it's jammed up with electrostatic sand. Of course, Ms. Cries. I said, fidgeting a bit. This is a side of her that I had never seen before. Not only is she well versed in how to care for her equipment, but is also rather authoritative in the way she told me to handle this situation. She came off as some experienced veteran who knew more than she lets on, not as some pacifist princess. You may call me Tanya, Miss Key. Tanya said with a smile before a worried frown marred her face. Are you all right? Your face seems red for some reason. I coughed and rubbed my face before saying, just feeling a little bit hot tonight. I was originally working out in my room and I think I left the temperature a little bit too high. Tanya seems to accept that with a sage nod. Better have someone check the air conditioner unit, make sure it's working properly. And even more reason to make sure you have the cooling unit properly installed in your armor. We don't need you passing out from the heat. Of course, Miss Tanya. I said with a fixed smile, knowing full well that the heat in my cheeks had nothing to do with any heat in my room. Lancer Pursuit Craft, Ratio. Vivictus Visla. Ow, ow, ow. I muttered as I breathed in a little too hard. Only to have Skida scoff at me saying, stop being such a weakling. I'm not being weak, I have a fractured pelvis, I think. You think I don't know it's only bruised? I'm the one who diagnosed you, remember? Now lay back and relax on the bed. Okay, okay. I said, laying back as Skida performed a scan with one of her devices. Tanya really should have sent you back to Mandalore to get a full medical checkup instead of this bantha shit plan. The medically inclined royal guard complained as she pressed an area that stung quite a bit, though I stifled signs of the pain this time. I think she should have just let me come along, she already cut me out of the first adventure she got herself stuck in. I muttered in annoyance as I laid there with my right arm over my forehead, giving the medic, this ish Skida, full access to that side of my body. Oh, that's wonderful, so instead of this shitty plan you wanted to go with putting yourself in harm's way. Kids these days, always running into Manda-damned firefights without thinking. She said, slapping my thigh with the back of her hand. Thankfully it wasn't somewhere I was hurt, but still made me flinch in surprise, causing more pain. I think it's a pretty good plan, I guess. I countered, which earned me a death stare. I'll shut up now. I think you should, Ms. Silver. She said with a tone that said she hated this whole idea that she got to work checking me over again. Even if she hated it, she still performed her checkup to the best of her ability due to her integrity as a medical professional. Really, the injuries weren't that serious, at least as far as I was concerned. Letting the medic do her job is probably the smartest thing to do. This plan required me to do something other than just hang out in Gargan for a couple weeks to heal. This has been a last-minute addition to Tanya's plan. She told me where they were going, how they were planning to get in contact with the bounty hunter Jango Fett, and all the other little details I was keeping to myself until they needed to be known. Tanya had sworn me to be as secretive as possible for operational security. I am willing to do that for her, since at least this plan would possibly get some combat and actually do something instead of pretending to be Tanya on some wine-drinking adventure to give her an alibi. Toby and I did have some fun during that trip. Perhaps we'd have a moment to do the same here. It's not like Tanya cared about what White Silver got up to doing, probably shouldn't push it though, especially since Ki is pretty smitten with White Silver. My job is simple. I was to go to Gargan and pose as White Silver, so that I can hire several mercenaries into a full company and to be in position to be called upon in an emergency. AKA I'm the cavalry, the backup when things go wrong. White Silver is to charge in and save the princess in order to ingratiate White Silver into the Mandalore sector. It is a rather neat plan, I just needed some time to get healed up and make sure I wouldn't fall over and look like a complete fake. Thankfully, there is a Bacta treatment facility on Gargan that Tanya had X4 built a few months back. If the Bacta tanks worked as advertised, I could spend a couple hours in it and I would be as good as new. Letting out a sigh, Skida reached into a bag and pulled out a few pills. Take one of these after every meal, it should numb the pain for now. Hopefully the Bacta tanks at Gargan will fix up everything you mess up, and we don't need to worry about anything else. I nodded as she got up. Also, don't put pressure on your pelvis by standing. Just because it's only a bruise now doesn't mean it can't get worse. Even after the Bacta tank will have done its job, don't go jumping around and doing flying kicks for a few weeks. I will, document. I said, trying to get as comfortable as possible on my bed. Also, don't even think about doing anything with your boyfriend. I don't want to state the obvious here, but not only is it going to be too painful for you to enjoy, but it would only further aggravate your injury. Once we're on Gargan you will be in your best behavior as White Silver. So don't pull the same romantic scandal you two pulled last time. The last part was spelled out in a very threatening way, making it clear that I shouldn't push my luck, at least not in public. It also explains why one of the older members of the Royal Guard have been sent along with us instead of Castle. Someone's here to make sure we didn't do anything stupid like last time. Not much I could do other than actually earn my paycheck and avoid mixing business with pleasure. Nodding my head in agreement, Skida gave me another sharp look before finally leaving me alone in my room to try and relax. After that, I reached over to pick up a glass of water and one of the pills. Time to let the pain reliever do its work. While I may have a watchdog to make sure me and Toby didn't misbehave, one good thing was the fact that Toby had been allowed to come on this trip with me at all. This meant that Tanya trusted us enough to learn from our mistakes. We just need to show that we deserved that trust. It shouldn't be that hard. The only things people knew about White Silver is that she is a keen mind, militarily capable, able to fight, and maybe a few people knew she'd kissed a princess. I still chuckle to that last bit, who would have seen that coming? Though that question is still up there about who could have been her first kiss. I had a suspicion on who it might be, but nothing concrete yet. Haven't even had the chance to talk to Toby about it yet. Once I would though, I'm sure he'd be poking around just as much as I am. Sooner or later we'd know who had been the lucky recipient of Tanya's favor. Kamino, Tipica City. Jango Fett. Carefully, I brought my ship, Slave 1 down onto a nice landing on my personal pad in Tipica City. It's been a week's travel from Coruscant to Kamino. In that time I had plenty of time to consider each mistake that compounded into the final result of that bad OP. The simple assassination mission Zam entangled me and turned into a mess that would most likely see the Jedi poking around. Granted, I was less worried about it since I could handle a Jedi, but this situation would be harmful to my son's future if things didn't go right. Supposedly, Kamino is a planet that the Jedi were unaware of, located in wild space somewhere beyond the frontier of known space, but that didn't mean they couldn't find it, it just meant it would be harder. As I turned off the engines and got up from my seat, I knew right away I should have Boba start prepping for an emergency exit. At bare minimum, we could sneak out of Kamino for a while and go on a little bit of an adventure. I could pass time to let the heat die down and teach the kids some more bounty hunting ropes. The business with the senator from Naples would be eventually swept under the rug in time. At least the Republic would. Might have a bit of a problem with the Trade Federation's former leader, but I had enough money to make that go away. And worse comes to worst, I can somewhat count on Count Dooku to have this mess cleared up. Stepping over to my weapons rack, I started to put a few of the excess weapons back in place against the wall, only stopping when I remembered that one of my pistols is missing. It had been a rather impressive feat the girl had pulled there. Although I would have to let a lot of what just happened over the last week fade into the past, stealing another man's gun is a little bit unforgivable. If she's smart, she would shut up about it and I might even be convinced to let her keep it. But knowing how some Mandalorians would be, they are more likely to start talking up a storm about how she took the great Jango Fett's pistol right out of his side. Which means having to hunt her down to take it back. Though I do need to figure out what exactly I had stepped into. Why were 3 Mandalorian girls working with the Jedi to protect the Naboo senator? And to top it off, why did the Mandalorian royal guards even show up is even more of a mystery. A mystery I may have to solve before I make any more moves. Sighing, I shook my head before stepping down the ramp, from the relative safety of my ship into the rain. As soon as I stepped in the building, I noticed Tanya standing by the door. "Welcome back, Jango Fett, I hope your trip was fruitful," the Kaminoan said with a slight nod of her head. "It was all right," I said. I walked by her, giving her a nod in return. Things could have gone better but nothing to worry about. "How's Boba?" Stepping a few feet after me she said, "Boba is fine. His lessons are going well. He's currently on break." I nodded before saying, "Well, that's good." She continued by saying, "Also, Kal Skirida wants to have a conversation with you about some of the training regimes that we have been implementing. He believes there is a way to improve team cohesion." I nodded before saying, "I'll probably get around to talking to him about it. Anything else I need to know about?" I said as we continued our walk down the hall that would lead me to my quarters. "Nothing too major, Mr. Fett. The labs would like you to make an appointment for another sample drawing. You are due for another biennial drawing as stated in your contract, thus might as well do it while you are here." I nodded resignedly to that. "Tell them I'll be around a little later. Just got some things to handle first. I might be going on a trip later so I'll get it done before I head out." "Excellent," Miss Tanya said before she stopped and said, "This is where we part ways. Have a good evening, Mr. Fett." "You too," I said with a nod before walking over to a door and pressing a button to open my quarters that my son and I shared. Boba is sitting near the window, reading one of the many books I brought to Kamino over the years. It's the newer version of White Silver's manifesto, but by the way he was studying it, I didn't think it was that enjoyable. Hanging up my holster on a hook, I walked over to where he was and said, "Good to see you're enjoying works of literature, Boba." He nodded, looking a bit nervous, yet, just catching up on White Silver's recent thoughts on the state of the galaxy. "Some pretty good thoughts in my opinion," I said absent-mindedly. If anything, I think she was dead on for what was going to happen sooner or later. She just wasn't aware of the clone army aspect that would probably throw whatever timetable they were working with out the window. That being said, I shook my head before putting my finger on the edge of the book and pushing it down, revealing that he was actually looking at one of the more recent Mondal Hypernautics ship magazines, the physical collectible kind that had those idle girls they were using to sell their ships in. I was multitasking. Reading the manifesto while also learning about the new ships that are being built. Boba said. If it was against anyone else, it would sound rather believable. Unfortunately for Boba, it's much more fun to believe that he is merely enjoying the pretty girls. I chuckled at this sight before reaching over and scruffing his hair. "Whatever you say, kid. Just be sure to lock the room when you need some alone time, all right?" I said before reaching into my satchel and pulling out a hollow disc. "By the way, since you are so busy multitasking, I guess you won't want to get the newest songs from the Gargan girls now, would you?" The way his eyes opened wide answers that question, though he quickly built his composure and said, "I could wait." It's respectful that he's at least putting his studies somewhat first as he slipped the magazine out of the book and actually started reading it more closely. I laughed a bit as I walked over to my bedroom and started pulling off my armor. He's a good kid, but still a kid nonetheless. The Gargan girls had become a bit of a popular thing here on Kamino even amongst some of the older hands working as trainers. One thing I could say about White Silver is that she tended to have her fingers in a lot of pots, and I probably ate from a lot of those pots that she probably didn't even know about. What I'd gathered is that at least a quarter of the clones were fans of the Gargan girls, and a few requests have been asked to put up a few pin-up shots on the sides of the LAAT. So far the Kaminoans had said no, but I figured the moment the clone army went into action that would change rather quickly. Soldiers in the field had a lot more wiggle room than the cloner here on Kamino. Nonetheless, Kaminoans are such perfectionists that they didn't like any signs of individuality amongst their clones. After I finished pulling off my armor, I stepped back into the main area and said, "So Boba, how about we go hunting with me for a bit?" He immediately looked up from the book and said, "That would be wizard, Dad." I smiled at how easy it was to get him to agree to that. To be fair, he spent most of his life here on Kamino, he deserves to get out once in a while. Taking a seat across from him I said, "We might be out for a couple months this time." "Did something go wrong, Dad?" he asked, picking up telltale clues that obviously clued him into my dissatisfaction with the bad operation I had just been on. I sighed before saying, "Yeah, last night went bad. Took a contract I really shouldn't have, and it'll take a bit to get it settled so the employer doesn't get too annoyed with us, but it should be easy enough to handle. So I'll be going around and moving for a bit while I get the money transferred." Chuckling, I said, maybe we'll visit Gargan along the way. Noticing his eyes go wide, I grinned as he tried to find some way to act cool without letting it slip that he would love that. Carrying on with that conversation, though, anyway, we just got to stay below the scanners for a while. I'm going to need you to start packing up in case we decide to pull out of here sooner than I'm expecting. Someone a threat to us? He asked with a serious tone. Good, barely any hesitation before reaching the correct conclusion. Always. In this galaxy there's always a bigger predator. I said matter-of-factly before continuing with, this one might be serious enough that we need more than a blaster fire to solve it. The one good thing I have is Boba. He's a good kid and making people believe that he's just an ordinary kid. He'd already killed a few people on a couple hunts I'd taken him on. One particularly bad one included some backstabbing bounty hunters and attempts to take him hostage. They assumed he's untrained and didn't know how to get a handle on a situation and fight. They assumed wrongly. Boba nodded his head before saying, all right. Before getting up myself, I said, I'll prepare an emergency pack and get everything ready. We'll be coming back here, right? I shrugged before saying, I would think so. Still, just in case it doesn't work out, don't leave anything that you can't live without, got it? He nodded and went to work and I started packing. The Galactic Civil War or whatever it would end up being called, is coming closer and there is always the potential that things would hit the fan while we're on the move. And if they did, well there are options, mainly Count Dooku. I was already contracted to work with them as a general in the offhand chance that the war broke out. No doubt I would be called up to lead some droid army somewhere. As long as it wasn't Mandalore I was okay with it. Dooku specifically asked if I was willing to lead an army in Mandalore once or twice and I always gave him the same answer. I was done with the sector, my life didn't need to be drawn into that mess ever again. But if he wanted me to lead some armies somewhere else, I would be more than willing to lend a bit of my gunslinger ways as well as a bit of training. Besides, ordering droids seemed like the easiest job in the galaxy. After all, money is money, and I could always use that money to make sure that Boba and I were well taken care of. That and the love of the hunt are the main driving factors that kept me fighting and bounty hunting. The chance to make money to secure my future and the chance to have a little fun. I'd come a long way from the farm kid living off the land on Concord Dawn and he had a lot more things I needed to take care of. I do sometimes wonder what my life would have been like had the Mandalorian Civil War never happened. Probably still be on that pile of dirt growing crops or on a piece of land next to it, living the peaceful life of a farmer. Some part of me doubted that, considering how much fun I have when I do bounty hunting. I wondered if I would have eventually gone into that field of work. It's a thorny question, but one that would never have a true answer. Shaking my head, I got up from my seat. I was about to start doing my own packing when there's a beep from my communicator. Unusual, not many people use that line and most of them are dead. Cautiously, I walked over to the communicator and pressed the button to activate it. A moment later an unfamiliar face appeared, a visage that could barely fit into the hollow emitter's field of view. A HUD I was not familiar with, in a Coruscant suit by the looks of it. Hello, hello? Is this Jango Fett? Depends. Who's calling and why? I said, folding my arms over my chest. All that got out of him was a chuckle before he said, well, Mr. Fett, I am shocked and amazed that my reputation doesn't precede me. I am Zyro, Lord of the Hutt clan on 7 systems. However, today I am merely speaking to you on behalf of the Bounty Hunter Association. That was odd, while it isn't far from unusual for a Hutt to be involved in the association, they rarely got involved in the day-to-day business. Even for a small-time Hutt like this. I raised my eyebrow at that but said, I paid my dues. Why am I being contacted? Did it come in late? No, they came in. Zyro waved a hand dismissively, glancing off to the left side, presumably at a hidden screen. Perfectly on time, I see. No, I'm contacting you for another matter. We've had a job sent to us. A personal request to you, in fact. Must be somebody that either doesn't know the system very well or has a lot of money. I said matter-of-factly. I believe it's both. They want you to assassinate a person for them. I was asked to make sure that the contract was given to you, specifically. Bribed most likely. Oh great, another assassination, something I really didn't need after the last failed one. But I might as well hear it out. Perhaps this one would be 10 times easier and enough money to go into hiding a little easier as well. Alright, might as well hear what the details are. I'll let you know if I'm interested. Zyro nodded his head before saying, the employer wishes you to assassinate one Arla Fett and they wish to personally meet you to share sensitive information for the association. I have directed them to Tatooine for your privacy, they must have known about your sterling reputation. The Hutt giggled and took a long drag from a hookah at its side. Narrowing my eyes and in a lowered voice I said, come again. The employer on Tatooine wishes you to assassinate someone going by the name of Arla Fett. The Hutt glanced off to the left again. Hey, that's odd, Isn't that your last name? The slug said with a smirk. Not very bright is he. I thought before saying, what details can you give me on this Arla Fett? Zyro shrugged and shook his head before saying, not much, female Mandalorian, late 40s, and apparently was working as an assassin before being imprisoned for many years. I leaned in the back and thought about what I was hearing. Someone had ordered a hit on a woman with the same name as my sister, which was incredibly unlikely. Much more likely was that someone was trying to lay a trap for me and get me to investigate. Why else would someone try to hunt my dead sister? The trap part made the most sense, except when I thought about it, I realized that no one should know about my dead sister. It has been 3 decades after her death and Concord Dawn was not known for its bureaucratic traditions, there should be no record of us. I tried to visit once and was informed that I needed a visa. There were no records there except my word that I came from the planet. I eventually resolved that confusion to my satisfaction, but if I had problems there is no way that my sister didn't have the same problem. Which meant the only people in the world who should know about my sister's existence are either me and those who had long since passed into the Manda. The people who have met her personally. So as bait goes, it's a rather tempting one. Is this Arla Fett on Tatooine? I played along, trying to get more details on the situation. No. Your employer or potential employer is on Tatooine, the town of Monday Isley, with information for you about Arla Fett. Don't worry, the meeting is sponsored by my dear nephew, you will be considered a guest. Being a guest of a hut meant to be a guarantee of protection during meetings. In reality the protection is tenuous and it's not like anyone held the huts accountable all that often. Hell, in some cases that protection did not even extend to the huts or even hut forces actually being present, but on putting a bounty on parties that violated the agreement after the fact. Of course, that was dependent on the claim of sponsorship being true. There was no real way to verify that Zyro was telling the truth without contacting Jabba, and that was difficult under the best of circumstances. Interesting. I muttered, taking note that whoever this was wanted to meet at one of the less reputable places in the galaxy. Perfect place for an ambush or perfect place for someone who doesn't want information of what they're doing to get back to someone in power. It was not like a hut could not be bribed to neglect the so-called guest status of a person. Tatooine is not exactly a stable place at the best of times, but you could count on secrets to be kept there if you are careful enough. As much as I'd like to think this over more, I already made my decision. Alright, contact this employer and tell them that Jango Fett is interested in this contract. Will do, Mr. Fett. Have a nice day, I'll have the information sent to you later. The slug said before nodding and ending the call. Shaking my head, I tried to puzzle my way through what was before me. Who would be using Arla's name now, and why were they trying to contact me? There really should only be me and maybe my family that know that name, and my family is dead. Unless, maybe I mentioned it to some members of the true Mandalorians over the years? It was possible, but why would they be trying to contact me? There is a possibility that maybe there might actually be a bounty on Arla, and she had survived after all these years in secret somewhere. I figured she would have contacted me though. Maybe. This is a bit too mysterious and most likely a trap of some kind, but springing a trap I know about is something I had escaped plenty of times before. At the bare minimum, I need to know the root of this ruse. If they were trying to get to me, this would be their last mistake. If it turned out that they did have some information on the whereabouts of someone by the name of Arla, well, I would take that information and find out for myself if this woman is truly my sister or some just random woman that coincidentally has the name and take the bounty. It's a big galaxy, it isn't impossible that someone had the exact same name. Although, I wouldn't know if I had run into another Fett my entire life. Shaking my head I moved over to the doorway into Boba's bedroom and said, start packing up now, we got ourselves a job we can do. Make sure to carry your holdout pistol. I saw the lights pop up in Boba's eyes as he said, yes, father. He got right back to work, stuffing a bag full of equipment gear as well as what looked like a few Mondal Hypernautics magazines. I chuckled at that before moving on to my own room and continued packing my own equipment together. Then I'd pay their lab a visit and give some blood just so they had a more recent sample of DNA for their cloning projects. Kamino, Tipica City. Obi-Wan Kenobi. It is cold. The rain was falling at an unusually constant rate on this planet and I regretted not taking an offer to use a conference room inside the city after witnessing what I had just seen. Unfortunately, this is a Jedi business, and that means that it does need to be kept as secure and private as possible. Turning to the droid in my fighter craft I said, R4, scramble code 5 to Coruscant, care of the old folks home. The unit beeps happily and extends a satellite dish. After a few moments, R4 establishes a connection to Jedi Master Yoda and Master Mace Windu. Master Kenobi, what news do you bring us? Master Windu asked as he sat there impatiently. I have tracked down the planet of Kamino, the location where the dart was constructed. I successfully made contact with their Prime Minister and was able to ask him some questions. I have confirmed that Jango Fett is a resident of this planet. He is contracted to be used as the DNA sample for the construction of a clone army. The look of shock is visible across Master Windu's face, though Master Yoda merely narrowed his eyes. Are these cloners aware that they've hired an assassin? Are they involved in this? He said, trying to clarify something I have been trying to figure out this entire time. I don't think so, no. They don't have an obvious motive for why they would want to. I stopped mid-thought as a couple things began to come together, nothing that could be considered proof. Shaking it off I said, there's no obvious motive, but there are minor interests. Like the fact that they are producing a clone army for the Republic, apparently. Do not assume anything, Obi-Wan. Windu stated, with a warning tone. Clear, your mind must be. Once Grandmaster Yoda imparted me with his wisdom, I continued with my report. They say Master Sifo-Dyas placed an order for a clone army at the request of the Senate almost 10 years ago. The pair shared a look. Although it probably meant something significant, so I continued, I was under the impression he was killed before that. Was I wrong with this assumption? It was not impossible that a Jedi Master would be sent on a covered mission to do something like this. Did the Council ever authorize the creation of a clone army? I finally asked. Master Windu was the one to answer, no. Whoever placed that order did not have the authorization of the Jedi Council. He shook his head, which put me at ease to some extent. Master Yoda followed up with, bring him here. Question him, we will. Windu nodded in agreement. I winced, then tried to figure out how I was going to say this. Unfortunately, Jango Fett isn't available. From what I was able to learn, he left just a day ago, before my arrival. Did he leave any information of where he was going? Master Windu asked. I shook my head before saying, none. He already gave enough of a sample of his DNA to last for the next 2 years, so as far as the cloners are concerned he can be gone for another 2 years. Unfortunate. Cold, this trail seems to have turned. Master Yoda said with a shake of his head. Maybe not that cold. Master Windu said, as he seemed to be thinking something over. He finally said, I have been going through the records of Jedi's dealings of the last 20 years with the Mandalore sector, ever since you secured the name Jango Fett from the representative of Mandalore. This is not the first time we have had dealings with this Jango Fett. During the Mandalorian Civil War, apparently, a group of Jedi had a run-in with him that led to him being defeated and handed over to the local authorities. Interesting, that is. Yoda said before asking, though what lead does this give us? Master Windu continued, I looked into the Jedi who were involved in that and one of them is a rather familiar name, one who now goes by Count Dooku. My eyebrow raised in surprise. That was the first real evidence of a connection between the assassination attempt and Count Dooku we have found, though admittedly a very tenuous one. Connection, there is, between the two. Yoda said, tapping his chin before adding, a connection we must pursue. Turning back to me, Count Dooku was the master of Qui-Gon Jinn. Being that you are the apprentice of Qui-Gon, perhaps if you reached out and contacted him, willing to talk with you, he would be willing to contact him, are you? To learn of this attempted assassination? Be it proof that he is behind it or evidence that he is not, that is one more corridor that could be closed. Of course, masters, I will look into this matter. May the Force be with you. And with you, Master Kenobi, may the Force be you as well. Master Yoda said, giving a nod. We will continue to look into what avenues we can hear, good luck. Said Master Windu before ending the transmission. Shaking my head at the web I had uncovered, R4, put out a standard message to the last known location of Count Dooku. Tell him that I would like to have a meeting with him and would like to know where I can go to talk to him. There were a couple beeps before R4's satellite dish moved around to point at some communication relay or another. It would take time for the message to reach the Count, but it would reach him eventually. Shaking off a little bit of the rain, I moved over to the cockpit and opened it so I could sit down inside to get out of the rain. After I closed the cockpit, I didn't take off from the platform just yet, as I didn't know where I was going. Instead, I sat back and pondered the matter at hand. Why was this bounty hunter involved in the situation? Did he do it for the pay? I suspect assassinating a senator would be very expensive. He is also apparently involved in the creation of this army for the Republic. He might have a vested interest in this army, or is there more to this than I was led to believe? Is it possible that Count Dooku had orchestrated this all on his own in an attempt to have an army ready to be sold to the Republic when the war came, or are there other factions at play that I am unaware of? The involvement of Count Dooku is unexpected to say the least, and the name Sifo-Dyas didn't come up very often nowadays. As far as I'm aware, Dyas and Dooku were old friends. Could they have been in this together? It's well known among the Order that Dyas had a bit of an issue where he believed that the dark side was coming. Count Dooku had left the Jedi Order around the same time as this army's creation, claiming that the Order had made a foolhardy assumption that the Sith had been destroyed on Naboo. I don't know about that. The Sith warrior I had fought was quite skilled, but could it be possible that he had not been the master and is instead the apprentice? I guess, but building an army to fight the Sith seems foolish and counterproductive. And they are meant to fight for the Republic? Of course, I suppose it's possible that this is a lie. Until the Naboo incident a decade ago, the separatists had not even been an idea on the galactic horizon, so claiming that they were being built for a separatist movement wouldn't have really attracted the capital investment necessary for their construction. If this army was actually meant to attack the Republic though, that could be a problem. I would have to send a further note of my thoughts along once I was en route to wherever Count Dooku can meet. I think I would let the council make up its mind and what they were going to do about this situation. As it stood, things were a lot more complex than simply a lone assassin trying to kill a senator of Naboo. From personal experience, this is starting to look like someone is trying to start a war, and who would benefit from trying to start a war? That is probably the crux of the question, who would benefit the most from this situation? I hate politics. I thought. I did not want to think about who would go out of their way to start so much pain and misery. Perhaps a sign of many headaches to come. Chapter 34. 716 FNM, 22 BBY. Month 6. Tatooine, Slave 1. Boba Fett. The planet outside is sizzling under the midday heat, which is to be expected considering that this is a desert world known for being one of the worst sand piles in the galaxy. Thankfully, I'm not out there in the scorching heat, instead I'm sitting in Slave 1 with the climate control cranked, but there really isn't much else for me to do. Father had gone to meet the people who wanted him for a job while I'm sitting here with the engine ready in case this is a trap. That being said, he also said no books or any other distractions from the job. Something about mixing both job and pleasure is bad business and tends to be a killer. At least I'm connected to Father's helmet feed, allowing me to see and hear what he's experiencing. He told me the basics of the mission, that someone had hired him to hunt down another Fett that he thought was dead, which was interesting in its own right. He hasn't told me many details of his younger years, so this would be interesting in and of itself and could even give me a bit of a glimpse of the past. A good hunter is always patient, but the anticipation is killing me. Currently, he's walking through the town, his silver armor is partially hidden under a brown poncho. By the looks that some of the locals were giving him though, it didn't really matter. Mandalorian helmets were rather distinctive, and people were giving him a wide berth as he made his way to a small open-air diner. Said diner has a collection of sentient alien species, here for what would look like a midday brunch. Father is looking about and quickly spotted two individuals that he focused on immediately. Sitting near one side in the shade was a pair of women in Mandalorian armor. One is wearing shades of green with her own poncho watching Father with an intensity that only a Mandalorian could pull off, the other is in brown with the occasional orange markings. The brown one doesn't seem to notice him, she's a bit too focused on carving open a hard fruit the size of a head with her vibro knife. Her helmet is also off, revealing a youngish face with short blonde hair and blue eyes. Father looked them over for a moment before checking his surroundings, as if looking for something. After not seeing whatever it was, he made an audible sigh before walking forward to the table and saying, "Well, if it wasn't Green and Brown Ranger. Where's the blue one?" The brown one's gaze went up as he approached and immediately put a straw through the hole she made so that she could drink it. They didn't go for any weapons, which is a good sign. The green one tilted her head before saying, "She's off to the medical wing. You didn't exactly leave behind a great impression. You're lucky I didn't do more. Most people don't tend to survive when they get between me and my target." "Is that an admission that you were targeting the senator for Naboo or were you just aiming for her assassin?" The green one said, her head still tilted to an angle. "Whichever one you prefer." Father said matter-of-factly. He looked around again before saying, "Not seeing the royal guards here either, I'll assume that they're off somewhere providing some overwatch and sniper support. Maybe the one wearing a dark poncho by the bar over there." I noticed the one Father pointed out as being the only one in the bar fully covered. "Whichever one you prefer." The green-helmeted woman replied with the same words Father used. She then slowly reached to her side and pulled out Father's Wester pistol before she slid it across the table to him. "You dropped that, I thought you might want it back." Father reached down and picked it up. He did a quick inspection, and I noticed that its gas cell had been removed. I could also tell he did a little spin with it, it has a distinctive sound to it, before putting it into its emptied holster. "Thanks for that, I was afraid I was going to have to either get a new one, or hunt you down to get it back. Now, not many who survived me want me to do a job for them. They also tend to hide and count their blessings, instead of doing some research on me. Care to explain why I'm here, and why you've dug up old ghosts?" "You're here because you're the only person who can identify who's responsible for the assassination order on the senator, and I have a personal interest in knowing who that is." Father gave a laugh before saying, "Not happening, I'm not going to turn in one of my clients just for giving me back my gun. Seems a bit risky just to come out of the middle of nowhere for something like that. What's to stop me from shooting you?" The green helmet girl shrugged before she reached up and removed her helmet, revealing another blonde girl. This one also has blue eyes but with a longer and slightly less well-kept hair, there is something dangerously sharp about her eyes. Nodding her head towards a nearby chair offering it for his use, she said, "Why don't you take a seat, Mr. Fett?" "I'd prefer to stand," he stated. A Mandalorian chooses their battlefield, father said. Suit yourself then, from my point of view you're a bounty hunter, correct? You are paid to do a job and we prevented you from doing it. Currently, we are not in that situation. We are just potential employers, and shooting an employer who's brought to your attention by the guild would not go well with them. I believe they might even put a bounty on you if that were to happen. Not to mention that this is Hutt territory, and you don't want to unnecessarily start something here. Father nodded his head in a familiar way. Hey, he must have already known that. Before continuing, I thought there was something odd about this. You thought this through, didn't you? Clever girl, I probably should note this down. Always. She said matter-of-factly before continuing, as for the gun, that was merely a peace offering. This is what I wanted to show you. She said, reaching over to her vambrace and pressing a few buttons. This better be good, otherwise I'm walking. Father stopped mid-sentence when a female voice came from the vambrace. Near the midpoint of the Civil War, I was a child living on a farmstead in Concord Dawn. Just me, my mother, my father, and my brother. True Mandalorians had gotten their asses kicked by Death Watch more than usual and sought shelter on my father's farm. My father was a sucker for the true Mandu cause, and it cost us everything. Death Watch managed to track them here and killed him. My brother ran while my mother opened fire. They killed her while I hid, but they eventually found me. The story stopped midway through as the girl pressed down on another button on her vambrace. She turned to look at father, who hadn't made a move while it was playing, before folding her arms over each other. I believe elements of that story should sound rather familiar. You can say that again. Came father's voice, though it had moved from his more light and cordial tones to his darker and more focused one. Worryingly, something about it had set him off. I'd hoped so. A woman by the name of Arla Fett was apparently kidnapped and brainwashed into Death Watch. She was a leading member of their assassination unit until about 10 years ago. At the time, she was arrested and brought into a Coruscant prison ever since. Which prison? Father's voice sounded more like a demanding threat. The blonde girl only smiled. So you may stage a breakout? That's a card I'd rather not play at this time. Not till I get what I want, or at the very least, until I've made my offer. And what exactly are you offering? Father said. Oh, I'm offering to have Ms. Arla Fett transferred to Mandalore, where she will undergo a full re-evaluation to attempt to stabilize her mind. Undo some of the damage done to her by Death Watch's cult teachings. Semi-open treatment with full visitation rights. In exchange, I want you to give up all the information you have on who is responsible for the assassination attempt and a promise to stay out of any and all politic-related matter in the Mandalore sector, or at least until this inevitable galactic war is over. And how can you promise something like that? Father asked, and that is a good question. After all, why would this Mandalorian have any control over the goings-on of the Republic or the Mandalorian sector? Tanya cries, representative of Mandalore to the Mandalorian Senate delegation and niece of the ruling Duchess of Mandalore. Okay, I did not expect that. She may be confident in herself, but she has ways of keeping information until the right moment. But if she is telling the truth, it means that she can make a promise exactly like she offered. Didn't know I had any other family other than father, and I don't think he knew either until just now. I couldn't exactly imagine what he was going through right now, but by the sound of it, he was not too happy about this. Mixed feelings aside, I certainly don't. You just want me to stay out of politics? Why would I get involved in that damn sector ever again? Tanya tilted her head as if confused before saying, You're the former Mandalore of the true Mandalorians. I was under the assumption that you would. Wait, what? Father laughed before saying, Screw that sector. I don't care about them anymore, not after that damn civil war. Still, as long as you promise that you will stay out of it and give me something to point to the people responsible for this assassination attempt. If you do, I'll personally see to it that your sister is transferred to a safer place that will actually help her. Father sighed, before he took the offered seat and sat down. All right, I'm going to assume that you can record on that vambrace of yours. Tanya nodded as he continued, I was hired by the former leader of the Trade Federation, Newt Gunray. He has a personal grudge with Naboo. Hey, recent revelations aside, that vambrace looks practical and wizard. I think I want one. Also, my jaw firmly dropped. Father had just broken one of the most important bounty hunters' codes, at least when it came to dealing with your employers. We're not supposed to give out information about assassinations. On the other hand, I could kind of understand why. One of the things he'd always put forward in our conversations is that the most important thing is family, not the clans, not even the idea of being a Mandalorian, just family. And if one of his family members is in trouble and could be helped, maybe giving a little bit of your reliability away to help them is a necessary loss. Wonderful. The girl said imperiously, pressing the button on her vambrace, obviously ending the recording before saying, By the way, your sister's already on her way to Mandalore. What? Father asked, sounding a bit annoyed. She's a Mandalorian. We look after our people, no matter what condition they're in. Using people as objects for political purposes is undesirable, but in some situations it may become necessary. However, just because I needed to use her doesn't mean I needed to let her suffer. HOH. Django let out a laugh before saying, "You're a strange one, but I think I can work with that." "Excellent, there are other things you can do for me inside the Mandalore sector if you are looking for work." "I thought you said you wanted me to stay out of politics." "I want you to stay out of politics that could potentially draw the sector into the upcoming war. That doesn't mean I didn't notice that you are well trained and could easily help improve the sector's many defenses." "Ha, you want me to give up bounty hunting and go work as a man for the sector I'd rather not even have anything to do with? You have a lot of guts saying it to my face." The blonde girl nodded before saying, "I have been told such before, and it's a necessary trait for success in my opinion. It's only logical to offer you another job, since more likely than not your usual source of employment will dry out when this will eventually go public." You're a lot more put together than any other senator or representative I've seen. Most of them couldn't find their own ass with 2 hands and a lightsaber. I will admit there are only a very few of us who are not as enamored with their own status. She sounded a bit defensive there. "I simply see my position as the servant of the people of Mandalore, not the Republic. Maybe the Mandalorian sector's got a chance after all, then." Father muttered, shaking his head. He then took off his helmet and let it rest in the crook of his left arm, giving me a good view as he offered a hand to the girl. "Well, it's nice doing business with you, Ms. Kryze. Hopefully this will be the start of a good working relationship." Tanya reached out and took the hand and they shook as she said, "True, us Mandalorians have to stick together to some extent. Even if we don't like what the sector has become, there's always a chance it can become something better." Father released her hand before saying, "Keep chasing that dream girl, maybe you'll be able to pull it off. Personally, I'll just take the chance to see my sister again," he said before he stopped. "That doesn't look good," he said as he drew his pistol and quickly loaded a new power pack into it. No, it does not," Tanya replied as she reached for her helmet and put it back on. I couldn't see the brown-haired girl, but I thought I could hear the telltale sign of a helmet being locked in place as well. I don't know what was going on, but I had a bad feeling about this, so I started prepping the engines on Slave 1. Starting to get her up and running in case I need to fly over there and provide air support. I did spot Dad putting on his own helmet, which allowed me to finally see what he was looking at. Coming up the street towards where they are having their meeting is a group of droids. Judging by the grouping there are at least 100 of them, marching in perfect formation. B1 type by the looks of it, all of them in their usual sandy brown coloration except for a red stripe running along their shoulders. The group of droids came to a stop just in front of the diner and deployed into a battle line, their guns kept at a low angle, but obviously ready to lift up and point into the diner. One of the droids stepped forward with a blowhorn mechanism and held it up to its vocal unit saying, "Monarchist swine Tanya Kryze, this is Lieutenant Vika of the People's Revolutionary Guard. You are under arrest by orders of the Comrade Secretary General Lilia Vihikano Shepist for crimes against the people of Mandalore. Come out with your hands up and you, as well as the people inside this diner, will not be harmed." The voice was distorted but clearly not a droid, someone was commanding and speaking though it from somewhere. That or someone had planted a highly advanced core into that B1. Unlikely. There was a pause before the voice continued, "Do not attempt to resist, we would rather not harm you, reform and re-education shall free you. The system of oppression and banditry that shackles you to a dying cause is not worth your life. Even a monarchist can find redemption." There was a pause before I heard Kryze saying something weird, "What the fuck are communists doing here?" Tatooine, Twin Suns Diner. Tanya Kryze. What the fuck are communists doing here? It was really the only thing I could say at this unexpected development. Everything has been going so forced damn well, so I thought I was in the clear and then all of a sudden a battalion of droids led by what sounds like a communist, of all things, walked up to the store and demanded my surrender. I really don't know what to think of this situation, and surrendering would not end well for me. No, I had already decided the moment they threatened me that I didn't much care about the other patrons in the diner except for Key, Django, and Castle. Castle is posing as some stranger with a heavy cloak hiding his armor. However, looking around the open-air diner, I had to worry about the victims of my decision to not surrender. There are about 24 patrons, most likely having some sort of criminal background from their looks and the planet's reputation. They are more likely to side with the droid's superior forces if given the chance to avoid a shootout. Backstabbing and infighting was my biggest concern. Even with the droid numbers, the odds were not great but manageable. We could definitely pull off a fighting retreat if Django happened to join us. But the issue lies on what the patrons would do, and it'll be annoying if we have to handle them at the same time. Tilting my head in Django's direction, I asked, "How much will it cost to help me?" He looked at the droids as he would with an appraising client before saying, 100,000 credits, assuming that I'm not injured in the escape." Hazard pay and medical bills will be factored in afterwards. Oh, same with munitions and equipment expenses as well. I could hear his grin by the end. Done. I said, kicking the table over to create cover as I drew one of my Wester 35 pistols out and shot the B1 with the megaphone. Granted, my pistols were not modified to unleash high-powered damaging bolts, but they do have an ionizing effect. Ionizing bolts meant that the bolts that impacted robots caused them to lose control of the limb that was hit, and in the case of the one that got hit in the head, it fell over into its comrades. The robots reacted by following their programming, bringing their guns up and started to shoot into the diner, firing non-stop into the only entrance of the diner. This had the effect I was counting on, as the vagabonds were not given the chance to switch sides in this situation, so they could not join the robots. Instead, they were under assault with me, which meant they were in danger, and vagabonds in danger tended to fight for themselves. The criminals opened up on the red-plated droids, exchanging fire and finding cover. Shots went wild everywhere. Key and I took cover behind the table. Django quickly pulled out his second pistol and started firing off his own shots. He moved slowly, backing up in the general direction of a rear escape door. Castle, who had been covering the bar, dived behind it. Once he resurfaced, he was wielding his own blaster rifle that I don't recognize and opening fire on the droids. Drawing my other pistol, I turned to Key and said, "Move the table in the general direction of that door." I indicated the door we wanted to go to. Django is already moving a little bit faster, motivated by the amount of fire that was splashing off his Durasteel armor. "I'll cover you, go." She nodded as I poked my head out of cover whilst bringing both pistols to bear. I fired off a salvo of shots before slowly standing up the rest of the way. "Where are the Hutt forces? I thought Jabba was sponsoring this meeting." Django shouted over the noise of blaster fire. "I bribed Zyro to get in contact with you. Bribing him to actually get Jabba to sponsor the meeting was insultingly expensive, lying was cheaper." I called back, earning a laugh from the older Mandalorian. Key started to slowly push the table into the general direction we needed to go. As she did, I slowly moved with her while picking off a couple of droids every once in a while. From what I could see, the droids are not doing very well. There had been at least 100 when they started firing, and now they're around half that, judging by the debris. While so many battle droids on paper is an overwhelming force to capture me out in the open, the narrow street prevents them from bringing their full numbers to bear, resulting in only something like 20 or so of the droids actually firing at our position, while the line of fire of the rest are being blocked by their fellow droids. Not to mention the fact that they were now taking fire from not only the internals of the diner, but all around them as various organizations and or civilians came out of the woodwork to give a few fire shots at the obvious troublemaker. The place may be a hive of scum and villainy, but it's their hive of scum and villainy. And they don't like some obviously foreign robots coming around to do things in their hives. What is strange is that even with the losses they were taking, they weren't retreating. I wondered if they were programmed to never retreat. Quite typical of them if they did. Hopefully, we would make it to the door before more droids show up. I would rather not have a protracted battle in the enclosed and limited streets, especially against communist, no matter the species. Still, how come they were here in the first place? I guess it is possible that they had developed something that was similar to communism. I have seen references of Sengoku-era Japan on Shogun, for Manda's sake. Or was this being X finally playing his move? I never detected any activity from him until this point, but then again I could not rule out that this was his fault. It was suspicious, but I am unwilling to bend to an onset of paranoia, so for the moment I just focused on laying down as much fire as I could. The droids' combat tactics were rather unimpressive, but now and then one of the droids would suddenly dart from the pack and actually use cover. Possibly it was the enemy commander, this Lieutenant Vika, assuming direct control. Luckily for us, their blasters were very inaccurate and they are relying on numbers to actually hit anything. We moved the table to its final resting position against the bar, leaving us a corridor completely covered all the way to the door. Castle and Django were already there, providing cover fire. Key and I quickly joined them. I stepped through the door last and shut it firmly behind us, separating us from the chaos on the other side, even as one last bolt nearly burns its way through the back door. I want to ask if anyone knew what the hell was going on, but Key did that for me. "What the hell is going on?" she asked, finally drawing her pistol, which she hadn't had a chance to use. She then covered one of the alleyways that led to the back of the building in case any droids were trying to follow us. "Looks like someone tried to hire an assassin to take out Representative Kryze, or is it Princess now?" Django said, clearly in his element. "Either, whatever you decide." I focused on checking the ammunition count on my pistols before continuing. "The important part is that while we've gotten out, we still need to get out of town before more of these droids show up." Activating my helmet radio, I tried to get in contact with Captain Strook. "Captain? Captain, do you read me?" All I heard in response was static. Django is likely doing the same, though he had apparently muted himself. I was about to try raising Captain Strook again, but Django spoke first. They're jamming the comms. My son was in constant communication with me before we lost it. I told him to stay put before I lost contact with him. I can get all three of you inside, then we can find somewhere to lie low before we get you back in contact with your royal captain. I nodded my head before saying, I'll add a little bit of a bonus once we get out of here. Ha, thought you said you weren't corrupt? Where are you getting all this money from? Django asked in such a way that sounded very in jest, so I responded in kind. Perfectly legitimate, if discreet, business ventures and careful financial management. Corruption is rarely profitable in the long term, everything and everyone has a hefty price tag. Django chuckled before replying, all right, my son and gunship is outside the town to the north of here. He said pointing up an alleyway, I don't know where your transport is, but if you are going that way we can definitely meet up with them. I shook my head before saying, we parked ours a little bit out of town, towards the west and walked in. We will have to regroup later. Nodding, Django led the way, moving quickly down the alleyway as the rest of us followed. I remember the group had a jetpack except for Key, but even so it would probably not be a great idea to use jetpacks right now. The probability of some sort of sniper droids watching the rooftops exists. Without any way to confirm it without unnecessary risk, better to move strictly along the ground and make use of cover, or else be exposed to potential sniper fire. Quickly, we moved through the alleyways until we reached a major street. While looking both ways, we did not spot any droids, but that was no reason to get out of the alleyways. So we kept going right. We almost reached the edge of town before we ran into 5 droids watching a major entrance and exit. The droids were standing there with a poster of me in their hands. They are looking at the crowd, trying to detect me just from my silhouette, it seems. It looks like it was a picture from when I had that little nightclub scuffle on Coruscant, a couple of years back. They had hundreds of the things all stacked up and laminated right beside them. Chuckling, I asked, do you think they'd recognize me with the helmet on? Django apparently took it seriously before saying, no, I don't think they would. B1s aren't exactly the smartest bucket of bolts walking around here. They'd probably let us slip right through as long as we have helmets on our heads. Then added as later thought, although, they are looking for Mandalorians, so maybe they'd just shoot on sight as soon as they saw us. There is also their controller to worry about too, they could be watching from any of them. I didn't have time to answer that as a Mandalorian royal guard popped up behind them and immediately started beating the bolts out of them with his electric staff weapon. He downed one immediately by stabbing the activated staff at a B1's back. While the other droids reoriented themselves, the guard pushed the first B1 off to the side. He closed in on the droid to his right, and bashed it in its head with the other end of his staff as it turned around to look. As the second droid fell, the guard continued his spin so that he had a big wind up for a two-handed swing. The extra reach is enough to impact 2 droids and cause them to fly back from the impact. Then, the last one jolted to life, no doubt indicating Vika's attempt to intervene. Before she could bring her blaster up, the guard smoothly transitioned to a throwing stance and threw his staff, the staff's magnetic tips causing it to stick to the droid and continue shocking it as it went down. After retrieving his staff, he looked at the downed droids to make sure they were dead before looking around. He started to move on before I popped out of the alleyway. He stopped and waved me over as the others followed. Tanya, thank goodness you're okay. The familiar voice of Ordo came. Smiling, I grabbed his shoulder and said, of course I'm okay. Good work on the droids. I could just barely see the smile on his eyes as he said, thank you, princess. Where are the others? I asked. Ordo shook his head before saying, Strook and Mach are causing a ruckus and drawing the droids towards the Lancer. There's only about a dozen of the original group left, but another formation, roughly the same number, has marched into the town closer to the Lancer. We are still trying to draw them away from this direction. The others sent me this way to try to link up with you and acquire a craft to get out of here. Figuring we'd all meet up somewhere else once we've escaped this ambush. Good, we're on the same plan. Turning towards Mr. Fett I said, got room for one more in your craft. Django chuckled before saying, it'll be a tight fit, but I can get him in. He said, pointing in the direction of a rather oddly shaped ship with its engines facing the ground by the looks of it, one with a strange tail above the opening section. Let's get out of here. Mr. Fett, try and raise the others as soon as we're out of town and hopefully out of the range of the gemming. I hope that they can rejoin us, if not we'll try and find somewhere outside of town to camp and hide out till this blows over. Sounds like a terrible plan, but since you're paying, I'm willing to put up with it. Why not try to find the one commanding the rust buckets? Django said while walking towards his craft. Leading the way for the rest of us as we fell in behind him, watching the exit in case any more surprises came after us. They could be in orbit for all we know. It had been a long time since the B1 droids had come to market, smaller and more effective command ships were an obvious product to sell to less wealthy clients. There was honestly no way to know the true capabilities or forces that this Vikas commanded, so avoiding conflict was merely the most logical cause of action. Tatooine, Mos Eisley outskirts. Anakin Skywalker. Obi-Wan is going to kill me when he finds out what I've been up to. I was supposed to be protecting Senator Amidala, not visiting Tatooine looking for my mother. Granted, this wasn't completely my fault. Okay, maybe it was completely my fault, but I was doing this under encouragement. Few months back, I had a dream where she was in danger, and there was nothing I could do about it at the time. Even so, the guilt of not being able to do anything about it and the constant recurring dreams doesn't help. Well, the first one had probably been a vision, the ones after that had most likely been echoes, dreams and remembrance of just how traumatic the first one had been. I could tell the difference, don't ask me how, I just know. They have been slowly fading away, just as Obi-Wan had said they would. But then, I had a nightmare while staying at Padme's cottage in the wilds of Naboo. She had heard about it, and I explained the whole story. How I had dreams of her being in danger, and how I had no idea what had happened to my mother after we left Tatooine. She'd comforted me a bit, then explained how sometime after the Naboo crisis, she had sent one of her handmaidens back to Tatooine to free my mother but was unable to find her. It wasn't much, but it was a considerable act of kindness that Padme had tried to free her. If she had not been found by someone with probably more credits than sense, that tended to mean that Watto had probably sold her already. Of course, I've been a bit mopey since then, it hasn't put my mind at ease about Mom. Now, our conversations were stuck and going in circles. Padme kept bringing up Tatooine and suggesting that perhaps with my familiarity with local Tatooine politics, we could find her. I tried to reason with Padme. I haven't returned to Tatooine after departing with Qui-Gon for a long time now, and everything that I do know would most likely be out of date. My duty is to protect her, not take her into one of the more dangerous places in the galaxy. I'd lost, of course. Rhetoric wasn't a skill I particularly cared much about as a Jedi, while Padme being a senator is trained to use it effectively. But she'd raised a good point that though Naboo is probably the safest place she could be, it's also where people expected her to be. If the assassin didn't know where she was, that would mean that she'd be technically safer, as not even the assassins sent for her would know where to find her. And so, we had departed Naboo in her private yacht to Tatooine in the hopes of finding my mother and finally putting this old issue to rest. I've been tense ever since our arrival, as I was reminded of just how awful this place still is. Everywhere I looked, I remembered some forgotten remnant of my past or the injustice I tolerated as a kid. The street traffic shuffled slowly, most looking at the ground, keeping their distance from the obvious foreigners and dangerous-looking aliens. I just need to focus on finding my mother and get this done as quickly as possible. We tracked down Watto, who had moved businesses since I'd last seen him. His once mighty shop was now smaller. Apparently, gambling on my freedom had not been profitable to him in the years since. I smirked slightly at his misfortune. A brief interrogation, and reminder of just who I was, had managed to warm him up enough to, well, ask me to use my Jedi abilities to help him make back some money from his debtors. The pleading had been somewhat amusing, but I would sooner cut off my own hand. Instead, I'd managed to fool him into giving me what I want on what happened to my mother with some vague assurances and a false smile. I couldn't, nor want to, be openly hostile with Padme at my side. Apparently not too long after I left, Shmai had been bought by a moisture farmer named Lars who freed her, which is good news and quite possibly the best outcome that could have been expected for this place. It didn't explain the bad dreams I've been having, but it was a step in the right direction. From Watto and Mos Eisley, we've been able to track down Clive Lars to a modest moisture farmer homestead out in the boonies. It was quite far away from Mos Eisley and would have been a long journey without Padme's ship. I've never been this far away from the town of Mos Eisley, at least not for anything but that pod race, so it was strange being so isolated. Walking to the homestead with Padme next to me, I wondered if I really would be seeing my mother again and what I would learn about the dream. Wait, is that C-3PO? Stopping, I looked at the droid now with a silvery plating and asked him a question. C-3PO. The robot, who was busy chatting with another machine, stopped to look at me before tilting his head, before saying, by the Maker, the Maker. Master Ani, it's so good to see you again. I always knew you would return and, oh my, is that Miss Padme? Hello, C-3PO. Padme said with a smile that soothes my soul. Bless my circuits, I'm so pleased to see you too. It's good to see you too. I said with a smile before continuing, I've come to find Mom, is she here? Of course, please follow me indoors. The droid said, starting to walk as fast as his legs would allow him. Padme and I took his lead and fell behind at a measured pace. Down through a doorway, we descended into a round hole in the ground that seemed to be a central court of several smaller rooms. Inside the court, there is a man and a woman talking. They both turned as soon as C-3PO entered. Master Owen, I have two most important visitors. C-3PO said, turning to me so that I may introduce myself. I am Anakin Skywalker. I stated, wondering who these two were. The man smiled before saying, I'm Owen Lars, this is my girlfriend Beru. Beru and Padme exchanged pleasantries as Owen seemed a bit unsure of how to continue before he said, guess that would mean we're stepbrothers, always thought you'd show up one day. As much as interesting as that was, I was focused on what I was here for, so I asked, is my mother here? The response I got was a hushed voice saying, Ani. My attention leapt to the other side of the courtyard, where she was now standing. She was carrying a basket of vaporator mushrooms, and dropped it on seeing me. A moment later, she ran across the courtyard before taking me into an embrace and everything felt like it's going to be alright. Ah, my baby boy. I missed you so much. That would be a yes. A man said, while limping out of the doorway on a crutch. He hobbled up next to us and offered a hand and said, Clyde Lars. I took it as he said, now as much as I'm sure you two want to have a long conversation about the last 10 years or so, how about we do that inside? The heat's going to be getting worse as the day goes on, so we might as well get comfortable for this conversation. Sounds good. I said, though it was hard to move with mother holding on quite tightly to me. Embarrassing really, but it feel pleasantly warm. She finally let go and said, I'm so happy you're okay. I was so worried about you, it looks like you did it, you became a Jedi. Oh look at how much you've grown. I smiled back before saying, yeah, yes I did. Clyde looked up at the twin suns and seemed to imply that they'd be only getting hotter, encouraging us all to follow him inside what appeared to be the main eating area of the moisture farm. We arranged ourselves in a circle around the table, me and Padme on one side, Owen and Beru on the other, with Mother and Clyde at the head with Mother on the side closest to me. Clyde spoke first, now I'm sure you have questions, and I'm sure my lovely wife has some questions as well, but I think we should all start at the beginning of how we got Shmai out of Watto's pocket. Well, that wasn't exactly the question I wanted to ask, but it was a good starting point. Nodding my head I said, how did you do that? It was thanks to your master Qui-Gon Jinn. Mother said, causing me to raise an eyebrow, considering he had died 10 years ago. I never truly knew my first Jedi master all that well, but then again, she couldn't know that. She continued by saying, he sent someone along with a very expensive ship component that would be enough to buy my freedom, but I needed to find someone to actually purchase me. So I contacted Lars, we had been having on and off chats at a market for years, I felt that he was trustworthy and everything worked out in the end. She smiled and held Clyde's hand and he smiled back, adding his side of the story, I freed her pretty much on the spot. Unfortunately, once you're free you can't live in the slave quarters anymore. Shmai had to move out in a hurry, and I had plenty of space on the farm here, things just sort of developed from there. That explains some things. Padme said, which it really did. Now it opened other questions such as how and when did Qui-Gon have the time to have a valuable ship component sent to Tatooine. I probably had to do a bit of investigation on that myself. Most likely he had contacted one of the Jedi that owed Qui-Gon a favor to do it, so at the very least I should thank the person who delivered it. Mother smiled, anyway, that was 10 years ago or so. We've made things work out here, on the outskirts of town. Moisture farming is not very lucrative, but I prefer the quiet life away from Mos Eisley and all the crowds there. I tried writing a letter to you a few times, but a holonet connection to the Republic is like water out here, I don't even know if any of my messages made their way to you. Enough about me, though. So what have you been up to, Anakin? I frowned but nodded, I might know someone who could arrange for a stable holonet connection in the future. It was possible for me to acquire and send some long-range equipment from the spare parts I had access to in the temple, but those components were expensive. The price wasn't so much a problem for me as it would be for the farm, valuable parts would be a target for raiders and other scum here. Thankfully, I knew a certain friend who had access to Mandalorian-grade gear. I'd have to ask her for recommendations. It's all right, I don't mind you visiting again to talk. Mother said. I smiled again as I answered Mother's question, after I left Tatooine, I took the chance with the Jedi. I'm currently a Padawan learner, but I'm almost ready to move up to knighthood. I paused, my mouth a little dry. I have seen a lot of the galaxy since. Mother smiled before adding, and I see that you and Padme stayed friends. Padme chuckled before saying, sort of, we actually just reconnected recently. Oh, what exactly brought you two back together? Mother asked. I coughed before realizing that it was going to sound rather weird, but I went ahead, an assassination attempt. Oh my. Mother let out a shocked gasp as well as covering her mouth. All eyes were now on me, so I was forced to continue, Padme is actually a senator of Naboo for the Republic and someone is trying to assassinate her. So she's currently in protective custody of the Jedi until the situation is handled. Ha, imagine that, a senator hiding out in a moisture farm. Clyde said, shaking his head. Well, it's not exactly like that. I said, rubbing the back of my head as I continued, we were actually hiding out on Naples when we sort of got sidetracked by talk of old times and a bad dream I had. We ended up coming over here to see if we could find out what happened to you, Mom. Owen chuckled, you came out of here because of a bad dream? I think you probably would have saved yourself some trouble and just stayed on Naples. I heard that the planet's just covered in water. It kind of is. I granted, before continuing, dreams from Jedi can often be visions of the future, the past, or the present, and I had a vision that you were in trouble 3 months ago, Mom. I just couldn't shake it. Clyde tilted his head, 3 months ago? Hey. I looked at Owen, who was also looking a bit stunned. 3 months ago, Shmi was almost captured by Tusken Raiders. I don't know what their plans were or what they were going to do, but we managed to put a stop to the group that attacked us. Nearly lost my leg, and we took a bit of casualties since we needed to bring in a few friends from other moisture farms. It was a near thing. And it kinda lines up with that dream. I blinked in surprise. You've managed to fend off a Tusken Raider party? I always heard that they were difficult to deal with. Clyde chuckled before saying, oh, you have no idea. He got himself up into a stand and hobbled over to a nearby drawer. He opened it and pulled out what appeared to be leg armor and tossed it to me. I grabbed it midair and looked at it, noting that it had some design similarities to what I'd seen on the Mandalorians. It has a noticeable scratch mark and divots carved on it. Few months ago, some transport corpo had to sell off all their stock at dirt cheap prices. It was carrying all this gear and armor. They flooded the market, all the vendors in town were hawking their kit. Anyway, me and the boys around here thought it was a great investment, so we all bought some. It turns out to be the right call. If I didn't have that thing on the day we went to go save your mother, I'd have probably lost a leg, and we probably won't have been able to pull it off. Putting the leg armor down, I said, I guess we can say that my dream was actually a vision. Shaking my head, I continued on by saying, but it looks like you managed to handle the situation just fine. It was an interesting development in understanding of the Force. My connection to my mother had warned me that she was in danger, and had actually given me a course of action to come to her rescue. However, the connection had not faded, even though she had already been rescued. Distinguishing between new danger and the echo of one is going to take some work to understand. Likely one of the reasons the Jedi Order was so against attachments in the first place. I had been driving myself mad worrying about her, even though she was already alright. Perhaps in the future, I should be a bit more open about my dreams. Maybe Obi-Wan could refer to a Jedi who had to deal with their own attachments and could offer some advice. I knew there were a few Jedi with special circumstances, even though it was heavily frowned upon. At the very least, talking about the dreams would help out whoever the target was next time. I couldn't expect to be as lucky in the future as this armor had managed to get into the hands of Clyde, otherwise I might have to track down the Tusken Raiders myself to find out exactly what happened. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, while you're here, how are things going for you? Any chance you two will be staying here for a couple days? I'm sure Shmi would love to catch up and find out everything you've been up to. We could put up with you for a while as you are technically my son via marriage, so my house is your house. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but for now I need to focus on protecting Padme. I could reflect on the implications of step family later. I don't want to impose. Actually, that sounds perfect. Padme interrupted what I was going to say, though, we need a place to stay hidden for a short time. This is much better than trying to find accommodations back in Mos Eisley. Clyde and Owen both nodded at that, and Mom was smiling fondly at Padme now. I did want to stay, but it was my duty to protect her. Really, it came down to her decision on the matter. Turning my head to look at her, Padme merely gave me a serious look that I have come to recognize as her do what I say look. I smiled once again, saying, we would love to stay a couple days. Although we don't have much to offer as guests. Padme nodded, I haven't forgotten that Republic credits don't have weight here. Regardless, there might be a few things about the ship we could spare in barter, if necessary. Mom's smile had disappeared and was frowning by the end of that, though, it's really not necessary. I haven't forgotten what you all did for Anakin, or me. Clyde nodded his head, if you do need or want money for some reason, there's a marketplace for spacers that does take some Republic credits. At the very least, I know some people who will transfer Republic credits to water chips. The Hutts will exchange whoopie uppie too. Owen spit at the mention of the Hutts. Owen, don't spit on my floor. Mother admonished him with a severe frown. Owen winced and apologized before proceeding to clean up his mess. Clyde gave him a glance, but continued. But I doubt you're looking for that. Most of us farmers stick to barter or favors. I nodded at that. I had no desire to meet Jabba or the other Hutts. It would be best if we didn't have to exchange any credits, less evidence we were here. Getting up, I said, the less we have to do with the Hutts, the better. I glanced at Padme, but she seemed to agree with me. One catastrophe avoided. And I prefer barter or favors myself, so this works out fine then. I know my way around a few machines. Is there anything I can do to help around here? Seems like a good way to get to know my new extended family. Clyde nodded. You can help around, sure. Owen, why don't you show him some of the intact moisture vaporators? And then you can help us with a few of the ones that are giving us a little bit of trouble. I've heard from your mom that you are, as the kids would say, pretty wizard with technology. Clyde said. I saw C-3PO on the way here, so you've already met my greatest creation. I stated, matter-of-factly. Owen nodded as he got up. Yup, greatest creation. That sets the bar sorta low, I think. He said, starting to move towards the door. I made to follow Owen, but was stopped as Mom grabbed my arm and smiled. Just checking if this is real. I grabbed her hand and held it for a moment. I'm real. Let's talk more tonight, this is a lot to take in all at once. I paused for another moment, unsure what to say. Lamely, I added, fixing something will help me figure out how to tell you everything, though. She just nodded, though, as if that was the correct thing to say. There's no right or wrong way, but there is also no rush. Just let me know when you are ready to talk some more. My mouth was dry again. Okay. That's something I can't wait for. She said with a smile. After she let go of my hand, I stepped out after Owen into the familiar twin sons of Tatooine and smiled up. I still hated the sand, but maybe it wasn't so bad after all. As I followed Owen, I heard Padme and Barra talking with Mother and Clyde. They probably would get to know each other a bit better, while Owen and I did the same. It is an interesting experience, I never had a brother. Hopefully Owen didn't take his new role as eldest too seriously, we would only be here for a few days. Owen led me to a heavily modified swoop bike out behind one of the farm structures a little ways away. I gave the bike a questioning look, it was partly disassembled and it didn't seem quite functional. Every piece of equipment nearby is in top shape, Dad sees to that. Owen explained. He quickly snapped a few plates laying nearby back into position on the bike's exterior. I started modifying the bike to support a passenger, Dad can't get around for a few months yet. It's, well, a work in progress. And it might come in handy later. The bike had exposed wires all along one side and extra non-standard pipe fittings clearly meant to brace a passenger's legs and torso against. Still, it might be manageable. It'll work if I'm the pilot. This isn't even the most dangerous piece of junk I've flown. Now it was Owen's turn to look confused for a moment. Then it cleared up. Right, you're a Jedi. Should be easy then, Padawan still, but I actually was referring to when I made my own pod racer. I did that back when I was a kid. I examined the bike for another moment, then stepped into the pilot's seat. Are you able to hold on to this thing? Course. Mom hates those stories, though. Owen clambered aboard awkwardly, half clinging to the bike. Still, he gave clear directions and directed me to the edge of their territory. He pointed at the distant equipment, the distant VAPs need the most maintenance. They have extra sensors too, finicky bastards. For detecting the Tusken Raiders and others, no doubt. But enough of that, tell me what really happened back then. We swapped tales as he demonstrated parts of the moisture evaporator. The machinery wasn't terribly hard to fix, mostly faults from the sand or wind blowing debris where it was not supposed to be. Not nearly as complex as the swoop bike or pod racer had been. I still can't believe you managed to assemble half a protocol droid entirely from spare parts. A protocol droid? Really? Not a scavenger or repair droid. I wanted to build something to help Mom. She always liked to talk with the vendors at the market to haggle or catch up with her friends. I thought having a droid to talk to while she worked would be great for her. And C-3PO is great, so take that back. By the time the first sun had set, and the second sun was setting, we got back to the farmstead. Both Owen and I were covered in sand, but for the first time, I barely noticed. Padme greeted us at the door. I caught your mom up to speed, and how well you behaved as my bodyguard. She explained without explaining. I grunted, still wondering if the force could be used to remove all the sand from my clothes. I had seen a trick with a spilled drink of water, once. With a wave of my hand a wave of sand and dust fell off me and Owen. Do that outside. Mom cried, and I felt a bit sheepish at causing a mess. After blowing the sand out of the entranceway, I noticed an opportunity. Mom was standing a little apart from the main group, they were making that smelled quite good, probably dinner. Clyde, Padme, and Bear were clustered in the kitchen. I walked over to Mom, fortifying myself, let's talk. So I did. It took a while, and the others joined in slowly, as they noticed us at the kitchen table. Padme and Bear served the food, a meal whose contents I entirely forgot. Padme helped fill in a few holes in my tale in places with general information, but it was mostly my story as she hadn't been to the temple much. The Force was a hard subject to explain, and it seemed like I was going to be doing a lot of that in the future, if I had a family. Mostly, I was happy in a way I had not felt since I met Qui-Gon. I felt the deep weight that I had unwittingly carried all this time just melt away as the conversation continues. Afterwards, Padme and I retired to our room. Well, her room. Both of us had been offered individual rooms, but Padme said she felt unsafe alone after recent events. I offered to sleep on a sleeping bag Owen had dug up from somewhere, but he had given me a knowing glance when he passed it over to me. Did siblings get a connection similar to the Force? Or was it because he and Bear are in a relationship like Padme and I? Give that sleeping bag up, Anakin. It was just for show anyway. Padme said, once we were alone and the door was closed. There's plenty of room on the bed. Fine. I agreed easily. I was tired and could tell how this was going to go. I rested in my bed, considering the day's events. All in all, this wasn't a bad idea after all, just hanging out here for a couple of days just to throw some misdirection on which planet Senator Amidala is hiding on. Hopefully, the assassin would assume she was still on Coruscant if they tried to do anything. And if they did manage to figure out she was off-world, well, not being on Naboo is a good idea as that would have been the first place people generally suspect. That being said, I do worry about how Obi-Wan is doing with his investigation. While everything is safe here, I am left wondering how everything is going for him. Unfortunately I couldn't exactly contact him because it would only potentially reveal my location, and that wouldn't be good if anyone figured out that I was the one guarding Padme. So what I did was leave R2 on board Padme's ship to monitor any incoming signals and let me know if Obi-Wan gave me a call. I'd rather not get us all involved in anything, but if he needed the help I would be there in a heartbeat. I glanced at the other side of the bed, but Padme was still up and reading a datapad. So I left the bed and started digging around in my suitcase for mine, when the screen lit up on its own, still buried under spare robes. Then there was a knock at the door. Master Anakin. C-3PO called faintly through the closed door, clearly uncertain whether to interrupt us. I double-checked that Padme was still presentable, then walked over and opened the door. C-3PO? What is? But R2 and C-3PO came barging into the room. I'm so sorry, Master Ani. This malfunctioning droid kept insisting it had a priority message for you. R2 whined in obvious disagreement and annoyance. R2? I asked as the little droid came to a stop in front of me beeping away about something wrong. Thankfully, I understand binary. But I doubt Padme knows it, so I might as well let C-3PO have his time to shine. C-3PO swung sharply at R2's continued beeps. Oh, that is interesting. Why didn't you just say so earlier? He lightly banged his metal arm against R2 and R2 just beeped a few curses back at C-3PO. Where did he even learn that? 3PO ignored the cursing astromech and turned to us to say, apparently, a representative from the Republic is trying to contact you. A representative cries wishes to speak to anyone who is on board. Tanya. I said, confused. I had not expected her, of all people, to try to contact me. Padme finally stirred from her datapad and seemed to take notice of the situation as well. I imagine this COMM is for you, Padme. R2, can you relay the message here? Thanks, C-3PO. Of course, Master Ani. The droid said, turning and leaving me with R2 and Padme. After C-3PO shut the bedroom door, R2 opened a hatch to activate his holo emitters. Odd, why did a voice message need? A hologram of a fully armored Mandalorian appeared, but it took me a second to realize that it was just her wearing it. Not who I was expecting, but close enough. I blinked before saying, wait, this is a live COMM, where are you? Tatoin, I'm making an escape from a rather unfortunate series of events that resulted in droids trying to kill me. I need a place to go to ground for a couple of days while I get in contact with my men. They had to temporarily separate in order for us to make an escape. I blinked before saying, well, I don't know what I can say on that matter. I can't exactly tell you where I am at this moment. The situation here is a bit complex. Padme had moved off the bed and towards the holo display of the COMM. Well, that's unfortunate. I was hoping to tell Padme that I had managed to find the assassin and work out a deal to end his contract on the matter, as well as bringing state's evidence against the people responsible. I blinked before Padme said, what? How did you manage that? Padme. Tanya asked. Padme nodded, joining the conversation. Yep. I heard the earlier part too. So how? Tanya smiled broadly now, before answering, ancient Mandalorian secrets known as money and clan contacts. The important part is that the threat to Padme is officially over, at least from that one assassin. As far as I can see, I just need a place for me and a couple of my guards to camp out for a while. I had to lean back and think about this for a bit. Padme looked at me, clearly wanting permission to tell Tanya where we were. I held up a finger to wait. On one hand, if she was telling the truth and managed to end the assassination plots, we needed to know all the information she had on. On the other hand, this was putting Padme at unnecessary risk. Who was to say that Tanya is not currently threatened in this message and that she needed help too? This was a tough decision. Shaking my head, I decided to come up with a middle ground on this. I can give you a place where I can meet you and pick you up to bring you to a safe house. Would that be fine? That would be perfect. Tanya answered with a smile. Nodding, I said, R2, send them a place somewhere where we can make this pickup. The little droid beeped happily. Turning back to the hologram, I said, I'll be there in a few minutes. Good luck, may the force be with you. And may the Manda be with you. She said with a smile. Manda? I asked out of curiosity. She chuckled before saying, it's like the force but without magic and for Mandalorians. Surprising me, Padme chuckled at that. May the Manda be with you too, Tanya. R2 ended the holo emitters and started packing up. For a supposed pacifist, she sure likes getting involved in adventure. Padme commented while shaking her head. She sat on the bed again near me, then leaned up next to me and said in a lower tone, all right, let's go pick her up. I smiled and said, I don't think that'd be the greatest idea. If she had contact with the assassin he could be following her. It would be better for you to stay here with the others. Padme sighed before saying, if there's still the threat, then it won't matter if I'm on the ship or not. The assassin would just track our ship back to the farmstead and attack us here instead. I nodded at that, a bit frustrated by the situation. I left and Padme followed me, but I saw Clive and Shmai were still up softly discussing something in the shared living quarters. They both looked towards us silently as we left the bedroom. We're not leaving, not just yet. Possibly a slight bit of danger though, going to take our ship and find out. I explained. Unhappy with my abridged explanation, Padme huffed and stalled me. I have a friend who happened to be nearby and got caught up in some local politics, somehow. We might be back with a few extras, but they're a good sort. More her sort, really. I hedged, indicating towards Padme. No need to explain that there would soon be a senator and a representative here. This is Tanya's added mess. Mom nodded silently, leaning against Clive and their hushed whispers resumed. I could listen in with the force, but thought better of it. Looking out the window, I asked again, are you really sure you want to come? Yes, she said firmly, while nodding her head in agreement, we are going to go pick up Tanya together then we are going to bring her back to the farmstead. We're going to find out what's been going on, and then we'll see what happens. Yes, Senator. I said. I noticed Clive roll his eyes. We walked out towards the ship, and R2 raced to meet us aboard, already programming in the location for us to rendezvous with Tanya. Carefully, Padme's yacht lifted off, and I looked out the window, seeing that Mom had come out to see us off. I gave a wave, but I don't know if she saw it. I hoped I'd be back soon enough that it wouldn't matter. The yacht made its way across the dunes at a reasonable pace. We were heading in a generally eastern direction, towards a mesa section of the desert. We arrived at the meeting point, a small clearing where 4 figures were apparently sitting around some rocks. I carefully sat the ship down and said, okay, on the off chance that your safety might be in danger, stay inside while I get them on board. I will do as the Jedi requests. Padme replied with a smirk. I got up and walked down towards the bottom of the ramp. Standing there were 4 figures in armor. The one in front is a Mandalorian in green armor, to her left is a Mandalorian in brown armor, and to that one's left is another Mandalorian, though his armor looks darker and is hidden by plenty of wrappings. The last Mandalorian, the one to the green one's right, is a Mandalorian Royal Guard. Very recognizable with his rather bright uniform and crest helmet. Tanya? I asked, a bit confused. I was rewarded with the green one pulling off her helmet, revealing a blonde mess of hair. She shook her head and the bangs fell into place, her face resolving into Tanya's. She gave a small hand wave, good to see you again, Skywalker. You got here pretty fast. I thought we'd have to wait for a couple of hours for you to get here from Naboo. Yeah, wait. How exactly did you get in contact with the yacht? I scratched the back of my head in confusion. She smiled and said, oh, I have R2-D2's communication number. I figured he would be a safer way to try and contact Padme in this situation. People tend to focus on the target and not people, or in this case droids, who support the target. Less likely to be intercepted. R2 has a communication number. I said, a bit confused, looking down at the droid. He pulled up next to me and let out a couple whistles of victory and approval. Most droids do. Tanya said, stepping up and patting him on the head. You just have to ask for their information when you have the chance, something I tend to do. She stepped past me saying, anyway, there's 4 of us here and this ship can handle that many passengers, right? It's capable of carrying a dozen Gungans at once. Padme called from the front of the ship. So yes, it can probably handle 10 people in total, though that's pushing it. Tanya frowned, stopped, and immediately looked at me and said, tell me you did not bring her here. Her tone contained an amount of frustration that rivaled Windu. Shaking my head, I said, nope, this is not on me. I did not bring her along, she brought me. Great, the two of you are bad influences on each other, noted. Tanya said while shaking her head in disdain. She stepped further into the ship and said, good to see you, Padme. No, we're pretty good influences. I heard Padme say before the brown-suited female Mandalorian stepped past me to follow behind Tanya. It's probably Vi. No wait, she wore blue, didn't she? I paused for a moment, wondering at the unfamiliar arrivals. The black-armored Mandalorian nodded as well as he stepped past, taking a seat in the aft section. Finally, the royal guard stepped up and offered a hand. Thanks for the pickup. Today has been one hell of a day, and it's good to have someone we can trust in the area. Yeah, I said taking the hand, no problem, though I am going to want a full story about what exactly was about today. Ordo. Enjai's Ordo. He shook the offered hand. And I'm sure you'll have it. What happened today was just a whole nother level of crazy. I don't think Tanya has been so involved since he seemed to stop there to cough before continuing, well, that alley fight a few years ago. That only got me to raise my eyebrow, but I'd push on that later. First, safety. As he passed by me, I hit the button to close the ramp and shuffled forward back into the pilot's seat. I noted that it was a bit tighter than it had been, but we should be able to get back to the Lars moisture farm without any issues. Smiling, I did the shuttle start-up sequence and called out, all right, everyone. Make sure you're buckled in. We got a bit of a trip ahead of us, but it shouldn't be that long. And once we're there, I want answers on what exactly is going on. You'll have them. Tanya said matter-of-factly and then she buckled herself in. Satisfied, I pulled the ship up off the ground and blasted off back to the Lars homestead. Chapter 35. 716 FNM, 22 BBY. Month 6. Tatooine, Lars Moisture Farm. Tanya cries. I sat across from Anakin and Padme. They had just explained how verifying a vision several months old had been worth the risk of bringing an assassination target to the most lawless planet in the galaxy. I rubbed my temples for no particular reason. They could have stayed on Naboo, which is probably the safest planet they could be on, instead of coming to Tatooine of all places to find Anakin's lost mother. Which was a whole other matter I was annoyed with, but I would focus on one bout of insanity at a time. So your big plan, as a Jedi, was to risk your charge's life by moving her to one of the most dangerous planets in the entire galaxy. To be fair, Anakin said, Padme suggested we come here. The charge in question proceeded to elbow him. I said no a few times but she ground me down. Anakin carefully avoided meeting either of our gazes. I was the picture of composure, I didn't begin muttering under my breath about hormonal teenagers. We were sitting underground in a farmstead, owned by Anakin's adopted father Clive Lars, and his biological mother Shmi. Key and Castle were sitting in the courtyard unpacking a couple tents they were going to loan us for the night, since the homestead owners were already full up on visitors thanks to Anakin and Padme. I had stripped out of my armor so that I could clean it. One of the many tasks that needed doing now that we were safe. So I'm sitting in front of them in my pilot suit, Anakin is wearing Jedi robes, and Padme is wearing some fancy dress probably of Naboo make. It's funny that of the three people inside this room, the only one who actually kind of looks like they fit in is Anakin. The Jedi robes could pass for clothing of locals, if well made. The room is a rather interesting affair, it looked like someone had carved out a hole in the ground and then just plastered a roof over it. I don't think I'd ever seen anything like this in my history books, so it must be something created simply because of just how awful the conditions on this planet were. It reminds me a lot like a sand igloo. I did wonder how they kept this place from being submerged in the sand. Though considering it's underground, I think that with the quantity of sandstorms this planet probably experienced, some big storm should have buried it already, eventually. Given even a small chance of the event occurring over a long enough time horizon, it would happen eventually, and this place would get buried. Perhaps there is some sort of technology around here that I wasn't seeing that prevented that. My thoughts were interrupted as Padme spoke up. You don't have to worry about that, Tanya, we were completely safe. No one knows we left Naboo and no one even knew that we left Coruscant. That's not true. I said matter-of-factly before adding, I figured out that you left Coruscant after talking to Obi-Wan for a moment. Well, that's you, Tanya. You always were one for making vast leaps of logic. Padme said, sounding a little bit annoyed with me. Fair, I guess we are both annoyed with each other. Fine, I'll let the stupidity of running off to Tatooine drop. I wanted to get on with the good news at the very least. Anyway, I found out who's trying to kill you. Better yet, I convinced the current bounty hunter assigned to the job to drop it as well as managed to provide his testimony as evidence against his employer, so I say that's a good win on my part. Are we sure about that? Padme said, sounding sarcastic, I mean you had to run off to Tatooine, the most dangerous planet in the galaxy, to do it. Was that really the safest option? I know it's your complaint and reference, but yes, it was. I had full control of the situation and enough guards with me to make sure everything would go fine. Padme gave me a look that said that she was less than amused with my attempt to try and bypass that point before saying, yes, I think I was also quite safe, after all I had a Jedi with me. After taking that jab at me, she continued, anyway, what do you mean he's no longer going to be coming after me? Who is responsible for this assassination plot? At that moment, Ordo, who had been behind me making a cup of tea, stepped forward. I preferred to have coffee, but I needed to get some sleep tonight, so tea it was. Ordo stepped to the table and set a saucer down for me. Giving him a smile, I said, thank you. Only after I sipped, did I answer Padme's question. The master assassin, I guess you could say, is a bounty hunter. He was trying to subcontract the job off to a friend of his as a favor. We came to an agreement, he will return to Mandalore and turn in the evidence he has in return for favorable treatment. Anakin let out a huff that I ignored. From there, that evidence will be sent from Mandalore to the Senate. The Senate can do whatever they want with this information. I'm sure they'll be rather annoyed considering who it is. Preempting the obvious question, I said, it's your arch-nemesis from the Naboo blockade, Newt Gunray. Gunray, really? He's that spiteful? Well, at least we know it's not political and just personal. I shrugged before saying, politics is personal sometimes. After all, you've cost him quite a bit of political capital and from my understanding of the situation you won heavily against him in the courts. He probably thought if he could just kill you, he would have had less to deal with in regard to the courts coming after him. Perhaps, but now I'm definitely going to go after him for this. I detected a tinge of anger in her voice. Padme had lost her people in the destruction of her transport ship. I wouldn't hold it against her, I had lost friends, both to enemy action and time in my last life. Losing friends like that did tend to draw out the worst in people. After I took another sip of my tea, I said, well, you do what you have to do, Senator. I've done my job. More than what my job required me to do, hopefully this situation can be handled peacefully from here on out. Hopefully, Padme said with a shake of her head and an exasperated sigh. Now you said something about things going sideways during this whole thing, care to explain what exactly happened? I shook my head, saying, I'm not exactly sure. Some droids showed up in the middle of our meeting with the bounty hunter and attempted to arrest me. I wasn't sure what they were planning to do after they caught me, she seemed unsure herself. Why would they do that? And how do they know that you'd be here in the first place? Anakin asked the same questions that I've been asking myself for the last 12 hours. I shrugged before saying, the how is probably not that hard to figure out. I used the Bounty Hunters Guild contact, specifically a lesser hut known as Zyro, to communicate with this bounty hunter. Most likely, someone put a couple clues together and figured out that I must have been the one trying to meet with him. Or the damn slug sold that information to anyone willing to pony up the credits. My presence on Tatooine is likely a worse kept secret than yours. Why were they trying to capture me, specifically? That is a little bit more of a conundrum. However, considering the bounty hunter was under the employ of the former head of the Trade Federation, possibly allies or spies from their partner in this other organization, the Workers' Council of NTV found out. NTV, that name sounds familiar, but I can't place where I had heard it. I can. Ordo said, drawing all eyes to him. He had also stripped down to his pilot suit and was sitting right next to me now, nursing his own saucer with tea. NTV is an old Mandalorian planet, just on the outskirts of the modern borders of the Mandalore sector, in the Aswian subsector. It's not under direct administration of Mandalore anymore, but it was still under a Mandalorian clan council until a few decades ago. It was used as a prison colony by the traditional Mandalorians. If someone got too problematic they were sent to the planet to basically work the rest of their lives off. Considering that planet is one of the more densely populated in the sector, well, there were a lot of dissident clans and individuals over the centuries. He sipped his tea before continuing, about 19 years ago, during the end of the Mandalorian Civil War and the Mandalorian Clan Wars, the planet declared independence after a violent rebellion led by a child. The ruling clans were massacred, men, women, and children too. Shipping was stopped and a system-wide blockade was established. Duchess Satin ended the blockade when she came to power, but trade and normalization of relationships was never a priority. No one has bothered with the place for the last 2 decades. The subsector it is in doesn't want to deal with them and the Duchess doesn't want to deal with them either. The Republic would need another 1,000 years before they even begin to think about what they want to do with them. So it's just there and no one's really interested in figuring out what to do with them. Padme looked more and more frustrated at Ordo's explanation. Likely from the fact that the Republic taking centuries to make a decision is par for the course, which irritates her idealist sensibilities. There is also the fact that, as Ordo said, they are outside the Mandalore sector proper, they didn't get hit with the ban on battle droids like every other planet in the Mandalore sector, so that droid company that tried to kidnap me is technically legal. The Republic is an utter mess when it comes to this sort of thing. If NTV rejoined the Mandalorian sector, then previously legal battle droids would suddenly become outlawed for them. Can you explain why that is? Anakin asked, not realizing the daunting quagmire that was sector, subsector, administrative sector, and representative sector classification. Explaining it to him would likely just annoy the man, rightfully so. The term sector had been bastardized for the sake of politics for thousands of years. There was no real reason why the regions were drawn up the way they were for the vast majority of cases. Long story short, the previous ruler of Mandalore before the Mandalorian Civil War wanted to tax the Hydian Way, the hyperspace lane next to Gargan, again and used a droid army to do it. The Republic didn't like that and thought it was a repeat of the blockade of the Hydian Way, so they brought down the hammer in the form of judicials and Jedi order to force him back into compliance. After smashing the Mandalorian droid army as well as the deaths of countless Mandalorians, the Senate banned the Mandalorian sector from ever using battle droids. They then returned to business as usual and washed their hands on the matter, leaving the Mandalore sector to rebuild by themselves, which resulted in the Mandalorian Civil War a few years later. Now the problem is that they used that exact term, sector, but it applies to a dozen different things. This is actually intentional for the Republic, as they can use whatever definition is the most useful at the time. Since the law was designed specifically to curtail Mandalorian power, any group claiming not to be a part of Mandalore can effectively argue that the law does not apply to them. Got it? Anakin nodded. His face conflicted, likely at the disproportionate response of the Republic, and it was pretty disproportionate. With everyone on the same page, I continued, that explains who and where these droids came from, but why were they after me exactly? And my unspoken question was even more concerning, and why the hell were they using communist terminology? Ordo sipped his tea before saying, I don't know much, but from what I do understand, their leadership opposes the noble houses that run Mandalore and the Mandalore sector. They blame us for basically everything that ever went wrong. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I had been holding in at that statement, as that was a socialist thing to do, find someone to blame for everything and then focus everyone's hatred on it. Still didn't explain how they had the communist playbook, but at least I had an idea of what I was dealing with now. Finally, I said, bold move of them to try and kidnap a diplomat, I'm sure that would end well for them. I mused with a joke as I continued, now that we understand the situation, I'm sure I can lodge a complaint through the judicial system and then do something about this workers' council. I'm sure the Jedi Council would take interest in that. We could probably try to negotiate them down from any future assassination attempts. Diplomacy like this is what the Order does best. Anakin chimed in, causing me to shake my head in exasperation. Depending on whom the Jedi sent, they might even sympathize with a socialist ideology, and this universe lacked my context on just how terrible communists are. They can try, though I doubt it'll work. It sounds like these people are well and truly gone off the deep end. I'd rather use Mandalorian institutions to solve this problem rather than rely upon the Republic. To be fair, Your Highness, that is not exactly your decision to make. I am somewhat obligated to report this to the Council. Since both sides of this conflict are in the Republic, this Workers' Council could request Jedi mediation and we would be obligated to provide it. Anakin said pointedly. He was technically correct. The Jedi Order avoided the Mandalorian sector as much as they could, since Jedi who got involved tended to get a vibroblade between the ribs more often than was worth it. Sometimes purely for bragging rights. But in this case, the Jedi would receive some guarantees from Satin that we would not harm them. Approaching this situation with the Jedi and the permission from the Workers' Council could be seen as an attractive excuse to expand Jedi influence in the sector from a somewhat safe position. Even if the Jedi did not solve the problem, as long as it did not end in violence, it would move a step towards normalizing Jedi presence in the sector. Normally I would be amicable to the prospect, but not when communists were involved. Do you want to explain why you are on Tatooine with Padme to the Council? I countered, earning a sour look from the Jedi. Of course, I don't have to report back to the Council immediately. We shared a smile. The Workers' Council might be within the Mandalorian administrative remit the Republic had saddled us with, but it wasn't exactly like I was representing them. I was half tempted to maybe do something as White Silver, but using that identity to attack ideological enemies of mine would not exactly look great for my other identity. White Silver needed to be an example of economic hope, not another warlord settling scores. Granted, if they really were communists then they were a danger to Mandalore's economic future. However, until they did something that was an open provocation, such as an invasion of a planet in the Mandalore sector, White Silver couldn't step in, although I would be keeping a close eye on this organization. Finishing my tea, I set aside my saucer and leaned back in the chair before finally saying, that's a concern for tomorrow. Tonight I'll just have to try and figure out how we're going to get in contact with the rest of my team and get up on our way back towards Coruscant. You are leaving so soon? Anakin asked, looking across the table to me. My mission is accomplished. I simply said, my objective was to find the assassin, convince him to no longer engage in this particular mission, and get information on who was responsible so that we can all focus on the true enemy of this situation. Considering that my presence here is apparently compromised intelligence, I need to show up somewhere else as quickly as possible. I left out the part where I was also trying to make sure that Mandalore wouldn't get any of the damage from a Mandalorian trying to assassinate a senator, but that was not necessary information for them. Padme nodded in understanding. It does seem like you have the situation well in hand. If you wanted to stay around, I'm sure the Lars wouldn't mind a little extra help around the moisture farm. I smiled and said, although I do sometimes wonder about life as a farmer, I'm not intending to take that up anytime soon. Let alone moisture farming, I had enough sand and sun a lifetime ago in North Africa. I started to get up when Anakin asked a question that I had not expected, though I probably should have. You know we'll be going back to Naboo in a couple days. We wouldn't mind a little extra security if you guys want to come along. Expanding the security team, not something I had considered doing, but technically that's what I've been doing this entire time. I wouldn't mind spending time in a lush vacation home and being attended to by servants. I gave it a thought for a moment and said, I'll sleep on it, no guarantees if I will agree to this or not. That said, I finished getting up and brushed my hair back. Good night, you two. I said, giving a small bow before stepping out. Good night, Tanya. The two called as I left. With Ordo soon following me, grabbing my bag full of armor, I walked up the steps of the entranceway. Outside, I stopped and decided to sit on the seats under the night sky as I cleaned and prepped my armor for another day's use. Although we were secure, since no one knew where we were, and I hadn't put out a call for the others yet. It was good seeing Ordo follow me up here, carrying his own bag of armor, as he sat down next to me. Intending to do the same, but providing security, another example of just how good of a loyal subordinate he really was. Tatooine, Lars Moisture Farm. Engis Ordo. Wow, this planet's not so bad after all. I said as I stared up at the stars. There's very little population on this planet, so there was very little light pollution to interfere with the damn good view of the night sky here. You could see quite a lot of them up there. I think I can agree on that. Tanya said, lying down next to me as we looked up. Over the last half hour we had cleaned up the armor, removed all scuffs marks, and made sure all systems were functioning as intended. With that job done, technically we should just go back to our tents and start getting ready for a good night's sleep, but even though Tatooine is known for its dust storms and other horrid things, right now it isn't so bad. In fact, it was rather relaxing with the cold desert breeze. We just ended up lying against the warm bricks of the outer wall while looking up at the stars. Thank goodness for modern thermal insulation. It was a very calming and relaxing environment. The brick and sand were still warm from the day's twin suns, but the air now is starting to be a bit brisk. This is the kind of environment where a person could get used to a quiet life. It was also probably one of the few and only chances I'd ever had to actually be alone with Tanya in the few years we've been together, since the time we touched helmets. She's always so busy with putting out one fire or trying to light one under someone else's ass that I never actually had any opportunity to discuss that whole thing fully. It was about time to finally do something about that open question. Taking a deep breath to try and calm every nerve in my body, I asked, Hey, Tanya, remember a few years ago when we had to dive into an alley? From the corner of my eye, I saw her stiffen a bit before she said, Yes, I remember. Good, good. Because there's something you said that's been bothering me for a while, and I just wanted to get a better understanding of what it exactly means. After we had our helmets touched, you said that I was perfectly close. What did you mean by that? Tanya and I laid there, looking up at the stars, not saying anything for a bit before she finally said, I meant that you were close enough that I felt quite secure in our safety, that we would be able to get through that situation without having to worry about it. I blinked a couple of times trying to translate Tanya speak for a moment before saying, Do you mean you felt safe near me? There was another pause, a rather long one, and got me a bit antsy before she finally said, Yes, if you want to look at it that way. Yes, I feel safe with you here. The next part she said is a little fast as she explained, I know how reliable you are and that you would have been able to fight by my side if the situation had demanded it. Hey. Okay. I said, nodding my head. I turned it to look back up at the sky for a moment before asking, Do you often feel safe near me? There was a weighted pause before she said, Yes, wherever we go, I know that if you are there I have an ally I can trust. I stayed silent and continued to look up at the sky as I tried to translate exactly what that meant. It almost sounded like, no, I've been around Tanya for years, she wasn't one to start relationships. Then again, I never saw her in a relationship. I don't recall Vi ever mentioned seeing her in one, and she would have gossiped. That would be a strange twist of fate. Someone who could easily take over an entire planet didn't know how to do people relationship stuff, but maybe that was the trade-off for having that ability. She could conquer a planet but didn't know how to date, not like I am any good at dates either, that is more my siblings' specialty. It did clear some things up. I had taken her around and showed her Ordo quite a bit. There have been a few opportunities where we've been technically alone, though it never felt right to ask the question that I had just asked. There was always someone within hearing distance or enough context clues that could have led them to finding out what we've been up to before, preventing this exact situation from happening until now. She never really called me out on the fact that I invite her on basically two-person dates, without any official stance on the matter. Maybe she didn't see them as dates because of the way her mind worked? I decided to take a leap of faith. While still looking up at the sky, I lowered my left hand and let it fall on hers, giving it a little bit of a squeeze and seeing how she'd respond. She said nothing, but she squeezed back. Okay, my thoughts are saying that maybe there's something here, maybe there's something I can pursue that I had not thought about before. It's not with any definition of how I was going to make the relationship work. It would seem I work very hard to pull it off. Tatooine, Mos Eisley Spaceport. Count Dooku. This has been an irritating turn of events. I expected to be spending my day preparing for the official signing of the Confederacy of Independent Systems in the next 24 hours. I should be resting and enjoying the calm before the inevitable war begins. Because as soon as the paperwork is sent, I need to inform Jango Fett to let the Kaminoans know that the Republic needed those clones and that they needed to contact the Republic to inform them that they are ready for duty. It might take a while, but I theorize that within a month the war will officially begin, if not sooner it will probably be a little bit later. I imagine some Jedi would be skeptical about using the clones, but they would get used to it in time. Part of the plan ensured the Jedi and Republic would have no other choice. However, instead of celebrating the conclusion of my time and work at Geonosis, I am here on Tatooine trying to smooth over a diplomatic incident. One of the factions I had brought in over the years had apparently attempted to arrest someone of interest on this planet. Said arrest had gone as smoothly as could be expected of someone trying to capture a Mandalorian, which meant that it went badly, especially when said victim is my potential future apprentice, Ms. Kryze. So I was not pleased to hear about this, and already had suspicions on who exactly called the hit in. Senator Merrick from Mandalore is proving to be not as secure an ally with every passing year. Not only was he acting too independently, trying to eliminate people he sees as rivals, but he is wasting my assets and my time to do it. I was not willing to remove him just yet, but there would be a reckoning. Merrick had been chosen for the same reason as most, access, but more importantly, leverage in his personal life. Privileges and extra resources could be revoked as punishment, but doing so would confirm our involvement. Probably safer to leak something to send a message, something public and embarrassing that would not impact his duties. After all, I couldn't prove he was behind it. The Mandalorian woman who was leading the droids had not given me that information, however there was enough circumstantial evidence to satisfy me and back up my suspicions. Jabba the Hutt contacted me to handle this situation. The Hutts always had an angle and always sought to exploit matters. It would seem Jabba had put two and two together about what was coming and figured that if droids were involved, I was somehow responsible for the mess. Granted I wasn't, but I had enough agency to deal with this situation as it was. The young Mandalorian woman was being packed up with what remains of the droids that she had brought into her ship and sent back to her so-called workers' paradise. The mess on Tatooine turned out to be the easy part. The Hutt representative that contacted me had no problem coordinating the cleanup of the battle droids on Tatooine. The prisoners had been kept in accommodations in town, rather than whatever pit the Hutts called a prison. The straightforwardness made me suspect that whatever schemes the Hutts were involved in did not want attention from the Republic. Why else would they be so eager to contact me and hand everyone over? The problem lies with the two Mandalorian royal guards that I now had in my custody. Before, when I was a Jedi Knight, I probably would have let them go. They were unimportant to my plans, thus I had no interest in them. The Mandalorians also have their own transportation, so they could depart on their own ship and normally, that was quite alright with me. Unfortunately, while I had no need for them personally, their presence did provide an opportunity to speak with Ms. Kryze in person. Regretfully, I have never had the opportunity to openly meet with or discuss matters with the outspoken Mandalorian representative. My previous introduction, some years back when discussing matters with Senator Merrick, hardly counted. In that event, Merrick was obviously intent on suppressing her advancement to preserve his own position, but my interest in her public record and other matters have only escalated over the years. Actually having a chance to speak to Ms. Kryze may prove enlightening. I did wonder just how well of an apprentice she would actually make. From her reputation, she was outspoken politically, but also shared political views out of step with the Mandalorian sector's view of pacifism. A sign that she could be persuaded to see reason, perhaps, and it would be all the better if we could see eye to eye on things beyond matters of the Force. A true Dark Order would require driven and moral individuals for positions of leadership, after all. Spending time with her would also present me with an opportunity to gauge her true presence in the Force. I did have other options to consider too. So I decided to have the Mandalorians and their ships sent to Geonosis. The captured Mandalorians are being treated as honored guests, with only limited restrictions on travel. I couldn't allow them to stay on Tatooine to meet up with Ms. Kryze. Too much of a chance that they would group up, grab their ship, and ignore my well-intentioned offer in preference to returning back to the core. I needed a chance to talk to Ms. Kryze before the galaxy ignited into war, and I would not allow this chance to slip through my grasp. That is why I am still on Tatooine sitting inside my small ship, waiting for the girl to try and contact one of her 2 missing guards. The guards had already turned over their communication frequency, after a bit of convincing, ostensibly so I could warn Ms. Kryze of the situation with the Hutts. With the COMM frequency I would be able to intercept any messages and be able to talk to her. From there, I could either arrange for her to be transported to Geonosis or coordinate to use a backup meeting site, so we can have our conversation. Either is a possibility, but I am quite interested in seeing which one she would take, as it would tell me my chances of actually getting to meet her. So there I was, meditating for a rather long time to pass the time with something useful. I didn't know when she would contact her security, but I was willing to wait another 12 hours at least. Past that, I would be forced to abandon Tatooine. I needed to get back to Geonosis and get ready for the signing there. Dealing with the captured Mandalorian royal guards would become awkward if I was forced to depart before arranging matters here. In the midst of my musing, an alert came in, causing me to smile as finally my chance to talk to the girl would be met. Pressing a button to bring up the COMM request, though, I found I was mistaken about who I was receiving the message from. Surprised, I looked at the holographic image of young Obi-Wan Kenobi, a man I had not spoken to for nearly a decade, and even before that, we had only spoken once or twice. He once was the student of my Padawan, Qui-Gon Jinn, whose death had put me on my current life path. The events surrounding his death confirmed my fears about the weakness and corruption of the Jedi Order. The assumption that the Master of the Sith had been killed seemed foolish to me, considering what little we knew of Qui-Gon's murderer. The fact that they were unwilling to investigate further and pretend that none of this could be something more made it clear that the Jedi were corrupt and of no help to the public. If anything, they have become a hindrance, too much a part of the political machine of the Republic, even as they tried to claim they were independent. If they were truly independent, they would be doing something about the Outer Rim's myriad of problems, but instead they accommodated the corrupt interests in the Republic and spoke platitudes rather than solve the problems for the galaxy. For instance, if a Jedi were to ever bring justice to a slave lord in Hutt space and free the slaves, you would think that would be perceived as a good thing and celebrated as a victory by the Republic. You would think wrong, of course. The reality of the situation was that even though it is illegal to engage in slavery, as well as the use of a myriad of drugs, the Hutts paid taxes on slavery in Hutt space and greased the palms of the local political establishment. This created a twofold problem. Not only has the Republic become reliant on the income from the Hutts in the form of taxes, but the politicians who are now corrupt after dealing with them would also protect the Hutts and prosecute the Jedi if they ever did anything about it. And this problem is not just limited to the Hutts, though they were amongst the worst. Many of the corporations I had aligned with the Sis were pulling the same scheme. In fact, if I could, I would draw the Hutts into our confederacy as well. The Hutts had extensive resources that needed to be destroyed or depleted eventually, and their forces would create a more solid front line for the Sis. When this war is finally won, they would be unable to do as they had been doing before, spreading their corruption to the Republic for the last 1,000 years. The Hutt Empire, or the remnants of one, would finally be destroyed in the inevitable second conflict, one that would come out of the death of the Republic and the creation of the Galactic Empire. But those are plans for the future, and I needed to keep focus on the present. Finally answering the COMM request, I said, Obi-Wan Kenobi, it's been a long time since the Jedi has taken the time to contact me. I'm honored to speak to a Padawan of my Padawan. What is this about, if I may ask? Count Dooku, it's nice to finally get in contact with you, as I've been trying for a couple of days now. He said with a strained smile before continuing, I've been tracking down an assassin who was involved in an attempt on Senator Amidala's life. Really now? I listened in growing frustration as Obi-Wan proceeded to reveal the Jedi had discovered Jango Fett was responsible for the assassination. The former president of the Trade Federation had really stepped in his honey. I regret recommending Jango Fett to him, but he demanded the best as part of his bargain to join the Sis in exchange for dealing with his senator issue. Frankly, I didn't care either way about Amidala's life. Yes, she had served her purpose in extending the time available to build up the Sis. However, she is firmly anti-military and anti-war. She would likely be an issue going into the war when it started, and she would certainly oppose the Empire's creation. A minor senator though is not a threat to the plan, and I have no concern with eliminating her. It is well worth the price for a secure alliance, thus I had given him the contact for Jango Fett, a bounty hunter who had never failed me on a mission before. The fact that he had failed this mission either spoke badly of Jango, possibly his age is finally catching up to him, or conversely, spoke well of the man in front of me, who has no doubt been charged with the senator's protection. I've seen Jango beat 4 Jedi Knights to death with nothing but his bare hands myself. Thus, if anyone could survive a duel with him, that person is someone I should keep an eye on. Frowning, I said, yes, I did know a Jango Fett from a long time ago. A good man in my opinion that was given a bad hand in life. No, I have not spoken to him for nearly a decade. Unfortunate. It looks like another lead goes cold. Obi-Wan said, rubbing his chin. It looks like he's lost in his own thoughts, staring off at a point in the distance, so I interrupted those thoughts with statements of my own. I may know of a way to contact him, but I'm a very busy man. I'm having to deal with many situations out here on the Outer Rim. Yes, I've heard about your step into politics, not exactly a way to be a Jedi, I would think. I chuckled at that before saying, I think I'm behaving exactly as a Jedi should, or at least the older Jedi, the ones before they became servants to the Republic. Isn't that what the Jedi have always been? Obi-Wan asked, brows raised in confusion. I shook my head and said, the Jedi have always served the people and the Republic was a good way to do that for many years, but now the Republic doesn't serve the people. Only the corrupt few at the top of the Republic. Obi-Wan didn't seem to be refuting that comment, so I am interested in seeing how far this can be pushed. I've always planned to try and bring over as many Jedi as I could to my side of the conflict, and bringing in the Padawan of one of my former Padawan would be a nice thing to do, to honor our friendship at least. Smiling for the first time, I continued, as I said, at the moment I'm a busy man, although I would like to discuss this and other matters with a fellow Jedi, I must insist on discussing matters in person. If you wish to have a face-to-face conversation on this matter and perhaps see if I can get in contact with this bounty hunter that you are looking for, I will be on Geonosis for the next few days and would not mind holding a meeting with you there. Obi-Wan seems to think about it for a bit, consulting his droid before saying, I could make a stop there for a bit, if you have the time for a small conversation on this matter, that is. For the Padawan of my Padawan I can make the time. I said with a smile before adding, feel free to stop by within a couple of days. Things are, as you might expect, quite busy out here on the Outer Rim, and I can only really guarantee being there for that long. I see. We'll next meet on Geonosis then. Obi-Wan said with a nod of agreement, before ending the transmission and leaving me alone in my transport ship to my thoughts. This was an unexpected development, but it could be a useful opportunity in the long term. Bringing in Obi-Wan is a potential boon that could very well see this war to be more successful than expected. So would the supposed Chosen One, Anakin Skywalker, and the interest my master had in him as a potential recruit is quite obvious. If he really is the Chosen One, and he is meant to bring balance to the Force, then he would serve well within the new order we are creating. I suspected he would rise through the ranks to become something more than Jedi and something more than Sith, combining the best of both traditions. It is my personal hope that he would work with us to guide the new order and to see an end to our millennia-long conflict. At least, this is my thoughts on the matter. I'm sure my master has a different opinion altogether. He did always seem to favor the dark side too much. Perhaps in his hubris, he thinks he could turn Anakin fully to the dark side. An interesting notion but unlikely to be completely successful. If the prophecy is true he would bring balance and balance meant that they must attain that balance. Of course, it was always possible that the prophecy was merely ancient Jedi mysticism that had no real bearing on what is happening today. There is a reason that the Jedi Order forbade looking into the future, and it wasn't just because the prophecies tended to be outlandish and hard to understand, it's also because prophecies sometimes would lead a Jedi to the dark side. Or merely possessing knowledge of a prophecy would cause people to attempt to fulfill it. Granted, I myself had never seen it, but my friend Sifo-Dyas had been both blessed and cursed with the ability of prophetic visions, and he had not fallen to the dark side. While he did have the idea for the clone army that was currently being created, he wanted them in order to try and prevent what was about to happen, the inevitable civil war that would break the Republic and form the Empire. Of course, he probably didn't realize how it would be used when he had his visions. If the Jedi Order had listened to Sifo-Dyas and commissioned this army openly, they probably would actually have a better chance of surviving what was to come. Instead, he was forced to act on his plans in secret, while the Jedi Order remained in the dark about important events, which just showed the internal rot of the Order. They locked those with prophetic abilities in fear that they would become Darksiders in a special prison on Lola Seu. In fear of what could be learned by searching the future, they rejected looking into the future to try and deal with issues before they came and instead focused on the now as if by doing so they had doomed themselves. Shaking my head, I really could not fathom how the Order had fallen so far. We had once been the protectors of the galaxy, now we were nothing but the lapdogs of the government, and because we are lapdogs we had missed our greatest enemy taking control of it. The Sith would ultimately win this game if the Jedi keeps pretending that there is no opponent operating against them. At the current rate of galactic politics, they would continue pretending right up until the start of the Civil War. Possibly some would, even after. Once the conflict begins, I expect some to begin looking for signs of the Sith again. I had taken steps to ensure they would likely look at the wrong place. My own misdirection went so far as to even recolor my lightsaber. It was now blood red in color and my assassin wielded red lightsabers as well. Both my political actions and personal actions should work to fool the Jedi into thinking that I am the new Sith Master and that this is my new attempt at a Sith Empire. No matter what the official government stance would be on the Confederacy, democracy, or not, they would think of us as the new Sith Empire. The Jedi Order would fight us with everything they had, assuming that victory against us would restore the status quo and banish the dark side to the outer edges of the galaxy once again. Not realizing that their efforts would only strengthen the dark side in the core, and when the time was right, those who had not switched to my side would find that the core is no longer a friendly place for the Jedi. Sighing, I was about to get up and stretch my legs for a bit. Getting older meant I needed to do some light stretches now and then after meditating to keep my limbs functioning properly. Even though my decade-long foray into the dark side had shown remarkable improvements in my physical abilities, I still needed to do a little stretch now and again to keep my body in peak condition. I was in the middle of finishing my stretches when a new message appeared on my holo projector. Wondering if it was perhaps Obi-Wan again, I opened the message request, expecting to see Kenobi again. Unfortunately or fortunately, I was mistaken, as it was a message from the young representative from Mandalore that I have been waiting for in the first place. Although she is far from what I expected. When I heard she was on Tatooine, I thought she would have come with a heavy security force and let them handle her protection. Yet, she has remained apart from her retinue and seems far more comfortable with her own protection rather than relying on the protection that her station provides. Instead of the excessive garb or dress popular amongst the Republic's elites, she is armored, sporting a pair of blasters at her sides. Although the color did not transmit very well through the hologram, her armor was definitely a lighter coloration. Smiling once again, I said, "Good evening, Ms. Kryze." "Count Dooku." The young representative replied, frowning, sounding somewhat confused in tone, but she immediately covered for the lapse and smoothed her features. "You were not who I was expecting to receive this call. A few of my men were supposed to pick up this number." I nodded in understanding. "Yes, a few of your royal guard were responsible for facilitating the COMM. Unfortunately, they were arrested by Jabba the Hutt's men and their vehicle was impounded. I paid for them to be transferred to Geonosis, the nearby system that I'm working with, and secured their safety. From what I gathered from the Hutts, they were rather annoyed at the previous group of Mandalorians who traded here and rather suspicious of your guard being spies. Thus they are no longer allowed on Tatooine, so I offered them a safe haven on Geonosis, at least until we could reach you and regroup." Mostly a lie, of course, but one that I think she would accept, although how far she trusted me would indicate which strategies to attempt in convincing her to our side. I watched her hologram carefully, to see exactly how she accepted it. She tilted her head and paused for a moment, giving me a look that said she did not believe it entirely, but she finally smiled and said, "Thank you for the aid, Count Dooku. Although I'm afraid that they were my only ride off of Tatooine." "Not a problem, my dear," I said, "I can arrange a shuttle for you, so you can recover your guardsmen and your vehicle on Geonosis." Why thank you, that's very generous of you, Count Dooku. Although I do have to ask why, that seems rather forward of you, we barely knew each other." An understandable yet interesting reaction. She is not lying, as there is a look or tell for when people encounter strangers and are introduced, and the look she was giving is not of first meetings. My very weak read of emotions I was able to detect from the Force was one of wariness rather than surprise or interest. She clearly remembered our brief meeting in Senator Merrick's office, and now she wanted to see what I would do about that. I would have to navigate this conversation carefully. "We have met briefly before in your senator's office, and you piqued my interest. I'm interested in politics, as you no doubt have heard, and there seem to be few honorable politicians left in the Republic. I'm sure I would find your opinions fascinating, and I know a few things that might interest you as well." Might as well flatter her with the truth and confirm her beliefs, I figured. It would show that I could be truthful as well. If she believed that, she might assume I am truthful about other matters. There is also the possibility that she would distrust everything I said and ignore my offer. Early signs of distrust and hostility amongst Mandalorians would be important information as well. But I doubted that would occur. I was holding her guards at my leisure, so she has an incentive to be interested in taking up my offer. The girl seemed deep in thought and avoided answering immediately. I did not add on to my offer, letting the silence hang, as it would probably seem manipulative. Eventually, she said, "I guess I have no choice but to take you up on your offer. There's a small town called Mos Espa not too far from where I'm currently staying. You can have someone pick me up and 3 others there. We can have our conversation on Geonosis then, whatever conversation you seem to be aiming for." "Aiming for? Merely a better future for the people of the galaxy," I said with a smile. The girl scoffed. "Then I will await your transportation and a proper introduction to you on Geonosis, Count Dooku. My ship and men better be in good condition, that's all I'm going to say on that matter." I smiled as I said, "They are well taken care of and treated as honored guests. I will ensure you have similarly suitable accommodations prepared for your arrival on Geonosis, as well. A shuttle will be directed to pick you up soon. Have a good evening, Ms. Kryze." "You too, Count Dooku," she said with tight lips. She stared through the hologram and seemed to be trying to perceive something before the image faded. Leaning back in my chair, I smiled as this was a fruitful first meeting. I had primarily been focusing on the girl for her Force potential. The ability to possibly see through my master's illusions could be useful in, well, removing him from his place of power. However, she seemed to have an inner confidence I rarely encountered amongst people today. Most of those I could recall with the same confidence were Mandalorian warriors, in fact. She appears to already have training on how to fight, which would be extremely useful down the line. If I could turn her to my side politically, before training her to the ways of the Force, she could result in a worthy apprentice. She is a member of the Mandalorian nobility, and having someone from that station on my side would make for a good figurehead for the movement of Mandalorians I was gathering. I would have preferred to have Jango as the leader of that movement, but he seems to be more at ease away from Mandalorian politics. I can sympathize with that. If I didn't have to attend the various meetings between the parasites that make up the Separatist Council, I would stay away from politics as well. Unfortunately, attendance is mandatory. I could not trust those incompetent idiots to their own devices and not ruin the plan. Although I'm sure if I offered Jango enough money, he would take up a general's position within the SIS, and I may just do that. We would need more competent commanders, and we still didn't have enough of those around to start. Gargan, Mondal Hypernautics Tower. Vivictus Vizsla. Well, everything doesn't hurt as much nowadays. I thought as I laid against Toby on the bed. We were in one of the private apartments in the Mondal Hypernautics Tower that overlooked the city of Gargan, and life had been rather easy the last few days. Easy enough that the Bacta treatment had done its work and I was feeling fully recovered again. This meant I was free of Skada's opinions on medical and non-medical matters, as well as being able to relax with Toby in private. Said relaxation is pretty good. The room overlooking the city is a great view, is a very nice way to enjoy some freedom, and I'll enjoy it for as long as I can. Yes, I did have to make a few appearances and pose as White Silver, but the voice modulator that Tanya had in her helmet had been copied and added to my White Silver outfit. So besides maybe a small height difference, you have to be looking very closely to notice, we could pass for each other easily enough. There wasn't much for me to do, in all honesty. I have the initial plan, which is more of a warning than a plan. I've been sent here to act as White Silver to assemble a company-sized unit of mercenaries to provide the firepower needed to bail Tanya out in an emergency. We also rented out several cargo ships from Mondal Logistics to serve as our transport in case they were needed. Mondal Logistics managed to find a way to connect about a dozen M12L snub fighters to the bottom of these cargo ships, allowing them to be used as, I guess, light carriers. At best, it would only be a screen of 50 fighters, but 50 fighter crafts are better than none in an emergency. Now, granted, I didn't have 50 competent pilots, so far I could only confirm about 30 competent pilots, but I was allowing those 30 to train the rest of the volunteers who were willing to go through the steps of learning how to fly. So we should have enough by the time we're called on, hopefully. We've had a week to train them up, so it wasn't exactly like a miracle is going to be pulled off. Thankfully, the pilot candidates did have some flight experience on bigger ships, so it wasn't like they were starting from nowhere, just getting them to learn how to fly something smaller than a cargo hauler. Honestly, the MSDF is sucking the entire sector dry of merc talent, especially when the various MSDF has been recruiting for several months. Those that joined had to sign a contract to serve for 3 years, and the ones that are left are those that either didn't make the cut for a SDF or wanted a more exciting job. If things kept up, the Mandalore sector would be uncomfortably quiet and civilized. Besides that, our new recruits needed standardized gear and enough supplies like food, ammo, and other essentials. So I looked into getting the men who signed up for this little mercenary company, as it was being advertised as such, as uniform of a gear as possible. I didn't have a lot of time, so I had focused mainly on getting as many holes filled as possible. Tanya gave me a list of the miscellaneous equipment the mercenary company would need that I haven't thought of, like sleeping bags, training manuals, and socks. She also told me to just give that list to X4 and he'll handle procuring it. Some of them didn't have pauldrons, some didn't have vambraces, while others didn't even have armor. So I just simply bought a shipment of armor that would have been sent off to be sold to Relith to give everyone a complete set. At least all of them have helmets, so no changes were needed there. The armor diverted from Relith was noted as being unfinished, still silver, and unpainted. We finished it with some identifying white stripes on their armor to signify who they belonged to, in case we ran into other Mandalorians. As for weapons, I bought everyone the new Shikar S2 blasters rifles from the Vesti engineering factory in Gargan. Then I organized the troops into squads and had them practice shooting their new blasters in a field outside the city. I tried the new blasters myself and they feel pretty nice. It's fairly balanced, can hold up to 300 shots, 100 shots in triple power mode that can knock someone down even with Beskar armor. The guy would probably live if given medical help immediately, and reloading it is fairly simple since the pack is right in front of the trigger. Toby thought about asking Vesti to just weld 2S together for double the firepower. He said he can carry the extra weight, but I told him to wait for Strook's opinion, so he doesn't get in trouble. All in all, our mercenary company was a bit ad hoc and quickly put together. I thought that if they were needed, they could probably hold a landing zone long enough to get someone out of a situation. Anything more could be a problem. That being said, I think it was going to work out. Most of the people I hired had trained with Bose Rangers over the last few months. They mustered out after deciding that it wasn't for them, as they wanted a more exciting job. The idea that there would be mercenary companies forming on Gargan is already kind of a thing being discussed by the upper echelons of the government, so there are plenty of Mandus that waited until those companies were established before committing to one of them. Several of the gangster clans had already put together their own smaller units to build a core of the mercenary party in case of an emergency. It helped that there were a few good mercenaries in each of the groups we recruited from that were willing to sign up for mine in a short-term contract. I only gave them 3-month contracts, considering I didn't think this would be longer than that. It should work out fine enough. Once their contract expires, I'll let Tanya decide if she wants to sign them up for a longer-term contract. Besides that, Bo wasn't in town as she's off dealing with some sort of major meeting that had nothing to do with Mondel Hypernautics, so the CEO had no idea what she's doing. And she wouldn't be back probably until after this whole fiasco's over, so I'm on my own in deciding on how to run things. And since I have no idea what to do, I turned to Tanya's Silver Codex for ideas. Thankfully, there were a couple copies in every apartment in the building, so I was able to read up again on how to organize the unit as she proposed. It's also worth mentioning that most of the people who had signed up were former military or had combat experience in one form or another. After I had some basic idea of how the system should be, they filled in the holes themselves, and they operated pretty well on their own. They were training pretty religiously over the last few days with the new armor and blasters I had X4 bought for them. All in all, I think the plan to have a mercenary company ready to bail Tanya's ass out of the fire if something went wrong is well and truly on the way to working out. So yesterday I had taken the day off to enjoy the sights and sounds of Gargan, like seeing the new hotel which I had not gotten a chance to see. The last time we were here, the construction was still ongoing but nearly done. Now, most of the casino rooms were already furnished and the main amphitheater was completed. I wanted to visit and watch a show of the Gargan girls, but the hotel site was far outside town, so I couldn't even watch one of their shows with how busy I am. However, I was able to briefly tour the empty amphitheater and casino sections, and I had to admit that it had improved quite a bit since the last time I've been here. Every show they performed seemed to be getting better and better, which the audience seemed to enjoy more and more. Although they were not the only idols in town anymore, as the leader of the mafia clan Jacen has a daughter, Vigil, who enjoyed the shows so much she wanted to compete with them for the hell of it, apparently. She goes by the stage name VS here, which is ironic since I have 3 VS in my name. I had made time to see one of her shows, since her venue was near the Mondal Hypernautics Tower and I was rather impressed. Vigil and her other idols had managed to make her show slightly more exciting, if anything, but their dancing was still pretty good. Vigil made religious use of mini rocket fireworks and pyrotechnics that she had hidden all over her armor and stage as she performed her own show, probably something the girls could add to their own routine. The rockets were used sparingly, used to emphasize beat drops and the climax of their songs. I would have to tell X4 to do research on the competition, at least, so he could get the dressmakers in on adding mini rockets to the girls' armor. Hopefully the competition would push the girls to put a little bit more show in their step now that this new girl is entering the scene. But that was for the morning. I would have to leave X4 a message. Right now, I was supposed to be asleep or trying to get back to sleep after being woken up for some damn reason. Maybe because Toby had moved, maybe because I still had a little bit of pain from getting my pelvis cracked. Either way I was up, tired, and wanting to go back to sleep as the communicator next to me chirped, indicating an active message request. Rumbling and moaning, I rolled out of the bed into a sitting position and moved my hand to try and get the button that would activate the COMM. Took a swing or two, but I finally hit it, and as I did Tanya appeared on the floor below me, the hologram missing the table as I had apparently knocked it so that it was being projected down there. Grumbling again, I moved it into position, so she was at least at eye level with me, so we could talk. "Hey Tanya," I said, half awake, half asleep. "Hello Vi," Tanya said with a smile before saying, "Remember why I sent you to where you're currently at?" "Yet," I managed to say through yawn, trying to brush some sleep out of my eye. "Well, it seems I'm going to have to ask you to move forward with that plan. Something may have gone absolutely wrong, and I may need your help to extract myself from a rather tenuous situation." I blinked and slapped my face to wake myself up and said, "What do you need?" Tanya smiled as she said, "I have a bad feeling about this. I may have stepped into a situation I was not exactly prepared for. Most likely the planet we'll need this help on is called Geonosis, out in the Arcanis sector. Things are becoming unpredictable here, and I would like an alternate route out of this situation if the need arises." I nodded, understanding. I had never heard of Geonosis, but I recognized that part of space. It was in the south part of the outer rim. Her status as a representative might work against her there, and it seemed like Tanya is trying to just reinforce how much of a problem she was in. Even though she wasn't really explaining the problem right now, she's contacting me across what should be a heavily encrypted line, but better to be safe than sorry, so I didn't mention details of the plan. After all, we didn't need someone breaking in the encryption and finding Tanya asking White Silver for help. Better for her to have asked me, and maybe I then went on to ask White Silver. That degree of separation is good for the long-term safety of this secret identity of who White Silver really was. At least that's how Tanya had explained plausible deniability to me, and I believed her when she said that's how it worked. Nodding my head, I said, I can have resources moving towards you in the morning, or I could have them moving in a couple of hours, which would you prefer? If it was a real emergency she'd ask for it now, if it was only a bit of a worry that something terrible could happen she'd let my men have the chance to get some sleep. It all mattered on what she would say, so I asked and waited for the response. She nodded before saying, let your men get some sleep. This isn't an emergency yet, but I do need you to be ready to pull me out of the fire, understand? I nodded my head and said, I understand. I'll get them up and ready in the morning. Good luck Tanya, see you soon. Same. She offered with a smile before the communication ended. And as it did, I felt Toby's arm wrap around my waist as he came across the bed to sit next to me. Things going wildly off track by the sound of it. He said bemused. I nodded as I put my head against his. Yeah, but that's Tanya for you. Sure it's not as bad as she's making it sound, but then again last time she went on the warpath, I pointed my hands around the room and continued, she got herself control of a corporation on a mafia planet. Toby chuckled and said, I wonder if she'll get herself a whole system out of the deal this time. I laughed at that and kissed his cheek. Knowing Tanya, that's not impossible. Mandalore, Sundari airspace. Jango Fett. Of all the desert worlds I think I have ever come across, Mandalore always had a certain place in my heart amongst them. Mainly because I actually never really been to Mandalore itself, only heard stories about it from the true Mandalorians that were from there. I was born on Concord Dawn, and I've been pretty much all over the Mandalore sector during the Mandalorian Civil War. However, because Mandalore had never properly taken part in the Civil War, the true Mandalorians had never actually taken any action on the planet. I needed to raise the Mandalore Space Authority on the communicator to get landing clearance. Time to find out if I had gotten burned. Mandalore Space Authority, requesting approach and landing for Slave 1. I flipped a switch to enable broadcasting the true transponder code for the ship. There wasn't an immediate response, but scanners didn't detect anything amiss. Mandalore fascinated me more after I became the Mandalore of the true Mandalorians. I had never rightfully visited our home world, yet was expected to represent it as our leader. The contradiction bothered me back then, I had gotten over it later, only after much of my experiences in the war. After all, that time period in my life had been complex, painful, and a hell of a fight. Finally, minutes later, the COMM panel lit back up with a response. The panel crackled to life with audio, MSA approach, Slave 1 transponder confirmed. Confirm receipt of flight path and landing zone for clearance. The external display swapped to showing a flight path into the heart of Sundari Spaceport. I confirmed the flight plan on the pilot's console. The landing autopilot indicator turned green, so I let the ship's computer do the rest. During the Civil War, Mandalore was fortified or occupied by the traditionalists, the exact distinction depended on who you asked. Since it was the centerpiece of their faction, visiting the planet meant dealing with the Death Watch. The traditionalists backed and supported the Death Watch, even providing manpower and recruits. And Death Watch spies seemed to reach into every corner of Mandalore, so visiting the planet was just giving them a reason to kill you. Obeying the space authority that was guiding my ship, I flew into a port on one of the southern sides of the Mandalorian city of Sundari. As far as I'm aware, and I did do checks beforehand, I was not wanted in the Mandalore sector or in Mandalore. My bounty hunting had never really interfered with the planet's political agendas, and I've never really taken any jobs in Mandalorian space after I'd left. There may be some anti-true Mandalorians out there who still dislike me, but my biggest concern is that they might have tried to put me on some sort of watch list. If that was true, it seems that they probably took me off that list then. Then again, not many people knew I was the exact same Jango who led the true Mandalorians in the end of Civil War. A lot of reports were confused or incorrect, with many claiming that I had died. From what I had been able to establish, the reports fell into 3 categories: completely wrong, dead wrong, and partially wrong. Many reports were pure nonsense. Those that weren't indicated I was deceased, which was annoying at first but later convenient as a bounty hunter. Impressed a few folks, being dead and all and still doing jobs. Finally, a few did correctly indicate my enslavement, but none went further than that. An enslavement usually meant that they were not coming back. A mistake that Tor Vizsla probably still regretted in whatever hell he ended up in. I was bored watching the autopilots approach the spaceport, so I started looking at the landing platforms. I didn't recognize any of the ships on the visible ports, but saw a smaller open space closer to the exterior of the city that I liked the looks of better. Might be able to escape from that platform, but the flight path for the correct platform was deeper in, likely with much better security. Waiting for the right moment, I disabled the autopilot as we flew close and took control of the ship and slowly brought the ship into the closer port. Once it came to a stop, I started doing shutdown procedures while the platform moved, allowing me to get up from my seat and crack my neck. Boba, stay with the ship for now. Going to make sure this whole situation is as the little representative claimed before I determine it's safe enough for us, got it? Yes, father. He said with a nod, showing proper respect. I was proud of him. Smiling, I patted his shoulder as I walked by. Still wearing my armor, I carefully walked across the platform to where 3 Mandalorian guards were standing there. A lesser version of Mandalorian armor, looking like a child's toy compared to my own. Someone that looked like a bureaucrat stepped forward while holding a tablet and said in a bored tone, "Name and ship name please. We'll need a credit chip to pay for your day and any fuel you'll need to leave." Smiling under my helmet, I said, "Jango Fett, this is Slave 1. As for funds, I reached into a pocket and pulled out a few chips before putting them in his hand. That should cover it and any other expenses." The man counted the chips before pocketing them, and then scowled at the tablet again in surprise. He quickly scrolled through it again before saying, "You're actually expected. You're actually supposed to land over there," he said, indicating the better-looking platform, much closer to Sundari. "It looks more like it belonged to the higher-class citizens of the city." Is it a problem that I landed here?" The bureaucrat shrugged before saying, "No, not really. Just noting that that's where the people who are supposed to come meet you are going to be when they arrive. I'll send over a message for them to come over here instead." I nodded and said, "I guess I'll just find somewhere to wait. You can wait in the public transportation booth over there," the bureaucrat said, pointing to a small bench with shade provided by a half-roof as well as 3 walls to protect the person from most of the wind. Nodding, I moved over to the bench as the bureaucrat moved on to other ships. As I stood next to the bench, I noticed a vending machine right to it. Inside are a bunch of snacks on one side and cans of refrigerated drinks on the other. Since I had nothing else to do, I browsed what's inside. I recognized a few brands when I was with the true Mandalorians. The shuttle jerky and meal grain bars were a staple ration during patrols and when food is tight. The jerky is usually dry and tough to chew, but the grain bars are savory and sweet. Jaster said that meal grain can be tasty if boiled in a savory broth and seasoned well. For the drinks, there are some cans of Insta-CAF, Cassius tea, and some fruit soda. I know the Insta-CAF would usually taste like dirt mixed in water and I'm not in the mood for a sweet drink, but Cassius tea was usually a luxury during the Civil War. I'm surprised that it now costs 5 credits when it's usually around 200 credits a pot. The fact that it's in a can and could last for a while might be the reason for the lowered price. It's probably watered down too. Feeling curious, I bought a can of tea and 2 meal grain bars for nostalgia's sake, one for me and one for Boba, before taking a seat at the bench. This was probably the first time I'd ever been to Mandalore. It looked just as awful as some of the Mandalorians I'd worked with had ever described it. Granted, the city kind of looked nice, but the desert-bearing wastelands really show just how far this once lush planet had fallen. Shaking my head, I leaned back and wondered if the young representative was true to her word or lying to me. I'd like to hope she was true, as she seemed like a down-to-earth sort. Yes, she was some sort of political wheeler and dealer, but she'd understood that family meant everything to me. No doubt it was a product of research into me and my background, based on the fact that I was a true Mandalorian, but it indicated that at least she was familiar with our practices. And a politician who went out of her way to learn the practices of a faction that lost the Civil War is probably a good politician. A rarity in the galaxy. Of course, if her statement was true and my sister was alive, I would be able to meet her here. Arla would change a bit of the way I would look at the galaxy from now on. Not only that, I would have to give a definite statement that Gunray had been responsible for ordering the assassination attempt. It would be a hit to my credibility among some that I don't see that often, but others might let it pass as they'll have more important stuff to worry about, like the upcoming galactic war. The only main issue is that I would lose out on opportunities with the Count in the future. It's an unfortunate thing, but I doubt he would take kindly to the fact that I had not only failed the mission, but turned in one of his political allies. This could trigger the war that he wanted, so maybe it's not that big of an issue. I know his goal is for the Republic to take action against someone within the CIS, to manufacture a casus belli. Once that happens, he would have his war and it wouldn't matter how it happened, so I suspected it would sooner or later. Sighing, I tried not to think about the possibilities, so I took off my helmet and took a sip of opened my can of tea. Yep, it's watered down but I can at least taste the tea. Might as well eat that meal grain bar while I waited for whoever was going to pick me up. Chapter 36. 716 FNM, 22 BBY. Month 6. Mandalore, Sundari Police Station. Royal Guard Captain Fen Ra. Yesterday, a data packet came in from Princess Kryze. She sent a message basically saying that she'd found the attempted assassin of the Senator of Naboo and has sent him to Mandalore to give a statement on who's responsible for the attempt. In exchange for that, he is to be offered protection from the Republic's investigation. Normally, I would ask how she was going to secure that protection, but she seemed to have a good way of working the Republic whenever she showed up, so I'd leave that to her. Meanwhile, I was tasked with gathering a statement from the assassin, which shouldn't be that hard. After all, he's obviously a Mandalorian who understands right from wrong and is willing to come in. That was before I actually found out with whom I was dealing with. Shaking my head, I wondered how the teenage representative managed to get a former Mandalore to willingly return to Mandalore. When Prime Minister Almec found out about this, he blew a gasket. Especially considering Almec questioned the legitimacy of anyone calling themselves a Mandalorian if they weren't born in Mandalore or in the Mandalore system already. I'm glad that Duchess Satin put me in charge of this operation because most likely if Almec was in charge, he'd probably have had his secret service screw it up. Currently, I'm on one side of a two-way mirror that allows me to monitor the notorious Mandalorian in front of me without him identifying me. We are in a police station in the outer ring of Sundari. I had reviewed his file, what little there are, for outstanding warrants before I allowed him to enter the city. Personally, I would like to expel or arrest him, but the diplomatic papers in front of me would not allow it. He had tried to assassinate a senator, what's stopping him from going after the Duchess or the Princess other than our impressive security? Apparently the Princess found something that the bounty hunter deemed to be worth the hassle. Jango Fett is a bounty hunter with a successful record. His career was full of assaults, murder, and all sorts of crimes that are to be expected of someone in his profession. From what I had dug up, none of those crimes had been committed within Mandalorian space. A few of the records were of crimes that had been recorded in planets of dubious authority. Criminal or gangster states abusing the legal system of the Republic to remove someone who's causing problems for them. Mandalore does not have any extradition treaties with those planets, so we officially had no reason to hold Jango any longer than he wanted to be here, which is probably for the best. The longer a former Mandalore is on Mandalore, the worse it probably would be. Better for him to be on his merry way after I get his statement. I walked to the next door over and opened it. Stepping inside, I inspect the man, and I see Jango sitting there with his legs crossed out on the table and helmet off, seeming rather relaxed. Someone had also either not bothered or not even tried to get his weapons off him, because it was fairly obvious that he still has his pistols on his side. Jango wasn't reaching for them, but I suspected he could overpower me right now. I would have to have a talk with these guards and see which idiot had not even bothered to try to get him to disarm himself. Even if I knew that he would object to that. Sighing, I decided to just get this over with. I stepped across the room and took a seat across from Jango Fett. I placed the recorder on top of the table and activated it. My name is Fen Ra, Captain of Duchess Satin's Royal Guard, and you are Jango Fett, correct? The man across from me nodded. Yes. Not a change at all in his expression, like he's merely stating a fact. At least put his legs back on the ground. As I understand it, you were involved in the attempted assassination of Senator Amidala from Naboo. Why have you come to Mandalore and what is the statement that you are going to be giving today? Jango smiled. I'm here because your representative, Tanya cries, promised me a reunion with my lost sister as well as paid me a bunch of money to take time out of my day to do this. I tried not to show a flicker of surprise at that. I wondered where Tanya got the money and how she found Jango's lost sister, but that is above my pay grade. This detail would be going into the report I'll be sending to Duchess Satin. No doubt that if her niece was getting involved in a financial situation, she would probably want to know. As for what I'm here to say, it's to say that Nute Gunray ordered the hit on Padme Amidala. I nodded as I marked that down before asking, mind explaining all the details of how this came to be? I need them to have a bit of a fuller report than Nute Gunray did it. According to some of my records, you've not been as active for at least a decade or so. What brought you to this job? Jango nodded before saying, I've been working on other projects for the last decade. I'm a military strategist and consultant, I work mostly with governments, not mercenaries. With the amount of money my clients pay me, I don't need to do bounty hunting work as often anymore because of that. But occasionally I'll get an interesting job sent my way or need to do a favor for a friend. The friend, Zam Wessel, needed money to pay back the Hutts and I wasn't busy. So I found one that would pay well enough to keep the Hutts off her back for a while. If you're earning that much money legitimately, why didn't you just help her with a loan? Which only got a shake of the head from Jango. Give a man free money one day, they'll beg for more money the next day. Get them a job that will pay well, and you won't have to hear from them for a week or two. I nodded as that is a fairly common saying in Mandalore. As he continued his explanation. I put out some feelers and Nute Gunray contacted me. I organized the hit from there, got together the weapons and let Zam have a go at it. Considering I'm sitting here, as you can imagine things did not go well for her. Yes, I saw the report, she's dead. I said tapping the table with a pen, something wasn't adding up, so I poked at it. It says in the report that the Naboo senatorial transport was destroyed by an old rocket of Mandalorian make. Are you sure you had no hand in this situation? Jango shook his head, I got her in touch with some of my suppliers, that's all. And the report here indicates that you killed her when things went bad. I asked, trying to find out what he was hiding. An unfortunate thing, but that mission ended up being such a fuck up. I knew she'd rather be dead than spend the rest of her life in prison, let alone worry about the people who she's in debt to coming for her. The prison guards on Coruscant aren't exactly the most incorruptible people in the galaxy, if anything I'd say they're more corrupt. I didn't trust these statements one bit. Something about it was off and I knew it, but he was sticking to them and there wasn't much I could push on. Shaking my head, I tried a different angle. Alright, so after the operation to assassinate the senator went bad, what did Newt Gunray say about the matter? He didn't say anything. I haven't contacted him yet. I was going to get around to it once I had confirmation that I was safe from being followed by the Republic, and then your little representative tracked me down and offered me a better deal. Must be a good deal then. I said, holding the paperwork up. Family is the best deal there is. As long as she's telling the truth about her being transferred here to Mandalore. I stopped at that and raised an eyebrow. Well, I was not informed about that. Does that mean you'll be staying on Mandalore for some time? Django shrugged before saying, if your representative is telling the truth, I'll be staying here for at least a year or two. If not, I'll be on my way to your representative. Better watch her back in the future, I don't like being lied to. I just gave the man a deadpan stare. He knew what he did as that was definitely a threat against Tanya. I would have to ensure this statement was highlighted in my report as well. Depending on if Tanya was lying to him, I would have to conjure up something to have him arrested and put out of the way. Not betraying my reaction, I casually said, I see. I'll look into this matter. He nodded before saying, am I free to go then? You have your statement. I think I'd like to show my son the city, since we've never been here before. I nodded and turned off the recording device before saying, you're free to go, but do not cause any trouble. If we find out anything about your sister, you will be informed. Also, we're not as restrictive on armor as we used to be, but I think everyone would feel safer if you left your flamethrowers and blasters back on your ship. He nodded and stepped out of the interrogation room. I'll keep that in mind. Geonosis orbit. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Well, isn't this interesting? I mumbled mostly to myself, but R4 was always listening too. I looked at the scans as I entered the Genosian system. Geonosis is quite far out in the outer rim, not exactly the busiest place in the galaxy, at least it shouldn't be. Instead of maybe a handful of ships coming and going, there is a large fleet of Trade Federation vessels in orbit around the planet. As my scans are populated with several other ships scattered about as well. Someone is gathering quite a large fleet here. I saw ships from the Commerce Guild, the Trade Federation, and even a little bit of the Techno Union. Quite a large fleet, larger than it was necessary for self-defense, so why would all these ships be over Geonosis? I was not familiar with the Genosian people, but I know that they are industrious and often had large factories built underground. It is the perfect place to rebuild a droid-based military away from prying eyes. The Trade Federation had lost quite a bit of their hardware after the failed Naboo blockade. The parallels of two opposite secret armies built in two opposite worlds, with the clone army in the watery world of Kamino and the droid army in the dry desert world of Geonosis, is uncanny. R4, as soon as we land, send a coded transmission back to the Jedi Council. Let them know that someone's building an army out here. R4 beeped happily, confirming my order, and then made a couple more questioning beeps that were translated on the screen in front of me. What if something blocks the transmission? If something does, you have the full authority to take control of this ship and get into orbit to find somewhere where you can send the transmission. The Council needs to know what's going on. A few more beeps confirmed that R4 understood the order, and with that settled I opened communications to the planet. This is Jedi Knight Obi-Wan Kenobi, I have been invited to meet with Count Dooku here. Where should I land? A droid voice spoke up saying, please hold in position Obi-Wan Kenobi, we are verifying your statement. Any attempt to land on the planet without permission will be stopped with force. Understood. There are probably a lot of laser cannons tracking my ship as we wait in a stationary orbit. I had a bad feeling about this. R4, make sure to run down all other avenues of getting the message out before you take off. It sounds like there might be a chance they'll shoot you out of the sky if you do something they don't accept. R4 made a worried noise. But before I could try and appease the droid's concerns, a voice responded over the communicator. You are clear for landing. We will transmit your flight path to you now. Do not deviate from the course we are providing, Jedi. I raised an eyebrow at that. No doubt the areas they wanted me not to see were probably constructing something noteworthy, but I would let that pass for now. If I found a chance to get away from Count Dooku, I would investigate. Acknowledged ground control. I let R4 pilot the ship through the predetermined flight path to minimize human error as he slowly brought the Delta 7 through the atmosphere and down into the planet below. We slowly descended, coming to a stop over a large spire with several large windows looking out across the red landscape of Geonosis. There are more spires in the distance, though what they were for, I did not know. As my ship came to a stop on a waiting landing platform, I saw the Count already coming out to greet me. Several Genosians followed him out onto the platform behind him. Bug-like with wings, they were a good foot or so shorter than the Count and menacing, but clearly trying to hide it. Still, the Genosians were armed and carrying weapons. I popped out of the Delta 7 and I heard the Count's voice, "Jedi Knight Obi-Wan Kenobi, it is a pleasure to finally meet the Padawan of my Padawan." He gave a nod as I stepped out onto the platform, his billowing cape coming to rest as he did. "It's an honor to meet you as well, Count Dooku," I said with a nod. "I've heard many things about you in the last few days." The Count smiled before saying, "Good things I hope. After all, I am simply doing the best I can out here in the outer reaches of the Republic. They tend to say you are a little bit too involved in politics and an idealist." "Bah," the Count laughed at that before saying, "A rich statement, considering the Jedi's own position in the political world." Shaking his head, he said, "But we can discuss that over tea. I've prepared a tower view. Lead the way, Count." He nodded and started walking. "I am sorry. I was not able to attend Kigon's funeral at the time. A decision I regret. We didn't have a chance to meet then, but if we had, I would have probably come and tried to help finish your training. But I will admit that I was not in a good place after his death and would have made a poor mentor." "Kigon was a good man," I agreed, trying to see what he was getting at. "He was a great student. I'm sure he would have joined me in my current quest if he was still around." We arrived at some sort of elevator. Once the door opened, he stepped inside. I gave the hallway and distant platform a backward glance, then followed in after him. As the doors closed, leaving the two guards by the door, we started ascending. "And what exactly are you doing out here?" I asked. "I'm trying to save the people of the Outer Rim from the abuses and exploitation by the Republic. Its failures as well as other things best spoken of once we reach the top." I raised an eyebrow at that, but let him continue by saying, "A secure room that I presume doesn't have any listening devices." Dooku nodded in agreement. "Best to be safe in this time of uncertainty, I think." "Conflict?" I asked. "Yes, conflict. Because that is what's coming. It's been building for the last decade. We must be prepared for it." The elevator came to a stop and we stepped out onto a terrace overlooking the horizon of Geonosis. One of the Genosians is pouring 2 cups of tea on a table. 3 seats were pulled out for us, waiting. Looking at him, I asked, "Are we expecting another guest?" "Perhaps," he said, "there's another guest that I expect to arrive today. However, I don't know if you will be included in my meeting with her. I thought I would be prepared just in case." Count Dooku walked over to the table and took a seat and indicated I should take the one across from him. Nodding, I sat down without saying anything. Count Dooku took a sip of his tea and indicated that I should do the same. And I did. "It's quite good. I could not identify the flavor, though it does taste very floral." "Well then let us begin. The Jedi Council sent you to spy on me, I assume." I raise an eyebrow before saying, "Not to spy, per se. The Council is concerned with everything that is happening the last few years, as well as the recent assassination attempt." "Yes, Jango Fett. You mentioned him in your previous call." The Count interrupted, nodding as he said, "I haven't spoken to him in years, as I said before, but I have tried to get in contact with him. I have sent him a message or two. I have sent business his way in the past, so he should contact me as soon as he is able." "You work with bounty hunters often?" I asked. He nodded. "There's one thing you can trust about a bounty hunter, give them the right amount of money and they'll do exactly as you ask. Loyalty at the end of money though doesn't seem to always work out. True, self-interest is not as good as true loyalty, but it's better to know you've bought the loyalty than to depend on hope. That is after all the problem with the Republic." "Yes, your issues with the Republic. I've heard samples of your speeches as I was getting myself ready for this meeting. I do not understand how your actions out here on the Outer Rim will be better than the Republic, let alone why you need to go into politics. In fact, you implied quite a few questions that need answers just from our conversation here." "Yes, I know where to begin," he said, sipping his tea again before finally starting. "The goal of what I'm building out here is not to make the Republic better, it's to build something to compete with the Republic so that it will do better and pay attention to its own problems. If the Outer Rim can maintain the security of the Outer Rim for itself, why did the Republic fail then? The Republic has a much larger population in the core and could have brought security to the Outer Rim, they could have done it but they didn't. It must be some sort of corruption or politics in the core of the galaxy, something that needs to be looked at preferably by the Jedi. And your problems with the Council? Problems do not even begin to describe what I have found. The Jedi Council 1,000 years ago was involved in politics fine enough. They were often Supreme Chancellors who were former Jedi Masters, but with the Ruisan Reformation we stepped back from politics. Instead of leading the way we let the politicians lead the way. We let the politicians maintain control and we gave no thought to who and what these politicians are. What they are. What if I were to tell you that at this very moment a large number of the politicians that run the Republic are in the pocket of the Dark Lord of the Sith? I'd say that's a very bold claim. I would say you would need some evidence to prove it, and the Jedi Council would be very interested in how they have missed that for so long. In fact, I would say that it would be almost impossible for them to have missed that. Dooku nodded before saying, almost impossible is not impossible. A decade ago, after the fall of Nute Gunray's attempt to besiege Naboo, he came to me with information about this conspiracy. He told me an interesting story of how he was promised to gain control of Naboo but was betrayed at the last moment by the Dark Lord of the Sith. That is a statement from a known liar and a criminal, not exactly the best witness to be basing your beliefs on. Understandable, however, when you think about it, does it not make sense? So many of our problems over the last few decades tend to be related to politics that tend to involve the Jedi at the last moment, weakening us, distracting us, and keeping us focused on conflicts in the Outer Rim. You believe the Jedi Council has grown blind to the internals of the core because we're too busy dealing with the political messes out in the galaxy? That seems rather counterintuitive, don't you think? If we don't clean up the messes in the outer galaxy, wouldn't that just mean we're likely to have a situation such as what's happening right now develop? It does, but looking at things objectively, it appears to me that things have been ramping up for the last few decades. As if a Dark Lord has been pushing things more recently. Let's say this is true, that the Sith have infiltrated the Republic. What is their end goal by creating all that conflict? That is the question I've been trying to find out for a while now. My best guess is exactly what they've been creating with this conflict is confusion with the purpose of keeping the Republic and the Jedi focused outward and not on the core. No doubt that is the end goal of the conflict creation, but why do they want the core? That is the question that I have yet to figure out. Why wouldn't they? Came a familiar female voice tinted by an audio interpreter. Confused, I turned towards the elevator and saw a female Mandalorian in green armor approaching the table, followed by a brown armored female Mandalorian, a male Mandalorian in black armor, and a Mandalorian royal guard. An odd group to say the least, though it was somewhat explained as the female in green removed her helmet, revealing it to be Tanya. Representative Kryze, I did not expect to see you here. Knight Kenobi, I would say the same, as I was under the impression that I would only be speaking with Count Dooku. Not that I wouldn't want to have a chat with you too. The Count chuckled before saying, an unexpected turn of events have led us all here on the same day. I thought it would be best to converse with both of you together. However, I did not expect you to have some thoughts on this particular part of the conversation. How much did you hear? That you believe that there is a Sith trying to gain control of the Republic. Tanya said, walking across the open area before indicating the open seats. May I? Dooku nodded and she took a seat before continuing. In the galaxy's multi-millennia long history of warfare, the core has always won. It doesn't matter who or what the core faces. The core won during the old Sith Wars, the new Sith Wars, the Mandalorian Wars, all of them, the core fought and eventually won. The only time I believe the core has ever lost was in a time that's basically legend, where the Eternal Empire from the unknown regions knocked over both the Sith and the Republic. Fact of the matter is, that was a rare outlier, thus the only way to beat the core is to be the core. And what better way to be the core than to infiltrate it and gain control of it through politics? Dooku nodded along as if he was agreeing with her, very perceptive of you, Ms. Kryze. As I have said, I believe the Republic has been infiltrated by the Sith. What their ultimate goal is unknown, but I doubt it would benefit the galaxy or the Jedi, and I'm trying to find people who will help me stop them out here in the Outer Rim. All you're doing is making sure that you have a good target for the Sith to aim at. Tanya said, shaking her head as picked up a glass of tea that a Genosian had put in front of her. As I said, every time there's a war, the core wins. Well, now the core has someone to declare war on. If the Sith really are in control of the core, as you believe, then all you've done is simply created a perfect target for them to attack. Perhaps, but I doubt that would go as well as you believe. Dooku said, shaking his head, I've built up quite a group of alliances, and when the conflict comes we will be ready to defend ourselves and force the Republic to negotiate on our terms. These alliances happen to include the Trade Federation, I assume? I noticed quite a few of their ships in orbit as I was coming down. Kenobi asked. Well, yes. Dooku said with a nod of his head. Gunray came to me with the information about the Sith's plan. Why didn't you just bring this up to the Jedi Order then? The conflict between the Sith and the Jedi are, principally, matters that concern Jedi and Sith. Tanya said, sipping her tea again as she finished that thought. I have been bringing up the possibility that the Sith Lord had survived Naboo for a good while now. The Jedi Order would not listen to me then, and why would they listen to me now? They are blinded by their beliefs that they have control over the situation, while in fact they are blind to the danger awaiting them. The Republic is the one in control, and as long as the Order acts as the hounds of the Republic, they will be of no help in the situation to come. Harsh. I and Tanya both said at the same time, which got us both to share a smile before she continued. Well, I got bad news for you. You're choosing terrible allies out there if you've involved the Trade Federation and Nute Gunray. I can now confirm that he was the one who ordered the assassination of Padme Amidala. Come again? Count Dooku asked, sounding genuinely surprised as he looked at her. I tracked down the assassin, appealed to his better nature, and got the information directly from the horse's mouth. A surprise to be sure. I would have assumed that Jango Fett would not be willing to give up such information. He had always struck me as the kind of man who was loyal to his client. Tanya shrugged before saying, he's a true Mandalorian at heart. He may have been separated from them for 2 decades or so, but he is still one of them. And one thing that all true Mandalorians have in the back of their minds that keeps them going is a need to look out for their family. I just found a member of his family he didn't know that's still around. Dooku appears to be deep in thought before nodding his head in agreement. Well, I'll have to speak to Nute Gunray after this. See if I can't get an understanding of why he ordered an assassination on Padme Amidala. Well, that's the most obvious question in the world. Tanya continued, Naboo is still prosecuting several cases against the Trade Federation for crimes against civilians during the occupation a decade ago. Most likely he just thought that if he removed the most vocal proponent of those investigations, perhaps the problem would go away. They tend to do that with the amount of corruption there is in the Republic. I wouldn't be surprised if it could be pulled off with the right amount of money changing hands. It would appear that your new alliance is still plagued by the same problems of the Republic. I pointed out after hearing that bit. Yes, it would appear so. The Count said, narrowed his eyes in annoyance before he continued, I will have to ask him some very pointed questions about this. I'll see if I can't get this situation dealt with to prevent any more attempts on the Senator's life. Is there anything else this bounty hunter told you, young Kryze? She shook her head before saying, no, nothing of importance. Well, as I believe you said that 2 of my men are currently in your care along with 1 of my ships. Mind having them released to my care now? 1 of your ships? I asked, interested in what she meant by that. A necessity politicians need. If you have only 1 ship and everyone knows what ship you're in, that just means that you are now basically a ship-sized target. Unfortunately, Senator Amidala learned that lesson the hard way, I believe. Dooku nodded in agreement saying, regrettably in these trying times it is best to have misdirection and misinformation on your side to ensure your safety. I will have the Genosians release the crew and you can be on your way as soon as this meeting is over, or you can stay and we can discuss more issues of the Outer Rim. I'm sure that the new government I'm building out here would not mind having the Mandalorians join us. She shook her head immediately saying, I don't think the Mandalorians will have an interest in what you are selling, Count Dooku. Too likely to start a war, and I have already said those on the outside of the core are always on the losing side of the war. We are more likely to try and find some peaceful way to step out of this conflict completely. As you have made clear, the conflict is one between this Sith infiltrator and the Jedi. That is a theological dispute that the Mandalorian people simply don't care about. The Count sighed before nodding, if that is what you feel is best for your people, I shall respect your decision. He said before continuing, my opinion is that you can try and run away from the coming conflict, but you will need to pick a side sooner or later. Tanya shook her head before saying, Mandalore will choose the side that won't get drawn into this war. And if that means we have to form our own side, that's what needs to be done. You believe your sector can navigate its way through the coming conflict unscathed? The Count asked. I do. A good chance of doing it as well, especially considering that more likely or not the planets that are at war are going to ask for trainers for their PDFs, and who has the best military training apparatus in the galaxy at this moment? The Sun Guard? He asked with a smile that I assume is in jest. Sun Guard are a military unto themselves, you're not going to get trainers from them. Mandalore on the other hand, well, we have plenty of rogue agents who would probably work for both sides. The former Jedi let out a genial laugh at that before saying, perhaps things will change as the war goes on, and you will see as I do that the Republic is a wicked thing that needs to be corrected. Perhaps, but the core of the issue, pardon the pun, remains. The Republic controls the literal core economic regions of the galaxy and has defeated every threat arrayed against it through sheer quantity of production. Not through heroic sacrifice, the dubious assertion of destiny, nor the brilliance of the commanders and generals the core produces. No, the core has won through logistics and sheer economic power. For every ship the core loses, they can produce 10 more. For every core world soldier that dies, 20 more are ready to take his place. The wars always follow a pattern, not a particularly glorious one either. The core worlds suffer terrible, horrific losses and yet persist in a state of war until they find victory by outlasting the opposition. The Outer Rim might boast great martial cultures and commanders, but no tactical brilliance can overcome an absolute strategic advantage. It is simply not worth persecuting a war against such a force. Better to shed such fallacy and to make oneself strong enough to bleed any force that is sent against you than hold delusions of successful campaigns against the core worlds. The quantity of men, material, and warships has a quality all of its own. Tanya blinked and actually blushed before bowing her head. But as I said, we're more likely to declare neutrality in this coming conflict rather than join either side in the war proper. She got up and finished her tea before saying, if that's all, I think I will be retiring to my shuttle. Good to see you, Knight Kenobi. Good seeing you as well, Ms. Kryze. I said with a smile, giving her a nod as she nodded back before turning, picking up her helmet as she did and leaving me with the former Jedi turned politician. It was rather disappointing for Tanya to give such a bleak and calculating reasoning to reject Dooku's offer of turning against the Republic. I would like to imagine that Satin would have assorted neutrality on principle rather than an admission that the war itself would simply be unsuccessful. I imagine that Dooku is rather pleased with Tanya's position, after all she had not disagreed with the merit of his position. He merely had to make a better offer at a later date. Dooku sat there with an intrigued smile for a moment thinking before asking, "Well, I have laid my cards on the table, Knight Kenobi, what are your thoughts on the matter of your allegiance to the Republic?" I shook my head then said, "You made some compelling points on there being a Sith Lord possibly in control of the Republic, but I'm not about to abandon the Republic just because there may be a problem there. I will simply do my best to fix it from the inside." As Tanya said, fighting the Republic from without is an impossible challenge. The former Jedi smiled before nodding sadly before saying, "Respectable, and far more polite than the young representative calling me delusional." He gave a good-natured and infectious chuckle. "The offer stands open though. As time goes on I fear that it'll become more obvious that the Republic is under the control of the Sith, and when you see it for yourself I will gladly take you on in our efforts to either remove this evil influence from the galaxy or protect ourselves out here in the Outer Rim from the worst of what is to come." And what if the war goes as Tanya predicts? What if that comes to pass? What good will the protection of the Outer Rim be? I asked. The Outer Rim is vast and wide. There are many hidden places out there that could be used to hide under. We have already made efforts to try and build up a military force, and I've made deals with certain parties to improve it. Tanya's perspective on how the war would progress is hardly unique, and I intend to take such concerns very seriously. Yes, I can see that. My thoughts were interrupted as a large contingent of droids appeared at the doorway leading to this veranda with their guns leveled in my general direction as they marched out. "Oh my, Count Dooku, what's the meaning of this?" I said, looking at him wondering what his response would be. "I'm not quite sure," he said, getting up brushing himself off as he turned to the droids and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" "I gave orders that we would not be harassed while we were in a meeting." "You may have given orders based on how things looked about an hour ago, Dooku, but things have changed." The voice who challenged him is Newt Gunray as he came out from behind a few of the droids, seeming rather apoplectic, which is a very rare sight. "Your bounty hunter not only failed in his mission to kill Senator Amidala but has turned traitor. He's turned in information against me to the Republic. And as of 20 minutes ago a droid aboard this Jedi's starfighter transmitted information from the platform where you left it unguarded telling the Jedi Order where we are." Yes, these are events that happened. I still do not see why they require you to threaten my guest with blaster fire. There are several clicks as an older-looking Genosian pushed his way through the droids, accusingly threatening me with his gnarled wooden staff. "Ah, well that's unfortunate," Count Dooku said, shaking his head, before turning towards me and explained, "Apparently they have laws on this planet that if you are suspected of being an enemy of the state you are to be seized. Because you transmitted information to the Republic about the Trade Federation ships being here you are considered an enemy of the state." "Oh dear, that seems like a bit of an overreaction," I said, still maintaining my seat though moving to finish my cup and get my hand ready to grab my lightsaber if I needed to defend myself. "A bit, yes," the former Jedi said, shaking his head. Turning back to the two he said, "Now listen, friends, I understand your concerns. Yes, this Jedi has given him information on our location, but that's no reason to draw weapons on him, especially since he was asked to come here under a flag of peace. Let us be civilized about this. It doesn't matter who you invite here under a flag of peace. They've already taken steps to bring about a war. As we speak Jango Fett's testimony is being played to the Republic Senate, and once they add in the information about our droid army being built here, what do you think's going to happen? The Senate will pass the military creation bill and there will be war." Gunray said whilst shaking his head. "Best thing we can do is try to stop any more information from leaking." Count Dooku nodded his head in agreement before turning back to me and saying, "I'm afraid they raise a good point, Obi-Wan. With the situation as is I can't exactly let you leave, at least not until we have an understanding of how bad it really is." The Genosian said something else which drew the former Jedi attention, saying, "Now hold on, they are not agents of the Jedi." Said Genosian shook his head saying something and banged his staff on the ground, "We cannot simply arrest representatives from off-world. Certainly not neutral parties and potential allies." The Genosian shook his staff again and the former Jedi sighed before saying, yes, enemy of the state, I understand. Such wonderful partners you have." I said, amused, "Are they really going to try and arrest the Mandalorian representative?" "It would seem so." Dooku shook his head, "I'll have to attempt to try and quell their fears to get you all released." "Well, that's not what I meant. I mean I understand my position here. My back is to the wall and I have quite a number of blasters pointing at me, so my surrender is a given. But a Mandalorian, well." My point was punctuated by the explosion of something downstairs, furious enough to send dust trickling down from the ceiling, causing the Count to let out an amused grunt as the Geonasian looked around confused as an alarm siren sounded in the background. Mandalorians rarely have the clarity of judgment to surrender in good order. They never see their position clearly or they simply don't want to. I have dealt with them before, so we can only hope that the good princess enjoys herself enough to forgive our indiscretions. The former Jedi said with a nod before saying, Jedi Knight Obi-Wan, you are under arrest. Could you please follow these guards to a holding area while we get this situation handled? But of course, I said, getting up while holding my hands out in front of me. I'll be in your care. This won't take too long, I hope, at most a week, and we'll have this all cleared up. As he said that, his hand moved in such a way, drawing the lightsaber right off my belt into his own. Not a bad design. He commented as he examined my lightsaber before clipping it to his belt, I will be holding on to this while we get this situation under control. I'm sure you understand, for your own safety. I've never felt safer, I said with a bit of sarcastic flair. Oh sure, I understood that with a lightsaber on my side I could escape. But I would be unsafe either way, and I still would prefer my chances with my lightsaber, and I was not a fan of handing it over. But there was not much I could do on that matter, as several droids came over and put a pair of cuffs on me. You'll see, Obi-Wan, you'll see that this will all work out for the best, and I will secure your release as quickly as possible. Of course, of course. One question though, why did Newt Gunray say that Jango Fett was your bounty hunter? The former Jedi stopped mid-step as he moved towards the elevator before saying, well, it might take a bit of time, actually. You know how it is with legal systems and all, have to follow protocols and do things by the book, as it were. I seem to have stepped on a sore spot, I thought. Why did I always do that? Geonosis, Hangar Bay. Tanya cries. Something didn't feel right. I was getting a really bad feeling as the elevator descended to the ground floor. As it opened, I noticed the large amount of droids around and about. My feelings only increased in apprehension. I'm usually not one for going with my gut. Logic was a better way of dealing with things. That's why I started to put things in a logical order as soon as I saw things that were upsetting my gut. Large amounts of droids tended to mean that someone expected to fight back and that there were a lot less Genosians around all of a sudden. Thankfully, it didn't appear to be an outright fight yet, as I saw my two wayward guards, Captain Strook and the Slicer Mock, standing there in their guard uniforms, looking annoyed at the droids watching over them. They were standing by our ship, which Count Dooku said was here. Although seeing that someone had put a locking mechanism on one of those struts that would prevent the ship from leaving was not a good sign. What game is Count Dooku playing? I don't know, and that probably is what's upsetting me right now. There was something going on here, something I didn't understand. Some game that was being played on a level that I was unfamiliar with. And if I found myself in a situation like that, there were really only two things to do: evaluate the situation and run. Evaluating the situation told me that running is the best move. Getting off the planet and heading back towards Mandalore or the core, it's probably the safest option right now. But on the off chance that they weren't going to let us leave, I needed to create some sort of escape path. Castle, I said, calling to my subordinate who had been using his old black super commando armor since escaping Tatooine's disaster, you got detonators in your suit? I do, he said, sounding a bit confused. Place a small charge outside the elevator as we get out. I don't know if we'll need it, but it's better to have it than not. Of course, Princess, he said, nodding as I stepped out of the elevator with the others falling behind me. The droids' heads followed us as we moved, looking more like birds of prey watching us than actual beings with their strange head shape they had. Thankfully, I knew that its tiny head shape meant that they didn't have much in the way of intelligence behind those eyes, often relying on supercomputers somewhere on the planet to do all the heavy lifting. If this turned into a fight, I think we'd have a good chance, as everyone in this room had Beskar armor on them, so blasters would do fuck all, but I would rather not to get involved in such a thing if I could avoid it. Stepping over to the droids overlooking our wayward companions, I said, I believe these men are with me. Do you mind clearing the way for them so they can join us on our ship? As I attempted to stare down a droid that was slightly taller than me. Roger, Roger. The droid said, seeming to take a step back before looking to the fellows that had their guns on Strook and Mock, saying, let the prisoners go. Prisoners? I thought we were your guests. Mock jokes. They're simple droids, they probably don't know the difference between guests and prisoners. Captain Strook said with a shake of his head. Whatever they think, I'm going to be glad to be gone from here. Good to see you again, Princess Tanya. Captain Strook said with a nod as he came up in front of me and gave me a salute. I gave him a nod in return along with the same salute before moving on towards the ship. Mind explaining exactly what happened after we left you two? I asked as we made our way towards the vehicle. Not much to say, we distracted the droids for about an hour. Kept them fighting us throughout the city before their leader showed up. Some Mandalorian in red and blue armor spouted more of that nonsense that they've been ranting about since she showed up and attempted to blow up our ship here. Only reason that didn't work out for her is because Count Dooku showed up and used force magic on her to strangle her. Pretty freaky shit. Mock said as he followed us in. We were going to be on our way, but apparently he'd been called in by Jabba the Hutt. I guess we caused too much of a ruckus and the local outlaws called in help. So now that call worked its way up the ladder to be an annoyance and we were told to either go with Count Dooku or be shot. Yeah, we're officially banned from Tatooine, they even have pictures of our faces and everything. Zero claimed that he had no idea who we were. How do they plan to enforce that? Ordo asked. Tatooine is basically lawless except for areas he controls, so how can he just ban someone from Tatooine? I think we're just banned from areas he controls, which is good. I'd rather never go back to that dust bowl. I've seen it once and don't need to see it ever again. Mock says as he shakes his head. I'm not even going to ask how much my electronics are going to be screwed up. Over the next few months I'll probably be trying to get the sand out, probably just need to replace everything. I'll see that you have the funding needed to get new stuff to make up for getting arrested by the Genosian authorities. I said, shaking my head as we got aboard our ship. Everyone started to look around the cargo area before I said, no, don't get comfortable just yet, we're leaving. How? There's a lock on the ship. Morrison said looking through the hatchway at the lock currently holding our ship in place. Oh, I can handle that, no problem. Mock said, already moving over to his station area he had on board the ship and starting to activate some of his computer equipment. Give me 5 minutes to get this thing unlocked and we'll be on our way. Well, okay then. What are we going to do about all the droids watching us? Morrison asked. Turning to her I asked, have you ever operated a turret? She blinked and said, not really. Well, today is a good day to learn on the job. There's a turret through a hatch over there. I pointed to a hatch that led downwards, the double blaster which should be able to defend the ship if we can't get unlocked fast enough. Morrison nodded and quickly moved towards the hatch, sliding down in and out of sight. Personally, I waited by the door with Ordo, watching the droids move back and forth. Seeming to be non-threatening in nature, but I just had a bad feeling as if the droids would turn on us at any moment. Captain Stroke moved towards the front of the ship, obviously gaining position to start flying if we needed it, and Castle waited by us as he said, I put the explosive by the elevator control switch, shouldn't do anything too major but cause a nice big distraction. Here's hoping we won't need it. I said as all of a sudden the droid stopped their motions. Every single droid, every B1 and every worker droid on the platform simply stopped and the worker droid started moving away from the platform we were on. The B1s quickly gathered up in front of our ship and their guns slowly being drawn into position to point at us. And there we go, the other shoe dropped. What do you think this is about? Ordo asked. The Count said we could be on our way if we want to. No doubt Gunray has recently learned that his name is now Mud and he's probably trying to get the rest of his allies here on the planet to work with him in trying to seal up any leaks. Or worse, maybe he knows exactly who's responsible for his name now being Mud and I've now entered his hit list. Which is, besides a worrying sign of keeping good company, considering who else is on his hit list, not conducive to not being targeted for assassinations. Ordo chuckled before nodding, yeah, that would probably be it. He said, seeming to grab his staff weapon a bit tighter as one of the droids moved forward. Representative of Mandalore, your permission to leave Geonosis has been revoked. All flights out of the planet are cancelled. Please step outside and be escorted to your guest rooms. What was it you said about guests? Ordo asked. That they don't know the difference between a guest and a prisoner. I answered for him, nodding my head as Mock chuckled. How much time do you need to get us free? Oh, not that long. About now. There was a loud bang noise as something released from the front of the ship. Immediately the droids started raising their guns and without even taking an order from me, Castle pressed a button on his vambrace and the elevator across the way exploded once and then twice in a much bigger secondary explosion, causing the entire hangar bay to fill with fire, causing the both of us to look at him. What? It was a small explosive. There must have been some sort of fuel line running through the elevator shaft. Wonderful, I said before saying, get us out of here, Captain. Into my radio. Will do. He said matter-of-factly as the ship started to leave the platform with the doors closing slowly. With that, the ship started to accelerate quickly, moving away from the platform. Once the bay doors were shut, I held on to the side of the ship and said on the comms, get us out of range of the tower and start pulling us up. We need to be as far away from here as possible before they scramble any fighters to take us down. On it. As the ship took off I moved up the main cargo ramp into the rest of the ship, quickly finding my quarters and closing the door. I don't know how long we had, but I figured I should take precautions in case we got shot down. After all, better to have as many strategies for safety as possible than none at all. Once inside my room I tried to contact Vi. I quickly found that something had either damaged long-range communication or something was jamming the frequencies to prevent communication. It's most likely a jamming field around the planet, being created by the Trade Federation ships to keep information from leaking. This was a problem as cutting off communication outside the local cluster meant that I had no way to let her know where we were. Besides being on Tatooine, which was the last location we've been on. However, there was one possible way. Pressing in a few buttons I brought up Padme's tracking number and quickly gave her a call. It was only a few moments before I broke through, seeing her and Anakin waiting in their shuttle, apparently having already been there for some reason. Tanya, What's going on? She asked. No time for exact details, just know things have gone relatively off the rails here on Geonosis. I need you to send a message to X4 for me, he's still on Coruscant. Tell him I may need a little help getting myself out of here. Why is that? Anakin asked. Well, my ship is being shot at, probably. At the moment there is a bang somewhere on the ship confirming my thoughts. No, the ship's definitely being shot at. It seems Nute Gunray did not take kindly to me exposing his plot to assassinate Padme and has put me on his hit list. I'm trying to get myself out of the situation now, but there's always the chance we'll be shot down before we make it off-world, and I'll need help getting home if that happens. If that happens, we can be there and help you faster than anything X4 can send your way. Padme spoke up. I immediately gave her a death glare before saying, yes, a pacifistic senator and a lone Jedi are going to help get me and my crew off of Geonosis if we get shot down. That is totally something that can happen. I said sarcastically whilst shaking my head. I continued, I don't need 2 people in an unarmed yacht that can barely hold 10 people, I need the company of mercenaries that I assembled for just this occasion that can get me the numbers and blasters to fight off any force of droids sent to capture me. As much as your help would be nice, it's not good enough. Correction, it's helpful for Nute Gunray as the people he wants to murder are conveniently all in one place. Stay on Tatooine and stay out of this situation, it's safer there. Till Nute Gunray is dealt with, nowhere is safe. Giving me a mini aneurysm. Grabbing the edge of my desk as the ship buckled a bit as something hit us, I hissed, Senator Amidala, I know you think that you can help and maybe you can, but you cannot help when the person you're trying to talk to is going to shoot you the second he sees you. All you're doing is giving them something. Hit the ship at that point and communications went dead. I blinked as also the lights went dead, and then there was a brief moment where I felt weightless. A part of me hoped that meant we'd broken through to orbit, then the weightlessness stopped and it became apparent that we were crashing. Grabbing onto the desk tight, I managed to get myself into the seat and buckle myself in. I don't know what was going on and how everyone else was doing, but I knew that at the current rate of fall we'd probably be crashing soon, so I needed to be somewhat secure, otherwise the damage would be pretty bad. With any luck, we'd get power before the crash and be able to mitigate it, but considering that we were falling from the sky, I figured that was unlikely. Well, apparently if you live long enough you get a freebie. There was a brief moment of lights returning before my head was sent forward into the computer screen at a rather accelerated rate. Things got very foggy there as the world seemed to fade in and out of existence. The only thing I could make out was that there appeared to be a new light source coming into my room, and I realized it wasn't a new light, it was a hole that was ripped out of the hull. Which meant that there is no way this ship is going to be space-worthy. That's when everything just went black. Geonosis, Count Dooku's chambers. Count Dooku. Damned fools, the lot of them. I was supposed to have a nice conversation with 2 prospective candidates for joining our ranks in not only a fight against the Republic but the creation of the Empire. Instead I now have to look over a complete and utter disaster because Gunray had to throw an entire tirade when he got pointed out as a schemer who nearly assassinated a senator. It was rather infuriating that all the plans I had were now up in smoke, as he had invoked the Separatist Council to handle this situation, and the votes going in there were to be expected rather foolhardy. Already they were talking about making an example of Obi-Wan Kenobi, claiming he was a spy and murdering him to try and prevent any other spying activities by the Republic. It would take a lot of political will to try and prevent that from happening, and I had to even consider not letting it happen, as Obi-Wan now knew that I did have some connection to lending Jango Fett's services to Gunray. What's worse is that he was the only one who knew. Frankly, I had a chance to review the testimony given out, and I had to respect Jango Fett even more, as he kept my name out of his testimony and even implied it was all up to Nute Gunray's planning. Which worked well for me, as it forced Gunray to choose a side, and he would have to side with the Separatists now because he was now a wanted man in the Republic. If there was one thing I could respect about Jango Fett, even if he couldn't get the job done the way I expected, he would do it some way. I had told him that this was to get Gunray to join the Separatists in the coming civil war, and he expertly found a way to complete his mission, even though a new parameter had thrown it for a loop. I would have to see that he was well rewarded and that he didn't let loose any other secrets that I didn't want exposed. I doubted he would let anyone know about my existence as Darth Tyrannus, or that Darth Tyrannus had ordered the creation of the clone army, but it was always possible. I would make up my mind at a later date whether he must be dealt with as a threat or simply just brought into the SIS as a general, which had always been a part of my plan. Of course, this all was due to one of my other prospects, which was an interesting conversation to say the least. As far as I could see, the girl had no force training, yet she had a significant understanding of politics, apparently was willing to wear armor and acted as if she was trained in it, as well as being able to turn an agent I considered near impossible to turn. There was no other way to say it, she is a perfect candidate for training as a Sith. One so perfect that the fact that they shot down her ship as she tried to leave had enraged me quite a bit. Already, I had sent droids out there to find her and rescue her. Hopefully she wasn't too badly hurt, and hopefully I could prevent the xenofool who ordered her ship shot down from having her executed as well. Things were moving at an unexpected direction and rate. I just had to hope that I could gain back control of the situation. If she did die, I guess I could contact the good Dr. Zoto from Arcanian and see if she'd still be willing to make me a clone of the girl. No guarantee she would be as well trained and strong in the Force as the original, but there was a good bet that at the very least she could reach those heights. Sighing, I moved over to a window that looked over the desert plains of Geonosis. My master's plans were already in motion, though the war would come sooner than I expected. No doubt he was already moving to have powers consolidated under his control and start forming the military that would be needed for the Empire's rise. The plan would pretty much play out as expected. I think from this point Sidious would gather the power needed, he'd declare an emergency, form an army, and within the next few days the clones would be offered to him, with somewhere here on the Outer Rim would be the first battlefield between the clone and the droid army. Who would win would be probably up for debate. I've personally believed that I had assembled quite a strong force here, and it might be possible for the droids to win through sheer weight of numbers, but if it looked like we were going to win, I would have to do something to give the Republic the victory. After all, in order for this operation to succeed it would need to appear that the Republic had a chance to win. If they believed they had a chance, they would feed all of their money and power into the military regime as a necessary sacrifice to win. Otherwise they would keep pulling back and try to start thinking of ways to get out of the war. No doubt that Palpatine would find some way to bring everything under control on his side. All that mattered was that I needed to keep these rogue corporations and Outer Rim planets under control on my side, and we would play a large game of chess with the winner already determined. We just needed to play long enough for that winner to have the power to keep that power when it was all over. Though I did wonder, is my prospective Padawan a possible threat to Palpatine's plans? I've been giving it only the briefest of ideas, that it might be possible for the Sith to be getting control of the Republic, and she'd already figured out how they were doing it. She's even figured out that Sis is but a proxy for the war so that the Sith could build its forces and power base. One more reason why I would like to see that she had survived her near-death crash, somewhere on the Genosian wastes. She would be very valuable in case I decided that Palpatine is not the right ruler of the Empire that he should be. Chapter 37. 716 FNM, 22 BBY. Month 6. Coruscant, Senate Building. Mace Windu. I shook my head as I watched out over the Senate auditorium as the Gungan finished his speech about giving the Chancellor emergency powers. How did we get to this position? 3 hours ago, a report came in from Kenobi about a large number of various ships and other equipment on Geonosis belonging to several megacorporations, all having known to have a security force of droids under their control. On their own, that may not have been an issue. Geonosis is a massive producer of droids, and this could have simply been the corporations restocking their supply. However, Kenobi was meeting with Count Dooku on Geonosis, and we have not heard anything from him since that message. There really is no other interpretation of events that can explain what happened to Kenobi other than that he is being held prisoner. Likely after coming across something he shouldn't have while meeting with the former Jedi Master. There is the possibility he is killed, an unfortunate reality of Jedi work, but one that I hope did not come to pass. If it was, it would settle the matter that Count Dooku had in fact fallen to the dark side. Perhaps he is not at the level of Sith, but he is very likely to no longer be serving the light. If he is building an army for this separatist alliance, no doubt he would be attempting to conquer the rest of the galaxy like every other Darksider. It is a shame, he had been a good man, and I have trouble believing that, as much of a political idealist that he was, he would fall to the dark side. But what other possibility is there to believe at this point? He has assembled an army, he has planets under his banner, and he was most likely holding a member of the Jedi Order prisoner at best, or seen to his death at worst. Shaking my head, I looked on as Chancellor Palpatine began his speech on accepting the emergency powers. We shared the knowledge of the clone army as soon as we found out about it, wanting this not to be kept secret from the Chancellor. And now he was going to use these emergency powers to authorize the use of the clone army, most likely to defend the galaxy from the threat of the Separatists' droid army. The fact that it would take time to organize the clone army and get it sent to where it was needed, so for the time being Obi-Wan would be on his own on Geonosis. Which leaves the burden to carry out his rescue squarely on the Jedi Order. While I and many others would not hesitate to save a fellow Jedi, I didn't like the existence of this clone army at all. The details of who had created it and why were still a mystery. The claims of Sifo-Dyas being responsible seemed unlikely, considering they had died around that same time. It was plausible, barely, but why would Sifo-Dyas go behind the backs of the Jedi Council to create such a force? It doesn't speak well to his intentions or what intentions he had for this army. However, if the Separatists were raising an army, the Republic would need one as well. The Supreme Chancellor finished his speech by promising that he would remove the emergency powers granted to him when the crisis had passed. I could only approve of that statement as the audience erupted into cheers and applause, indicating that any discontent over it was completely put aside. Everyone is in favor of giving the Chancellor more power. Or at least the majority of them support it for a more responsive republic, which will be crucial in a state of war. I saw a few people here and there trying to indicate they were not happy with the result, but the majority ruled on this one. Seeing as this gathering had concluded, I turned to my old friend Master Yoda and said, "It's done then." Yoda made a noise that indicated he is thinking on the matter deeply and likely trying to parse at what the future would lay as well. I wish him well on that, but I could only focus on the here and now. I will gather what Jedi that still remain at the temple. We will go and rescue Kenobi. See what we can do about maybe negotiating some sort of end to this conflict before it becomes a real war. To Kamino, I will go. Yoda said, nodding his head, to this clone army, I will inspect. See how well it will do, for the Republic. I nodded my head in agreement and started to leave before he continued, Master Windu, keep your eyes open when you arrive at Geonosis. I feel as if there's something moving that we do not yet know and we must be prepared for what is to come. I looked at him and asked, do you have any idea what that might be? Have you had any insight from the Force, Master Yoda? You could make out a grumble before he said, not sure, I am. A dream I had. A strange one, a shadow moving through the backstages of a play trying to not affect the scenes playing out before them, but inevitably doing just that. Altering the story of what is meant to be shown. I raise an eyebrow before asking, do you have any idea who this shadow is and what their goals could be? Yoda chuckles before saying, I suspect I know exactly who it is. What their goals are? I'm not certain. Keep your eyes open, Master Windu, or I suspect this shadow will play a role in what is to come on Geonosis. I knew that, but there is one question I needed to ask. Is this shadow an enemy or an ally? Yoda smiled before saying, they're a friend, that I am sure. I narrowed my eyes in skepticism before I nodded, let us hope this friend comes through for us. May the Force be with you. May the Force be with you too, Master Windu. Yoda said, before turning back to look at the still cheering crowds that are going a little bit too long. I left the overlook to head towards the Jedi Temple. I have a rescue mission to organize. Tatooine, H-type Nubian yacht. Anakin Skywalker. Senator, we cannot go and rescue Tanya. I said for the fourth time. Padme merely shook her head saying, it'll take them too long to get over there since they have to come from halfway across the galaxy. Not exactly. Mandalore is right next to the Hydian Way and then they can cross over down the Corellian Run at Denon. The trip should take about a day and a half, quicker if a faster hyperdrive is used. Not to mention the fact that we aren't supposed to get involved in this situation at all. We're supposed to stay here on Tatooine, transmit a signal to Tanya's X4 droid and let him handle the situation. We have to do something, Ani. Tanya is in danger and her ship was probably shot down. I sighed saying, I know. But my duty right now is to protect you, not to go on a rescue mission to Geonosis. Even when we had a chance to go with her when she first was called to Geonosis by the Count, Tanya said that we should stay here because it would be safer. I know. Padme said with a huff and then let out a sigh before taking a seat across from me. She put her hand on her face, looking very tired. We should have never let her go alone. We should have gone with her. If we'd gone with her, we would have crashed with her. Then no one would know what had happened to any of us. I pointed out as I leaned back in the chair. I was talking good game before, but the fact of the matter was, I agreed with her on all of this. I wanted it to rush off and save Tanya too, but I have a duty to the Jedi Order to maintain. I would not shirk that duty again so soon. I'm already skirting the line with even coming to Tatooine to find out what happened to my mother. Maybe Obi-Wan will find her and look after her. Padme said with a shake of her head. After all, his signal came from the planet of Geonosis as well. I nodded at that. We had relayed the signal from R4 about the information about the Corporate Alliance and Trade Federation ships in orbit around Geonosis. Apparently we were the only ones who the droid could reach in an emergency. Chuckling, I said, he really should, considering. I was a bit amused as I leaned back. Considering what? Padme asked, looking at me a bit confused. I blinked at her before asking, what color is Tanya's hair? Blonde. She said with a raised eyebrow. Causing me to realize that maybe I'd been the only one to see her with a real hair color. Smiling, I said, between you and me, that's actually a dye job. Her hair color is actually auburn. Okay, why does it matter that her hair color is auburn? Padme asked, still sounding confused. Oh, I don't know. Maybe nothing, maybe something. Did you know that Obi-Wan has known Satin for almost 21 years now? Padme blinked as she tried to piece together what I was saying before her eyes widened. Wait, Ani, are you suggesting that Tanya is Obi-Wan's child? I'm suggesting that it's rather interesting that as soon as Tanya showed up on Coruscant, the first thing Obi-Wan wanted to do was go meet this random Mandalorian girl who happens to have the exact same hair color as him. She blinked a couple of times before saying, the attachment thing, he keeps a far enough distance away from her to not grow too attached. Exactly what I'm thinking. I said with a nod. Does she know? Padme asked. That made me pause and think about it before answering, I'm not sure. Sometimes I think she does, sometimes I'm not sure. I generally just don't touch the subject because I don't think Obi-Wan wants to get too attached to her. Jedi code and all. While it was frowned upon for Jedi to father or, in rare cases, mother children, it's not an actionable offense. What is against the code was pursuing relationships with offspring. I think he's probably going to have to re-evaluate that. If she really is his daughter, I suspect he will do something to try and save her. I nodded in agreement before she continued. And that's why we need to go, to give them a way to get off that planet as fast as possible. I sigh as this comes up again. I shake my head, Padme, I get it. I want to go too, but the Jedi Council's order left very little room for interpretation. I am to protect you, not leave you to go on a rescue mission to save Obi-Wan and Tanya. No matter how much I want to. So what you're saying is if I were to fly off and go to rescue them, you would be forced to go with me now, wouldn't you? I blinked before saying, okay, yes that is true, but putting you at risk to save them is not a good idea. It is what I think Obi-Wan would call a bad idea. Plus, you're not the one who has to explain themselves to the Jedi Council if you get hurt. Padme tapped her chin before saying, that could be considered true, that it is a bad idea. But it's also my ship, so if I decided to take the ship to Geonosis, what would you do? I would not be happy, but I would go with you to Geonosis and we would work together to try and save Obi-Wan and Tanya. I relented. She could sneak out and take the ship to rescue Tanya without me when I inevitably have to check on the vaporators. So the only way to keep her safe would be to either go with her or tie her up, which I doubt would make her happy with me. I would rather have the council be mad at me than to lose her trust in me. Wonderful, and if that's all, help me prep the ship, she said, turning in her seat and started to do pre-flight checks. I sighed and turned towards the console in front of me. Checking over the readouts, I made sure everything was running properly and I was about to help lift off when there was a loud knocking from the rear of the ship. Both of us turned to look back there in confusion. C-3PO spoke up then from where he had been standing behind us. He and R2 had just been listening to the conversation, so he asked, should I go see who's at the door? It's probably the Larses, right? Padme said. Probably, but I guess I should probably talk to them before we set out on this adventure. Getting up from my seat, I brushed a little bit of sand that had built up on my clothing. It'll probably take a few days for Padme's servants to clean this shuttle out. I walked over to the panel that would lower the back door. As it was lowered, I looked through and expected to see Owen or maybe Clyde, maybe even my mother. I should probably go say goodbye before I rush off. What I saw was neither of that, as standing at the bottom of the ramp was a Mandalorian woman in silver armor with a white shoulder cape blowing in the wind. Behind her is another Mandalorian man in a silver and white colored clothing that seems to have sort of a short armored kilt as its most defining feature. Their holstered blasters were a design unfamiliar to me, which was a bit embarrassing. I had been paying attention to the Council's Mandalorian briefings recently, or so I thought. Engineering has always been a hobby of mine and the Mandalorian designs have a very unique sleek look to it that I rarely see elsewhere. While the pistols are easily recognizable, their blaster rifles are not. It looked like a combination of the sleek Mandalorian design with a black frame more common on conventional blasters. The most notable feature is the frankly massive power pack in front of the trigger. About half a dozen other Mandalorians waited behind, although they weren't wearing armor as uniformly striking as the two in front of me. I can see a shuttle or a heavy fighter behind them. It's likely the ship they used to get here. The only thing that seemed to unify them are the white markings of a pair of four wings inscribed on their left torso armor. I blinked a couple of times, not really sure what to say, before the female Mandalorian said, Jedi, Anakin Skywalker, I presume. In a strangely mechanical altered voice. Yes. I answered. How did she know my name? My hand hovered over my side, just in case I was about to have to defend Padme from an assassination attempt. With so many Mandalorians around, each of them would require perfect strikes to take advantage of the gaps in their armor to incapacitate, and I would need to jump around with Ataras so that I don't get hit. But then Padme would be vulnerable while I'm busy dealing with the Mandalorians. I could use Sorsa to deflect their blaster fire, but then they could just keep shooting until someone managed to get a lucky hit. With the size of those blasters' power packs, I doubt they'd run out of bolt before I get exhausted. It was simply impossible for me to dispatch so many attackers and defend Padme at the same time. I would have to strike the leader and have her be my hostage before attempting to escape with Padme so they won't shoot us down. Good, makes my job easier. The woman said, shaking her head before giving a bow. I am White Silver. I have reason to believe you have intel on the last known location of the representative of Mandalore, Tanya cries. Perhaps I do. I said, a bit confused at what I am seeing here, but the force is only slightly stirring. The Mandalorians at the back are merely measuring themselves to me without any real intent to act upon such fantasies. I also wasn't feeling any malicious intent from the leader. I lowered my hand away from my lightsaber, as this seemed to be a time to heed the teachings of my master in diplomacy. Ugh. Why are you looking for her? Well, we have reason to believe she's in danger and I am here to rescue her. After all, she is an important asset to Mandalore and our return to a thriving economy. Her service to Mandalore aligned with my own, thus I see no reason why I should not come to the aid of a Mandalorian in need. I blinked to process what she said, before nodding my head in understanding. Alright, well, come on board, there's a couple seats that we can use to have a chat. Good. The Mandalorian said. I stepped back into the main area of the ship and took a seat next to Padme. What's going on? She asked. I just shrugged before saying, more of Tanya's friends showed up and are willing to help, I think. White Silver and her bodyguard or second in command took seats across from us. Ah, you mean terrorists? Padme said, giving the two a bit of a raised eyebrow. I turned to look at her, but my expression of frustration seemed to be lost on the senator who wanted to antagonize a pack of heavily armed and armored Mandalorians. The female Mandalorian laughed, seeming to take the insult in stride. Some say terrorist, others call me freedom fighter. Personally, I just prefer Mandalorian. At the end of the day, it's all just politics. War is merely the continuation of politics by other means. So you confess it. You admit you are a terrorist. Padme announced to no one in particular. I know who you are, I read your little book, you are a warlord with a penchant for philosophy that in no way justifies your actions. As far as I know, you kept the holdings on the planet you attacked. They practically begged me to stay and clean up the place, even now Gargan is getting more civilized. I'll concede that I used violence to resolve the situation and I stand by my decisions. It is hardly the worst crime in the world and Gare was not innocent as he had broadcasted his intention to start a coup to dethrone the legitimate government of Mandalore under Duchess Satin. Besides Senator, I know who you are too, I read the biographies on your life. A little war goes a long way for one's political career, wouldn't you agree? I was the officially elected Queen of Naples when the Trade Federation invaded my planet, thus the well-being and freedom of my people are my responsibility. You were just some writer with a penchant for violence who had never been seen before coming in to take advantage of a rebellion. We are not the same. Yes, I didn't spend time fleeing under the skirt of the Republic only for them to say, we'll get back to you in a couple of months. I moved to handle the problem in a quick and decisive manner myself. All to prevent my sector from erupting into war. Oof burn. The bodyguard muttered, and I had to hide my chuckle with a cough there because they weren't wrong. The whole expedition to Coruscant had ended up being a waste of time. Yes, it had brought me into the wider galaxy, but Coruscant itself wasn't exactly helpful to Naboo. Okay, besides the fact I had maybe shot a missile into the power generators of a Trade Federation Lucre Hulk, but again that was not because the Republic had stepped in. Though I kept that to myself because Padme did not look happy about that statement and was glaring daggers at the so-called terrorist with her mind. So, White Silver, I said to move things along, what brings you to Tatooine? What plan do you have to help Tanya? Well, first off I need a satrap before deciding what to do next. What's going on, where is Princess Kryze exactly, and what has happened along with any other relevant information you can give me? I nodded and answered, Tanya's on Geonosis. The Ratio, her ship, was shot down before it could enter orbit and crash-landed on the surface. It might be unrelated, but Geonosis appears to also be a well-armed factory for producing war droids for the Separatist Alliance. Great, that means she's either injured, captured, or on the run on the planet's surface with several armies worth of droids in pursuit. Excuse me, but what if the good Mistress Kryze is, unfortunately, no longer with us? C-3PO asked, drawing all eyes towards him. I don't think she's dead, I said, shaking my head. I sense she is still alive somewhere. Your Jedi sorcery? White Silver asked, looking straight at me. I shrugged before saying, I guess. Well then, we'll be happy to have your magic with us when we stage the assault. I had a Jedi at my side during the war on Gargan, it will be interesting to see how you measure up. Assault. Padme spoke up. I've acquired a couple ships and enough men to rescue the princess, no matter what mess she has gotten herself into. It'll be a bit of a challenge sneaking past the security forces in orbit, but I'm sure it's not an impossibility. The ships are registered as cargo vessels, so if this planet is producing droids, we could give the impression that we're there to collect droids for one of the many factions present. Once we reach the surface, nothing could stop the sons and daughters of Mandalore. That's a risky plan, but it might just work. I noted, nodding my head in approval. We could sneak in, posing as a cargo fleet, drop off a few of your men to search the area for Tanya. I assume they have jetpacks. Of course mobility is one of our greatest advantages. Silver said with a dismissive wave of her hand. Then all we need to do is pick up Tanya, find out where Kenobi is, break him out too, get everyone on board one of these cargo vessels, and run like hell. We don't even need to bring this thing. I said, indicating Padme's yacht. How are we going to pose as a cargo vessel? Padme asked. I mean sure if the ship looks like a cargo vessel they'll probably think it's a cargo vessel but the moment they hear one of our voices they're going to be asking questions. Do any of us look or sound like a cargo vessel's crew? I don't speak any of the proprietary corporate languages. Do you? The bodyguard spoke up at this point, well then we just have to find a droid that speaks Genosian. Since it'll be the Genosian security that will talk to us from their space control center. I speak fluent Genosian. C-3PO said from the back of the ship. Oh dear, I should not have said that. R2 beeped something at C-3PO causing him to shake his head, well, entire body. I dare say I wanted to avoid deadly heroics. He complained, while the rest of us had moved on to discussing how that would work. So we have a plan to get in, fine. Padme conceded, now how are we going to get out once the separatists know that we're there? What about the security forces on the planet that would double their efforts to prevent us from leaving? Maybe I can find a snub fighter and shoot the core of another Lucre Hulk again. I suggested. Unlikely to work, the bodyguard said before adding, after Naboo, the Trade Federation moved away from the idea of using a core ship to run their entire army. Some of their older armies still use them, as it still take years to replace every Trade Federation army to newer models and can use them well, but now they have redundancies in case they are damaged. Maybe we don't need to escape then. I said, raising Padme's eyebrow. The Jedi and the Republic will have to respond to what's going on in Geonosis, right? They are raising an army and they've taken a Jedi and representative of the Republic as a prisoner. All we need to do is make sure that they're kept safe until the response arrives. White Silver nodded her head in agreement. Leave the heavy lifting of breaking through the blockade to the Jedi or escape while they're breaking through. Good idea, we would need to be careful not to get shot down by our own side, but it's not impossible to pull off. White Silver leaned forward before adding, however, there is one problem. Why do you think we would bring you along, Senator? Aren't you supposed to be staying out of the way in case an assassin takes a shot at you? Padme scoffed, Tanya is a friend who risked her life to try and help me. The very least I could do to come along and help. I'm a skilled negotiator. I can negotiate her freedom. Ahoy, another one for the harem. Silver's bodyguard muttered, while shaking his head. I looked at him, only to catch the other's expression. Harem? I asked before White Silver interceded, drove her elbow into the man's gut causing him to double over and whimper out an apology and spoke with an amused tone. Don't concern yourself with that comment, it's just a joke that goes around the Mandalore sector about the princess. She may be a prodigy in economics, but she has a bit of a, what's the term I'm looking for here? Reputation around her. Some claim that Coruscanti life agrees with her too much. I decided that I'll look into it another time before getting back on the subject. Well, Padme is going anyway. No matter what you decide. She has her own ship and I can't dissuade her from going on her own. I think it would be safer if we go with you than have her go on her own aboard this ship, don't you think? White Silver clicked her tongue before answering, I don't like it, but I won't contest it. We'll get you some armor. I'm sure we have something that fits you somewhere. She said looking at Padme, her T-visor hiding whatever expression she had underneath the mask. Nodding towards me, she said, you are of course welcome to come as well. I don't know if we have any armor compatible with Jedi sorcery, but if you find some, you may take it as needed. I grunted in acknowledgement, but I was not really sure on that matter. Armor would probably just get in the way of my force abilities, better to trust in the force and my reflexes than inert metal. Now that the plan is settled, White Silver said, getting up from her seat, I'll give you about an hour to get yourselves ready. We have a ship that landed about 20 minutes that way. As she pointed to the west, join us there and we'll take off. We'll see if we can rescue young Miss Kryze from her misadventure. I nodded as White Silver and her bodyguard descended from the ramp, leaving us alone with the droids. Well, that was a surprise. Very surprising. Padme agreed before adding, maybe a good one in the long term. A little extra support would be useful in this rescue attempt. Hey, I thought you disliked her. Oh, I do, she is a violent brute, but they have their uses at times. Then she gave me an odd look. I nod in agreement before getting up, knocking some sand off my robes again. I said, I'm going to go down and say goodbye to the Larses and Mom. Also need to explain to them why I'm borrowing C-3PO for this mission. Good luck, she said and she got up herself. NTV, Office of the General Secretary of the NTV Workers' Council. General Secretary Lilia Vihikano Shepest. Even as deep underground as my office was, I could still hear the omnipresent howl of the storm. An endless dirge that crawled across the planet and left regions sunless and stripped of all life for months at a time. There's an odd feeling of comfort that welled up within me at the distant sound as I paced around the wooden paneled room. The howls that had been with me every moment of this difficult but rewarding second chance. I tapped the terminal on my desk to bring it out of a power-saving mode and display the time. Having a little less than I expected, I tapped a few keys before checking myself in the wide mirror that dominated the room. Looking sharp as ever in my professional dress, this style had become the height of fashion on NTV for women in the party. Parts of it had even begun to be incorporated into more masculine attire. It was rather amusing how ties had become a feminine article ever since my ascension to General Secretary. The dress was rather light however and had to be accompanied by a rather thick overcoat and hat for general traversal of the planet, even underground. I had set the room's climate control to be raised by a few degrees before sitting down and waiting for the problem to arrive. I did not have to wait long. There was a chime from my terminal and the pretty young thing I liked to keep around as my personal secretary informed me about the lieutenant who was responding to my summons. I had to restrain my smile as the officer walked into my office in the customary NTV thick fur overcoat with gloves. She practically lost her footing as the warm air of my office struck her and her eyes darted around for a place to doff her coat. "Ah, Lieutenant, please take a seat." The worm had begun to squirm already but did as I had instructed. No doubt sweating under all of that fur already. "Miss Vika," I said looking across the table at the unfortunate lieutenant who'd been pulled into the room before me. Today was not a good day for her. She had just returned from Tatooine, a rather hellish world that is on my to-do list of places that needed to be dealt with eventually. The planet itself isn't all that important, it is on the other side of the galaxy and produces nothing of importance, it is the ones who control that are my main targets. Gangsters are useful when you control the gangsters. The Hutts were not something I could claim to have any real control over, an example of one of the few species that were simply not compatible with moral systems that did away with inherited wealth. Eliminating a dissident factor such as the Hutts totally would be difficult but necessary in the long term. But today was not that day. Today I am dealing with the rather foolish individual who'd run off with a combat unit of my droids. It was not done without my notice and required a careful operation to clear the various obstacles to the officer's absconsion. She didn't take the advanced model of droids. Only I and my top generals would have the necessary authorization to utilize them. She only has access to B1 droids. B1s that we've been supplied with from the slowly growing stockpile of military equipment that the Separatist Alliance are funneling to us, in exchange for some more high-end armor and Class M Durasteel plates. It was incredible just how many of the units we have been supplied with. After the first 1,000 or so, I had ordered the Institute of Technology to reverse engineer them so we could produce them ourselves. Slicing through the extensive copy protection and making comparable prototypes had taken a while but it was worth the effort for the experience and knowledge we had gleaned. Of course, about a week and we had received 10,000 more units. I began to suspect that the war material the Separatist Alliance was providing us are substandard droids. What with the amount of units that had cracks in the outer plating or seemed to have irrational errors in their behavioral matrix. However, I fully intended to make use of every single droid. Even a defective automaton could carry a blaster. It had been demonstrated that reproduction of the B1 line is simply not worth the effort of reconfiguring the droid foundries we had. But several of the B1's design principles had allowed the more mature and effective designs that we produced locally to be produced with less material without compromising functionality, at least according to my advisors anyway. We had various similar general-purpose combat droid projects in development that looked far more promising than the B1. Project Terror was one of my favorites. An alternative to the SD-4K assassin droid Dooku continually refused me. If Lieutenant Vika had taken the good stuff, the Battle Legionnaires, she may have been successful and been able to capture the young representative of Mandalore. However, I hadn't ordered her Tatooine excursion and the BL were meant for the real war on the horizon, not for a joyride to cut a young revolutionary's teeth. If she had been able to accomplish the mission on her own, should she have come home with a young royal to present to the council, I would have celebrated her success. After all, any blow against the decadent monarchy that ruled over the oppressive Mandalorian caste system is a victory for the party. It would have been one step closer to taking control of the sector. Such deniable operations are the bread and butter of our slow dispersal of influence across the sector and galaxy, followed by infiltration units dedicated to clean up after the more ambitious and driven officer corps. It also provided my officers with much-needed battlefield experience without weighing upon the reputation or prestige of NTV. More than a few overconfident commanders had died in raids against isolated Mandalorian communities and pirate outposts. Such losses were disappointing, but in their defense none had been so foolish as to declare themselves openly. Vika had somehow managed to escape the clutches of thousands of Hutt mercenaries, likely due to Dooku's intervention. Frankly, I'd prefer her dead than having to owe the Count a favor or pay more in terms of our limited resources than I have to. Of course, if she had managed to capture the royal brat alive, I would have also engaged in a little bit of extended interrogation to try and get her to give up her royal ways. Having a noble renounce their nobility and claim that socialism as the true way forward would most likely have fueled the recruitment drive that is currently non-existent. Set her up in one of the safer factories with a humble apartment and she would be an endless source of propaganda to the party. Besides, I had little else to entertain myself with these days. There was little in the ways of power politics in the party, I was simply too good at my job. Not surprising really, I had more experience than anyone else could even dream of in the management of a communist state. If I had even a fraction of the resources and technology I had now in my past life, I could have run the NKVD with a mere fraction of the men I had required. But back to the problem at hand. Lieutenant Vika had failed. Not only have she failed, they have drawn the eyes of Count Dooku on us and made him dissatisfied with my efforts. I had a feeling that we may not be considered part of the Separatist alliance proper because of that screw-up, or at the very least delay our integration, which could be terrible for us in the long term or good in the short term. I was not utterly married to the cause of the Sis and had made various overtures to the Republic. Sadly, my efforts to court Republic investments were largely ineffective. Political games would have to be played, and that meant more work for me to do. Despite the setback with the Sis, our operations across the Mandalorian sector are still progressing nicely. I had taken quite drastic actions to scale down things and to clean up any evidence of our operations after the brazen attack against the Royals, but our hooks are deep within the fat and muscle of the growing Mandalorian state. I just needed to be patient and wait for the perfect opportunity to perform a decapitation strike to take control of the sector. Hopefully I'll be able to pull it off. I required a great deal more war materials to begin a successful Great Revolutionary War against the Mandalorian monarchy, especially now that they have established numerous PDFs across the various loyalist planets, making any hostile takeover a larger challenge. The foolish girl who had delayed the revolution is currently squirming in front of me while I gather my thoughts while tapping my finger on my desk. Silence was always a good way to ratchet up the tension and make sure the reprimand sticks. I began to shake my head. This was a rather large failure, my dear. Because of your adventurism, I have Count Dooku asking rather pointed questions. He is probably going to demand more resources from us as the price for your failure, lowering what we can bring to bear in taking part in the liberation of Mandalore from the Royalists. Your glory-seeking has cost us our hard-earned wealth out of the pockets of your comrades. Do you have anything to say before I have you sentenced by a jury of your peers and sent to the lower mines to work off your debt to society? General Secretary, I know I made a mistake, but you must understand this was a time-sensitive operation. There was no way I could wait for the council to debate our involvement. It's not often that information like this falls into our lap. It was not a complete success, but it showed that we can actually reach out and touch the nobility. They fled from our droids. We showed we have the ability to fight. You have drawn the eye of the Royals, comrade. You have demonstrated that we exist and stand opposed to their oppressive rule. You showed that we are dangerous, and you failed to accomplish either of the things necessary for that to be worth it. I'm afraid, my dear, you have simply demonstrated to me that you are a liability, a selfish parasite, a glory hound. She seemed to turn in on herself as I elucidated her true failure. But, comrade, this is not the end. It is a communist ideal to offer everyone a path to redemption. Take her to her jury of her peers, make sure they know exactly what I think of her. Yes, General Secretary. The 2 battle legionnaires that guarded my office said in unison, giving a salute before grabbing the girl by her shoulders and dragging her out into the cold. The droids almost looked like the 3P0 series protocol droids, but that was to obscure what they actually were. They were plated in a series of lesser alloys with Beskar added to the mix and had quite a robust set of internal mechanisms allowing them to lift more and move much faster than any 3P0 droid would ever be able to, with the more articulated joints on the Legionnaires made them one of the most agile battle droids in production. On the field of battle they would obviously be superior to a B1, but as a bonus they could also function as infiltration units. Already they were doing that for us in several places, collecting intelligence for the party across the sector. The girl was shaking as she was pulled through the door, and I was left alone with my thoughts with one of the B1 heads that she had sent to my office ahead of time. What a foolish girl, and I had such high hopes for her. Not that she would have gotten too far, but she would have at least made a good commander down the line. Talented officers were rarely politically incompetent, the few that were, proved themselves to be worth their weight in gold for their ease of disposal as a deniable asset. If my last life had taught me anything, it was the necessity of a talented and creative officer corps, one that could operate without the direct oversight of the state. I ordered a recording be made of the trial and an official condemnation of Lieutenant Vika's actions to be sent directly to Mandalore. No doubt if the people heard about this diplomatic overture to Satin that they would protest, so I also sent pings to my various slicers to spread misinformation about the event throughout the local net. To the galaxy at large, TV needed to appear apologetic and outraged at the attack. Internally the people needed to be confused or ignorant of the issue altogether. Clarity on matters such as this only caused problems for the state. Perhaps Vika was not an entirely lost cause. I would have to make a note to revisit the officer in a few weeks after the cold of the lower mines had taken a finger or two and give her another chance. Nothing inspired loyalty quite like the terrible embrace of winter. I would override the decision of the court and confide in her that such treatment to an officer so loyal to the revolution was unjust. I would need to massage the database a little and keep her release obscured, of course. She would be very grateful that I had personally gone to such lengths for her. It was rather cliché, but demonstrably effective. I picked up the B1 unit's head and attached a cord from the table to it. Even though she'd failed, she provided meaningful intelligence. Understanding how the Royals fought will be of use the next time we launch a similar operation. I might as well also take a look to see the face of this representative Kryze, to put a face to my eventual enemy. It's most likely that Vika had uploaded an image to our database, but it is easier to look her up on the holonet. I had never bothered to look too closely into the Mandalorian royal family as I had no way of reaching out and touching them yet, as well as having a somewhat busy schedule until recently. Soon enough, I would soon have. What the fuck? My thoughts were interrupted as the face of the princess was displayed before me, causing my eyes to widen at the familiar face. It's just ever so slightly different, but yet it was definitely her. The girl I'd seen all those years ago floating above Moscow. That angelic demon decimating the heart of communism. I felt that old familiar need to correct, to reform, and control what was before me again. Looking upon her, my smile widening as a familiar feeling in this life bubbled up within my core. Fantasies causing me to shift in my seat and lick my lips. She was gorgeous, where others would have been ruined by the passage of time she remained as enticing, as valuable and pure as the soft maidens who had taken the first unsteady steps into womanhood. A prize like no other, a royal princess no less. I could envision her now, the big sister for all my other girls. A centerpiece rose just for me. Ah, glorious! Was this some play by that foolish creature who called himself God to draw me away from my path of proving its uselessness? If it was, I would have to move carefully. It was a perfect chance to demonstrate exactly how little a well-oiled centrally planned state needed the petty opium of the masses. I would have that girl. I would convert her to communism, and I would prove God as useless as I promised I would. The foolish thing that had given me this form as punishment for my perfectly natural appetite. A lifetime shouting into the cold wind, of careful plotting and killing when necessary. Networking in cold cantinas and making speeches to tired and angry workers. Creating the conditions for a revolution that would free the workers of ANTV, that would one day free the galaxy. After I had suffered so much, worked so hard, did I not deserve personal attendance? Was it so much to ask that I surround myself with noble beauties? Of course not. For as ever, I was simply on the right side of history. Geonosis, wastes. Engis Ordo. Grunting, I continued my trek across the red sand to get to another set of cliffs, trying to find somewhere that we would be out of sight. All this while I'm carrying Tanya over my shoulder as best I could. It had been a close call. The ship had been hit by some sort of ion weapon that knocked us out of the sky. Thankfully, the redundant systems had kicked in at the last minute, which provided enough energy to the engine and shields that when we had crashed into the surface of the planet, we didn't explode into a million pieces. However, it wasn't enough to save the ship as it crashed into the side of a mountain. When we inspected the damage, we found that the engines were crushed in the impact and the hull was ripped in several places, which meant we were grounded. We had a couple choices at that point. Either stay there and surrender or walk as a group and be caught, or split up into group pairs and try and keep ourselves moving until rescue arrived. Knowing Tanya, she probably already had some form of rescue on the way. She always had plans for backup plans. We had decided to split up, get as far away from each other as possible, and just try to hold out until rescue arrived. So we'd split into 3 groups, me and Tanya, who is not conscious as she's been knocked out in the crash and we hadn't had time to see to inspect her before we split up. Captain Stroke and Castle headed north towards some spires, probably intending to see if they could get inside them and find some way to get in contact with anyone else, just in case we needed another word out. Morrison and Mock headed east, deeper into the canyons that seem to make up the majority of this planet's surface. I had elected to carry Tanya south, into what looks like the most inhospitable piece of terrain on the entire planet. Mainly because it looked like they didn't have any signs of civilization in this area for at least a millennia. I don't know what had happened to the others, as we have kept radio silence, but so far we had managed to avoid detection. This terrain was very dry, even more so than some of the planets I had seen so far. It wasn't like there aren't any non-desert regions on this planet, but in this area there are sand dunes, buffeting cliff sides of rock, while most was just flatlands and just dry sand. It made it a little bit harder to cross, but the cliffs did provide enough cover so we were not seen by anyone looking for us. When the crash happened, everyone else had been rather okay. Tanya on the other hand had been knocked unconscious due to where she'd been. As a result I had to carry her the entire time, which is kind of hard, but I figured out a way to do it using magnets in her vambraces. I had connected her arms together and put them around my neck. Then I simply just carried her with my 2 hands holding her legs to my sides. So far it worked out fine, even with the extra weight from her wearing her full armor, it was not that big of an issue. And that didn't include the extra weight from the pair of blaster rifles I had strapped to her armor before we started off. All those months of doing PT are really coming in handy right now. Even though she had been out for almost 2 hours at this point, I think I needed to take a break somewhere and see to her wounds soon. There's a possibility that perhaps she had some deeper damage than just the forehead bump. I'll have to check to make sure. I'm still wearing my Royal Guard armor, since we didn't exactly have time to switch from that to something that offered a little bit more protection after the crash. But I worked with what I had as I carried the Force staff in between me and Tanya by magnetizing it to my back. Though I think I'd also magnetized Tanya's front plate of her armor to my back as well. I wasn't exactly sure how powerful the magnet is and if it would work that way. Either way, I need to take a stop soon to rest and possibly pull off the blue robes and rub it around in this red sand. Blue would stand out too much in the soil here, the silver armor would also stand out as it is a reflective beacon if it is illuminated by the desert sun. So I probably should coat it in some dirt too to try and make it harder to spot us from a distance. I think I saw a cave coming up on the side of the cliff not too far in front of us. It would be a good place to rest, to cover my armor in dirt, and check on Tanya's condition. The cave is also a good place to take shelter from the elements as well as prying eyes from above. There was of course the chance that there might be some bugs in that cave. I supposed all the cave systems on this planet were interconnected in one way or another, but hopefully we'd get lucky and that no one would be living in it. Just to be on the safe side, we'll rest at the opening and not go any deeper. My thoughts were interrupted as I heard a mumble of annoyance from behind me, causing my head to tilt a little bit, but not too much. I didn't want to whack Tanya unconscious with the crest of my helmet. Tanya? I asked, trying to see how she was doing. She muttered something in gibberish that sounded fairly angry and barky before I felt her shake her head and say, "Where are we?" "About a mile south or more from our crash site," I said as I turned back towards the cave and started walking again. They shot us down, but we managed to not end up splattered in a crater thanks to the captain and the redundant systems kicking in at the last second. "Remind me to give him a pay raise when we get out of here." I saw her hands working the mechanism that kept her vambraces magnetized together. "Do you think you can walk?" I asked as she pressed the button releasing them. "I can walk," she said as I lowered myself so she could get off my back. Once she's on her feet I stood back up to check on her. "She looks all right, a little unsteady on her feet." I offered an arm for her to hold on to and said, "Yeah, best to hold on until we get into that cave, just so you don't go tumbling down the sand dunes." She nodded her head and draped her arm over my shoulder and we started walking again. We're only a few yards away from the cave at this point, so it wasn't that far of a walk. We soon passed from the glaring sun that was soon to pass beyond a nearby mountain range into the darkness of the cave. Carefully, I turned on a light on my armor's vambrace. Now we could see where we were going. Soon we found a place where we can rest out to the side of the entrance. I took the staff off my back and left it against the side of the wall before lowering Tanya so that she is resting against the side of the cave. I followed suit and leaned against the wall across from her. Resting her head, Tanya said, "How long have I been out? What's going on? And how many emergencies have come up since I've been out?" "You've been out for a couple of hours," I said. "Not many emergencies happened after the crash. We decided to split up and head in different directions so it'll be harder to track us. We kind of assumed that you were making a call for aid before the ship crashed and assumed that staying free was the best option." She made a pained noise as she pulled off her helmet, revealing that the bruise on her forehead was going to be a bit of a shiner for sure. It was definitely looking a bit inflamed, as she's rubbing it gently as if trying to get to go down. She then said, "You're right, I was calling for help. We should have someone on the way to help us out. Although something tells me it'll probably be 24 hours before they show up." Pulling my helmet off, I opened up a side bag on my belt and pulled out some pain medication and offered it to Tanya. "Well, 24 hours isn't too bad. I think we can hide out in some of these caves for that long. The question is, how are we going to get in contact with the help you called for?" She smiled and took the medication from me, popping the pill into her mouth before saying, "That's not a problem, the help I called will have our transmitter codes so they'll call us. We just need to be somewhere on the surface to pick it up. The real problem will probably be escaping this planet with the help. The droids are most likely on high alert now and a high alert security is generally not good for people who want to escape a planet." She leaned her head back and closed her eyes making a humming sound as she thought of a solution before adding, "Of course it might not be as hard as I fear. They probably have plenty of ships lying about and they need to load them up with droids after all. It's probably a good idea to track one of them down and steal a ride on one. We need to hope that they aren't scanning for life forms or there's some sort of biological crew." That doesn't seem too hard," I said jokingly before adding, "We're going to need a lot of energy to pull that off and to make sure we're well hydrated." I reached into my side and pulled off the canteen there before offering it to Tanya. She chuckled and quickly took a gulp or two of water before closing it up and asked, "What kind of gear do we have?" "My staff and armor, your armor, and that blaster rifle I grabbed before we left the ratio," I said matter-of-factly with a shrug. "Not a lot but enough," she said with a nod. Grabbing the rifle, she checked it over before saying, "Vi's going to bring in some help to get us off planet. Most likely within the next 24 hours, we'll need to be somewhere that they can find us easily enough as well as finding the others and get them together as well. Have any ideas?" I asked. "One, it's not a good one, but it's one. We need to find out what they're doing with Kenobi." I blinked before asking, "Okay, Kenobi's been taken prisoner. Are we going to execute a rescue mission?" "Exactly, we need to find out what happened to him, where he's being held, and move to rescue him. We do that and it should be a big enough noisemaker that the others should find us quickly enough. Not to mention if the Republic's going to do anything about what's going on here, they're going to come here to rescue Kenobi. The Jedi would probably do that as well, so we improve our chances of survivability if we have him on our side. I nodded my head as what she said made some sense. How are we going to track down Kenobi though? I asked. That's simple, she said while getting back up. She holstered her rifle as she continued, if they shot us down, they'd probably assume that anyone from the Republic who's not on their side is a spy. Spies usually end up executed, which means a Jedi spy it's most likely to be ruled as an enemy agent and be set for execution. And executions will usually be very public. They want to encourage their people to see the Jedi as the bad guy and that they can be killed. I nodded along following this train of thought. Why does this sound so familiar? Which means they're going to pull a Gare. Tanya no. Tanya yes. But we don't have your silver armor and you can't exactly pose as a regular civilian in this situation that was drafted to be shooting the prisoners. True, Tanya said with a smile reaching down and picking up her helmet and sliding it back on, but we don't need to take part in that sort of theatrics, we just need to rescue him before they march him out into the public square and shoot him. They'll most likely be in a cell close to a coliseum. So we just need to get a map of the area, find out where the closest coliseum is, and be in a position to rescue him when the time comes. I'm not sure about this, Tanya. I said getting up and putting my own helmet on. We're putting a lot at stake in this sort of situation. Of course we are, but there's a good chance that the Jedi will be doing something as well. If we run into them, that means we can ally with them quickly and increase our chances of survival. With enough chaos that will hopefully draw the others of our party to the Colosseum and we'll just get the hell out. Perhaps even the aid we're trying to bring in will arrive before then as well. So we're basically hoping for enough chaos that the droids would be too busy to have the attention to prevent our escape. If you want to put it in those words, yes. I would rather say we're making enough chaos that we can escape. Letting out a deep breath, I wanted to bring up some way of saying that this was a bad idea. But, well, the fact of the matter was it could work and knowing Tanya she seems to have the ability to pull it off, I will just have to trust her luck. Alright Tanya, I know better than to argue with you once you've made up your mind. Let's do this. Geonosis, Underground Network. Core Castle. Strangling a being is not exactly easy. There's a lot of muscles in the way of closing a person's air hole at play. Of course they would also fight you for every last breath they could get in, not wanting to fall unconscious and be left at your mercy. Thankfully, Genosians don't follow that rule well. I mean they were trying to fight back and prevent me from choking them out, but they didn't have a lot of muscles around the throat area. In fact it was just enough that, with a sickening crunch I crushed its windpipe and the creature slowly asphyxiated until it went limp on the ground dead with its tongue laying loose from its mouth. Its wings flickered up and down as if it was trying to fly away even in death. Shaking my head I said, oops. Which got me a look from Strook as if he didn't believe me. He rolled his eyes as the one he'd been strangling fell over unconscious. That could have gone better. He said, shaking his head as he stepped over the body into this command and control center we found. It looks like this was the center where they controlled most of the factories in this region. Going by the information displayed in BASIC, they were producing a lot of droids. I don't even think there were that many droids inside the entire Mandalore sector. How are the numbers correct? There might even be more droids here than there were civilians on Coruscant. That is a massive army. Captain Strook commented, as he shook his head while looking over the screens in front of him. He then leaned over and started to attach a cord of his vambrace to the console. What are you doing? I asked as I kept an eye on the hallway that led us here, making sure no one was following us or would catch us by surprise. We can run around this planet all we want, but sooner or later we're going to need to try and find the others. If I get access to these computers we'd have a general idea of all the goings-on this planet. I might not be a very good slicer, but Mach wrote a very easy-to-use slicing program that does most of the work for me. Now my vambrace should get updates about any troublemakers who are on the planet, troublemakers like Ordo and Tanya. What about Morrison and Mach? I asked. I looked over at him only to get a shake of his head in response. Morrison's not an idiot. I don't think she'd get herself in trouble. Mach could fuck it up, but it's more likely they're not going to be doing the exact thing I'm doing, only better. In fact, there's a better chance of me fucking this up and starting an alarm than anything going wrong with Mach. He said with a shrug as he pressed a few buttons and said, "Program's finished." As he disconnected his vambrace, he continued, "Now let's get back out of here." Nodding in agreement, we quickly left the small security office and started to make our way deeper into the facility trying to find somewhere that wasn't exactly that well patrolled. Thank the Manda that droids were absolutely stupid. Since several patrols had passed us and all we had to do was pop into a room as soon as we heard the clanking of their heels on the ground. We played this game of cat and mouse with the droids, with them occasionally walking past our hiding places for a good 30 minutes before we found a supply closet to hide in. I figured we were probably as deep into the facility as we could go, not too far away from some of the main production areas, but an area that doesn't appear to be patrolled as much. Makes sense that the deeper into the facility you are, the less likely you are to run into a patrol. After all, if they believe that they would catch you in the outer layers, they wouldn't look as closely at the inner layers. Taking a seat by a box of robotic factory arms, most likely as replacements when one of the assembly line arms broke, I asked to pass the time. So, was this what you were expecting when you signed up to be a guard for a new Mandu princess? 'Cause I'll be honest, none of this was what I ever expected I would be doing. The captain was standing by the door with a B1 droid head in his hands. He was examining it as he looked over it. Same, I did not expect any of this to happen. I was quite sure that it would be a rather peaceful posting till I retired. Finding out that my charge is a revolutionary was a surprise. But I should have expected it since she was trained by Bo-Katan, a known follower of the old ways. Ah, now I see where she got her old Mandu way of thinking from. At least I didn't get left behind with Vi and Tabi again. I said while shaking my head. Felt like I kind of lost out on all the fighting last time. The captain shook his head before he took a seat on another crate across from me. Thing is, we didn't actually get that much fighting last time. I mean we fought, but most of the city was already against Gare by that point. We just directed the revolt in the right direction. Still better than watching the couple go clothes shopping. You have not known absolute boredom until you watch a man and his girlfriend model clothing for each other for hours on end. Captain chuckled at that comment while nodding his head in agreement. Believe me, I know the feeling. Had to watch over my sister's kids for a few weeks, and my niece usually spends her time with her friends at the mall. Being the only adult to a group of teenage girls at the mall is a tiring and thankless job. Anyway, I'm kind of glad that Tanya sent them away to Gargan. With any luck they won't get involved in this situation by being Tanya's alter ego. But if they do, at least it's the alter ego and not her identity. I nodded at that before adding, yeah, I'm surprised she didn't decide that this whole assassin problem is her alter ego's problem and go posing as Silver again to solve it. He shrugged before saying, I think it just got a little bit personal for her. The senator is her friend and someone attacking her friend might have been one of those things that's unforgivable. As well as the fact that Silver had no reason to personally care for Amidala, so showing up as Tanya is a reasonable decision. There's the whole fact that last time someone assaulted the identity of White Silver she needed to respond as White Silver herself in that situation. So because it affects one identity she only deals with it in that identity. Okay, that makes sense. It means we'll never see White Silver handling issues for Tanya, right? Captain Stroke shrugged before saying, no idea, I would like to think so. She obviously uses her money as Tanya to finance White Silver's gear and she's obviously made profit as White Silver for Tanya, so it's very likely that those two are intermingled to some extent. It's just a matter of if she'll decide to intermingle more than just finances. Wonderful, I can't wait to lead a crusade at ANTV. I said with annoyance, shaking my head. Why is that? The captain asked. The planet those droids came from on Tatooine. Apparently they were there to assassinate or arrest her and Tanya gave the impression that she really did not like that. I wouldn't be surprised if White Silver would find herself not liking that soon too. That's probably the best route to handle them when you think about it. ANTV does not play nice with the rest of the Mandalorian sectors so the Royal Guard can't go in there and deal with them. But if mercenaries under the aegis of White Silver started to cause trouble for those Ice Worlders, that would handle that problem I would say. Oh boy, that's going to be a hell of a fight when that happens. I said with an amused smile while leaning back and thinking of the possibility of leading some men to battle. Before I could raise any other thoughts, Stroke stopped me by raising his hand and raised his vambrace closer to his eyes to read something before sighing, that's just great, according to this Tanya and Ordo have been captured. I blinked a couple of times and then swore. Any idea where they're taking them? I asked starting to get up. From what I'm reading they've been judged criminals of the state and are going to be executed along with the criminal Obi-Wan Kenobi tomorrow. Wonderful. He said sarcastically while shaking his head. Getting up, he grabbed his own staff, looks like we're going to have to rescue them. Looks like. I said, shaking my head. Geonosis, prison ward. Key Morrison. Hey, watch it. I said as I was shoved through the steel door into a cell next to Mox. No one cares about your opinions, Princess. Came the voice of the former leader of the Trade Federation, who stepped in front of the cell I had just been shoved into. You have been judged a criminal and a spy, Princess of Mandalore. As a result, you and your friend there will be executed with the other spy, Obi-Wan Kenobi, tomorrow. Enjoy your last few pitiful hours Republic scum, for tomorrow we will see just how good of a fighter you Mandalorians really are. I doubt you'll even survive 10 minutes against the beasts of the Colosseum. Newt Gunray laughed as he walked away, leaving me alone with Mock as he did. I waited till I heard the automatic doors close before saying, can he not tell the difference between brown and green armor? You think he's colorblind? Mock looked up from where he was attempting to investigate the wall panels, most likely trying to find some way to get out and said, I would guess so, since he thinks you're Tanya. It is funny though. It is your job to impersonate her, so congratulations. I roll my eyes, mission accomplished then. We had screwed up. Our resident genius here had made the idea that we'd go into the tunnels and see if we could find our way into a factory and hack the droid brains to see if we couldn't get ourselves more help or at the very least sabotage the factory so that we have less droids to deal with. That had gone over as badly as one would expect. I mean, he managed to get a couple droids online and fighting with us before we had basically been overwhelmed under a wall of new droids with shields that mowed down whatever droid that we managed to reprogram because we couldn't exactly pierce their shields. So we basically were pinned behind cover until they stopped firing and demanded our surrender. From there they'd stripped us of our guns but left us in our armor and shoved us into a transport. From there we've been transferred to this Colosseum building and had to deal with Newt Gunray gloating about our capture for the last half hour. He was just so smug about catching Tanya that I just couldn't bother to even correct him. Well, that and it was again my job to pose as Tanya. I didn't expect them to not be able to tell the difference between brown and green armor, but hey, a victory is a victory. I wouldn't put it past him to think that all humans looked alike. Sitting down at the back of the cell I asked, so what's our plan now? He replied, I'm working on it. Before he continued to work on whatever it is he's doing, leaving me alone in my thoughts. Well, I would assume the plan is to escape. A voice from the cell next to mine called out. I pressed my face against the bars and I could just barely see into the next cell. I managed to get a glimpse inside the next cell and noticed their prison arrangements were a bit more spacious. More importantly, the cell was blocked by a red shield and occupied. Inside is one Jedi Knight we had just seen not 4 hours ago, looking rather annoyed as he's floating around continuously in a circle at a slow rate. Kenobi? I asked. Getting a smile from him as he turned to me saying, yes, that would be me. I assume that you're part of Tanya's party. Yeah, that would be us. I responded, looking around the hallway to make sure that there were no guards listening in. If they thought I was Tanya, it was probably better for Tanya that it stays that way. It would mean that they wouldn't go looking for her anymore. So I thought I better keep an eye open and make sure that no one overheard our conversation. Do you have any ideas for how to escape this situation, Jedi? I asked while looking around. Well, the easiest way would be to somehow disable this ray shield. Without it we could break out of here rather easily. We'd still have to fight our way out, but it is possible. Unfortunately, I can't exactly reach the shield controls and something tells me you can't either. I looked at our slicer who responded with a hum before saying, I could probably cut my door open with my plasma torch, but it'd take a few minutes and it isn't exactly subtle. If there is a panel that I can slice into, I'd probably be able to unlock the bars. But there isn't any way for me to access the controls from here. So I can't do that either. Well, that's unfortunate. I guess we'll have to go with Plan B. What's Plan B? I asked. I'll let you know when I have Plan B. It'll most likely require us to break out when they take us to the Colosseum. Hopefully we'll have help coming or assume the others that are with Tanya are still on the loose. They are. Then we are not without hope. That and I trust in the Force that something will come to give us a way out of this situation. We just need to wait long enough for help to appear. I blinked before saying, I guess we have to trust your wizardry and Tanya then, Jedi. Personally, I would prefer to have some sort of blaster and just break our way out of here. I know you Mandalorians prefer your blasters. Sometimes you need to be patient for more civilized weapons to make their move. Alright. I said before taking a seat again under the window and asked, so, does anyone know any games? We are kind of just stuck here, might as well try and kill time until tomorrow. I heard Obi-Wan chuckle before saying, well, I guess we could play I Spy, but I think mine would be rather boring considering I can only view everything around me in a circle. Mock shook his head before saying, I got a chessboard hologram on my vambrace, give me a minute. Chapter 38. 716 FNM, 22 BBY. Month 6. Geonosis, Arena VIP Balcony. Count Dooku. What a waste all of this is. My efforts to negotiate for the release of the Mandalorian representative's friends as well as Jedi Knight Kenobi were in vain. Unfortunately, for all of my influence and popularity within the Separatist Council, that does not equate to having absolute authority. That is the price I have to pay for having the Separatists use a form of democratic system. The majority have voted to have all 3 of them executed, and to locate and eliminate the other remaining 4 post-haste. Such a pointless waste of potential. Even with Kenobi implying that I have a bit more connections to Jango Fett than I'd initially let on, I still believe it was still feasible to bring him to our side by feigning ignorance to Gunray's intentions and plot. Yet that opportunity is not to be. I see Kenobi being chained to a pylon along with the 2 captured Mandalorians, while 3 massive beasts are slowly herded into the arena. If the princess's companions are killed, then Mandalore would have a legitimate claim to side with the Republic, but much more importantly, Ms. Kryze would be lost as an asset to me. So much potential, squandered. If that wasn't enough, this style of execution itself is a disgrace. I had to concede to this event because we are on Geonosis, we had to abide by its people law and custom. The issue is that their preferred method of executing foreign spies is a blood sport. It is barely even a sport, as the convicted are chained to a pylon and thus unable to defend themselves in some small ways. However, this is their world and the plan still requires their factories, so I had to endure this pointless spectacle. At least the condemned are doing an admirable job of preparing themselves to fight back. The female Mandalorian, who is probably Ms. Kry's handmaiden, is yanking up at her chain while crawling up the monolith to get away from the approaching creatures. The royal guard is severing his shackles with what appears to be a plasma cutter from his prosthetic arm, which is an unexpected surprise. Meanwhile, Kenobi appears to be preparing to try and use the insect's claws to free himself. This blatant barbarism is one of the many reasons why I do not respect some of the allies that I had to gather. While these creatures were quite industrious with their factory, that did not mean that they were all intelligent. Genosians are biologically stratified by birth, with only their highest caste members possessing the reasoning capacity necessary for membership in the Separatists. The individuals in the stadium today are not members of that caste. They are simple folk, here to enjoy the show, taste a bit of bread and circus before they go back to their true purpose. I sighed as I refocused my gaze to the arena below, masking my frustration behind a veil of disinterest. My presence was necessary as the leader of the Separatists. I had to observe justice administered, even if I thought the form of justice was rather foolish. I admit, this was of my own missteps, the consequence of not fully consolidating control over the Separatists. My original plan had called for the Separatist Council to have some independent autonomy, to further confuse the truth from the Republic's propaganda as well as to delegate the majority of the non-essential work to others while I focus on more critical tasks. This meant occasionally giving the illusion that I was willing to heed the Separatist Council's opinions. However, in this particular situation, there was terribly little I could do in the way of overwhelming political maneuvering and even less to overrule this farce. My only hope now lies in Ms. Kry's manages to escape off-world so that we may meet again in the future. If she is still alive, it is still possible that I can still convince her to join my side. So long as she still lived, I am content that I would have another chance to draw her into my service, even if it would have to be merely as my apprentice and not a member of the Confederacy with the support of the Mandalore sector. Her survival would also prevent Mandalore from joining the war on the Republic's side. Although, should Mandalore join them, they were hardly all that important in the grand scheme of things. Curiosity and another more distinct sensation came from the force that gave me pause. This sensation of calm peace reminded me so much of the Jedi Temple and at such intensity that I can sense the arrival of more than 100 Jedi stepping on Geonosis surfaces. How interesting. Exactly how they managed to land on the planet without alerting the fleet in orbit is a mystery to me. There were plenty of starfighters in existence, and there are larger vessels they could have used to transport such a large number of Jedi. Despite my uncertainty about their method of arrival and how they managed to get past the fleet in orbit, the reason for their presence was clear. The droids were positioned to march into the arena at my signal. The trap was set and it was only a matter of time until the Jedi would make their appearance, likely when they believed they had the upper hand. I also felt the absence of Jango. With 100 Jedi about to arrive, I could have used more reliable individuals capable of reducing their number down to a more manageable size. Of course, I didn't enjoy the idea of killing my former Jedi brethren, but I would never get a more perfect opportunity to make myself apparent as a Sith. Once the Jedi caught a glimpse of my red lightsaber, they would assume that I am the Sith Lord, the one who orchestrated the events of Nabal years before. The mere sight of a Sith would be enough to draw the Jedi Order into the conflict. Tanya had described it as a theological dispute, and it was apt enough as any description. Despite the fact that their involvement would only serve to diminish their own strength and cloud their judgment, they would push forward nonetheless. Naturally, this would depend on survivors being able to report back. Knowing the Jedi, they would not surrender once given the opportunity. Jedi doctrine dictated that there must be no compromise with the dark side and the Sith, and thus they will fight to the bitter end. This will ultimately serve my purpose. No doubt the galactic shock of so many Jedi dying in this battle would be even more devastating than the tragedy at Baltazar. A disaster of such magnitude would finally force Master Yoda to the conclusion that I was the Dark Lord. There was no way he would miss the significance of such an event, and he would rally the entirety of the Jedi Order against me. Win or lose, everything now is proceeding exactly as my master planned. I allowed myself a little smirk at how easy the Jedi had fallen into our trap. A blaster bolt from somewhere struck the tri-horned beast in the neck, killing it instantly. I blinked, trying to figure out where that bolt had come from. What's going on? Gunray asked beside me. Another blaster bolt from a different direction killed the rat lion mid-climb on the pillar that the female Mandalorian was sheltering on top of. Poggle the Lesser began to speak, clicking rapidly enough it was difficult for me to parse for a moment. Guards and droids surged into the arena, but that didn't stop a third shot from bringing the large bug creature to collapse in front of Kenobi. There are snipers. We need to get out of here, and Gunray started to turn before he stopped mid-sentence and I heard a familiar voice behind us. I don't think you'll be going anywhere. Came the voice of Tanya, causing me to smile in excitement for the well-executed surprise reveal. Turning, I saw that Ms. Kryes is still in her green armor, with a small dent in one side of her helmet suggesting some damage. She held a blaster rifle aimed at Poggle while another Mandalorian in Royal Guard armor pointed a shock staff at Gunray. This is one surprise after another. I was aware of the Jedi's arrival, but to have Ms. Kryes make an appearance instead of staying hidden is unexpected. I felt a long-forgotten thrill at seeing someone surpass my expectations. Representative Kryes, I said with a bow, what pleasure to see you again. Count Dooku, she replied, sounding rather sour towards me, mind explaining to me why my ship was shot out of the sky when I was well within my rights to leave? You owe me a ship. The Separatist Council deemed it too much of a risk that you are a potential spy that needed to be stopped. I, of course, raised objections regarding your treatment, which unfortunately were ignored. However, it is good to see that you have survived. I very nearly didn't. Such are the pitfalls of democracy. I opined. Glancing towards Poggle, I added, perhaps we could start negotiations afresh with these new circumstances. The helmeted Mandalorian never stopped looking at Poggle, keeping the gun level and steady on his head. Representative Kryes, don't you think it's a bit extreme to point a weapon at a head of state? After all, you're known for your pacifistic views. I attempted to intervene, trying to calm the situation. One reason was because Poggle was an ally, but the other reason was that I noticed something amiss. Despite her reputation as a pacifist, her grip on the blaster rifle was unwavering and her aim was steady. There was no wavering or slight tremble in her hand, and her aim was true. This raised some questions. Pacifism doesn't mean lacking the ability to fight. It means choosing not to initiate violence and avoiding conflict whenever possible. But your Separatist Council started a fight with me when they shot down my ship and attempted to murder my retinue. So I suggest you persuade your Separatist Council here to have my associates released and secure me a new ship to leave this planet. I'll also be taking Kenobi while I'm at it. Gunray spoke up and said, you cannot listen to these terrorists, they are holding us hostage while threatening our lives. We can't give them anything. Someone, shoot her or something. Tanya's helmet tilted a bit to the side before saying, Ordo, shut him up for me, would you? Of course, Princess. Without much fanfare, Ordo poked his staff to Gunray, causing him to spasm as electrical currents went through him. Eventually, Gunray collapsed into the arms of his panicked subordinate, who looked back and forth in fear and confusion. Hardly the most diplomatic course of action, Princess. I commented absent-mindedly. We are having a nice and calm negotiation. He wanted to end that negotiation with bloodshed and murder. I think we can both agree it's better for him to not be involved any further. I chuckled at the humiliation of Newt Gunray. He was certainly one of the more predictable and annoying leaders among the Separatists. One of the many reasons he had managed to survive for so long. Yes, I suppose you are right about that, despite my reservations. Shaking my head, I turned back to the arena and said, I suppose I can ask Poggle the Lesser about the release of the prisoners. I approached him and he turned to me, nodding before issuing orders to one of his guards. The guard flew off, I assume to either relay the message or carry out Tanya's request. I'll have to be cautious in how I handle this situation. If Tanya poses a threat to me, I may have to take action, but if she was just threatening those around me, well, I could just play the level-headed politician trying to regain control of the situation. Turning back towards the Mandalorian, I asked, is this not a daring move on your part? After all, there are only 4 of you in total in this arena, 2 snipers and the 2 of you trying to rescue your 3 companions down there. And that is before you attempt to commandeer a ship off this world. Boldness is sometimes needed for a quick victory. Better to go for the root of the problem, than to get stuck in the weeds of the supporting units. That, I can agree with. A new voice came from the dark hallway behind the balcony, causing nearly everyone's eyes to turn in that direction. I noticed that Tanya stayed focused on Poggle. Ah, Master Windu, I was wondering when you were going to make your appearance. I said with a small smile. This ends now, Count Dooku. You and your accomplices are under arrest by order of the Republic and the Chancellor. Mace Windu declared, and with that, lightsabers lit up all across the stadium, revealing hundreds of Jedi, exactly as I suspected. Between their lightsabers and what I could sense with the Force, I suspected their numbers were still quite low, only a few hundred, possibly less. Oh? I don't think so. I countered with a shake of my head before adding, you must realize how impossibly outnumbered you are. Now hold on here, Tanya spoke up, interrupting the lovely show I was having with a former friend, you cannot just arrest a head of a foreign state. I'm sorry, what? Mace Windu asked, turning towards her. Yes, that does seem to be a rather confusing statement, considering you 2 are currently threatening the life of a head of a foreign state. I pointed out. An aggressive negotiating tactic. The blaster is still set to stun. However, the diplomatic cost of the Jedi attempting to arrest the head of a foreign state is a lot more problematic than me negotiating the release of my subordinates. Windu glanced at Tanya but never let his focus leave Dooku. Our actions have been sanctioned by the Office of the Supreme Chancellor. Then the Chancellor has overstepped his bounds. Did the Senate vote on this? The Senate has granted him emergency powers for the duration of this crisis involving the Separatist Alliance. They what? Tanya said, her rifle finally lowered in disbelief. It happened yesterday. Mace Windu informed the group, still holding his lightsaber ready to fight, even though I had yet to even reach for my blade. Tanya's helmet tilted towards me before saying, I always knew this war was going to be inevitable, but this is happening a lot faster than I thought it would. Yes, war is inevitable. I said with a nod, approving of her thoughts on the matter. And I'm afraid this little conversation we have been having will have to end with a sour note. As I said that, the echoing of droid footsteps started to build up everywhere as the droids I had placed around the arena came online and finally went into action. Windu tilted his head to look back at the incoming horde of super battle droids and had to raise his blade to block the fire that was coming at him, being that he was right in the opening of the wall. The young royal guard jumped right out of the way of the fire and Tanya finally aimed her blaster rifle towards me. A mistake I was anticipating. I pulled it out of her hands with a force pull, tossing it over the edge. How about you surrender now, Ms. Cries? I will guarantee your safety, I lied. I actually am planning to have her spirited off towards Sorano. Perhaps I would have the opportunity to induct the young princess into my new order now and not later. I thought I had disarmed her, but that proved to be false. The girl drew a grenade and threw it into the incoming horde of droids. The grenade released a loud snap and tiny cloud of smoke. The resulting electrical discharge disabled most of the droids at the front, causing their bodies to clutter the floor. Although that only prevented the remaining droids from continuing their advance. The surviving droids still continued their barrage of blaster fire, forcing Windu to jump over the side of the arena wall to escape. I'm afraid not. I don't trust your Separatist Council not to execute me while I'm in your custody after what I've seen of its utter farcical dysfunction. Maybe once you get them under control and actually create a respectable Outer Rim government, then we'll talk about basic things like surrender or diplomacy. Tanya said, before activating a jetpack. She crosses above the balcony's entrance and the droid's line of fire. From there, she regrouped with her male companion. Regrettable, but we shall be in touch. I called out to her retreating form. Tanya grabbed the royal guard, then jetpacked over the side of the arena wall. As far as I'm aware, jetpacks aren't really meant to bear the weight of multiple people, but apparently a controlled descent is within its capabilities. I shook my head as I saw her choose to go with the Jedi. In the arena below, the Jedi were in a tight formation, at risk of being overwhelmed by the blaster fire of the droids. She would all die under the merciless blaster fire of the droids. It would be a great loss, but what could you do? It also appears that Ms. Cries retrieved a blaster and made quick use of it. Nearby B1s were eliminated with headshots before she joined the ranks of the Jedi. Droids took note of the pair and several larger turrets slowly retargeted, even while her companion blocked incoming fire with his armor and staff. Unfortunate that she had chosen her fate and would die with the rest. Turning towards Poggle the Lesser, I asked, I hope you are well. He made a few clicks before acknowledging that he was. I turned to Gunray, who was slowly coming back into consciousness. He blinked once and twice and muttered that he was fine before getting up and asking, where is that girl? Did we shoot her? I chuckled, yes, my friend. She is currently being shot at this very moment. I spread my arms expansively, towards the arena, which was now a chaotic battlefield of Jedi with a few Mandalorians. The pair of Mandalorian snipers had abandoned their cover, firing openly into the melee below. The battlefield is a disorganized mess, no lines and no attempts to control, all personal combat, all fighting of desperate nature as more and more droids pour into the arena. The Jedi were being forced back, they were taking losses now that they were no longer in the stands where they had started. All of them are now in the arena, which was turning into a trap for the Jedi. Droids surrounded them in a kill zone, taking up positions in the stands as well as coming in from the various entrances surrounding the arena. Sooner or later a Jedi would make a mistake in their defense, be overwhelmed by the sheer number of bolts, or allow a stray sniper shot through. Jedi Force senses were weaker at a large distance, sometimes they wouldn't realize that they were being shot from a distance by sniper droids. Either way they were falling in a pocket near the center that was starting to form which would be overwhelmed soon enough. At least I thought it would be, before a large freighter flew over the arena and began to descend into it. It is a tight fit, the freighter is just barely able to fit into the arena. Several guns mounted above and below the freighter's main hull rained down fire on the droids in every direction. The freighter's guns were doing a good job of blasting areas of the arena into shards of debris that rained down on droids and Genosians alike. I noticed that the turrets seemed to favor the Genosian sonic cannons that were being rolled out, preventing them from damaging the ship. This freighter is not a design I was familiar with, and it is definitely not Republic as it was far too compact for their usual taste. It reminded me of the Coraline's utilitarian design. As the vessel slowly rotated, allowing its cannons to fire on areas that were slightly out of its range, a moment before I saw an insignia on the side of the hull that looked like 4 wings branching from a single point. A faction I am not familiar with, at least not one I had any interest in. Now that interest quickly grew as doors on the bottom side of the ship opened to reveal hundreds of Mandalorians. They fell from the bottom of the ship before engaging their jetpacks to land around the Jedi, providing cover with their own guns and helping to reinforce the line that the Jedi had been building. "What is going on?" came the panicked and frightened voice of Gunray. That caused me to look over at him with a bit of amusement before saying, "War." However, it appears that a new faction has decided to come out and play. I watched the Mandalorians wearing various colors, who I suspect are mercenaries. The only thing distinguishing them is a set of white stripes on their armor. They begin to gain control of the situation and assist a few wounded Jedi onto ropes that pull them up into the waiting ship above. Some stronger Jedi were using force jumps to speed up the evacuation by lifting themselves up. Shaking my head, I turned back towards Gunray and said, "It would appear that they have a Pyrrhic victory today." I turned away from the arena and the remains of dead droids, dead Jedi, as well as a small number of Mandalorians left behind. It's quite apparent that the Jedi had failed in their goals, but now the question is, what are they going to do now that they've been forced to retreat? They would have nowhere else to go but orbit, which my ships should be able to deal with. If that vessel tried to escape the system, they were on borrowed time. The Separatists' fleet in orbit was interdicting traffic through any of the known trade lanes. They were not going to escape Geonosis. A guard flew over to Poggle the Lesser and started speaking to him quietly and urgently. Poggle turned to me before turning to me and spoke in his native language. "An unknown fleet of vessels has entered orbit. I am getting reports that they are performing landing operations across the planet, specifically around areas where we have military installations and factories." "Ah, the judicial forces, I take it. Most likely some mercenary fleet rented by the Corps. We must prepare for the defense of this planet, we cannot let it fall to the Republic." Poggle nodded before flying off and I turned towards Gunray and said, "It would appear that your options are now completely gone when it comes to how to handle the future. May I assume that you are officially part of the Confederacy at this point?" Gunray nodded, letting out a sigh before saying, "That appears to be the only option left. Yes, I will contact the ships in orbit to try and engage the Republic fleet." "Good, follow me, we will go to the command and control tower. It's already been prepared for a siege, from there we can oversee the battle and retake control of the system." I turned and started heading towards the exit, not checking to make sure they were following me. I'm sure they were cowed enough at this point that they would do as I say. Whatever independence they thought they had achieved, was now firmly in my control. Geonosis, Crusader-class freighter peacekeeper. Vivictus Vizsla. "Good work, Jedi," I said, patting the shoulder of Anakin in an unfamiliar fashion. I was trying to pretend that I didn't really know them. I guess I didn't actually know them well, but White Silver had only officially met Anakin back on Tatooine. He nodded as he held on to the controls of the ship and started to maneuver it to the west, away from the fighting that we had just dropped into the middle of. The whole operation had been pretty slapdash. We had arrived in orbit about a half hour ago and discovered plans to execute Tanya at the Royal Colosseum. Not exactly the news I was expecting to hear, but I improvised as best I could. I wasn't sure if Anakin was always this mission-focused or if the threat to Kenobi was supplying the extra motivation. He seemed determined to reach the Arena Colosseum as quickly as possible, navigating the heavy freighter through the treacherous terrain of Geonosis. "This way, Master Anakin." The droid indicated one direction around several large rock outcroppings that all looked similar to me. "We must be very careful with these automated Genosian controllers. There are a lot of anti-air defenses and they can be quite temperamental," C-3PO explained, before quickly resuming speaking in clicks towards the comms. Okay already. I see it," Anakin shouted sharply to C-3PO. I held onto a bar to brace herself as the freighter began to enter a sharp twist. The freighter made ominous groaning noises, the sound of metal in agony, and I suspected that the engineers had never meant the freighter to be piloted in such a manner. "Almost there," Anakin muttered to himself. I saw the arena's bulky rock structure come into view. The freighter maneuvered aggressively, threading the needle past several rock structures in order to get to the arena as quickly as possible. He even threaded the needle on getting inside the arena's skylight. As soon as the freighter switched to a more controlled descent into the arena, I left the cockpit and approached the group of Mandalorian officers towards the rear. "Mandalorians," I began, my voice ringing with authority, "we are here to rescue as many as we can, but our priority is Princess Kryze. She must be rescued at all costs." "Lots of Jedi down there," a dark-haired Mandalorian commented, sliding his silver helmet on. One of the other men spat at that comment. "None of that now. Their money is as good as yours. Don't let them get in your way, and they can hop aboard for a ride if they want." I then proceeded to give a more detailed rundown of the mission, highlighting key points and strategies. After the briefing, I left the Mandalorian officers to manage their platoon and do their jobs. The mission was a success. We broke through the arena defenses and dropped men in the middle of that arena to engage with the enemy. As far as I could tell, we only suffered about light casualties, with the worst being wounded before being evacuated by their squad mates, before we made our escape. All in all, a successful rescue. Now the question was, had we managed to save Tanya and the others? I strode back towards the main hold of the ship where most of the people are gathered. I had joined the rest in the drop and even had taken out a few droids myself, but I was still unsure about the whereabouts and status of all of my comrades. Tanya was my primary concern, and I hoped she had not been left behind. We had secured Tanya, Ki, the handmaiden in disguise, but I couldn't reveal the deception nor spend much time checking for the real Tanya aboard. However, if she was still on the planet, then the chaos we had caused during the rescue mission may provide another opportunity to locate and retrieve her before our departure from Geonosis. I would really prefer that she was on board though. My thoughts were firmly interrupted as I was practically tackled by a girl in brown armor. Ki was on top of me, pretty much hugging me and pressing her helmet to my own, saying repeats of thank yous. She finally broke and said, "Thank you for saving me again, White Silver." "Thank Manda, I'm wearing a helmet," because my face was absolutely blushing out at this point underneath. Girl had just shared a long Kaldabi kiss with me and was acting like it was nothing. And there was absolutely nothing I could say to prevent it from happening again, considering I knew that she had already done that with Tanya and she hadn't stopped her back then. Although this time it was apparently 10 times more public, as there are several mercenaries laughing around us looking at the scene with bemused smiles and a few wolf whistles. I can just feel Tabi is laughing his ass off at this. Taking a calming breath, I thought about, what would Tanya do? Then I improvised. Grabbing her by the back of the neck, I drew her into another Kaldabi kiss and said, "I could not let my first kiss die on some red desert hellhole, now could I?" In a low tone that only she could hear. This time when I broke the kiss, she seemed so overstunned by the effect of it that she did not argue as I said, "Now I need to investigate the rest of the individuals here to make sure we got everyone out. Mind giving me a minute?" She nodded as she seemed unsure of our own footing, like someone had given her some spices to sniff before going into combat and she had a proper case of hiddicles, or nose burn. Now that the situation is apparently handled, I moved on. My shoulder cape flutters as I move through the hold past the few mercenaries that saw that giving wolf whistles cheers. I find the majority of the Jedi near the back of the ship. There sat Master Kenobi next to 2 other Jedi. I believe one of them is Mace Windu, though I was not very familiar with him, since I never met him personally, but I have heard of him. I found Tanya, in her familiar green armor, sitting on a crate across from the Jedi. Captain Strook and Ordo are on either side of her as they engage in what appears to be a bit of a fierce conversation. "We need to go back and finish this." "Why are we fleeing?" Representative cries. Windu said, sounding rather accusatory as he looked at Tanya. "I recommended we retreat because we were surrounded." "Yes, we have a ship with several laser cannons that could allow us to turn the tide temporarily, but they have enough droids to drown us in bodies before we can make a dent in their number. While you only have a fraction of the Jedi you started with. Don't you think it is better to cut your losses before you are wiped out?" "She has a point, Master Windu," Kenobi said. "We were on our last legs there. If they had not interfered, we were probably not going to make it out of there alive. There is also the fleet in orbit that could come down and overwhelm us if we stayed too long. A freighter is no match against a fleet of warships." Windu let out a deep breath, his frustration palpable. "I am aware of that, but we were so close. If we had managed to secure Count Dooku's, this war could have been resolved before it had a chance to fully ignite." Tanya's response was dismissive. She rolled her eyes, then removed her helmet, revealing her face and fixing Windu with a piercing gaze. "You're not grasping the full picture, Master Windu. This conflict has been brewing for generations. Decapitating the leadership is not going to be enough. This war is going to go on until the planets that have rebelled have been conquered. It doesn't matter if their leadership has been captured or not, they can be replaced if needed." "And why would you say that?" the bald Jedi Master asked, raising an eyebrow at Tanya's conclusion. "It's quite simple. Count Dooku already said that there is already a command structure in place for a line of succession in the form of a separatist council. They likely already have droid armies deployed across multiple fronts along Outer Rim. Their leadership may not be the best, but you don't need good leadership when your soldiers will follow any order and fight to the death. The Outer Rim contains numerous planets that are not satisfied with how the Republic is ignoring their problems and does not want to be part of the Republic anymore. Since they know that peaceful secession is unlikely, they built armies, to both protect them from pirates as well as the judicial and Jedi that the Republic will send to keep them in the Republic. Once war is declared, it's more likely than not that the Republic is going to scramble for forces as the Confederacy begins to take bites out of its peripherals as they slowly push further in." Kenobi and Windu exchanged looks before Mace said, "The Republic will not be scrambling too much for that. A military force has been gathered and is on its way." Tanya looked at them like they were growing a third arm before saying, "How did they gather a military force in, 24 hours since the Chancellor was given emergency powers? You would need to strip every self-defense force from the entire core of most of its defensive elements, and I don't think they would agree to that." Kenobi spoke up at that point saying, "The bounty hunter Jango Fett was contracted by a Jedi 10 years ago to produce a clone army for the Republic. The Jedi said he saw through a vision that they would be needed in the future, according to what I have been able to uncover. The look on Tanya's face was incredulous as she said, the Jedi made a secret clone army of Mandalorians. Do you realize how ridiculous that sounds? We were also not aware of this until very recently. Windu said, shaking his head at the comment continuing, and it's not like we can disarm them even if we wanted to, but it fell into our lap and it is of need. The Force provided for us what we needed, it is that simple. Tanya seemed completely stunned as she sat there looking at the pair before finally saying, this is going to be a diplomatic nightmare. How are you guys going to pay this army? What sector are they considered residents of? Are they Mandalorian? Have they been trained in the Mandalorian ways? Kenobi shrugged before saying, you would have to ask Jango Fett himself, he is still currently missing as far as I'm aware. He's in Mandalore. Mace Windu answered, apparently, he was given a good deal to turn in vital evidence for Senator Amidala's attempted assassination, he is currently in protective custody on the planet. I wonder what that good deal was? He asked, looking straight at Tanya. Tanya blinked before waving it away. I found his missing family member for him in exchange for him providing evidence on who hired him. His sister was not receiving the treatment she needed in a mental health organization on Coruscant. Thus I decided to move her to a facility in Mandalore that would do better for her mental health. He's a follower of the true Mandalorian way, so family is everything to them. Creative and non-violent. I approve. Kenobi said with a nod. Tanya shrugged before saying, I might know how to use a weapon such as a blaster, but I'm a diplomat first. Negotiation is my weapon of choice. Which is why I'll be glad when we are off-world and heading home. So I can get back to negotiating and figuring out how this Mandalorian clone situation affects the Mandalorian sector. I spoke up at that point saying, while I do applaud your careful attention to the needs and rights of Mandalorians across the galaxy, Representative, I don't believe that it would affect us at all. These clones are raised by the Republic after all, merely a facsimile of a Mandalorian, they are not real Mandalorians. Several of the mercs around us nodded at my assertion. Tanya turned to me before shaking her head saying, if they've been trained in the Mandalorian ways by Jango Fett, there is a good chance that they will see Mandalore as one of their true homes. This means that we could have a huge influx of population when this is all over. Which could be good or bad, depending on the situation of the Mandalore sector when that happens. Tanya seemed to finally realize that I was in the white-silver costume before standing up and giving a bow. You must be white-silver, you have my gratitude for the rescue. It was no problem, Representative. Cries. I said, giving a bow of my own before reaching out at my side and taking off the silver saber there. I've been meaning to track you down anyway, this sword I acquired while conquering Gargan belongs to your family and I had no way of getting it into your hands until this moment. Please take it. This has been something we had discussed once or twice if we ever had the opportunity to get the sword properly back to the family. According to Tanya, it would be awkward for her to suddenly acquire it after the publicly broadcasted capture of the weapon from Gare. So we had already concocted a scheme, if we ever had to have Tanya and White Silver in the same room, I would hand it over to her as a way of implying that White Silver was trying to ingratiate herself to the Kry's family. There is also the fact that Silver can't just meet with Satin without being imprisoned. Oh, thank you. Tanya said, seeming to be acting very confused by that as she picked up the sword and acting if she was unsure what to do with it and handed it to Ordo. Hold on to that for me, please. Of course, Representative. He said with a nod. Windu stood up and moved in front of me asking, so you're the writer of the Silver Codex? I expected someone more seasoned. I offered a small smile and nodded my head in response. Many made that mistake, as that was my intention. I wrote the Codex with a perspective other than my own, partly to give the impression of maturity and wisdom. Well I guess a congratulation is in order. Windu said, holding out a hand which I took and we both gave a shake. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Master Mace Windu of the Jedi Order. If I may inquire, what exactly is your plan and how did you come across the information regarding Geonosis and your wayward representative? My plan? Well my plan was to ingratiate myself with Clan Kry's. To show that the Silvers are loyal to the current order, and that we are here to keep the peace. And I have agents in interesting places. Thank goodness Tanya had given me a book to read of ways to sidestep giving a proper answer. This was complicated stuff and I couldn't exactly tell him that Tanya had called me and asked me to give her a hand. This has to be our official first meeting after all. The Jedi Master was giving me a look, as if he was trying to pierce some sort of veil, and I just stared back, trying not to look cowed by his intense gaze. After a bit he finally just nodded and turned his head back to the others saying, the order may. There was a pause as he collected his thoughts. We need to deal with this quickly so that the separatists cannot escape the planet. If they do, they will only cause rampant mayhem and chaos with their army across the entire galaxy. Why is Count Dooku involved then? Tanya asked as she continued to sit on the box. He's a Jedi Master, is he not? A former one even, why would he get involved in this mess? He may have been a Jedi Master, but as I stood there on that balcony across from him, I could feel the dark side radiating from him. He is falling to the dark side. As to how far has he fallen? It is still up to investigation, but I do not trust his claims that this is simply on the behalf of the Outer Rim systems. There's an ulterior motive, one that we don't know yet. Windu said with a grim nod. Tanya just looked at him before shaking her head, muttering low under her breath, "Crif space wizards." Before I could try and add my opinion on that subject, Padme, who had been in the front of the ship, pushed her way through several Mandalorians and Jedi survivors who had gathered nearby. "Silver, we've been contacted by the Republic fleet in orbit and told to land not too far from here." "What?" Tanya asked from where she was sitting. "Padme? What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be anywhere else but here?" "Well, yes, but I heard you were in trouble, so I came." Tanya turned to look at me and said, "You let a senator, with the threat on her life, join a military expedition?" Smiling under my helmet, I said, "Well, if she wants to be an adventurer, maybe she should join us Mandalorians. That's more than acceptable after all, plus I think she'd look good in a set of Beskar armor." That resulted in most of the Mandalorians in the ship laughing and Tanya just palming her face. I turned to Padme and asked, "This Republic fleet, who exactly is in charge of it and why are they telling us to land?" "From what I understand from the communication we received, Jedi Grand Master Yoda is in charge of it and they've begun landing operations in several areas across the planet. We've been told to go to the closest base, which is near a landing field for several Confederacy ships. Apparently they're going to prevent the ship and its droid army from escaping off-world." "Must be that clone army you mentioned," I said, looking over towards Kenobi and Mace Windu. There was some concern about evacuating, but I see no reason why we shouldn't meet up with the Jedi Grand Master. We can turn over his Jedi to him to do with as he pleases." Kenobi chuckled, "Most likely we'll be given orders to hunt Count Dooku before he escapes this planet. A dangerous prey, I wish you all luck," I said before starting to walk towards the front of the ship. Correct me if I'm wrong, but these are mercenaries, right? Not Mandalorian agents of the sector?" Obi-Wan said with a questioning look towards me. I nodded my helmet saying, "That's correct, all with years of experience in combat." "Why?" Obi-Wan said, "That experience would be very appreciated. The clones have never been in real combat before, and they might be able to survive a bit better with your assistance and leadership." I chuckled before saying, "Doesn't that also include you too, Master Jedi?" Obi-Wan smiled before saying, "I won't say no to that either, as our experience with military matters are not exactly as extensive." Hey, this was a bit of an issue. On one hand, my mission is finished as I rescued Tanya. On the other hand, the Jedi had just called for aid from Mandalorians and they were probably going to pay us pretty nicely. This would be helpful with Tanya's plans when it came to trying to improve our rocky, historical relations. What was it that she always said? Whenever the Mandalorians and the Jedi work together, things tend to work out well for the Mandalorians. Looking at Tanya, I saw that she seemed to be thinking the same thing I was. Parsing out what was the best option in this situation. So I went with my gut and what I thought she would have chosen. I looked at the Jedi and nodded, how about it, boys?" I yelled while looking around the room full of Mandalorians. "Care for another scrap? I'm sure the Republic would add on to the pay if we helped in this little tussle." There was a resounding amount of head nods with Mandalorian saying I'm in, seems like a good fight, and various such words. There you have it. Looks like we will be joining in this fight, as mercenaries. Might as well find out how good these cloned Mandalorian is, I said looking at the Jedi. I glanced back at Tanya who gave a subtle nod, "Don't push your luck though. We're only going to help as long as we're getting paid. If the Republic does not come through, don't expect us to come running to bail you guys again." "Understandable," Tanya said with a curt nod before saying, "Good luck, White Silver, you'll need it for the combat you're going into." "Don't need luck when I have my skills, oh, and this bunch at my side too, I guess," I said with the most confident air I could put on before turning and heading back to the front of the ship. This was not in the original plan, but it looks like Tanya isn't against the idea of helping out the Jedi. It's likely that even if she's trying to play it calm and cool about keeping Mandalore neutral, she has told me that if we do get involved it would be better to be on the Republic's side as they are usually the ones expected to win. Especially after the Separatist tried to have her executed. Geonosis, Crusader-class peacekeeper. Tanya cries. This day just keeps on giving me unexpected turns. The first was the whole Colosseum mess, which went more or less as expected. After a little bit of hacking into their Loka Elnet using my Vambrace, I knew they were going to try and kill Kenobi. What was interesting was that they also intended to execute me, even though they didn't have me in custody. This obviously meant that they probably took my handmaiden and mistook her for me. That's why I staged the false rescue, to buy them time and gather everyone in one place for extraction since I knew White Silver was on her way. I had no foreknowledge of the Jedi's arrival nor much of what else had transpired so far. including the fact Padme and Anakin joined in. What's important is myself and those that were brought here that managed to escape the fighting at the Colosseum relatively unscathed. Ordo looked like he'd need to shine his armor to get some blaster marks off it, but otherwise was fine. The others were in similar condition, and as long as things kept going our way, we would all be okay in the end. However, I am a bit worried about the fact that we were now being drawn into an actual battlefield. Apparently, there is an entire clone army that Django never mentioned. I'll have to discuss this small oversight with him when I have the opportunity, although I can probably guess that he is under some form of NDA, so I doubt I'll get anything out of it. The political ramifications of this new military force, however, would be extremely frustrating to deal with. The economic ramifications, on the other hand, may not be as severe since the Mandalore sector has a bit of a manpower deficit. Mandalore had thousands of practically virgin worlds. However, efforts to attract colonists to establish populations have been hindered by the tendency of minor clans to wipe out entire settlements in raids, steal anything of value, and kill everyone to eliminate any evidence. Although it has been many decades since such incidents have occurred, all it takes is one story for the galaxy to remember. So bringing in some of these clones after the war is not that bad of an idea, if properly managed. There is a concern about the influx of large amounts of the same genes into the population, but this could be avoided if the clones marry outside the Mandalorian sector before they return to their homeland. Near-human partners should result in divergent enough to prevent any unfortunate clustering, but only time would tell on that matter. Matchmaking with genetics is not something to be taken lightly, but with the large number of related individuals, it is a necessary consideration. Part of me wanted to flee this situation and get back to Coruscant as fast as possible to avoid getting involved any further. Unfortunately, the other part of me knew that the Jedi were going to take an army that had never seen combat into a war. They're likely to have no idea what they are doing, resulting in massive casualties, unless there is someone there to grab the wheel to prevent them from making basic mistakes. Politically, I couldn't do much as I was merely a representative, not even a senator. However, as a Mandalorian, particularly as White Silver, I had the advantage of being able to bring in a room full of experienced veterans from various conflicts to offer to the Jedi. This was the reason I didn't make a big fuss when Vi agreed to help. It was a bit of a risky card to play, but it was necessary to reduce casualties and prevent the deaths caused by incompetent leaders. The other big surprise that has been weighing on my mind is the recent discovery that Yoda is the Grand Master of the Jedi. I was aware that he was a high-ranking member, given his age, although he never mentioned his title before. Grand Master, isn't that what the leader of the Jedi Order is called? Having a connection to the Grand Master of the Jedi Order could only be a good thing. If I could talk to him, I could try to persuade the Jedi to slow down on their invasion plan and to approach their search for Count Dooku with greater caution, conserving the lives of clones being sent to the front lines. As far as I am concerned, they are not fully considering the consequences of their actions. Rushing headlong into a well-entrenched enemy position is never a good idea, and the Jedi seem to be doing just that. My thoughts on the matter of Yoda being the Grand Master of the Jedi and of the Jedi's strategy would have to wait. I would need to first secure an opportunity to speak with him, which wouldn't be possible until we reached the landing area of the clone army. Sitting near the back of the Crusader cargo ship, one of the designs I had approved a year ago, I wondered how I was going to handle this predicament. The war has apparently started today, and I no longer have the 2-year waiting period I thought I had to build up Mandalore's defenses. I need to get back to Mandalore as soon as possible and draft a defense plan before it could be invaded. Thankfully, Mandalore would probably be able to establish neutrality quite quickly and, hopefully, draw in other systems that didn't want to take part in this conflict. However, I was concerned about how Aunt Satin would react to my involvement in this situation. I doubted she would be pleased that I was gallivanting across the galaxy and being a part of a galactic war. To say that the situation was complicated is an understatement. I was not responsible for the start of the war, but I was present when it broke out. I was simply trying to prevent Mandalore's name from being, in any way, directly connected to the Separatists and Republic's conflict. Nice work on that, Django. Because now that idea is kind of thrown out the window because there are now Mandalorians en masse serving the Republic. While we were unaware of Django's involvement in the clone army until today, people would undoubtedly associate the clones with Mandalorians. This could result in negative opinions towards us once the conflict ended, particularly among those in the Outer Rim who had personally fought against the clones. The origin of the clones being from a Mandalorian would also cast Mandalore as being aligned with the Republic, undermining our claim of neutrality. This was going to be a political nightmare to deal with, and the fact that Django didn't inform me about the army he helped populate only added to the potential scale of the crisis. It was likely that citizens would attempt to sue Django for his role in the creation of this clone army, and here we were currently offering Django protection on Mandalore. These connections between the clone army and Mandalore would only create more animosity as the war progressed. Perhaps I should play up the aspect that the clone army was created by the orders of a Jedi. I would definitely consult with the senator when I have the opportunity, and try to persuade him to highlight this fact to make it clear that the clones were created by the Jedi and employed by the Republic, and are not Mandalorian citizens. We could even make a few clones attempt to take citizenship tests to demonstrate their lack of knowledge about Mandalore. It would be mild sabotage to their reputation as soldiers to reveal the gap between them and authentic Mandalorian, but it could provide Mandalore a political exit to part of this mess. Hopefully, when clones did make it to the Mandalore sector in peacetime, they could probably look past the manipulation and see the political requirements of the time. I need to add researching the status of the clones to my growing list of tasks to organize when I return to Mandalore. I sighed, and was about to stand up when I felt the cargo ship start to descend. I grabbed one of the bars to steady myself as the ship touched down on the planet's surface. As soon as the ship touched down, the Mandalorians led by White Silver and the remaining Jedi started to disembark. The red light of the sun poured in through the doors, illuminating the interior of the ship. I remained seated, watching as everyone stepped out, before finally standing up and stretching my neck. Captain Stroke approached me and asked, "What's the plan, ma'am?" I turned my gaze towards him, already forming a strategy. The plan is to gather information, speak with the Grand Master of the Jedi, and bide our time until we can leave this planet. I answered as I walked down the ramp. Impressive, I muttered under my breath as we reached the bottom of the ramp. Captain Stroke looked around as well and nodded in agreement. "These transports will definitely come in handy," he said as we approached a group of soldiers. I nodded in silent agreement. Soldiers, dressed in real uniforms with more armor and less fabric, were walking about in an organized manner as they loaded onto unfamiliar transports. The cockpit configuration of these transports reminded me of a Hind gunship, but the ball turrets on the sides made me think of a flying fortress. Regardless, these transports looked like they could both withstand and inflict a substantial amount of damage. I watched as several Jedi boarded the transport gunships, accompanied by troops, and took off towards the front lines, which I could barely make out in the distance. In addition to the gunships, larger versions of the transports, carrying a six-legged walker ground assault vehicle are also in the air. Looking up, I also spotted some cruisers hovering up above. It looks like they were also providing artillery support as well as launching more of the transport gunships. Someone had invested in quality equipment that works together cohesively, based on the combined arms doctrine I saw. I hoped it was good equipment, and if Django had any input on the army's equipment, I had no doubt that it would be excellent quality. It is definitely something that he would have given his all to ensure. I made my way through the throngs of troops to a central area where a makeshift command center had been established. There were several more soldiers with yellow markings talking to each other, and I could hear Django's distinct voice intermixed with the little green Jedi Master, who was actually a Grand Master all this time, speaking to them in nearly fluent Basic. I had to do a double take. There were a couple instances where he would use his normal intonation of adding words backwards. But here Yoda seemed to be trying to be extremely clear for the clones, which was unexpected. Yoda was not the only notable present, as White Silver was standing there as well, along with Kenobi, Anakin, and Padme. Representative cries, "It warms my heart to see you, it does." The little Jedi said with a warm smile that felt a lot more genuine than most lately. I cracked a small smile in return, "Same to you, Grand Master Yoda." The little green alien chuckled, "Someone finally revealed my secret, I see." More of an accidental comment, but yes. I said with a smile. Looking around I said, "Nice army you got here. Rather quickly deployed as well." "Indeed, indeed." Yoda agreed, letting his smile fade. "Time is of the essence, it is. Count Dooku has left the light and joined the dark side, and we must prevent him from establishing a new Sith Empire before it is too late. Feels like we're jumping to conclusions there," I said, but Yoda quickly dismissed my doubts as he shook his head. "Train for this, I was. Notice I do, he has fallen and we cannot let him build a Sith order. That is what must happen now," he emphasized, striking his cane on the ground. I stepped back, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Understood, Grand Master. I will leave the Jedi matters to you," I said, acknowledging the importance of their mission. "However, as a representative, I must ensure the safety of my guards and find a way off planet as soon as possible. My government wishes to remain neutral in this conflict, and it is not appropriate for us to be involved in this war. Indeed, best it would be. Jedi matter, this conflict is. We will handle it, we shall." Nodding my head, I was about to say something more when a clone trooper rushed up and said, "General, Count Dooku has been spotted in Sector 7. That's not too far from here," Kenobi observed, gazing at a nearby screen. He then looked towards a waiting gunship and said, "I'm afraid the two of us must take our leave. We must capture Dooku now and prevent his escape. Good luck in finding your way off-world, Ms. Cries." I nodded and replied, "Thank you. Good luck in apprehending Count Dooku." Kenobi was first off heading towards the shuttle, Anakin followed a moment later, after sharing some sort of look with Padme. "And where do you think you're going?" I asked Padme, placing my hand on her shoulder as she started to follow Anakin towards the shuttle. "Well, I thought maybe I could help." Padme replied, sounding increasingly uncertain now. Help arrest a Jedi Master, possibly a Sith Lord that can lift stuff with a gesture, with a possibly million-strong droid army at his disposal? I asked, giving her a skeptical look. Padme looked back in the direction of the departing gunship and sighed. Yeah, that's probably not the best idea, she admitted. Yoda had been occupied with the clones and hadn't seen that look of longing in Padme, but I did, and I was thoroughly concerned at that. What had those two been up to while on Tatooine alone? I have a bad feeling about this. After the clone is dismissed, I see Yoda have stepped aside to speak with Silver. I couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, but Silver first seemed uncomfortable, then looked as stiff as a board. I suspected that Yoda had revealed his suspicion that Vi wasn't the real Silver. Despite his determination to find a potential Sith on the planet, it wouldn't be surprising if Yoda made a joke at Vi's expense. Personally, I was looking forward to teasing both Vi and Yoda separately about each of their side of the conversation with the other celebrity. Knowing Yoda, he would approve of such harmless fun. I watched as a gunship approached the command center, and Yoda boarded it with his cane in hand, heading off to the front lines. Despite his advanced age and small stature, I hoped that he had received some military training and was simply being relocated to a safer and more effective command center. I couldn't imagine him being able to handle the physical demands of combat, but I hoped that he could still contribute in some way. I knew Jedi can do amazing things with the Force, but historical records usually note their feats in their prime. I don't know how much age can affect a Jedi, but I hoped it isn't too much. I turned my attention back towards the nearest clone and asked, "Excuse me, what's your name? I have some questions and I need answers." The clone trooper nodded and saluted, saying, "It would be my honor, Representative. I am Captain CT-7567. I nodded my head, avoiding showing the twinge of sadness on my face. It was inhuman that these people have been given numbers instead of names. Instead, I just moved on with, "Well, CT-7567, I need to know what's the connection between the clone army and Mandalorians, beyond Jango Fett." The clone nodded before saying, "Jango was one of our many trainers. He may have given us his DNA, but he also brought in a unit of Mandalorians to train us. Some take to the culture like fish and water, others don't." I nodded to stall and process that bombshell. The involvement of multiple Mandalorians in the training was both good and, potentially, very bad. On the one hand, it indicated a secret network of Mandalorians implicated in the creation of the clone army. "Thank you again, Jango. I'm sure I'm not going to recommend that you be put under house arrest and permanent surveillance for involving Mandalore in some secret galaxy-spanning conspiracy. The good is the divide between clones that embraced Mandalorian culture and those that did not, could potentially lead to a division even after the war. This could at least ensure some genetic security, as those who chose to embrace Mandalore would be distinct from those who did not." "Very well, please explain to me in detail about the training you received, the duration of your training, and any other relevant information about the clone army as efficiently as possible." Clinically, I instructed the captain, CT-7567, to continue expanding on the details. Hopefully this conversation will keep Padme away from rushing into the ongoing conflict. As a Republic senator, she needs to have a comprehensive understanding of how the army was created, how capable the forces were, and how the army was remunerated in the future. As I listened to Captain CT-7567's description of a fairly standard training regime that wouldn't look out of place in this sci-fi setting, I wondered about their names. Finally, I asked Captain CT-7567, "Why do you have numbers as your designation instead of a proper name?" "Ah, you see, the cloners on Kamino view us more as a product to be manufactured in fulfillment of a contract to the Republic, rather than individuals. As a result, we were instructed to use numerical designations instead of names. Biological slave droids. Oh, that's just wonderful," I thought. This situation was growing more complex by the moment. The Jedi had created a race of sentient bio-slaves, based on Mandalorians, to fight their wars and occupy distant worlds. This was sure to cause a major uproar among the Mandalorians, who would be insulted that their people were used as the basis for a slave army. Even I was mildly disturbed by the idea that these clones were essentially biological droids, used as slaves. The thought that no one was planning to pay them for their service to the Republic was equally distressing. I knew I had to find a way to get the Republic to recognize these clones as people, not just flesh and blood droids, and compensate them fairly for their service to the Republic. Alternatively, the thought that the clones might have been reduced to mere biological droids was a chilling one. Pushing through that possible horror, I knew that I had to do more research to assess their condition and determine the extent to which their sapiency had been stripped away by these cloners. Hopefully the Senate would pursue their own investigation into the clones' origins as well, but I didn't have much hope for a quick outcome. Ugh, this trip is a nightmare. I hate everything about this trip. The situation on Mandalore is becoming increasingly complicated, with the sector likely to become a battleground between two major galactic powers, each armed with an almost endless supply of troops. Even if we tried to negotiate our way out of it, the galaxy now had a new subculture of Mandalorians to worry about. Shaking my head, I dismissed Captain CT-7567 and walked back to the ship, accompanied by my guards and Padme. I took a seat inside the freighter that White Silver had brought, and let out a sigh as the deafening sound of an army in motion faded inside the confines of the freighter. "Do you think Anakin and Obi-Wan's will be okay?" Padme asked as she sat beside me. I nodded my head saying, "I'm sure they're fine. After all, Obi-Wan has defeated a Sith before and Anakin is, well, Anakin." "Yes, I hope so," she said, her voice tense. This confirmed my suspicion that there was something going on, but it was not my concern at the moment. My main issue now was how to fight this war without actually fighting, and protect Mandalore from being caught in the crossfire. Chapter 39. 716 FNM, 22 BBY. Month 6. Coruscant, Chancellor's Office. Chancellor Palpatine. Today is a momentous occasion, one of the defining moments in my long and arduous campaign. The great game to win a 1,000-year war against the Jedi and establishing myself as the sole dominant power in the galaxy. After years of exerting relentless pressure on the Republic, the system had finally cracked. It had finally snapped the system across the core and outer rim divide. In the next few years, I would continue to manipulate and reshape this system as needed from my newfound power and influence within the political realm. It is only a matter of time before the Republic is transformed into a new empire, but this would require careful planning and execution of numerous steps along the way. I am nearly ready to consolidate the core. And this conflict will give me the opportunity I need to strip the local militias and defense forces of their power and autonomy, and incorporate them into a unified imperial army and navy. The same process will be applied to the minor forces that operate both within and outside of government control. In due time, even the judicial division will be abolished and absorbed into the Grand Army of the Republic. The outer rim malcontents will eventually fall in line as well, though they may need to be convinced by force. I'm certain they will resist in some ways, depending on the situation, and it could be a hard sell to convince them to rely on the Republic for defense. No matter, the Separatists are stocked with enough callous and careless corporations, the local population will eventually welcome our protection. They will eventually sell away their freedom, both theoretically and completely for the safety and prosperity of the Empire. The core would be the new heart of my empire and it requires resources. Obtaining those resources would require amendments to certain laws that I would be more than happy to help with. Of course, those are things I would worry about in the future. Today is just a good day. The reports of the combat were not fully in yet and what exactly is happening is still unclear due to it still being an active war zone. The Grand Army had landed on Geonosis and assaulted the Separatists' droid armies there. The Jedi army seemed to have disappeared and was in full retreat after the massacre at the arena, which is in line with the opening act I planned for this war. If Geonosis remained an active droid production factory, the Separatists could amass such an army that they could theoretically take over the Republic. Of course, because it is such an important target, the Grand Army would make sure to keep Geonosis out of the Separatists' control even if that means that we are willing to spend as many clones as necessary. Should the Jedi fail to keep Geonosis and the Separatists start to encroach into Republic territory ahead of schedule, setbacks and victories could be engineered elsewhere to slow them down or free up enough troops to retake it. I plan on slowly converting the Republic into an empire over the course of the war. In time, the reordering and full exploitation of distant territories will be necessary for my projects. And then my empire can expand to reclaim Separatists' worlds en masse. While the current crimes of the Separatists are shocking to ordinary Coruscanti, Alderaanians, and Corellians, in the fullness of the galaxy, they are nothing. My empire will eventually face the same security challenges as the Separatists, so it's in our interests to observe and learn. Eventually, the constant low-level conflict and large military apparatus necessary to ensure order and resource extraction will seem ordinary and unremarkable to the citizens of the core. After all, the Hutts have demonstrated the effectiveness of allowing perpetual, low-level conflict to continue as a method of retaining political power. So, I would rather have the Republic win eventually, but be transformed in the struggle into my empire. That is the main plan, and then I could activate my trump card and have the political structure that kept the Republic in place completely removed with a single command. The day I could launch that command will be wonderful, but that is for the future. For now, I bide my time and exercise patience, carefully constructing the trap that will ensnare my enemies beyond their wildest imagination. When they believe they have fully grasped my machinations, they will find themselves hopelessly caught, powerless to resist. I must use that moment to accomplish the 1,000-year mission that the Dark Lord of the Sith Bane had set before the rule of two Sith, the destruction of the Jedi Order and bringing balance back to the Force under the control of the Sith. It still amazes me how arrogant the Jedi really are. To think that they built their grand palace upon a Sith shrine. I channeled the dark side energy emitted by the shrine directly into the Jedi Temple, clouding their visions of what is to come. Some Jedi in distant lands may receive true divinations about what will befall the Order. However, the war and the conflict within the Senate will distract them long enough for my plan to come to fruition. And I knew that it would work because the Force itself is sending visions of the future, warning anyone who would listen of the tragedy that would befall on the Jedi. I regularly receive visions of the plan succeeding through the dark side, and I'm sure the Jedi would have seen it too, had the veil over the temple not clouded their vision. I have a certain gift for masking my presence in the Force, but even in a room with the Grand Master of the Jedi Order, they couldn't sense the dark side within me. I take great pleasure at the thought of the Jedi's own arrogance as the reason for their downfall. They had become so accustomed to the Sith openly declaring war on them or hiding in the shadows like cowards, adhering to the outdated and ancient Sith ways. The Force technique of buried presence also played a large part in fooling the Jedi into believing I have no Force potential at all and not consider me a threat. All the Jedi would sense is a threat to the Order that they cannot see. They could not imagine that the source of their troubles was hiding in plain sight in front of them. With a sigh and a stretch from sitting at my chair for several hours, I rose from my desk. Reports were still trickling in about the battle, but it seems that victory is leaning on the Republic's side. Of course, it didn't matter to me which side won, as I will be the ultimate victor either way. However, there is no reason for me to stay up to receive the exact details of the win immediately. Tomorrow, I had several speeches to give in the Senate about various subjects, most likely about this very conflict on Geonosis. I needed to be at my best for those speeches, so there is no better time than now to go get some sleep. Walking away from my desk, I made my way to the elevator that would take me up to my personal quarters at the top of the Senate. There I would be able to sleep soundly, knowing that I am protected by the most advanced security measures in the galaxy. It would take an army to get through the layers of security I had in place, and even then, I doubted they would succeed. Only the Jedi could pose a real threat, but even then they have no reason to suspect at the moment. I need to ensure that I am protected from the Jedi, but I do hope they won't try anything for at least a few years. I want to have time to play my cards and accomplish what I need to do without needing to deal with them directly. I shed my senatorial attire and slipped into a nightgown. As I prepared for bed, I focused on letting go of all my worries and concerns, allowing myself to enter a trance-like state that would help me fall asleep with ease. The key to a restful night's sleep is to be completely relaxed and unburdened by thoughts of the future. Unfortunately, this method of going to sleep can make one more receptive to the Force and allow me to see things that the Force wants me to see. As I lay there, completely relaxed and ready to drift off into sleep, an explosion jolted me awake. Confused, I sat up immediately, wondering what was happening. As I looked around, I quickly realized that I am no longer in the Senate chambers, but I had no idea where I am. My body is half sunk into the mud of some unknown planet, surrounded by churned-up gunk that is as disgusting as it is unfamiliar. But the mud is not the only thing around me, there were also corpses and bodies of humans in strange uniforms, their helmets displaying the agony they experienced in their final moments as they held onto their shattered limbs. I lay there in the mud, distracted by the chaos and violence around me. Explosions continued to sound in the distance, and the ground shook as blasts shattered the bodies of the dead and dying. The mud itself is tainted red by the blood of this battlefield, and it is clear that this is a massacre, two sides trying to destroy each other and failing miserably. As a Sith Lord, I am gifted with the ability of Force visions, so I immediately recognized what was happening. I am still in my Senate chambers, asleep, but I am being granted a vision of some kind. It wasn't impossible for this to happen, but it's rare. Usually, I had to use a bit of Sith alchemy to produce a vision. But now, the dark side is calling to me, showing me something that it wanted me to see. But why this battlefield in particular? Is it a warning of some kind? As I looked at the bodies, I realized that the weapons they were carrying are ancient and most definitely not blasters, as they use actual wood in their construction, which is only done by those in the Outer Rim nowadays. The surrounding bodies are also different, as there are copious amounts of blood through puncture holes reminiscent of slug throwers and not the burnt holes that indicated blaster wounds. This vision is not merely a coincidence. The dark side is trying to tell me something, and I have to find out what it is. Could this be a vision of the past? Is this allegory with the civil war I would unleash, creating such a battlefield somewhere? Perhaps there would be a civil war on a planet that did not have access to the Tibana gas that blaster technology relied on to function, resulting in the necessity of using slug thrower rifles, such as these. But then why is the Force showing this to me? If you ask a question, sometimes the Force will answer, and in this case the answer is laughter, crazed laughter, almost giggling with a touch of insanity. Looking around, I didn't see at first where it was coming from. All I saw was another wave of infantry coming out of a trench not too far from my bed, grimly standing up and heading forward into gunfire that started to pick up from the other direction. The snap and cracks of the slug throwers are so intense that I ducked purely on instinct and I crouched low on my knees. I knew this is a vision, but I wasn't going to take my chances. Not all Force visions are equally safe. However, looking up is the right choice. As in my upward glance, I finally found the source of the mad laughter. Standing in midair is a shadowed figure. A short figure, maybe someone 5 feet tall, laughing as the battle played out on the ground below. Above, other figures floated around with glowing blades, attacking each other. They may have been a representation of the Jedi, but I couldn't tell for sure. What I could tell is that the figure floating directly above me, controlling this battlefield, had eyes aglow with gold light. Sith eyes, seeming to be enthralled by the battlefield with pure delight, as if they were controlling it. It all clicked then. The forces trying to show me a powerful dark side user would arise from this conflict. Whether they would be a rival or a potential ally it is hard to say, but it was intriguing nonetheless. Is this a warning from the dark side, telling me that a true Sith warrior would come forward? If so, I must be ready to recruit and bring this potential dark side into my sphere of influence or eliminate them before they could become a rival. Having a real Sith on my side would satisfy my future prospects. Dooku, though useful, is not to be trusted entirely. He is a former Jedi, he is the only one in any position to destabilize my plans, and I could still see some desire for goodness in him. Moreover, he is getting old and his power is diminishing, it is very likely he will only last another decade. Anakin, my other prospective apprentice, is also a Jedi, which posed the same problem. I needed a Sith like my former apprentice, Maul, who I had trained personally without any Jedi teachings to be a counteracting influence. He had been a true warrior and a perfect example of what the older Sith were capable of. He was the kind of Sith that my master had deemed harmless to him in this era of the Sith. As the vision began to fade, I came to the decision that I must find out who this shadowed figure is and determine if they are a threat to my plans or a possible gift from the dark side. Whoever they were, they must be brought under my control, either through the Separatists or the Republic. No one must be left outside my control, otherwise, an unknown factor could upset my plans, and I had worked too long for those plans to be jeopardized. Amidala Estates, Naboo. Tanya cries. How did things spiral out of control? Why did it have to happen while I am away from Coruscant? Where the hell did this clone army even come from? Those were among the many questions rampaging through my mind, now that we have the time to regroup and rest on Naboo. The Battle of Geonosis had been fought, and thankfully we managed to avoid taking any more steps deeper into the conflict. I had observed a large portion of the battle from the command center and had been impressed by the effectiveness of the clone army, but horrified by the ineffectiveness of their leadership. I knew it had been 1,000 years since a war had been waged in this galaxy. Knowing that fact intellectually and watching a Jedi charge across an open battlefield with his lightsaber in front of hundreds of clones was a different matter altogether. Only about a quarter or so of the soldiers made it through the droid fire, and that really hammered home that the Jedi had no idea how to command an army. The Jedi may have led armies in the past, but the millennia of peace have eroded their institutional knowledge to nothing. The only reason that the clone army had even won is not because of the Jedi or my Mandalorian mercenaries, who were not integrated enough to help reduce casualties significantly. No, the victory was due to surprise and the fog of war. The factions in control of the droid armies surrendered or withdrew from the battle once they realized they didn't know what they were dealing with and panicked. While I can understand that these commanders have likely only ever faced Outer Rim pirates and had never faced off against an actual near-peer army. Usually, it is a good idea to pull back and reassess the situation when getting tangled in a combat with unknown forces. However, straight-up surrendering or fleeing the battle entirely is an incredibly stupid move. Geonosis is one of the primary droid-producing factories in the galaxy, therefore it is an incredibly important strategic location, and losing it would be a significant setback for the Separatists going forward. There are other droid-producing factories in the Outer Rim, but they lack the resources or the labor to ramp up production and substitute for even a fraction of the lost capacity on Geonosis. They would likely only maintain the current level of production to replace their own battlefield losses, but their overall capacity is fixed and there won't be new factories anytime soon. If they ever only fought a defensive war, that might be sufficient. However, if they wanted to win, they would need to go on the offensive, and that means significantly more droids. Most of the fighting concluded on the first day, though there were still some occupation duties still ongoing and a few holdouts to clear out over the weekend. Right now, the situation is relatively under control, which meant I could finally return to Coruscant. However, I might be recalled to Mandalore to answer for my involvement in this situation. Hopefully only because I am now an unfortunate witness to the opening acts of the war. It's a mess, and I am going to have to deal with it over the coming months. I know war is a messy business, but it's even worse if both sides continue to act like it's an 18th century battlefield using 20th century guns. The only winners would be the faction that produced the most soldiers. Under those conditions the droids would obviously win by a landslide, as clones needed a decade to grow compared to manufacturing 100 droids every minute from an assembly line. However, that is not my immediate concern. Thankfully, my problems are much less galactic in nature. Before we had left Geonosis, I had asked Vi and the remaining mercenaries to stop by the wreckage of our ship, the Ratio, to retrieve all the important items that had been left aboard the wreckage. The Lancer was barely held together by its superstructure, but it was still stable enough for us to gather all our belongings and mark them for pickup. Mondal Hypernautics had promised to repair it for me and bring it to Mandalore once it's fixed. I'm not sure if the ship can be fully repaired or not. If they can't fix it, I said that it would be fine if they scrap it to recoup some of my losses. After handling that situation, we loaded up on the Crusader cargo ship and headed to Naboo with Vi and her men. We made a stop at Tatooine to pick up Padme's ship before delivering it to Naboo, where I left White Silver and the remnants of her mercenaries to rest and recuperate. After their shore leave, I left via instructions to return to Gargan and wait for contracts related to the war with the Separatists in some form or way. From what I've seen, Mandalorian soldiers commanding the clones had been more successful than the ones working with the Jedi. No doubt that they would be given contracts for command positions fairly soon once word spread that Jedi aren't qualified to command the clone army. However, White Silver would not be taking a direct contract to work for the Republic after this point. There is a big difference between accepting occasional payments through subordinates and directly working with the Republic, which would make White Silver an enemy of the Separatists. I want to avoid that, as it could draw the Separatists into the political arena of the Mandalorian sector, something that I'm sure Aunt Satin would prefer to avoid. Currently, my guards and I are resting in Padme's estate. She invited us to stay here while we waited for a transport ship to be available to take us back to Coruscant. As a senator, she had the right to ask the Republic Army to transport her directly back to Coruscant and get a head start on politics, but she hadn't done so. It seemed like it's mostly due to our friendship. Speaking of friends, it seemed that Anakin had been too overconfident and had rushed at Dooku, who was a much better duelist with decades of experience. As a result, Anakin has lost his hand and is staying with Padme on medical leave. Fortunately, since Jedi used lightsabers, the wound was immediately cauterized, preventing him from bleeding out. Nonetheless, he had to undergo cybernetic surgery to replace his wrist and hand, so he was now resting in another part of the house. When I get the chance, I am going to have a talk with Anakin about the importance of being prepared and recognizing when you're outmatched. He had made a tactical mistake by believing that he could win a one-on-one fight with a Jedi Master, and the wounds he sustained when he arrived here indicated that he couldn't pull it off. Naboo is likely to become a front in this war, considering how far rimward it was located. At the very least, it could be a transport hub. However, as of this moment it is a safe haven, so everyone had a chance to recover. Despite the fact that the galaxy is currently at war, the mood at the estate is rather relaxed. Ordo and Castle are playing Sabasi on the dining room table. Mock is looking up various information online. Captain Strook is sleeping on a couch in the guest area of this particular part of the estate. And Ms. Morrison is humming a tune while cooking a sandwich for herself over on the stove, evidenced by the warm smell of toasting bread and cooked meat filling the air. However, I suspected that future conversations would increasingly turn towards the war as the days went on, so I tried to treasure this moment of peace while I could. That's the problem with war: once it starts, it doesn't matter how many good feelings one may have towards the other side. As the conflict drags on and more pain and suffering are inflicted on each side, the hatred would build. Eventually, it becomes inevitable that one side must emerge as the victor. The only time such conflicts could be prevented is when there's a major power that could interfere, and unfortunately, the Galactic Republic is that major power, and it was about to have a civil war. Finally, once the evening shadows grew long and the last of the sunset faded, I moved away from my empty cup of CAF and cozy chair I've been brooding in the living room area. I stepped out into a hallway of the estate and started moving towards Padme's room, wanting to talk to her about her stance on the political situation with the clones. Along the way, I walked past a mirror and glanced at my reflection. I'm going to need to start dyeing my hair again, the roots were showing true. Shaking my hair out of my eyes, I resumed my way to Padme's room. I would also need to inform Senator Merrick what happened, since it is technically his responsibility as senator to be kept aware of and develop solutions to political problems. But more importantly, we needed to get ahead of the Holonet with a consistent narrative from the Mandalorian government in the Senate. Clones are an unprecedented topic. I don't believe there are any laws regarding their creation or legal status. There are laws about droids, mainly because of fears of uprisings, but for clones? What are clones? They are biological, and as far as I am aware, they have never received any judicial scrutiny. At times like this, I longed for my days as an aerial mage. At least there, I had a clear objective of winning the war and didn't have to unravel the politics and legal status of clones. Hell, looking through it with my 21st century perspective, I wonder why this is even considered legal in the first place. If they don't get paid and they are still living beings, aren't they effectively slaves? For now, I knocked on the door of Padme's part of the beach house and waited for a moment. Hopefully she would be able to help me figure out the best way to reason about the situation. The door opens and Anakin is standing there, half dressed with his new gold arm in place and with the dopiest dumbass smile I think I had ever seen on his face. I felt a part of me scream out in absolute terror as my brain put 2 and 4 together to get a 6. Ah, hi Tanya, what are you doing here? Anakin smiled, and it somehow seemed intended to distract and disarm what I was actually feeling. I'm here to talk with Padme. This is her room, correct? I tried to keep the disturbance out of my voice. Yeah, you're in the right place. She'll be right here in a moment, she's just getting her stuff together. Ahoy, are you still guarding Padme for the Jedi? I thought you were officially off that task, now that everything had been revealed. I said with narrowed eyes. Oh yeah, I'm still doing that. Just doing my part as part of the Jedi Order. Some part of that is a lie, I'm certain. Ah, I said, still giving him a deadpan look before I added, that's strange. I thought that considering you lost your hand, you would have been given some time off to recover first. Where did she get you to sleep, anyway? On the couch. He said, which made me tilt my head to the side to look past him, seeing said couch had no linens or pillows. Straightening my head, I resolved that my worst fear is correct, that Padme and this idiot were both idiots about doing activities that would make them targets for universal karma. Whatever, when Padme is ready, let her know that I visited. I want to have a conversation with her at some point tomorrow about this whole clone situation. As in what their status within the Republic is. What do you mean? He said, tilting his head to the side of it, they're people aren't they? That's what I hope they are. I said with a nod before adding, but politically I don't know yet. Are they getting paid for serving the Republic? If they're not getting paid, does that make them slaves? I can see Anakin wincing at my statement. Likely because it reminded him of his former life as a slave. After a brief pause I continued, a slave army doesn't exactly make us the good guys in this conflict, so I would hope not. But the fact remains that they are a copy of an individual many times over, so they may be considered biological droids. That's stupid, Anakin said, shaking his head in disagreement, they're people, I can feel them in the Force. Each clone is a distinct and different individual. They may have the same face and have very similar feelings in the Force, but they're each individually different, that I can assure you of. I blinked as I looked at him with a raised eyebrow at his confident answer. It took me by surprise, and Anakin really shouldn't be capable of surprising me anymore. That's something we can use. I said, I'll definitely add that to my statements when I start talking about this with fellow representatives and senators. We could lean on the Jedi's established authority on morality to push the clone's individuality to the forefront of the debate. I tapped my chin with my hand as I thought about that. Anakin stared at me, looking like he wanted to say something, then instead he sighed and the tension left him. Hey next time you see White Silver again, thank her for me would you? That raised an eyebrow, sure, why? According to Owen, my adopted brother, the armor they purchased helped save my mother's life. The armor they bought was sold at a big discount, from one of White Silver's military outfitters on Tatooine. So in a roundabout way, White Silver helped save my mom, and I owe her one for that. Hey, small galaxy. I said, rubbing my chin again before saying, I'll do that. Have a good night, Anakin, and don't overexert yourself. You just got a brand new arm, we don't want to damage it too quickly. Sure, good night Tanya. Anakin chuckled awkwardly as I turned and started walking back to my room. I tried not to imagine what was probably about to happen in their quarters. Consular-class cruiser invincible, hyperspace en route to Coruscant. Wolof Tarkin. As I looked at the news of the forthcoming war, I admit, I did not expect the Jedi to be the source of the surprise. The Jedi had sprung their great reveal, a clone army made in secret under the Republic's very noses. I created plans with the expectations that we were in for a long haul on building an army and eventually having to fight our way into the Outer Rim, perhaps a decade of war at the minimum. Now the Republic has an army dropped on their lap, an army that I knew nothing about. I have served in various military campaigns throughout my life, and none of them had quite the information blackout that the clone army has around it. Not only was its existence hidden to such a degree that no one knew about it, but the logistic train and transport fleet are also hidden. At least, I assume such things exist. I have yet to receive any communications even hinting at their location or command structure. Instead, I am currently serving in the capacity to try and militarize the fleet around my home world of Ariadu to turn it into a fully capable Republic military fleet, and all my work is somewhat challenged by this new, secret clone army. Poor intelligence kills just as well as any turbolaser. However, I also have to deal with the developing situation around my home system and stellar sector, as some of the neighboring systems in our sector were already on their way to declaring independence. Others were sending mixed messages to their neighbors in the Senate, claiming they were not really going to do it, meanwhile intelligence and public financial statements told otherwise. As a result, I am trying to build a fortress and shipyard, a rallying point for loyal Republic forces in the region, in the inevitable event of a revolt. We might need a fallback point if the separatists began seizing the transit lanes in the sector. Without intelligence, a strong defensive position is the best I could provide for the Republic. But I knew it would not be enough, we would need to fight for our sector sooner or later. Any conflict in our sector is likely to be several months off, or given the secrecy involved, maybe not until next year. For now, I am heading to Coruscant to meet with Chancellor Palpatine. I am not an officer in the Republic military, thus I am merely acting in my authority as governor of Ariadu. I needed an official rank and military authority to have my fleet to officially be part of the Republic Navy. Palpatine had promised as much in our last meeting, pending the passage of the Military Creation Act. Now that it has passed, I have many soldiers and officers ready to integrate into the Republic Navy. I tore my gaze away from the window overlooking space and headed back through the main bridge section to my office at the back. I took a seat and began poring over the latest reports from the Battle of Geonosis, trying to get a better sense of how the droids had fared against the clones, and vice versa. There is much to learn from these battles and I am determined to gather as much information as possible to better form my strategies in the future. In my final meeting with Count Dooku, only a few months ago, he had tried to convince me of the necessity of Ariatu joining the Sis. He had tried to coax me at first, presenting the separatists as a natural counterbalance for good and Ariatu at the mercy of the core, while being so far in the outer rim. Ariatu's workforce of billions is necessary for much of the mining and industrial capacity of this part of the galaxy, this much is true. But after the Naboo crisis, the Trade Federation's decline has been our gain. When I refused Dooku's niceties, he abandoned persuasion for threats, presenting the Sis as fait accompli and that I needed to face reality and acknowledge the new government. I was not fooled, such an argument was merely a bluff. The implicit threat indicated that Dooku believed he could not win without subtracting large forces, namely Ariatu's capabilities, from the Republic's defense force. I wondered now, given this new intelligence about the Republic's secret military, how Count Dooku thought this current situation with the clones would play out. In my final meeting with Dooku, after I had rejected his offer the final time, he hinted darkly at the Republic having a secret military force. At the time, I had discounted his parting comments as an idle threat to mislead me. A final threat I had discounted as more of his bluffs. Now it seemed I was the one who needed to reconsider what I knew. The Jedi Order's mysterious ways needed to be brought in line. No independent organizations should be allowed to create armies without the direct consent of the Republic, let alone the Chancellor. Who knows what they were ultimately built for and what goals the Jedi had. Sure, they could serve well in the form of protecting the Republic, but a weapon that could be turned against our enemies could also be turned against ourselves if we didn't have full control over it. I pulled up what little of the after-action reports I had access to about the Battle of Geonosis and started looking over it. The losses had been rather astounding. It is fairly evident that the Jedi did not know how to use this army. This resulted in around a third of the troops deployed being dead or wounded and a quarter of the equipment sent had been destroyed. If any theater commander had a similar performance, a court-martial would be the least of his worries. The little good news is that their navy is still in good order. We would need those ships to respond to separatist invasions into Republic space. But at this very moment, I would describe this operation as a costly victory. The separatists had lost a major droid foundry planet, and hopefully with it, the majority of the droids during the fighting. To be fair, at least someone appeared to have had a brain in their skull when they began that landing, as a large contingent of mercenaries from Mandalore showed up. I was of two minds on that subject. On one hand, they were mercenaries, sellswords, unreliable at best, and useful only in extreme situations. On the other hand, their loyalties are towards those that paid them the most. This wasn't an extreme situation, yet they have chosen to be useful. But who's to say they would be useful or on our side in the future? In my opinion, using mercenaries in the future would be unwise. They tend to be loyal towards the highest bidder, and who's to say their honor would prevent them from switching sides mid-conflict? Centralizing the army as much as possible and avoiding mercenary entanglements should be the focus of the Republic's army. Mercenary, skilled warriors might be useful for a single battle, but they could switch sides at any moment, making them untrustworthy. However, I must admit that the mercenaries had helped the army achieve this campaign with somewhat fewer losses. The clone formations without a Mandalorian attaché had quite different statistics, in which a handful were completely depleted, as in they were destroyed down to the last soldier. There was quite a possibility that it could have been much worse than the numbers I am seeing. Maybe not in a military aspect, but these Mandalorians could be used in a training aspect. They did have a history of warfare going back well before the Old Republic, and they were the only people to have had active space conflicts in the last 20 years. Purchasing their experience and using them as training units could help improve these clones, or at least help improve the teamwork between the clones and the Jedi. After all, it had worked once already, by accident. One name in particular seemed to stand out in the reports from the Battle of Geonosis. An individual I had met previously, on Coruscant, in Chancellor Palpatin's office. Tanya cries, the young Mandalorian representative. She isn't a senator like Senator Padme Amidala, who had also been there. There is no legitimate political justification for a Mandalorian representative to be negotiating with an Outer Rim territory outside the Republic, like Geonosis. Yet there she was, and because of her presence, the Mandalorians had shown up. It was a curious coincidence. Could there be some sort of connection between this representative and the Mandalorian mercenaries? Perhaps something more firm than just a shared sector of origin. I needed to read the reports more closely and look into this. I had to wonder if Mandalore is shedding its pacifist disguise and viewing this situation as a way to unleash its old and ancient aggression. If Mandalore's aggression could be harnessed and its abilities used to retrain and rebuild the Republic's military, these mercenaries might be very useful. Palpatine would want to hear of this potential tool. Coruscant, Senate Building. Vice Chair Ameta. And thus the war had begun. I looked out across the surface of Coruscant as various military units were being shuffled off transports onto the planet. These were new arrivals from Kamino, the cloning homeworld that had produced these troops, and among them are the survivors of the battle on Geonosis. It is a show of force to have all these forces here instead of deploying them directly to the battlefields, but it was also a show of pride. By showcasing all these troops marching across the square in front of the Senate, we were demonstrating to the galaxy that we had the strength to defend the Republic. I had to give it to Sidious. He knew what he was doing when he was putting together a show. It is quite impressive. All the other senators on every balcony looked quite stunned and unsure of what future lay ahead of them. Hopefully, they would come around to signing on with the new order that needed to be created. If this government were to stand, the Galactic Republic must unite into a solid, unified force to defeat the Separatists and anything else that would ever come after the Republic. A political organization needed to replace the Republic, and if it happened to be a Sith Empire, so be it. We needed a strong, central government, and it's not like it would be anything like the old Empire. That empire had failed because the leadership was not united. In practice, hundreds of Sith with competing ideologies on how to structure the galaxy. There would be just one, maybe two, Palpatine and whichever apprentice he eventually took. With proper management of their proclivities and purposes, I doubt most people in the galaxy would even realize that they had such a force wielder sitting above them. Of course, the Jedi are going to be a problem, but Palpatine assured me he has a plan in place to deal with them, so I left it up to him. My part in this plan is to ensure that the government bureaucracy is made to be efficient and kept continuity. I needed to make sure that the central government is the absolute authority. After all this was over, I would be the second most powerful person in the galaxy. No doubt the Supreme Chancellor would elevate himself, but I would still retain control over the Senate. As long as I stayed out of his way, I would have a long time to extend that control. And maybe one day, I'd witness Palpatine make a mistake, then I'd be the most powerful person in the galaxy. But that is an issue for the future. It is amazing watching these clones, these soldiers march, they were all in time and sync. The first Republican army to step foot on Coruscant in nearly 1,000 years, and they were already this well trained. I have already begun working on building up a large section of military contractors and other organizations to supply this new army in preparation for this coming conflict. The Separatist crisis is over and now the Galactic Civil War has begun. We have the tools at our disposal to ensure our victory, it is just a matter of how long it would take for all the tools to be ready. Absent-mindedly, I chuckled, thinking back to the first days after Palpatine took office. Before he had made that move, I had been in the process of trying to remove the remaining powers of the Chancellor. Not because I wanted the government to lose its ability to do what was necessary, but because I did not believe Chancellor Valorum had the power to properly centralize the government. I had been slowly shifting the powers that normally fell into his domain solely into either the Senate or my hands. I would have preferred to have all the power in my hands, but there was only so much I could do as a Vice-Chancellor. It hadn't worked out in the long term. Palpatine's vote of no confidence had used my attempts to weaken Valorum to put himself into power. I had considered trying to do the same with him, but quickly realized he was a better public figure than I am. My attempts to try and improve the situation in the Separatist crisis were a prime example of how I was unready to be the leader for the Republic. I had been accused of narcissism, simply for including my visage in propaganda meant to gather supporters and loyalists to the Republic side in the Outer Rim. A narcissist, for goodness sakes. I'm no narcissist, I was just good at my job. In any case, this army would be upgraded over the coming years, and no doubt we would have to purchase more troops as time went on, but it was a good start. With this, we would be able to hold on to some of the better equipment that would come into service. Once everything was settled and the Separatists had been destroyed, we would keep it around. Specifically, keep it around to remind everyone of the cost of rebellion. Of course, we would also have access to the remnants of the droid army as well, which would be useful in police work, that was for sure. Shaking my head, I turned to leave. I had seen enough. Soon, this army would be deployed. A portion of them would be detached to stay on as a personal protection, while the rest would find themselves in a battlefield of droids on Separatists' worlds. My battlefield is here, though. I am organizing the loyalists to support this army in every way possible so that we could build a solid foundation that would keep this government in power. Punwarka-class interstellar sloop, en route to Bakura, wild space. Count Dooku. I did not expect the Jedi to discover the clones so soon. I thought Jango Fett would have informed me if there were signs of the Republic's awareness of the clones. Thankfully this whole conflict had burst into existence as we planned it would, even if it was ahead of schedule. Unfortunately, because the plan launched ahead of schedule, adjustments will need to be made going forward now that hostilities have begun. Perhaps the early start is for the best, as now I can move on to the next stage of the plan, trying to draw the Jedi away from the old Jedi Order and into my new order that I would build out here with the Separatists. It would take time, but it wouldn't be impossible. There are plenty of Jedi who were disturbed with the methods the Jedi Order had taken over the last 1,000 years. Numerous chances for Jedi to defect to my side as they would prefer to work with me over the existing Jedi Order that is obviously growing too attached to the Republic. The fate of the Jedi who chose to side with the Republic had already been decided. But that was not for them to know. The majority of the droid army had already escaped Geonosis long before the invasion, so I am considering that I may have made a mistake in not recalling that retreat order. So many commanders had been in fear of what was happening that they hadn't really considered the fact that the Republic's forces are inferior, both in leadership and in quantity. If we had made a stand on Geonosis, we could have done considerable damage to the clone army that the Republic had unleashed. In any case, I am on my way to Bakura to re-establish the Separatist High Command there. I have also contacted my agents to find the officers that fled Geonosis to regroup on Bakura so that we can organize a chain of command as well as distribute our forces as necessary to combat the Republic. It would take time, that much was certain. The Republic would certainly use their victory to launch further assaults on any planets they suspected of supporting the rebellion. Thus, my need to quickly organize forces and find commanders I could trust to lead them. While I have many corporate commanders, they were often focused on their own goals and entirely too independent. I needed to increase the number of trustworthy, loyal commanders I have at my disposal. I had already taken on an apprentice of sorts in Ventress, as well as another potential student, Grievous, who is not skilled in the Force. What's more, I had also taken on a Chiss woman into my service, but I am uncertain whether she would be enough to achieve the victories needed to push the Republic back. 3 trustworthy commanders were too few. I would have to build my assets, but that would take time and time is something I did not have in abundance. However, I managed to duel with Master Yoda on equal footing and had defeated the so-called Chosen One in single combat. That would surely shake the confidence of the Jedi Order, and members of the Order would want answers. Those answers might lead them to switching sides. Beyond that, there were alternate methods to acquire agents. The bravado and bravery shown by the representative of Mandalore had made me reconsider Barriss Zotto's offer regarding cloning the girl. The Jango Fett clones are relatively successful in their mission. They enabled the Jedi to have a chance of victory, which would cement the Republic's decision to enter the war. Using clones against clones seemed a reasonable tactic and I could already imagine how successful someone of her stature could be if they had been raised into the Force instead of taught much later. It is an intriguing idea and I am already in the process of having a clone of myself created. The clone could step in for me in certain situations, but I thought it may be too dangerous for myself to have an exact replica of myself walking around. This is a war after all and it is a game between me and Palpatine to reshape the Republic into an empire. In this great game, if Palpatine is faced with a choice between the Empire or myself, I knew that the Empire would win out. Accidents happen as it were. I have backup plans not only to protect myself, but to give me agents who are trustworthy in case I need to remove Palpatine as a player in this game. There would be an Empire by the end of this conflict, that much is certain. The only choices that mattered were who the players would be at the end. Mandalore, Sundari Palace. Satin cries. So war has come. I thought as I looked over the recently arrived reports of the multitude of battles taking place in the Outer Rim. The reports are weeks out of date and slow in arriving due to the restricted diplomatic relay channel Mandalore was assigned. Our embassy in Coruscant has faithfully transmitted the full reports anyway, and so we waited for the contents. It is painstaking and in the meantime the Holonet news reporting is grim. I hoped that the Republic would find some way to prevent the war, but they had failed. Now Mandalore is caught in the middle between the Republic and this new confederacy which is a dangerous position. Our best move to minimize the deaths of our citizens is to establish our neutrality and provide both sides with enough incentives and threats to respect the neutrality. This would become easier if we had more resources or allies, more neutrals interested in a new peaceful status quo. I needed to get in contact with Senator Merrick and tell him to try and find as many allies as possible. Perhaps we could build some sort of League of Neutral Worlds that didn't want to be involved in all this fighting. If we could form some sort of third faction, it might allow us to stay firmly out of this conflict. I held out hope that we could still prevent the war, but the chances of success were slim. Walking back to peace would first require the two sides to acknowledge the other as a legitimate authority or when one side crushed the other. Shaking my head, I leaned back against my throne and wondered what I could have done to prevent it. Officially, Mandalore had taken a neutral stance in the separatist conflict, but I couldn't help but wonder if there was some way I could have pushed the sides to come to an agreement and avoid this outcome. I shook my head, realizing that dwelling on the past would do me no good. Now, I needed to focus on the present and protecting those I cared about. The people of Mandalore are going to be on the front lines of this conflict. Not only are we caught in between the two sides, but Mandalorians who lived outside the sector would likely be conscripted or volunteer to fight in other sectors on both sides as well. Many Mandalorians called foreign worlds their home, and they would certainly defend whichever side their sector chose, be it the Republic or the Separatists. One solution might be to declare the Mandalore sector a neutral refuge to Mandalorians fleeing the conflict, but I wouldn't allow Mandalore to be drawn into the fighting outside of the sector. Senator Merrick would need to investigate the possibility of creating some sort of diplomatic corridor open for refugees who want to return to Mandalore. I have been reflecting on the old banishments that had expelled people out of the Mandalorian sector to begin with. I regretted some of the decisions from those days. However, if Mandalorian refugees considered our sector as a safe haven where they could live, maybe they would want to return. Not all Mandalorians would be interested in peace or safety though, it was part of the ancient ways to be at war. Nothing but a way of determining which group was better at playing the game of natural selection and deciding who was the most superior people in the galaxy. My thoughts were interrupted with a knock on my door. I set down the report in my hand and said, "Come in." The door opened as Royal Guard Captain Ra came in with his helmet under his arm and gave a salute. He paused and visibly gulped. "My Duchess, I have 2 things I would like to talk to you about." I didn't see him look concerned often, but he is quite out of sorts. Nodding in permission, I said, "Go on Captain, tell me what concerns you." He cringed a bit at that. "Well, let's start with the bit of news. I've recently been informed that Princess Tanya was involved in the Battle of Geonosis to some extent. Tanya appears to have been drawn into it, as she was involved in what appears to be a last-minute diplomatic effort to prevent the outbreak of the war. It all seems to be related to why the former Mandalore has taken up residence on the planet." "Yes, I remember him," I said with a nod, though learning that former Mandalore is currently staying at Mandalore is just as pleasing to learn about as finding out that Tanya had somehow been involved in a battle again. How was she involved, exactly? Princess Tanya was making a diplomatic visit to Geonosis, which then ended up having to fight to escape the planet as the invasion began. At least that is what the information I have acquired so far says. We will need to talk to her to find out more. I'll make sure to have her summoned back then," I said with a nod. I couldn't let my girl be involved in such a situation without me knowing the full picture. "What is the other thing you wanted to ask me about?" "I would like to take a leave of absence." I raised an eyebrow and leaned forward, wondering aloud, "Oh? Any particular reason why you would request a leave of absence, Captain Ra? Is there something on your mind?" "To put it plainly, Duchess, although I agree that the Mandalore sector as a whole should stay out of this conflict, many planets are going to be abused by governments within Separatists' control. I've been paying attention to the news, and I would like to offer my services to the Republic for the continuity of this war as a pilot. There's a lot more people who I can help protect out there in the Republic than I can here at home, Duchess." That is unexpected, but I shouldn't be too surprised. One of the reasons I trusted him with such sensitive matters is due to his integrity. Nodding my head, I said, "You have my permission to do as you ask, after you have sent out the messages to have Tanya return. She must answer for what she has been getting up to over the last month." I decided that if Ra wanted to volunteer and fight for the Republic as an individual, that would benefit Mandalore. Perhaps our volunteers would help the Republic retain a favorable view of Mandalore. "Of course, my Duchess," he said, with a bow. "Good luck and I hope you return safely." "I will do my duty, my Duchess," he left eagerly, bowing once more and quickly striding out of the room. As I sat back, I wondered what the war would bring for Mandalore. Obviously, we would have more people like Captain Ra volunteering, believing that they could do good for the Republic or maybe the Sis, and that would be a problem. But even more importantly, there would be a lot more people that would be pushed out of their homes across the galaxy, hundreds of thousands of refugees, and there was little Mandalore could do on that matter. There may be 1 or 2 planets we could declare a refugee safe haven, but we just didn't have the housing, food, or resources for a fraction of what was to come. Yet another reason to build a League of Neutrality. I would have to talk to Senator Merrick about this as well as a few more of the governors of the larger planets and moons under my control. The only thing I could do now is to activate the Mandalorian Self-Defense Force. Tanya designed it for just this sort of occasion, but to actually need it is a fearful thing. The galaxy is turning upside down and we would need defenders again. It was something I had hoped Mandalore would have passed the need for, but at least Tanya hadn't let that hope blind me. We would be prepared, the SDF would be put into action, and if someone broke the neutrality of our sector, we would defend ourselves. I just had to hope that no one would breach that line and we could live out our lives peacefully. This war would be a testing ground for my dreams. Is the opportunity of a peaceful Mandalore possible, or will we regress back to a more primitive time, one where we bashed each other over the head with clubs to prove who was superior? Only time will tell, and I will fight hard for that peace. I also have to punish Tanya again for her actions. She couldn't be allowed to gallivant and get involved in military activities as White Silver without my permission. Hopefully, her explanation would satisfy my worry and disappointment. I am sorely tempted to restrict her to Mandalore for a year, both as a punishment and for her safety. If she had been participating in military activities behind my back, then what else had she been involved in? And why had she gone against my orders? Did she do it as Tanya or as White Silver? I had made it clear that she needed to clear any activities as White Silver with me, and yet, I had a feeling she had been playing with loopholes. Ruined city, unknown world, wild space. Dirge. For hundreds of years, I was without sun, nothing but my own mind to draw upon. That's how long I had been buried under a mountain of cement, slowly but surely freeing myself and growing angrier at the people who shoved me into this hell. And today, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. I had grown quite a lot of room since I've been trapped down here, enough room to maneuver and dig. Finally, I punctured through the ceiling material and there was a fresh breeze of air. I am nearly out, nearly free of this hell that the Mandalorians of 1,000 years ago had buried me in. Soon, I would be out of this hole and be able to bring my vengeance down upon all Mandalorians. I would not let their evil culture continue. I would butcher, murder, and commit genocide upon them to remove them all from existence. Of course, I would need funding to do this, and it would be kind of hard to pull off without some kind of ship and support. Hopefully, there were a few juicy wars still fighting out there. From what I could recall from when I was shoved in here, the Sith and the Jedi were going at it, and the Mandalorians had sided with the Jedi. So not only was I well trained on how to fight Mandalorians, I am also well trained in fighting Jedi. And knowing them, they would have started another war since the time I've been down here, and war would grant me opportunities. All I need to do is to be free of this pit. Once that is accomplished, the galaxy would once again know my rage. I would tear through whatever armies stood in my way of achieving my goal of destroying all Mandalorians. As a mercenary, I would do anything for enough money. Though my personal goal of destroying the Mandalorians is at the top of my list, assuming that the political landscape is somewhat similar to how I left things. Mandalore would be allied with the Jedi. Where the Jedi were, there were enemies willing to pay a good price for someone to kill them. I could do both. Setting my mind to it, I began to dig again, my muscles shifting themselves easily into whatever shape was needed to rip at the concrete keeping me trapped. It would not be much longer, 2 maybe, 3 days at worst depending if there is anything on top of my grave. But I would be out, and I would kill the Mandalorians. Chapter 40. 716 FNM, 22 BBY. Month 7. Mandalore, Sundari Palace. Tanya cries. I knew that my meddling in Republic politics wouldn't bode well for me in the short term. But I had no idea it would get this bad when I set off on my little adventure. However, I did anticipate that I would be summoned to Mandalore to explain my actions to Aunt Satin. The most straightforward way that I knew how to explain my situation is with a report. I made sure to document everything in the most understandable way possible. The report outlined the general situation as I understood it, including details of what I had observed and what diplomatic talks I had been involved in. However, I kept several secrets out of the report, such as White Silver's identity. It is likely that this report would become public record, so best to keep secret information from being written down. After arriving in the system and submitting my report to Aunt Satin, I hoped we would begin high-level discussions on strategy for Mandalore. As much as I wanted a day to unwind, with the galaxy at war, now is not the time to relax. Once my ship landed back home on Sundari, I was not surprised to receive a notification once my Vambrace reconnected with the local COMM network. The urgent message came from Captain Ra and it informed me that I have been summoned to Aunt Satin's office, one of the most highly secured rooms in the entire palace, which meant she wanted to discuss everything. Interestingly enough, when I arrived at the palace, I noticed that Captain Ra was not present to greet me. In fact, there were no signs of any guards anywhere nearby. Not even Oberd or Briuk, the guards who are usually in front of her doors at the end of the hallway, are visible. Aunt Satin only dismissed the guards and attendants when she was being very careful. It's very likely that she wanted to extract every detail she could from me about what had happened and I couldn't exactly say no this time. Taking a deep breath, I paused at the door to make sure I had everything straight in my head. I expected this would be a rather long conversation, but I had to hope that we could quickly move on to what could be done for Mandalore and our people instead of my mistakes. The situation is not an irredeemable disaster. There are ways we could profit off the war, even if we didn't want to participate. Hopefully, this conversation would be the first step in making sure that Mandalore came through this crisis without too much damage. I knocked on the door and waited for a call to enter. I brushed at my dress to make sure I was in perfect form as I waited for a response. Thankfully, I didn't have to wait long. After only a minute or two, I heard Aunt Satin's voice call out, "Come in, Tanya." Once I heard her reply, I put my hand on the scanner next to the door. After it confirmed my identity, the Beskar-lined door opened for me. As I entered the old office, one that I had visited numerous times in the past, I saw Aunt Satin sitting at her desk in front of the large window that overlooked parts of Sundari. Her hands were folded in front of her on the desk while looking at me with a slightly severe expression, suggesting that this would not be a light conversation. "Tanya, take a seat," she said, gesturing towards the chair across from her. "Let's discuss what had happened in your report." I nodded and confidently crossed the finely decorated office to take the seat indicated. "Where should I begin, Duchess Satin?" Aunt Satin looked at me calmly before saying, "How about the fact that you got into a fight with the former leader of a terrorist organization?" I was expecting this question. I was not aware at the outset that the bounty hunter hired to kill Padme was also involved with political terrorists. For some reason, that defense only earned me narrowed eyes from Aunt Satin, so I continued, Senator Amidala represents one of the few parties trying to prevent a war from breaking out in the galaxy. Additionally, I was aware that the additional security Senator Amidala had acquired were insufficient and vulnerable to Mandalorian tactics. I thought it was in Mandalore's best interest for Senator Amidala's security to be ensured by Mandalore, given the bounty hunters' tactics would bring extra scrutiny to us in any outcome. How it all went down might not have been optimal, but I think it is preferable to the alternative of Mandalore being partially blamed for Senator Amidala's death. Hopefully matters were well and truly explained now. You got in a fist fight with the former Mandalore of the true Mandalorians. Aunt Satin pointed out again. We are lucky that no one recognized you in your new set of armor. Your fight was caught on holovid. According to my contacts it caused quite the local stir on Coruscant. A fight between Mandalorians on Coruscant over the city skyline. My left eye twitched at Aunt Satin's comment. Did they capture images of the Mandalorian Royal Guard? I managed to keep my voice level and body relaxed, somehow. I hadn't heard of the holovid recording, but the last few weeks had been rather hectic. Aunt Satin stared at me for a moment, before shaking her head in answer. No, thankfully the camera only picked up the initial few minutes of the fight. The shuttle's arrival blocked the view from the camera, so there's no evidence that it was you or anything that could be traced back to Mandalore's government. I slumped and let out a sigh of relief. Good, they didn't catch us returning then. Although, as I thought about it, I realized that there was potential for my armor to be recognized now. I had worn it, not only on Coruscant, but also on Geonosis. Who's to say if any of the mercenaries Vi had brought camera attachments on their gear? Perhaps I should look into having my armor altered in some way to make it different from the one on Coruscant, but if people are able to put two and two together, that could be an issue. Let us return to the topic of this former Mandalore. Aunt Satin said, dryly. Once I figured out the identity of the bounty hunter, I was able to send him a message and arranged a meeting. When I met the bounty hunter, Jango Fett, I convinced him to abandon his mission and report back here. Unfortunately, this had the exact opposite effect as my intentions. I thought clearing up who was responsible for the assassination attempt would calm tensions and this would go through the courts. Instead, the report appears to have triggered the war early. Yes. Aunt Satin said, nodding at my summary, that certainly sounds like something you would think. Now how about the part where you ended up on the first battlefront of this war? An unintentional situation. My ship and my royal guards were commandeered by the local Hutt while I was meeting with Jango Fett on Tatooine. Apparently they were in contact with Count Dooku, who strong-armed me into visiting Geonosis as a way of resolving the situation with the Hutts. That was why I was on Geonosis, to meet with Count Dooku, and then it was invaded by the army of the Republic. An army that had been kept secret from everyone when I left Coruscant. Padme had been negotiating the Military Creation Act when I left for Tatooine. I still wasn't sure how much I had missed while out in the Outer Rim. So just an unlucky coincidence. Satin said, although there was a new brittleness to her voice. I'm afraid so, I said with a shrug, though I believe that my presence did help prevent the situation from turning out even worse than it could have. And why is that? Satin asked, cocking an eyebrow. I had a backup plan in case the situation is too much to handle. Start with the successes and don't highlight the failures. In case of emergency, I had Vi standing by as White Silver with a large force of volunteers to rescue me. I was wondering when we were going to get to that situation. Satin said, interrupting me. Mind explaining to me why White Silver had to come rescue you? It seemed the most reasonable idea at the time, since White Silver exists to appeal to the new Mandalorians. Having them come out and support a representative and princess of Mandalore during her time of need would be useful for affirming that she isn't some rogue Mandalore out for conquest. That sounds like the long-term goal. What was the short-term goal? Satin asked, still seeming a little bit annoyed. If I got myself in trouble that I can't get out of, I figured a small company of Mandalorians could rescue me. By the way, that reminds me, I have brought the family biscuit back to Mandalore now that its ownership has been transferred in such a way that will not raise any eyebrows. Satin sighed. I suppose Bo was right after all. Shaking her head she said, I'll have it be put on display in court later. So to summarize, your part in this was that you were trying to help protect a friend and things just kept getting out of control. That's your thoughts on this situation? Yes, I agreed with her summary of events. It was even true. I couldn't stand by and do nothing. Padme would be injured or worse. It was just a series of unfortunate events that put me at the center of a problem that was going to fester no matter what. Letting out another sigh, this one even more exasperated than the last. Finally, Satin smiled at the last rush of words. All right then, at least you did this to help a friend and you were trying to prevent the war. I approve of the motive, if not the means, but we have to talk about the situation now as it is. How does this political quagmire that's been created in the Southern Rim affect us? Finally, I took a breath before laying it out as I saw it. I'm going to need to speak to Jango Fett again at some point to try and understand exactly what he was working on before his bounty hunting job on Padme's life. It seems that my assumptions on what's going to happen are somewhat off by a couple of years. By now, Satin was frowning again at my explanation, but I kept going. The conflict is inevitable now. I've been laboring under the assumption that we would have time to prepare, that there would be some spark in the future that led to the war. The Republic had no military, the Separatists were still talking to us, mostly anyway. The war came early because the Republic had a secret army apparently funded by a Jedi and they invaded Geonosis to rescue one of their own, Kenobi to be exact. Is Obi-Wan alright? That is an odd one to prioritize, before the rest of my statement seemed to catch up to her. The Jedi created an army for the Republic. Satin gasped, her face showing shocked horror. Yes, Jedi Kenobi is alright, no permanent injuries. And yes, the Jedi did make an army, apparently this army is made up of clones. Clones of Jango Fett, some that are trained by Mandalorian warriors and exposed to parts of Mandalorian culture. Millions of them. That is not good. Satin breathed. If this army was trained in the old Mandalorian ways, it won't help in our efforts to try and improve the perspective of people on what Mandalore is. My thoughts exactly. I nodded. In the short term, many people who don't often meet Mandalorians will form some ideas about our culture from their encounters with the Fett clones. In the long term, any survivors of this clone army after the war might feel a sense of familiarity with Mandalore, which may be both good and bad. It's good because we can use the extra hands to rebuild Mandalore, but bad because anyone who comes here will bring their own baggage. Perhaps they were involved in something unconscionable outside the sector and are a war criminal. We need to be vigilant and ensure we don't allow in the kind of people who will tarnish Mandalore's reputation. You're talking about immigration control. Satin said. Yes, although immigration control is not quite right, it will do as a start. I said with a nod. How about the war itself? What are your thoughts on the matter? She asked and I bobbed my head, as this was the most complex topic. After taking a deep breath, I said, this war was inevitable the moment the Sis began withdrawing from the Republic. As I mentioned, I thought it would take a couple of years, but it's already here, so we have to deal with it. We needed to stay out of this war. Mandalore has suffered enough in the last century, we have little to gain from being involved. However, both sides and even third parties will try to drag us into it. I haven't seen the frontier of the battlefields yet, but since Count Dooku's home planet is on the main galactic hyperspace lane, next to ours. Mandalore is a frontier now, we're on the border between the Republic and this new nation trying to break away from it. The best path for us is to declare total neutrality and announce that we want nothing to do with this war. We will not support either side, but we will continue to trade normally with both sides and find as many allies as possible to do the same. It's the same goal as I've already begun work on over the years I've been a representative, so I've already made some progress. Now that the war has gone hot, it shouldn't be too hard to find allies that are willing to work with us. Allies would be welcome. Satin nodded approvingly. There are some problems, though, facing our sector and our search for neutrality. Of the most urgent is the Workers' Council of Antivi. They attempted to assassinate or kidnap me on Tatooine. I'm honestly not sure which. They what? Satin said in the coldest inflection I have ever heard out of her at this remark. I held back a flinch and paused in my story. After giving Satin a moment to catch her breath, I nodded in confirmation. Apparently they thought they could capture me and use me as some sort of bargaining chip of some kind. Knowing them, it was in a bid to take control over the entire Mandalorian sector. And Satin closed her eyes and took a deep breath before exhaling, in a technique that was very reminiscent of some of the training I had observed the younglings perform at the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. She took a few deep breaths and opened her eyes, clearly struggling to maintain her composure. This is deeply troubling, she said softly. We must find a peaceful resolution to this. I will bring this matter up to the courts and try to seek a civilized solution. I shook my head in disagreement. I'm afraid bringing it up to the courts is no longer an option as I believe the Workers' Council of Antivi is a member of the CIS now. They deployed the same Model B-1 battle droids that the Trade Federation fields, with slight modifications. So a puppet government is already in the hands of the CIS. Satin asked in the same soft tone as she palmed her face with her left hand. I nodded in confirmation. And they are waiting for an opportunity to take over the sector. Do you think the CIS will really recognize this puppet government as the legitimate government of Mandalore? I doubt it. The CIS is trying to cast themselves as the legitimate and superior alternative government system to the Republic. Creating false puppet governments that lack authority and misleading people is harmful to CIS's interests. Especially right now, when they are trying to gather allies. That being said, I would not be surprised if the Workers' Council continues its own efforts to gain control of the Mandalorian sector. We will likely have to deal with them agitating existing factional divisions and interfering in our government in several ways. They may try messing with elections, causing riots, or any number of things to try to gain power and make themselves seem like an official government. After they have created enough popular support, then NTV will use that momentum to call for the CIS to liberate the sector. Prime Minister Almec has informed me that the government is reviewing recent staffing decisions. We're going to have to keep our eyes open for infiltrations. The Mandalorian self-defense forces have instructions to begin stockpiling reserves. They will be ready to mobilize if NTV or the CIS force the issue. I nodded. I hate that we're going to have to use that force, but they won't hesitate to use violence to try and destroy what we've been building. We will need to be prepared. War is an ultimately irrational decision, a lose-lose scenario that makes both sides poorer. However, it was also necessary, both to protect the lives and property of people from a tyrannical government or even worse, a communist government. I'm still puzzled about how the latest iteration of the Workers' Council of NTV came into existence. Right now, I suspect outside interference from Being X, but I can't rule out any possibility since the Force is also a real thing. At any rate, someone who is familiar with Marxist-Leninist terminology seems to be manipulating events. Stranger still, another distantly settled world, Shogun, also exists. Shogun was a hereditary title I was familiar with from my first life. More puzzling, Shogun, the planet was named and colonized by Mandalorians in the distant past. How many Japanese have been Isekai into this universe? If I have been Isekai to this universe, then it's likely that someone on NTV could have been a communist that had also been Isekai here. I worked my way through those thoughts and returned my attention to the room. Aunt Satin was similarly lost in thoughts, so shifted slightly in my chair and folded my hands to remind her I was still in the room. Anyway, I think that's the situation as it stands. There's going to be a war, and we're going to be in the middle of it. There are ways we can avoid being drawn into the conflict, such as a declaration of neutrality. Additionally, we have to keep our eyes on any factions that take advantage of the situation or ally with the CIS. Satin thought for another long moment before sighing, "All right." I nodded, then she got up from her chair and moved around the desk before leaning down to give me a hug. "I'm just glad you're safe," she whispered to my side. "However, in the future, can you not get yourself in a situation this dangerous? I know you were helping a friend, but perhaps leaving it to the official authorities would have been better. The senatorial guard are corrupt." I complained as Satin kept hugging me and didn't let go. I gave a helpless shrug, not fighting the continued hug, before giving up, "But in the future I will try." "Well, you said you'll try," Satin said, letting me go with a laugh before moving back towards the desk. "Now we have to discuss how we're going to officially make our statement of neutrality. Do you have some ideas on this matter?" "A few," I said, preparing another report that I had yet to write down in my head. Mandalore, Sundari Mandalorian Hospital. Jango Fett. This ain't exactly my usual stomping ground, I thought as I surveyed the sterile halls of the mental hospital. Can't say I've had much reason to visit places like this before. People don't usually put bounties on the mentally unstable. It's not like they get sent to prisons. These places are reserved for the broken, the ones that society tries to fix but often never can. Today is the day I'd come face to face with my long-lost sister again after decades apart. I don't know how I feel about it yet. Part of me still wondered if this was all some sort of elaborate con. If it was, Kryze and I were going to have some words as well as a few blaster bolts when I see her again. I already gave my statement on who hired me for the job, and in return I received an official pardon for all my crimes on Mandalore and Coruscant. They even sent over a nice little document as proof. I could probably go back to bounty hunting openly without much issue. But there was something odd about that document that concerned me. Nowhere did it list Zam's death as one of the crimes that I was pardoned of. There was an assault with a deadly weapon, which is probably from my fight with the princess, but no death. It could mean that my dart may have missed something as vital as her neck and landed somewhere else, or Zam was dead and I could be arrested the second I stepped foot on Coruscant, one of the two. That dart is full of toxins that should kill any sentient instantly. But if the blood flow wasn't good or a Jedi interfered, it's possible that Zam survived. Finding out how she managed to survive would be a hell of a thing, and the last thing I want to do is find out, as she most likely won't be happy about the whole situation. She's probably pissed at having been poisoned, but faking her death is another way she could get out of her debts. Granted, this was just conjecture. It's very possible that Zam is dead and that I'm not listed as her killer in official police reports for whatever reason. If that's the case, I won't be stirring up any trouble or going back to Coruscant just to be safe. As far as I'm concerned, that holopic clears me of all charges on Coruscant from the moment I first set foot there to the moment I signed Kryze's contract. So, if anyone asks, I'm in the clear. Local reporting throughout most of the Hutt sector also indicated that they believe she is dead. Old contacts of mine have told me the same thing, that she died on Coruscant. So, perhaps there was nothing to worry about. I shook my head and glanced around the meeting area over to Boba, who was staring out the window while we waited for my sister to arrive. The hospital we were in was on the outskirts of Sundari, near the capital city's dome. I had to admit, it wasn't a bad place. There were a lot of windows, no bars, and plenty of light. From what I could tell, the people were treated more like long-term residents than prisoners. Which makes sense, as I doubt the Bleeding Hearts would allow any inhumane facility that would offend their delicate sensibilities in their capital. I may not have visited a mental hospital before, but I'd heard stories on what goes on in them. Not every world had the resources or the mercy to provide for their less than baseline populations. As I looked over the fancy facility, the resources on display, the string of kept promises, so far, I felt an unfamiliar emotion. Hope. I cringed at myself in embarrassment. I am the deadliest Mandalorian in the galaxy, and here I am going soft like a new Mandalorian the moment things go my way. While Jasper taught me that family is important, I do have a reputation to maintain. Once I finished that thought, the door opened to reveal a doctor and a woman. The blonde woman, who I was told was my sister, looked like she was struggling to hold herself together. Her eyes were downcast, and she seemed to be avoiding any eye contact, her eyes looking down at the ground. I stood up to get a better look at her. I couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. It was hard to imagine this was the same girl I remembered from so long ago. Sure, the hair was the same, but everything else about her seemed foreign. I struggled to match my last memory of my tough-as-nails sister with this broken woman in front of me. But then again, she knew my story. She knew everything that had happened between us that no one else should have known. I could only think of one person who might have known, and that was Jasper Muriel. But he was long gone, and I was sure he wouldn't have revealed my life story to anyone. I stepped forward towards her, not liking to take things on faith, but there was no other way. Arla. I said, my voice gruff. Her eyes jumped up towards me, full of sorrow and hate. It was hard to see the sister I once knew, but as our eyes locked for a brief moment, I saw her. It's you, Django. She said, taking a halting step towards me before stopping and looking at Boba with confusion. Has my madness progressed further than I thought? It appears there are two Djangos in this room. I smirked, knowing that only someone who knew me when I was a kid would recognize Boba as an exact likeness of me. Hearing her speak in the old Concord Dawn accent was also reassuring. Your madness hasn't progressed further, sister, I replied, still gruff. Boba, come here and meet your aunt. Arla blinked before realization dawned on her. Your son? He looks exactly like you. I smiled at that before saying, it's a long story, but I'll gladly tell it to you, sister. Concord Dawn, Brawler Chuffla. Spar. In a rush, I shot up from my bed covers, heart racing. That damned memory again, the last battle of the true Mandalorians. It wasn't a dream, it was a curse. One that did not belong to me. A nightmare that Django carried with him for most of his life, and now it haunted me. The reason behind why I inherited his memories is a mystery, but clearly the Kaminoans missed a lot of things with me. I didn't need more confirmation of aberration, though. The fact that I've been able to escape the coming war is solid evidence that I'm not a normal clone. Hell, I used to borrow Django's identity, after he'd helped me escape. Django didn't trust any of the clones, it was the Qeval Dar, the 100 experts from across the galaxy who trained us. Only Mitchlamar, one of the doctors among the Qeval Dar, had realized and understood what was happening to me, even before I had understood. He had explained matters to Django, which is how I escaped aboard the Slave Eye. However, even then, we didn't trust one another. It was only after Django realized that I wasn't going to expose the cloning operation, did we understand each other. Now I've been given a chance to form my own life out in the galaxy, and so far I had a good life. We even had a long-distance academic debate a few years back. The topic had been those new silver codices. I'm still not sure if I even agree with their new version of the Super Commando Codex. To be more exact, I wasn't sure about their seeming ability to ignore the thousands of years of bloodshed by the Jedi. The revisionist history in the new codex is troubling because I knew that the Jedi were planning to use Mandalorian slaves to fight their wars. Personally, I suspected my disquiet about Mandalore and the Jedi are driving these nightmares back to the forefront. There is a war coming, and my brothers were going to be used as cannon fodder for it. They would walk to their deaths with a smile because the Jedi told them to. It's disgusting. The Republic and the Jedi are lauded as heroes for their actions, despite the fact they were willing to do such naturally evil things. To create life only to use it to kill? What kind of monstrous civilization would do that? The Republic evidently, the greatest monster of them all. Unlike how the past Mandalorians had tried to slay it and failed, I will succeed and slay it in their name. I extracted myself from my bunk and moved over to the kitchen. I walked to the Insta-CAF machine and started brewing a cup to drink. Later today I'm going to the meeting hall in the local township. There will be a large forum that is going to discuss what Concord Dawn would do about the current war. I plan to make my intentions very clear there. I will raise a company of Mandalorians to fight for the Separatists. We would fight the Republic and defeat it, to free Mandalore from the clutches of its control. And I am not afraid to use my connections to the local hero, Jango Fett, to do it. Nothing too extreme though. I would claim that I was just a member of Clan Fett, a distant cousin, who served with him during his time as the Mandalore. One of the few survivors of the true Mandalorians. It wasn't exactly true, but if Jango Fett caught wind of it he'd probably get a good laugh out of it. Claiming to be a distant cousin when I am his clone is something that I was sure he'd laugh at. I could have been bolder, claiming I was his bastard son, but then Jango would have dropped everything and come directly for me. Jango would never let someone take over his mantle while he was still alive. It's what I would do if the situation was reversed. I couldn't help but be hesitant about my plans to declare myself the Mandalore of the true Mandalorians, though. Would Jango Fett come for me over that? On one hand, he had given up the title when he became a bounty hunter. On the other hand, Jango had given up on the Mandalorian sector entirely, so theoretically he should have no claim to the title. But theory and practice differ on the battlefield. I, too, would have complicated feelings when someone succeeds me and takes on the title of Mandalore for the true Mandalorians from me. Hopefully, Jango would not take it too hard. I grabbed the now ready Insta-CAF drink and started sipping gently on it. I may not agree with the Silver Mandalorians' opinion of the Jedi, but I had to admit they had done good work in improving the sector as well as having great taste in CAF. One of the ships that came through here to trade, brought a whole stockpile of stuff. They had purchased it outside the sector and it quickly became a favorite among the locals that a trade deal is quickly hashed out for a monthly supply of the stuff. Almost everyone in the entire planet is drinking it at this point, it was just that good and the local CAF strains were not even close. The ship was from Mondal Logistics, which definitely seems to have some sort of link to the Silver Mandalorian. Especially when it's now operating in the silver capital of Gargan. The Silver Mandalore is probably the biggest issue with my future plans. White Silver came after False Silver for declaring himself as the real White Silver. Would she also see my declaration for the true Mandalorians as a similar act? Or would it be my alignment with the Sith that would spark a conflict? Only time would tell, but I had hope. I wouldn't seek out a contest with White Silver if they would leave me alone, but if there had to be a fight between Mandalores though, so be it. Jango Fett defeated Tor Vizsla, the Mandalore of the Death Watch. Should White Silver get in my way, I will defeat her. Mandalore, Sundari Palace, Council Chambers. Pre-Vizsla. The war is here. However, instead of relishing the moment of triumph and anticipating my ascension to Mandalore, I found myself grappling with unforeseen challenges, more than I had originally thought possible. For one, there is the matter of Jango Fett. Not only is he still alive, but he is here, in Mandalore. Of course, the problem isn't that I held a grudge against the man for killing Tor Vizsla, the previous Death Watch leader and our former secret Mandalore. The exact opposite is the case. I had no great love for Tor as he had failed to become the undisputed Mandalore after crushing the true Mandalorians. If Tor had not been slain by Jango Fett, he would have become my problem. I could have never become the secret Mandalore with Tor still around to dispute the position. Tor's extremism had pushed away a lot of the factions that would have been natural allies to Death Watch. The martial traditionalists are a large portion of the Mandalorian population and clans still living in Mandalore, but even after all these years after Tor's death, his actions and reputation caused most of them to want nothing to do with Death Watch. Tor had caused a lot of bad blood between us and the martial traditionalists by being extremely brutal with members of the true Mandalorians. Overly brutal, most would say, and had instilled that attitude within much of the older members. His extreme methods were useful for winning a war as a psychological warfare tactic but not at times of peace as many view him as a sadistic beast, not as a leader that is worth following. I could see the utility of the older Death Watch's mindset and methods, especially in the context of a fight for survival. However, I broke with it in one key way. Mandalore must stand united if it is to prosper. Justice, if it must be meted out to fellow Mandalorians, requires a fair trial, not an individual being the judge, jury, and executioner. Anything less perpetuates a cycle of violence that makes for an unstable sector. Any killing of the people of Mandalore must have proper cause, so hunting down someone's family just for supporting their son who was in the true Mandalorians was something that I would take action against. We must focus our energy on those outside the Mandalorian sector, not tear our people apart in ancient rivalries and old blood feuds. The reappearance of the Fetts and old blood feuds is what had me worried. Jango Fett had most likely been the cause of Tor Vizsla's death, but even he wasn't. No doubt the man carried a grudge against the Death Watch for killing his family. When Death Watch makes its public appearance, there would be trouble. Would he come for me, personally? This is further complicated by the fact that his sister, Arla Fett, was a former Death Watch member. She had apparently been sprung from whatever hole she's been kept in on Coruscant. For a lesser leader, like Tor, their first instinct when old rivals resurfaced would be to reignite vengeance and resume ancient blood feuds. However, my methods are clearly superior. I had privately communicated to key Death Watch members that had been uninvolved with the Fetts, such as Bo-Katan, that I would not be defending any Death Watch members who had committed provable crimes against the true Mandalorians in the past. In handing them over for justice, I would only lose the corrupted and depraved elements among us. In fact, a public reveal would probably be heralded very differently if my new Death Watch membership were of unimpeachable records. Every crisis is an opportunity, and this is an opportunity to finally shed Tor's influence from Death Watch. Still, this was the most unfortunate missed opportunity in my entire career. Had I known Arla is alive and on Coruscant, I would have gone out of my way to have her rescued. It is a fairly simple propaganda win. Not only because she was a former member of Death Watch, brought back into the fold and rescued from an unjust imprisonment, but the simple fact that she is the sister of the last Mandalore of the true Mandalorians. Arla's rescue might have enticed the remaining true Mandalorians to join my cause, at least some of them. I have to applaud Representative Kryze. Her actions had just secured quite a bit of favor among the true Mandalorians and Death Watch to the new Mandalorian side. Of course, she wouldn't know that. Both organizations, as far as she is aware, are defunct. However, I could read the mood from a few conversations with some of the clan heads among Death Watch. Arla Fett's rescue and return to Mandalore is the right outcome, no matter what faction. The person responsible for this outcome represents what it means to look after family. I imagine many of the true Mandalorians felt the same, though my contacts among them were limited to say the least. The major propaganda failure in the whole situation was how Arla Fett could be used as a political pawn. Arla could have been a weapon, used to criticize and paint all of Death Watch as responsible for her abuse. It would have been so easy to change the narrative to imply that they were all in thralls of Tor Vizsla's doomed vision, unhinged monsters instead of fellow Mandalorians. Such a possibility would make using the word Death Watch much harder, but there were possible ways of dealing with that. Perhaps a change of name is in order. It would be unfortunate to resort to renaming the organization. Names carried a lot of power that could be used to draw in support. Perhaps there would be a way to alter the name, maybe designate a lineage or link to the Death Watch, without the baggage of past failures and mistakes. Something like the Children of the Watch? Implying a connection to Death Watch but being a successor would be better than its predecessor in many ways, like being more tolerant of other Mandalorians. To replace the old with the new would probably help with my efforts to become Mandalore. I'll give it more thought another time. For the moment, I needed to dissuade Jango Fett from returning to politics, especially considering his strong influence among the remnants of the true Mandalorians. He is a formidable opponent and could easily rally the true Mandalorian supporters to his cause, especially if he decided to go after me. However, Jango Fett was not the only issue that had sprung up. Many issues needed personal solutions and my private intervention to resolve correctly, such as this council meeting I am attending, and it is time-consuming. As soon as Duchess Satin's semi-monthly council meeting was over, I would have to rush back to Concordia and start putting things into action. I frowned at the thought. I would need to rush to avoid being outpaced by events, as much as I hated rushing. The next issue was Senator Tal Merrick. I no longer trusted the good senator to perform his role anymore. Somehow, information regarding the location of Princess Tanya had leaked. Now it could be that it wasn't Senator Merrick who was responsible for the leak. Perhaps one of his guards would take the fall in the next few days. One of his guards, who were all members of Death Watch. My frown deepened. Senator Merrick could use us to take the fall for an assassination attempt on the princess. Granted, he'd used a rather wild and roundabout way to do it. Contacting the Workers' Council of NTV was a bold play, considering they were definitely not Mandalorians, not after their insane elimination of all of the clans on NTV. The latest report mentioned that they had organized themselves into a bizarre super clan that they were all forced to contribute to. Merrick's decision to use these faithless allies are further examples of his rash behavior and disloyal motives. A fragment of a prior conversation with Representative Tanya kept turning over in my mind. Her words in answer came unbidden. The Republic for the most part would do what they always do, label it an internal affair and maybe drop a few blockade orders and embargoes. She had shrugged, as if this fact was common knowledge, and maybe it was, to the Coruscantes. This Merrick affair reeked of something that I had started to get a feeling about for a while now, ever since Tanya had mentioned that the Republic didn't care about what happened beyond the core. I had thought Senator Merrick a loyal Death Watch man, one placed highly to be of service to his Mandalore. Recent actions said otherwise. They implied to me that he saw himself as the ruler of the Mandalorian sector, using his position on Coruscant to play the factions against each other to maintain his wealth. The corruption of the core had taken over and infected Senator Merrick. He no longer has any interest in the people of the Mandalorian sector, except in how to maintain his position in the core. Now his interests are satiating his own selfish desires. The question is, what am I going to do about it? Theoretically I could move against him, have one of the Death Watch members in his company kill him. However, right now, as far as anyone was concerned, he is a new Mandalorian. If I had him killed, he would be nothing but a martyr for the new Mandalorian cause, a sign that Death Watch had not changed in the slightest. No, I needed to make him make another mistake, one that I can use to discredit and ruin his reputation first. He already made a mistake by working with NTV the way he did, but that action is not public knowledge, and unless I could force it to be public, I would need some other rationale to replace Senator Merrick. NTV had made one bold play against the sector and that had failed. Was it a one-off attack of opportunity or a test of their strength? If it was the latter, then no doubt future attacks would be redoubled and be even more aggressive, which was both bad and good. Bad because it would pit Mandalorians against these fallen Mandalorians. Good in that Death Watch would be the ones to step up and take credit for the defense against the foreign invaders. I will start having my men infiltrate the Ijuane sector, the home sector of NTV, but there were other opportunities present as well. Ijuane is currently one of the possible front lines of the war. Many people would be displaced if the Republic intervenes there. There is a significant Mandalorian expatriate population present, not enough to form a majority on any world or system, but the absolute numbers are in the millions. Refugees could be a fertile ground for recruitment, and having agents present would give us that opportunity, as well guard against NTV. But that can wait for now. Before I could deal with NTV, I would need spies and infiltrators inside their government. Right now, the Death Watch had no actionable intelligence on NTV. Perhaps when the sector is embroiled in open conflict and I have built up enough of a force, I could strike out against NTV. Taking that ice ball would provide Death Watch with a fortress to operate out of, as well as an industrial base to sustain future conquests. Given the evidence of ties between NTV and the CIS, the failed strike against the princess, and whatever other crimes they have gotten up to, Death Watch would be hailed as heroes for removing a threat to Mandalore. As for Senator Merrick, well, I did have a few agents in his group, but I already know that he has his own agents pretending to be part of Death Watch. I would have to settle for observations. My agents are not enough to overwhelm his guards. Senator Merrick hires from Clan Gadik and their Death Watch members were some of the most radical hardliners from Tor Vizsla's original Death Watch. They weren't satisfied with my current direction, they still clung to the previous plan, to launch a doomed civil war in the Mandalorian sector. They might claim to be Death Watch, but I doubted they would follow any of my orders at this point. The Gadik were not ones for backroom deals or political wheeling and dealing. No doubt their lack of curiosity is why Senator Merrick chose them to be his loyal henchmen. They will regret that. I am not one to launch a doomed vendetta against Satin for Clan Gadik or others just to win over their support. Not while Satin's reforms gave the Death Watch what we wanted for practically nothing. Senator Merrick would dispose of Gadik whenever he accomplished his objective, as there was no chance he could replace me or gain the trust of the rest of the Death Watch. However, Gadik clansmen would resist any orders I gave to take out Senator Merrick, of that I was certain. Count Dooku had also contacted me a few days ago, implying that he was not a fan of what the senator had gotten up to as well. He was interested in whether I would begin my operations to unseat the Duchess anytime soon. Thankfully, I had a reasonable answer for Dooku. Everything had happened so quickly that my resources weren't properly in their final position. It would probably be by the end of this year or the start of the next before we begin our efforts. Be it for the CIS or just for Mandalore, I was still considering the options there. He seemed pleased before ending the communication, so hopefully he would not be calling for another several months. In that time I should have more information and more of an idea of what I was dealing with. However, if he was putting pressure on me to start the war, he is most likely also pressuring his other assets. NTV, I don't know what their objective is yet other than conquering the sector to spread their faithless ideas. But I know what Merrick's objective is. He wanted to be the senator of Mandalore for the CIS, which meant that he might do something stupid in order to stay in Count Dooku's good graces. I just needed to make him desperate enough to do something stupid. Perhaps I could turn up the heat and tell Bo-Katan to warn her sister about Merrick? Or I could have Dooku provoke Merrick into a treasonous act so that he would be considered a traitor and his protections be removed. I would need to think this through before I decide. Which brings me back to why I was attending this semi-monthly council meeting in person. I needed more information on what Satin's stances for Mandalore are, as well as her next course of actions for handling the outbreak of the war. And I'm frankly not liking what I was hearing about her neutral stance. Duchess Satin had been holding a conversation about the details of her neutrality plan with Prime Minister Almec for the last half hour. Satin wanted to create a faction that could remain as a member of the Republic, but stay out of the conflict. Create some sort of neutral zone to prevent the conflict from spilling out into the Mandalorian sector and the regions around the sector that wanted to stay out of the conflict. It's something I thought was rather unlikely to work, considering we were on the main highway for the conflict and that Dooku might just invade anyway. This war would be right next door at the very least, and there were going to be ships trying to sneak through our sector to attack both sides from both directions. Hell, there was a chance we might play host to some battles in space. Probably some of the larger astronomical objects would be used as waypoints. It was even possible that there would be battles over some of our planets as forces tried to sneak past each other and ran into each other in the Mandalorian sector. Too bad that Satin's idea of a defensive void doctrine is a blindfold, demarcated minefields to control traffic and create corridors or nearly invisible passive monitoring satellites would give us an edge if this played out. Currently, the conversation was stuck on the fact that food imports may take a hit. Concordia was mentioned again, and I finally took an active interest in what Prime Minister Almec was saying. We always have Concordia, Concord Dawn, and even Vorpia for their food production. Satin said softly, clearly trying to placate the worried Prime Minister. Concordia would be able to support itself indefinitely without imports. The Death Watch still existed today, in no small part due to my generous and significant resource contributions. If food imports are blockaded by the CIS, Almec repeated, anxiety clear in his voice. If food imports are blockaded by either side. I interrupted and gave Almec and Satin a meaningful glance. Sitting back and sweeping my gaze across the other participants, I finished, this is a war. We have to assume the worst, especially if we are taking this neutral route instead of choosing a side. Satin paused and nodded. Almec took no notice of her reaction, resuming the conversation over top of Satin's sigh. Exactly, if food imports are blockaded, we will have riots. We need to secure food supplies and stockpile, yesterday. I sneered slightly. Concordia boasted significant granaries and long-term storage built into depleted mine shafts underground, safeguarded by my Death Watch. Concordia's food stockpiles are secure. We have enough grain stockpiled to feed the Mandalore system for a year if the rest of the sector has their own food production. I stated, dismissing the concern. I'd worry more about an invasion than riots. Voria is right on the border with the CIS. We'd need a defensive fleet to respond to that. I pointed out. Concordia was safe from an invasion, except in the final extremity, its lunar position above Mandalore provided it significant tactical support from the planet's surface. The existing self-defense force of Voria is being brought up to full strength and will have priority funding, with the other self-defense forces on standby to help defend Voria in case that happens. Satin answered. I doubted it would be sufficient, and judging by Almec's displeased expression, he was of the same opinion. The MSDF was struggling to secure equipment and create training facilities. I received constant reports from officers in the MSDF loyal to Death Watch. The entire structure was a mess with many battalions encouraging soldiers to get family to send them blasters or other basic equipment. With the foolish push for the clanless to join rather than recruiting purely from clans that actually had equipment already, there was widespread corruption. A new practice had arisen from the chaos. Clanless soldiers and officers contracting various clans for equipment and armor. Such contracts even had a nickname, Lone Scar, for loaned Beskar and other such equipment. Some of the contracts were rather extreme, but when the choice was to potentially go to war without protection or to sell one's freedom to a clan for Beskar, the choice was obvious to most. Satin wanted to have some sort of plan to create an alliance of neutral powers within the Republic that wanted to stay out of the conflict. But I doubted that would go over very well, considering many Mandalorians would want to take a side, either side of the conflict really. If she was going to declare neutrality like that, she is going to cause problems for those who wanted to choose a side in the conflict. In the meanwhile, the Death Watch would take advantage and have a little bit of a jump in recruitment. My thoughts were interrupted as the Minister of Finance, Draon, spoke up asking that exact question. What do we do if members of the Mandalorian sector go and join one of these conflicts? Doesn't that reflect poorly on the government? Yes, it will, and I was glad not to be the lone voice of reason on the council. Satin, who had been in the middle of a conversation with Prime Minister Almec, stopped to think for a moment before saying, no, and we will be doing nothing. I looked up in shock. The fact of the matter is people will choose a side in this conflict with or without our approval. I've already had several royal guards say they want to help the Republic, and I've given them permission to take a leave of absence, so they can do that. I imagine there will be those who want to join the CIS or the Republic as the years go on, and as long as they do not try to draw the Mandalore sector in, I don't think we need to care about this situation. What of the blowback? If a Mandalorian warrior conquered a Republic world for the CIS, this could end in disaster. Almec blanched. What if the recruitment of our people for this conflict causes a political firestorm? We could face another excision. Several of the others in attendance visibly shuddered, hissed, or winced at the reminder. Satin was already shaking her head in disagreement, so I turned to face her, curious. No, we won't. The Republic will be focused on the CIS, not some neutral periphery. And this is just an extension of Mandalore's existing policy. It seems that some of our people have already been involved in this conflict for the last 10 years and we didn't know about it. The clone army was created using Jango Fett as a template, and they were trained by Mandalorians under his command. This caused me to blink several times. I already had a bad impression when I heard about the clone army, but this was worse. Someone had been teaching our ways to a bunch of hollow copies, and yes, maybe they may be as good as Jango, but they are more like slaves to the Republic than people with free will to decide for their own. Who knew what else those alien cloners had done along the way? I had concerns about that. It did make them an interesting source of recruitment. I wasn't sure if I could break them of their conditioning, but it may be something to look into as time goes on. The conversation continued though as Draon said, that is a point in our favor then. Without us, the Republic would not have their army. So they were serving the Republic before the conflict even started? Then as long as these Mandalorians who left to fight did not abuse Mandalore's neutrality to escape their own punishment or for fraudulent purposes during the war, that would be acceptable. My thoughts exactly, Mrs. Draon. Satin agreed with a nod before continuing, in fact, I think we should plan our legislation that makes it quite clear that Mandalorians can go out there to volunteer in this war with the Republic or the Separatists on their own volition without our support. We will also need to make it clear that if they leave to fight, they will not be allowed to return until the war is over. At the very least, this will prevent people from jumping back and forth over the border. This way, we can prevent most of the abuse of our neutrality from the start. There were quite a lot of affirmative nods, so even I nodded myself. Although I was kind of against it, one of the things you had to do when you were pretending to be something you're not is vote against your own interests. Cynically, I suspected sacrificing the ability to switch sides if the war started looking bad was worth it if it locked others into the same choice. And it wasn't like I particularly wanted either the Sis or the Republic to win outright. I would prefer Mandalore be independent or to be part of the independent systems. Leaving an escape route for those who decided that the Republic was the way, well, that would be useful for me. What about the companies? Draken asked. I'm sure several companies will want to sell their equipment to either side. What are we going to do about them? She seemed more curious and eager than concerned. Interesting. I should send some more agents to her department, my last good one had been replaced by a droid recently. Maybe I only needed a good slicer instead. There was an immediate shake of her head from Satin, as she said that's a little too far. We will table that particular discussion for a later date, but right now it would be preferable that we are not selling military equipment to either side. Civilian products are allowed though. I know Mondal Motors has been producing a line of tugboats for the Republic and we don't want that to get cancelled. We just need to be careful with what equipment is being sold to both sides, make it clear that we are not favoring one or the other. So if we sell to both sides equally in some way, the companies could do that. Draken grinned and seemed to interpret Satin's answer broadly as granting wide permission to do just that. I watched the byplay, a bit interested that it was Mrs. Draken pushing an agenda. How uncharacteristic of the typically forgettable councilwoman. Satin hesitated at Draken's summary. Theoretically yes. However, this is a subject that will be tabled for another time, once we have a better understanding of the situation. I would prefer for us to stay out of the war, though. A silly statement since the war was already here, but I could understand her point of view. Satin wasn't privy to the actions going on in the background and how many of her allies had secret agendas. My secret agenda was merely to preserve the Death Watch as protectors for the good of all Mandalore, but the rest, who truly knew? And they were allies until the moment they stabbed her in the back. If she knew, she would probably be all in on selling equipment to the Republic or the Sis, depending on the deal they offered. The deal they offered? Well, that's an interesting thought. Coughing, I said, what if they offer us a neutrality deal in exchange for the right to buy equipment from our market? They would have to transport it to their own lines themselves, as well as agree to our neutrality in the conflict. Satin thought for a moment before nodding her head and saying, yes, that would actually be a rather safe approach. It would encourage both sides to keep our neutrality at the top of their minds. That's a good idea, Governor Vizsla. I will see if we can work up some sort of contract to offer to both the Republic and the Sis when the situation is available. I smiled and nodded, taking the faint praise, despite suspecting that I probably just set this situation up rather nicely for something to go wrong. The chances that the Republic would secure that neutrality in my mind were null. Sooner or later they would break their contract, it was only a matter of time. And when that happens, well, I'm sure things would spin out of control. Of course, the Sis might do the same thing. At the very least, I prevented the Workers' Council of Antivi from striking the Mandalore sector openly, giving me more time to build up my own forces and prepare for securing my rise to Mandalore. Speaking of companies, how is Gargan's integration coming along? Satin asked Draken, who was in charge of integrating Gargan into the Mandalore sector proper after Gare was ousted by the real White Silver. I noticed that Almec looked like he had a whiff of Kreegi with how severe his expression became. Which is understandable as he was never a fan of any non-new Mandalorian. So far, integration has been going smoothly. The ruling clans have decided that due to their proximity to the Hydian Way, they would become a resort world as their main source of income. They are in the process of opening various hotels and casinos as their main form of income generation. To supplement it, they are selling various cattle products and various industrial products to Mondal Logistics, who then sell it to other planets and businesses in the sector. We should receive our first tax revenue from Gargan at the end of the year, which should boost our GDP by 9.8% from last year. My thoughts on Mondal Logistics are mixed. When they entered the public domain, Death Watch didn't bat an eye. It is merely a small delivery corporation, nothing to be alarmed about. But over the years they grew exponentially and integrated themselves into the Mandalorian economy so well that they became household names like Mandaltech or the Trade Federation. The fact that Mondal Logistics was even used to deliver some of Death Watch's military assets, albeit hidden under Concordia's numerous grain deliveries, is a worry that I only noticed very recently. I plan to recruit Mondal Logistics to our side eventually, similar to how we commissioned Mondal Motors to supply us with Com-RK fighters. However, the fact that they have quickly built an office on Gargan has concerned me. I hope that it is merely because the CEO, someone called Visha that I found no records of and is likely a pseudonym to hide her identity, is merely a proactive and savvy businesswoman. Other than that, the spice refinery being constructed on Gargan is proceeding as planned and should begin production of pharmaceutical drugs in 3 to 4 months. The refinery will be part of a publicly traded company with the Crown owning a majority of the shares with the Gargan clans having partial ownership. With the galaxy at war, medicine will be in high demand everywhere. Having our own supply of medicine would mean we won't run out of medicine in an emergency. It could also provide us an extra source of revenue if we export them to either side. I commented as I wondered if I should also invest in this refinery as well. It would give me an official excuse to have one of my men stationed there to monitor the planet, as well as have a supply of high-grade medical drugs at a lower cost than importing it from outside the sector. That is the idea. Once we have a large enough production to meet local demand, we can export it to Terries or other planets that might need it. From there, the conversation continued without much fanfare, since this is a room full of new Mandalorians after all. We spent the rest of the time discussing possibilities of trying to stay out of the war and improving our economy. It's a rather boring affair. We set the economic agendas for the next few years, like infrastructure projects to reduce unemployment from the upcoming recession caused by the war, food subsidies to encourage more food production, and even having Kalevala shipworks sell power cores of ships to rural villages so that they have a reliable source of electricity that could boost our taxes as well as raise the standard of living for many villages. I noted that there seemed to be plans to improve Concordia's agricultural output. At least someone was thinking that, while we wouldn't have the ability to fully support the population of the sector sooner or later, I wouldn't turn down extra investments. I could tell that the council wasn't taking the gravity of this situation seriously, and so my mind was elsewhere. The rest of the sector would not be ready for when the conflict was at their front door. It took every ounce of control not to smile at the realization that while these people may have been preparing an army for Mandalore's defense, and they have no idea how they were going to use it. When I was finally Mandalore, that army would serve me well. After all, when the Confederacy and the Republic are done beating each other to a pulp, there is likely to be quite a big change in the maps of the galaxy. Sectors were just lines on maps, in the end. Perhaps we could break away part of this little borderland between the two. It would serve well as a defensive buffer for Mandalore. Gargan, Mondal Hypernautics Tower. Bo-Katan cries. I drummed my fingers impatiently as I looked over my desk at the returning hero, or rather Vi, clad in Tanya's white-silver armor. Why was I not included in the plan to create a mercenary force and rescue Tanya? I would have joined in a heartbeat. Muhunbajir ad Ika. I muttered absent-mindedly, I will have to remind Tanya about the importance of family and not going into battle alone, the Mandu way. Either way, that's who I'm staring down in annoyance. This was the perfect opportunity for White Silver to forge an alliance with me and my comrades, both the new allies I've made on Gargan and the few friendly factions in the Death Watch. But no. No, they go off and do their own plan that got a Lancer scuttled, and about a dozen Mandalorians killed in some foreign hellhole. And what did they have to show for this waste of blood and Durasteel? They put White Silver on the map as a supporter of the Republic, even if it was only by way of supporting Tanya. Frowning, I gave Vi a stern look. All right, so, where to begin? I asked, focusing on her. It was not amusing to me that White Silver was being hailed as a hero, despite the celebratory parade that had hailed her victorious return to Gargan. I knew the truth. The fact that people were calling her the Princess Savior was even more ridiculous to me. Vi was shameless in response to my fixed stare. She gave a helpless shrug and wry smile. White Silver had been welcomed back as some sort of conquering hero and had even crowd-surfed for a bit on our way back to the tower. A lot of people had really liked that Mandalore had stepped out of its imposed pacifism to strike out. And apparently people really liked the idea that White Silver had rescued another princess. We could begin with a hooray and welcome back. Vi said expansively. This was the wrong attitude. I replied with silence and a deadpan stare. After a minute like that passed, I played along. Hooray, welcome back. How was your trip? Time for the hammer blow. How many people did you kill while posing as White Silver? Vi smiled and said, 0, thankfully, since we only fought droids. Not to say that no one died during that conflict. The Genosians and the clones went at each other pretty hard. Great, I said with a shake of my head before adding, so now that that's been stated, why was I not informed? I was off-world at the time, but come on. All you needed to do was to send a message and I would have met you anywhere along the way. Vi finally looked sheepish, staring down at her feet before saying, I forgot, we came up with the plan to mainly have me being the one responsible for gathering troops, so we just went with it. That's it. You forgot? That's why you didn't call me? What am I? Chopped by Larot? I said, wanting to stand up and slap the girl for her stupidity, but I kept myself in check. I'd slap her later. For now, I keep on getting her story out of her. That's really it, though. Tanya knows more of what went wrong. I was only there for some of it, and from what I heard, everything was happening so fast. I nodded slowly, considering her words. Fine, fine. So you didn't give me a call because you were too busy running off and playing adventurer. You raised a mercenary army and fought for the Republic. So what's the plan now? Is Tanya planning to continue having this army fight for the Republic, or was this a one-time deal? A situation out of control and requiring brute force to get out of it. Vi shrugged before saying, I think it was mainly the second one. Tanya was trying to defuse the conflict in her negotiations, she didn't want to start the war. We accomplished our mission, so we could let the mercenary force that was created here be disbanded, unless well. Unless what? I asked, raising an eyebrow at her leading statement. Tanya did mention that if the Republic wanted to contract this mercenary force to help train their clone army or in any other capacity, they could. But she has no intention for them to serve the Republic as a military arm. Mandagatalir mhi. I muttered, I doubted Vi would understand anyway. I sighed and leaned back on my chair as I thought this over. This was still in line with some of the plans Tanya had shared before. Gargan was in a good location to serve as a mercenary outpost, and sending troops off from Gargan to the Republic would be beneficial. Though I do wonder what Pri would think about that. After a few minutes, I straightened up and said, we'll go with Tanya's plan. However, I want you on a shuttle returning to Mandalore before the end of the day. No more celebrations, White Silver needs to go into hiding because of her tomfoolery and we need to make it clear to Tanya that going on vendettas like that has consequences. Vi nodded and started getting up from her chair before I said, one more thing. What's this I hear about White Silver is a lesbian? Vi laughed before she saw my expression and cut off. Just a little prank I was playing on Tanya, nothing too serious. I continued to give her an annoyed look before I stifled a laugh and said, nice one, just don't overdo it. Maybe get permission and work it into White Silver's lore. I'm sure it's going to be annoying to keep track of things you do from Tanya's perspective. Will do. Vi said with a salute, and she got up from her chair and exited the room. Once Vi left, I turned to look out the window. This was a right mess, but nothing that my niece couldn't figure out. Now I wondered how she would do when the whole conflict across the sector really ramped up. This was the war that Pri had been talking about for a long time. So after what had happened, how would Pri handle it is the real question. Worse yet, what would I do when Tanya found out that I was working for Death Watch? It's something I had never really thought about. I didn't really feel like it'd ever be a possibility that Death Watch would actually make a move. Now there was, would she be angry with me or understand my point of view about trying to protect the clan by having someone within Death Watch? Only time would tell, and I had to hope that time would tell us a good tale, one where Clan Kryze survived the war intact and the Mandalore sector is able to rebuild and continue to expand into a power out here on the rim. Otherwise, things are going to get chaotic and terrible real quick. Sighing, I started to put together a letter to Satin, letting her know that I probably would not be able to come by for our training session for a while, not with the galaxy at war. I wrote some about the hassle of managing the mercenaries, until I realized Satin wouldn't understand in the slightest. Ugh, new Mandalorians, I wished Tanya was around instead, she understood, so I trimmed off that portion, and sent the letter. Now that I was finished writing that letter, I opened a new one that was going to Pri. Last time we met, he hinted that he was unclear where my loyalties lay, so I needed to reaffirm that I would still serve Death Watch. Then right after that, I would have to be ready to serve with Death Watch when they called. I just had to make sure that it was all official, make sure that Pri Vizsla was not our enemy, and that my sister, nephew, and niece would be protected. Sure, we come a long way from calling her the Anti-Mandalore. But there was always a chance that if I wasn't in Death Watch, they would renege on their agreements to not go after clan families. The war is here. Now all the alliances and interpersonal connections that have been built up would be stressed to see what would happen, and I just had to hope that it ends with Mandalore coming out of it stronger.